A swirling vortex of darkness filled the void, punctuated by fleeting specks of light resembling distant stars. From the depths of the darkness, a voice echoed, barely audible, whispering the words, "The hero." A translucent hand reached out from the darkness, fingers splayed as if grasping for something. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, stood silhouetted against the cosmic backdrop. A look of profound sadness etched itself onto his features. He pleaded silently, a single word forming in his mind. "Please." The ethereal hands that had reached out to him now seemed to urge him on, a voice echoing in his mind. "Save this world. You truly are the hero." Another voice, filled with desperation, cut through the ethereal pronouncements. "Please save me, hero." Surrounded by countless translucent hands reaching up towards him, Soo-hyun walked forward, his back to the viewer, towards an unknown destiny. Countless hands reached up from the darkness, clawing desperately. A single word echoed through the void. "Hero." A young boy, Soo-hyun Kim, knelt amidst the darkness, his face etched with fear and desperation. He cried out, "Save me." Tears streamed down his face as he whispered, "Mom." Soo-hyun's mother stood before him, her expression a mixture of sorrow and determination. She said, "Everybody's calling me a hero." Soo-hyun looked up at his mother, his voice barely a whisper. He questioned, "Why do I have to be the hero?" His mother's face was clouded with worry. She confessed, "I don't want to do this anymore. It's too hard." She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. With a heavy heart, she said, "It's scary, my son." Her expression shifted, a steely resolve hardening her features. She declared, "You are the world's hope." A single word hung in the air. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, lay dying. His hand reached out, as if grasping at something beyond his fading grasp. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of despair and regret. His body trembled with the final throes of death. A voice echoed in his mind, harsh and unforgiving. He was told to stop his whining and die like a hero. The voice's command hung in the air, a cruel twist of fate for a man who had already sacrificed everything. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a swirling vortex of shadowy hands, pulling him down into an abyss. A blinding light flashed, and then nothing. He awoke. Soo-hyun Kim, a high school student, found himself gasping for air, the taste of blood filling his mouth. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's face, his chin and neck visible, suggesting he is lying on the ground. His skin is pale, and his expression is one of exhaustion. The camera pulls back to reveal the man, Kim Sung-bin, an awakened, lying wounded on the ground, amidst rubble and debris. He is clearly injured, his face bearing the marks of a recent battle. He groans, a low sound of pain escaping his lips. He sits up, leaning against a damaged wall, surveying his surroundings. The area is desolate, filled with the remnants of destruction. Kim Sung-bin's hand rests on the hilt of a large, damaged sword, its blade reflecting the dim light. The weapon is stained with dirt and blood. He thinks to himself that he had hoped to find some rest. Kim Sung-bin stands, his sword at his side, silhouetted against the rain-swept background. The scene is bleak and desolate. Suddenly, several monstrous figures emerge from the darkness, their forms barely visible in the downpour. They are clearly hostile. Kim Sung-bin observes the approaching monsters with a grim expression. He realizes that he won't be getting any rest. Amidst the ruins of a city, a colossal monster stood amidst a horde of smaller creatures. He sneered, muttering that there were far too many annoying pests. From a high vantage point, Soo-hyun Kim, his back to the viewer, observed the scene below. He stood poised, a katana at his side, ready to face the overwhelming number of monsters. A digital display flashed before Soo-hyun's eyes, showing his mana load at 97 and his mana level at 9. Two reptilian monsters lunged at Soo-hyun, their movements swift and aggressive. Soo-hyun's eyes glowed red as he braced himself for the attack. He let out a breath, preparing for action. A burst of energy erupted from Soo-hyun, obliterating the two monsters instantly. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he dashed forward. More monsters appeared, their forms monstrous and menacing, surrounding him. Soo-hyun continued his relentless assault, his katana a silver streak against the dark forms of his enemies. The title card reads, "Hero." Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, stood amidst the torrential downpour of monsters. His movements were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of power against the encroaching darkness. He moved with impossible speed, his blade a streak of light cleaving through the monstrous horde. Each swing was precise, each strike deadly. A monstrous claw lashed out, narrowly missing him. He barely registered the near miss, his focus unwavering. With a swift, brutal counterattack, he sent the creature sprawling. The impact echoed through the battlefield. He launched himself through the air, a human projectile amidst a storm of claws and teeth. His movements were fluid, almost balletic in their deadly efficiency. Another creature lunged, but Song-in was already gone, a phantom in the chaos. He moved with a terrifying grace, his blade a blur as he carved a path through the monsters. The final strike was a devastating wave of energy, obliterating the remaining monsters in a blinding flash. Sung-in Kim, humanity's last hope, stood amidst a chaotic battlefield. A wave of monstrous creatures, their forms blurred by the intensity of his attack, were sent reeling by a powerful energy blast. He gasped, his breath ragged and shallow. His body ached, each breath a labored effort. He was exhausted, his strength waning. A violent cough racked his body, further diminishing his already depleted reserves. Despite his injuries, he remained standing, his sword still clutched in his hand. A voice, echoing from an unseen source, spoke of his heroism. Suddenly, a colossal, monstrous hand emerged from the stormy sky, its shadow engulfing the ravaged city. From its grasp, a terrifying beast emerged, its form wreathed in purple flames. Sung-in, despite his exhaustion, braced himself, preparing to face this new, overwhelming threat. A colossal, monstrous figure loomed, its form wreathed in purple energy. The creature's power was awe-inspiring, its very presence radiating an almost palpable energy. Sung-in Kim, or rather, Soo-hyun Kim as he was now known, knelt amidst the ruins, his body battered but his eyes burning with defiance. He clutched his sword, his gaze fixed on the monstrous being above. The creature, Fafnir, descended, its movements swift and deadly. Soo-hyun braced himself for the inevitable clash. Fafnir acknowledged Soo-hyun's strength, recognizing him as a worthy opponent. Soo-hyun's face was grim, sweat beading on his brow. He knew this battle would be his ultimate test. Soo-hyun vowed to defeat Fafnir, and then to claim the monster's power for himself. He would use that power to save the world. Soo-hyun unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy erupting from his body. The resulting explosion rocked the very ground, a testament to Soo-hyun's raw power. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, coughed violently, his body racked with pain. He lay amidst the ruins of a once great city, the remnants of a devastating battle scattered around him. Another violent cough racked his body, followed by a pained groan. His vision blurred, the world around him fading into a hazy darkness. He coughed again, a weak, ragged sound escaping his lips. A digital readout appeared, stark against the black background. Fatigue, 98. With a final, exhausted sigh, Sung-in looked up to see a colossal, demonic figure looming before him, its presence filling the ravaged landscape. He wondered, amidst the wreckage, if this was truly the end. His gaze fell upon the destruction he had failed to prevent. A voice echoed in his mind, a whisper of doubt and sorrow. A hero? My son, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Sung-in scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. What a joke, he thought, his heart filled with a mixture of despair and defiance. Above, a legion of monstrous creatures descended upon the city, a terrifying wave of destruction poised to engulf what little remained. Sung-in's lifeblood flowed freely, staining the ground crimson. His eyes fluttered closed, his body succumbing to its injuries. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, lay amidst the ruins, his body battered and bruised. Blood streamed down his face, a stark testament to his failure. He had failed to protect even a single person. His thoughts turned bitter. The title of hero felt like a cruel joke, a hollow mockery of his devastating defeat. He was anything but a hero. A monstrous shadow loomed over him, a grotesque creature of immense power, its presence a chilling reminder of his failure. The monster unleashed a devastating blow, sending Sung-in crashing into the debris-strewn ground. The force of the impact shook the very earth. He felt nothing but despair. He was nothing, a broken man, defeated and utterly alone. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed him, and his vision blurred. He saw fleeting images, faces of people he knew, and then a voice, faint but insistent, pierced through the chaos. Someone called out to him. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, awoke with a start. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a disoriented gaze. He blinked, his vision slowly clearing, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Two concerned figures loomed over him, their faces a mixture of relief and bewilderment. One of them called out to him. They expressed their shock at his sudden collapse, fearing he had died. Soo-hyun's eyes widened, a flicker of confusion and disorientation crossing his features. A sudden jolt of pain shot through him, causing him to wince. He sat up, his movements jerky and unnatural, prompting further alarm from his companions. They questioned his strange behavior. Soo-hyun Kim awoke with a start, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. Scars marred his face, a stark reminder of a life he barely remembered. He looked down at his hands, noticing the dirt caked beneath his fingernails. A wave of disorientation washed over him. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from above, a faint whisper of energy in the sky. Soo-hyun stood, gazing upward, a sense of unease settling upon him as he felt the lingering effects of the strange light. He turned, only to find a classmate, his expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment, watching him from behind. The classmate's worried gaze lingered on Soo-hyun's face, his confusion evident. Soo-hyun wondered if this was all a dream. His friends, overhearing his sleep talk about a figure named Fafnir, teased him relentlessly. A menacing voice threatened Soo-hyun with a beating, should he remain awake. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, was being accosted by a group of bullies. He questioned their intentions, prompting one of them to order his accomplices to attack. Soo-hyun's expression shifted, a flicker of something unfamiliar crossing his features. He seemed surprised by something. With blinding speed, Soo-hyun retaliated, striking one of the bullies with a powerful blow that sent him sprawling. A surge of energy, visible as a blue glow, emanated from Soo-hyun. He moved with impossible speed, his hand connecting with another bully's face. Another bully, surprised by the sudden turn of events, looked on in disbelief. Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. His power was clearly beyond the ordinary. A purple aura surrounded Soo-hyun as he prepared to strike again. He unleashed another devastating blow, sending the final bully flying. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself on the ground, the victim of a brutal attack by 3 older boys. One of the attackers stood over him, sneering. The 3 attackers watched in shock as Soo-hyun suddenly stood up, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Soo-hyun, bewildered by his own strength, accidentally sent one of his attackers flying with a single blow. He apologized, claiming his hand simply moved on its own. The remaining 2 bullies, enraged, threatened to beat him up, referring to him by name, Kim Soo-hyun. One of them made a mocking police siren sound. Suddenly, a voice warned Kwon Jang-hyuk, one of the bullies, that the police were arriving. Kwon Jang-hyuk, startled by the unexpected arrival of the police, expressed confusion as to why they had arrived at that moment. As the police sirens faded, a voice called out to Kim Soo-hyun, urging him to attend school the following day. Soo-hyun, still grappling with his identity, internally questioned his name, realizing he was actually Kim Sun-jin. Soo-hyun sat alone, lost in thought, the weight of his true identity pressing down on him. Soo-hyun Kim winced, clutching his side as he stumbled through a deserted construction site. He muttered to himself, bewildered by his surroundings. What in the world is going on here? He stood, his hand still on his side, and looked around disoriented. His gaze fell upon a broken cell phone lying on the ground. Soo-hyun picked up the damaged phone. He began to examine the phone, his brow furrowed in thought. He wondered aloud, who were those guys? He continued to examine the phone, muttering to himself, at least get a decent phone. This thing looks at least 20 years old. He turned the phone over, revealing a cracked screen. A blurry image appeared on the screen. It was a picture of himself, but different. Soo-hyun stared at the image, a question forming in his mind. Who is this? The year is 2042. The world had come to an end. After dungeons began appearing across the globe, monsters poured out of them, overwhelming the world and initiating an invasion. Monsters from uncleared dungeons poured into reality. This phenomenon was called the Outbreak. The Outbreak destroyed world peace mercilessly. However, humans with the power to fight back emerged. These individuals were called the Awakened. Sung-in Kim was one of the Awakened. Even after all humans had perished, he continued fighting the monsters, the last one standing. Sung-in Kim, the last survivor of humanity and the strongest Awakened, found himself in a state of reflection. His thoughts lingered on his past actions and the weight of his responsibility. The scene shifted to a police station. An officer, curious about his identity, asked for his name. The officer, clearly impatient, waited for a response. Sung-in, now going by the name Soo-hyun Kim, introduced himself. The officer pressed further, demanding his birth date. He also inquired about Soo-hyun's age, his tone laced with urgency. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood in what appeared to be a police station. Sweat beaded on his forehead, hinting at recent exertion or stress. A calendar on the wall clearly displayed the year 2022. He questioned his own memory. If it served him correctly, the year should be 2042. Soo-hyun was confused. 20 years had passed, he realized. An officer questioned him, noting his apparent age and lack of personal information. Soo-hyun, in response, claimed to be 19. The officer found it odd that Soo-hyun knew nothing beyond his name and age. Lost in thought, Soo-hyun recalled his death at the hands of Fafnir. The officer noted his distraction, reminding him of the upcoming college entrance exam. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, lay amidst the ruins of a devastated city. A cataclysmic event, the likes of which the world had never seen, had left him as the sole survivor. The sky was a canvas of swirling debris and dark clouds, a testament to the apocalyptic battle that had just concluded. He clenched his fist, a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through his veins. No, he thought, this sensation isn't fake. A profound realization washed over him. He had returned to the past. 20 years had vanished, and he was once again Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student. Sitting in his room, Soo-hyun grappled with the implications of his return. But what about the original me, Kim Sun-jin? He wondered, his mind racing. His gaze fell upon the sword leaning against the wall, a familiar weight settling upon his shoulders. What do I need to do to go back to that body? He contemplated, the question echoing in his mind. He felt overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. There are too many things that I can't figure out, he exclaimed, frustration mounting. A police officer, seemingly unfazed by Su Hyan's internal turmoil, interrupted his thoughts. He grunted, forget it, there's no point talking to you. Your mother said she will be here shortly, so just go with her when she's here. The officer continued, issuing a stern warning. After you leave this place, don't wander around, just stay at home quietly. Especially avoid construction sites. That is said to appear near construction sites in the news, so don't go near there. Su Hyan, still reeling from his time-traveling experience, could only manage a confused that. The officer sighed, muttering about the irresponsibility of kids these days. A young man, Su Hyan Kim, sat disheveled in a police station. His appearance was far from ordinary. A woman, seemingly his mother, rushed to his side, expressing shock and concern at his condition and unexpected presence at the police station. The mother's worried expression was evident as she gently cupped his face. Su Hyan, visibly distressed, stared back at her, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and exhaustion. Su Hyan internally questioned if the woman before him was his mother in this life. The scene shifted to an evening cityscape, the sun setting in the distance. Later, Su Hyan and his mother were walking together. She questioned his forgetfulness regarding their new home address. Su Hyan explained that he was still unfamiliar with the new address. His mother noted his unusually formal speech, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Su Hyan, the protagonist, found himself in a situation that left him internally conflicted. He chuckled nervously, questioning the turn of events. A wave of frustration washed over him as he wondered what he should say next. He was face to face with his older sister, her expression a mixture of concern and annoyance. He considered apologizing for the trouble he had caused. His sister suggested that he clean his face first before addressing the situation. She offered him a tissue. She expressed her frustration at the continued bullying Su Hyan faced at school, questioning when it would end. Su Hyan's sister cleaned his face, her concern evident. She instructed him to inform her immediately if the bullies bothered him again. Su Hyan nodded, understanding her concern. They held hands, a silent promise of support. Su Hyan reflected on his sister's words, a thoughtful expression on his face. Su Hyan and a girl walked side by side, the setting sun casting long shadows. She seemed hesitant, while he responded with a slightly nervous affirmation. They continued their walk, the park unusually deserted. The girl commented on the emptiness, wondering if something had happened. Su Hyan, however, found the silence unsettling. Suddenly, a monstrous paw, clawed and menacing, appeared from behind a bush. The creature's terrifying face emerged, its fangs bared in a snarl. The girl urged Su Hyan to hurry. He responded, assuring her he was coming. A sound of something snapping echoed, and Su Hyan's expression shifted. A low growl emanated from Su Hyan, a primal sound of warning. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked alongside his classmate. A monstrous wolf, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, emerged from the shadows, its terrifying snarl echoing through the air. Su Hyan's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he braced himself for the imminent attack. The beast lunged. He shielded his classmate, who gasped, a wolf? With a burst of unexpected speed and strength, Su Hyan sent the creature flying, books scattering in the air as he moved. The wolf crashed to the ground, momentarily stunned. Su Hyan watched the creature, his mind racing. He muttered, no, that's not a normal wolf. He realized the truth, a grim understanding dawning on him. His thoughts confirmed his suspicions. A werewolf. So, that thing the police were talking about just now. The scene opens on a cityscape in ruins, the remnants of buildings scattered amidst a chaotic landscape. A monstrous horde of shadowy creatures surges from the depths of the destruction. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stands, his back to the viewer. He is clad in simple, dark clothing, and his posture suggests weariness and determination. The monstrous horde continues its advance, but he remains steadfast. The year is 2022. The frequency of monster outbreaks had reached an all-time high. It's not impossible for monsters to appear in the middle of a city. Two monstrous wolves, their eyes glowing menacingly, emerge from the shadows. Their forms are feral and powerful, their snarls filled with savage intent. He considered how to deal with the situation. He knew he needed a weapon first. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, rummages through a trash can, searching for something. He retrieves a discarded umbrella. He sees the monstrous wolves approaching. He remembers the news reports stating that the monsters have been dealt with, but now he sees them. Su Hyan, in his new body, found himself facing a monstrous wolf. He urged himself to remain still, confident that his experience in his previous life would allow him to overcome this challenge despite the unfamiliar vessel. With a surge of power, he effortlessly dispatched the creature. Moments later, he found himself in a park. A young woman lay on the ground, seemingly injured. Another monstrous wolf appeared, its jaws snapping shut inches from Su-Hyan's face. He reacted instantly, engaging the beast in close-quarters combat. The fight was brutal, a flurry of blows exchanged between the two combatants. The wolf, however, was clearly outmatched. With a final, decisive strike, Su-Hyan defeated the wolf, leaving it severely wounded. The wolf's eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, a sign of its heightened aggression. Su-Hyan, exhausted but victorious, stared at the defeated beast, a question mark forming in his mind. Su-Hyan Kim found himself grappling with a monstrous wolf-like creature. The beast's red eyes glowed menacingly as it lunged, its claws extended. The impact of the beast's attack sent Su-Hyan reeling. He was thrown back, his body hitting the ground hard. The wolf's massive paw clamped down on Su-Hyan's umbrella, crushing the flimsy object. Su-Hyan internally lamented his current weakness. He realized he was far less powerful than in his previous life. He struggled against the monster, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. He wished he had his awakened abilities. The wolf loomed over him, its red eyes burning with predatory intent. Another wolf appeared, adding to Su-Hyan's peril. Su-Hyan, battered and bruised, realized he was facing more than one threat. The scene opens with a close-up on a torn piece of paper. Two identical Korean characters are visible, hinting at a cryptic message. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf-like creature lunges forward, its shadowy form barely visible in the dim light. A young man, Su-Hyan Kim, expertly dodges the beast's attack. He counters with a swift kick, sending the creature reeling. Su-Hyan collapses to the ground, his breath ragged, his face streaked with sweat and grime. He stares up at the sky, eyes wide with exertion. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunged at a young woman with dark hair, its jaws snapping shut inches from her face. She reacted instantly, deflecting the attack with a swift movement. The force of the impact sent the woman sprawling, but she managed to keep the creature at bay. A young man with short, dark hair watched in horror as the beast pinned her to the ground. The young man's face was etched with fear and desperation. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. He could only utter a single, pained syllable as he witnessed the woman being attacked. The word mother escaped his lips, filled with anguish and disbelief. With a guttural cry, the woman launched herself at the creature, shielding the young man from its attack. The impact sent her flying. He watched, stunned, as his mother sacrificed herself for him. He wondered why she would do such a thing. The monster turned its attention back to the young man, its eyes burning with predatory intent. He braced himself for the inevitable. A desperate cry escaped his lips as he saw his mother fall, lifeless, to the ground. He was alone, facing the monstrous creature. A young woman, distressed, exclaimed that his actions were too dangerous. She whispered his name, Su-Hyun, as he held her close, clearly concerned for her well-being. She reassured him, saying she was all right. He responded that it was important for her to survive. The scene shifted to show them sitting together on the ground. Su-Hyun comforted the young woman as she rested against him. Su-Hyun's head was lowered, his expression unreadable. A sense of foreboding filled the air. Two monstrous wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. Su-Hyan Kim knelt on the ground, his back to the viewer, his body racked with an unseen exhaustion. A reddish-brown dust swirled around him, hinting at a recent struggle. He looked up, his face partially obscured by shadow, and muttered a question to unseen assailants. The young man's face was now fully visible, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. He challenged his opponents. Two monstrous, wolf-like creatures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. They were ready to attack. With surprising speed, Su-Hyan reacted, launching a powerful attack that sent the creatures flying. He smirked, confident in his abilities, as he addressed his opponents. Su-Hyan's attack sent one of the creatures crashing into a nearby bench, causing a young woman to fall to the ground. The other creature lunged at him, but he was ready. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly defeated. The scene cuts to a high angle, showing Su-Hyan and the unconscious woman from above. Su-Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, lay on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. His expression was one of exhaustion and slight self-disgust. He internally lamented his pathetic stamina. The question of his weakness weighed heavily on his mind. Despite his exhaustion, he decided to head home. A friend, whose identity remains unknown, helped him to his feet and supported him as they walked. As they walked, a sharp pain shot through Su-Hyan's back, a lingering effect from a previous injury. He winced, his face contorting in pain. His companion noticed his discomfort and paused, concerned. Su-Hyan's thoughts turned to something else entirely. Night had fallen. The sky was a blend of purple and blue. Su-Hyan and his companion arrived at a large building, presumably his home. Sun Kim avoke on a coat, breathing heavily. He had finally made it back. Relieved, he noted that he had found an address in his wallet, avoiding the fate of being stranded on the streets. Su-Hyan, still recovering, lay on the floor of what appeared to be a kitchen. A young man, presumably his brother, observed him with a concerned expression, checking his phone. The young man reassured Soo Hyun that his mother was with him, implying everything would be all right. The young man, however, seemed troubled, muttering about running away. His expression was one of deep worry and uncertainty. Suddenly, Soo Hyun was attacked, his internal monologue questioning why this was happening. The attacker questioned Soo Hyun about putting himself in danger. Soo Hyun collapsed on the couch, unconscious. The young man stood over him, his face a mask of grim determination. Soo Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stared intently ahead, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, held a depth that belied his outward appearance. A surge of energy, a bright cyan light, crackled around him, hinting at something extraordinary. The energy continued to surge, its intensity growing. He examined his hand, a small cut visible. Body, why is it so weak? He wondered, his voice laced with disbelief. He shook his head, his frustration evident. To think that it's so weak that it struggles to fight off a couple of monsters, he mused, a hint of despair in his tone. His face contorted in anger. Was I really reborn into such a useless being? He thought, his voice filled with self-loathing. A vision flashed before his eyes. Sung-in Kim, his past self, stood with his back turned, a powerful warrior in dark attire, his sword at his side. The vision intensified, the words "just to repeat my past mistakes," echoing in his mind. Another surge of energy, even more powerful than before, erupted from him. A surge of energy, a bright blue light, pulsed and crackled in the air. It seemed to emanate from a digital interface, a grid of light fracturing and reforming. Soo Hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, sat calmly in his room. A message appeared on his computer screen. Tower of Trials? Registering. He told himself to remain calm, especially now. Soo Hyun's face was partially visible, his expression unreadable. The word "user" appeared on the screen. The screen displayed the word "approved." Soo Hyun's eyes held a hint of anticipation. A bright blue portal shimmered into existence. A message appeared above it. Subject Kim Soo-hyun. The portal opened, and Soo Hyun stood before it. A message appearing below. Gate open. Soo Hyun stepped into the portal, a blue light enveloping him. He looked around his surroundings, a question forming in his mind. Abyss? He realized that an abyss door had opened. This body, he thought, must have some talent as an awakened. Soo Hyun pondered the implications. The thought occurred to him. So what does that mean? I can start all over again in the body of Kim Soo-hyun. Soo Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, reflected on his past life as Sung-in Kim, the world's most powerful awakened. He realized that his current awakening was progressing much faster than it had in his previous life. A pensive expression settled on his face as he contemplated this accelerated progression. He resolved to act without delay. A surge of energy enveloped Soo Hyun, a stark contrast of light and dark. He was transported to a new location. A digital message appeared before him. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials loomed before him, a colossal structure. It was also known as the Abyss, a place where demons were punished for eternity. Soo Hyun learned that clearing the first floor would grant him the qualifications to become an awakened. He would grow stronger by clearing the trials of higher floors. The narrator explained that most people aim to clear the higher floors of the tower. However, there's a system within the tower that is more important than the floors themselves. A message appeared, announcing the start of a trial for subject Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun, a young man with short dark hair, was shown in profile, his expression serious. The system prompted Soo-hyun to select a difficulty level. He could choose from a minimum of level 1 to a maximum of level 10. Without hesitation, he chose level 10. The system confirmed his selection of level 10 for the difficulty. The narrator explained that the level system coexists with the floors in the abyss, affecting enemy strength and rewards. The higher the level, the stronger the enemies, but also the greater the reward. Soo-hyun acknowledged that choosing a higher level meant a greater risk. A voice, seemingly disembodied, echoed a principle. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. An abstract image of a digital interface flashed across the screen, hinting at a complex system. Soo Hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, lay sprawled on a shimmering, blue, grid-like floor. The words Tower of Trials, Floor 1, appeared in a digital box above him. A wave of energy pulsed around him as he began to regain consciousness. Soo Hyun stood in a large, circular chamber, the walls adorned with intricate carvings. A digital message announced, setting up level 10 trial. He chuckled to himself, acknowledging his choice of difficulty. However, a doubt lingered. Would he truly be all right? He reflected on his past life, remembering that he could only reach level 8 in the Tower of Trials. Despite his apprehension, he resolved to proceed. He knew he had to do this. He braced himself, understanding that repeating the mistakes of his past life was unacceptable. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, stood amidst the ruins of a fallen civilization. He had failed, and now, staring into the abyss of his own demise, he was certain of his fate, to repeat the same tragic end. But then, unexpectedly, he awoke. 20 years in the past, reborn as Soo Hyun Kim, an ordinary high school student. Before him, a selection of weapons materialized, a shimmering array of blades and bludgeons. He found himself in a strange, ethereal space, surrounded by countless weapons. A voice, disembodied and echoing, instructed him to choose his weapon. Su-hyun, still disoriented, looked around. He was in an arena, facing two monstrous creatures. The air crackled with anticipation. A digital message appeared, announcing the start of his trial. With newfound resolve, Su-hyun reached out and grasped the sword, its energy thrumming in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But then, a surge of determination washed over him. He knew he had to proceed. This was his second chance. A few hours passed. Su-hyun was ready. Night fell over the city. A full moon hung in the sky, casting long shadows across the urban landscape. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, let out a terrified scream. Panic seized him. He cried out desperately for help, his voice trembling with fear. Suddenly, two monstrous wolf-like creatures appeared, their eyes glowing menacingly. Su-hyun fell to the ground in terror. He stammered, barely able to utter the word monster. The monsters lunged, sending Su-hyun crashing into a wall. He pleaded for help, his voice filled with desperation as the creatures closed in. One of the monsters bared its fangs, preparing to strike. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Su-hyun. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a surge of ethereal energy. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, reflected a profound determination. He declared, "I finally found you." With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, a blue energy trail blazing in his wake. His target, a monstrous wolf-like creature, was caught completely off guard by the unexpected attack. Su-hyun, moving with impossible speed, delivered a powerful blow to the creature. Another, smaller wolf-like creature watched from a nearby rooftop. He then swiftly grabbed a nearby object, a simple, green umbrella, and prepared to use it as a weapon. With a blur of motion, he hurled the umbrella, its trajectory a streak of green against the backdrop of the city. The umbrella struck the smaller wolf with surprising force, sending it reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Su-hyun unleashed a devastating energy blast, targeting both creatures simultaneously. The combined force of the attack obliterated the monsters, leaving behind only scattered debris and a lingering blue energy. A blinding flash of light erupted from the ground, radiating outwards in a chaotic pattern. From the heart of the explosion, a monstrous wolf-like creature emerged, its eyes glowing menacingly red. The creature stood amidst the rubble of a shattered city street. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, appeared before the beast. He spoke, a hint of grim determination in his voice. He wouldn't let the creature pass. The wolf let out a low growl, seemingly unfazed by the young man's words. Despite the threat, the young man reassured himself that everything would be all right. A brilliant blue energy surged from the young man's hand, taking the form of a blade of light. The ethereal blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The aftermath of the attack was a brilliant white light, obscuring the scene. A voice, calm and assured, spoke from behind the light. The young man would be right behind the creature. As the light faded, the young man stood revealed, his eyes burning with resolve. He was ready. Awakened Kim Su-hyun, having cleared the Tower of Trials, reached the 10th floor of the first level. A news reporter stood before a large screen, his expression grave. He announced that the frequency of dungeon formations had recently increased dramatically. He continued, explaining that the current number of dungeons was estimated to be 3 times higher than when they first appeared in 2019. The sudden appearance of dungeons had a significant impact, sparking widespread controversy. The reporter then compared dungeons to towers of trials, noting their similarities while highlighting key differences in their structure and level systems. The reporter stated that they would begin examining the differences between dungeons and towers of trials using the information currently available. A screen displayed complex data streams, hinting at the intricate systems governing dungeons and towers of trials. The report continued, explaining that all these structures appeared around the same time, and the world's attention quickly turned to them. As people discovered more uses for the energy sources found within the dungeons, ether stones, their prices skyrocketed. The rewards found within dungeons significantly impact not only daily life, but also the global economy. Awakened individuals, naturally, benefit materially from dungeon raids. A shadowy figure gleefully clutches a handful of crystals and money, a satisfied grin on his face, amidst a shower of cash and gems. Several glowing crystals float against a black background. However, there's a phenomenon called an outbreak, where monsters escape from dungeons into the real world. A man in a suit presents a chart illustrating the correlation between dungeon levels and the severity of outbreaks. Higher-level dungeons pose a greater threat. More crystals, smaller this time, scatter across a dark background. The frequency of outbreaks is increasing, with stronger monsters emerging from growing dungeons. This trend is expected to accelerate in the near future, specifically in 2028. This escalating crisis threatens to bring about the Earth's ruin. A stark, black and white image depicting a chaotic, almost abstract scene. Vertical lines dominate the composition, suggesting a sense of unease and disarray. Someone asked Soo-hyun if he had seen his updated rank. A group of people reacted to Soo-hyun's ranking. One of them noted that this was the first time they had seen that name. Another asked how he had cleared the first floor with such a high score. Soo-hyun's score was 2,230 points, far exceeding the second-place score of 940 points. Two men discussed Soo-hyun, calling him an insane rising star. The scene shifted to a town square where a group of people stood before a glowing portal labeled, "Welcome to the Tower of Trials." Someone asked, "Who is Kim Soo-hyun?" Soo-hyun, seemingly relieved, let out a sigh of relief. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked through the town square. He reflected on the passage of time since his last visit, a wistful expression on his face. His gaze was steady, his expression thoughtful. He was, in truth, Soo-hyun Kim, the world's most powerful awakened, reborn 20 years in the past. His thoughts turned to the Tower of Trials, a place known as the Abyss, a colossal structure where countless awakened once gathered. Each floor of the Abyss was a world unto itself, with unique environments, climates, and cultures. However, all floors shared a common feature. To ascend, one had to overcome a trial. Currently, the second floor served as a haven for the awakened, offering easy access to various items. But this convenience came at a cost. To enjoy this advantage, one needed to accumulate sufficient achievement points on the first floor. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, a winged beast, appeared, its attack causing a shockwave. The creature crashed to the ground, defeated. The impact shook the earth. The scene opens with a dark, almost entirely black background, punctuated by a large, roughly drawn circle in white, suggesting a powerful energy discharge or impact. A large, reptilian creature, resembling a pterosaur, lies dead on a tiled floor, blood pooling around it. A young man with short dark hair, dressed in simple clothing and wielding a sword, stands over the carcass, breathing heavily. He had clearly just defeated it. The young man wipes sweat from his brow, relieved. A digital message appears before him. You have passed the first floor's trial. He reflects on his victory, noting that his past life's memories were crucial to his success. He muses that the more he fights, the more his past life's instincts return. He confidently asserts that he will continue to overcome challenges with the help of these memories. The young man stands proudly, sword in hand, his expression resolute. Another digital message appears, confirming his perfect victory and listing his rewards, various achievement points. The rewards are detailed, increases to his stats, and a current ranking of first place. He notes that even though he's only at level 10, the rewards are substantial, and his stats are increasing faster than in his past life. His achievement points total 2230. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst the remnants of battle, his expression thoughtful. A digital display flickered before him, showing a substantial number of achievement points. He pondered whether his accumulated points were sufficient to proceed to the next level of the dungeon. Satisfied with his current score, Soo-hyun considered embarking on a shopping spree. He approached a shop, its sign indicating it was a bookstore. Soo-hyun continued walking down the street. He paused, his gaze fixed on the bookstore sign. A dark-haired woman with striking purple eyes smiled subtly. She sat behind a counter in a dimly lit shop, surrounded by towering bookshelves. A young man with short, dark hair entered the shop. He seemed hesitant, as if unsure of himself. The woman spoke, her voice calm and inviting. She offered to help him find whatever he needed. She introduced herself as Veli, a dark elf skill merchant. She also mentioned that if he wasn't looking for anything specific, she could offer recommendations. The young man, seemingly already knowing what he wanted, stated that he was looking for the leap skill. He also needed the transformation skill. Veli observed him, a thoughtful expression on her face. She noted that someone had clearly given him some advice. However, she questioned whether he could actually afford the skills. A woman with dark hair, wearing a traditional style robe, sat at a desk, a pen in her hand. She looked over some papers, a pipe resting on the desk beside her. A caption read, "Leap is 150 points and transformation is 1,000 points." The scene shifted to a young man with short, dark hair and bright eyes. He wore a light brown hoodie. A single syllable, "Hey," appeared next to him. A digital display appeared, showing a transaction. The words "here" and "you have paid 1150 points" were visible. The young man stood before the woman from the previous panel. She held out a small object to him. A single, almost imperceptible sound, exclamation point, was shown. The young man looked surprised and confused. He exclaimed, "What's with these points? Just what did you do?" He questioned his own calculations internally. I don't think my math was wrong. That's not what I mean." The woman explained, "There hasn't been a single person that earned over 1,000 points on the first floor. Are you really someone from the second floor?" The young man responded, "Of course, I rushed up here just now." He added, "I'm just a normal customer." Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood in a grand library, his gaze fixed on a young woman studying diligently at a nearby desk. The air hummed with an unspoken energy, a subtle hint of something extraordinary. The scene shifted to a picturesque town, nestled amongst rolling hills under a bright blue sky. The idyllic setting offered a stark contrast to the memories that haunted Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun examined a small, worn pouch. He wondered aloud if he should take a look inside. The pouch, he realized, was a dimensional pocket, often referred to as an inventory. He sat on a park bench, reviewing his inventory. He was confident he hadn't forgotten anything. Soo-hyun initiated an appraisal of the items within his dimensional pocket. 2 books, one red and one blue, shimmered into view. A digital display appeared, detailing the mana requirements for various skills. He learned that every skill had a required mana level for an awakened to acquire it. The display showed the skills Leap and Transformation, along with their respective mana costs and descriptions. He noted that the skills acquired would grow stronger with increased proficiency. Further information revealed that some skills possessed levels that could be raised in addition to proficiency. This type of skill was called a level growth type skill, and they were exceptionally rare. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, examined a small vial containing a purple liquid. He mused that there was only one growth type skill available in the Tower of Trials, and that it was a transformation skill. He considered the importance of such a skill. The vial contained a low-grade mana catalyst, diluted with water, costing 700p. He learned that the catalyst would amplify his mana level and load according to his abilities. It was an item that could increase his magical power by a set amount without climbing the tower or raiding dungeons. Soo-hyun, standing with his back to the viewer, saw that it could be obtained from the basic rewards shop after completing his trial. The shop interface showed an antidote, the low-grade mana catalyst, and a low-grade potion. It was easy to overlook the trial rewards shop while focusing on reaching the next floor, but hidden treasures awaited those who looked closely. Soo-hyun carefully examined the low-grade mana catalyst. He reflected that the low-grade mana catalyst was particularly useful for boosting magical abilities in the early stages. Despite its unpleasant taste, he found a measure of relief in having his memories from his previous life. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, lost in thought. He mused on the concept of transformation and the power of the magic catalyst, recognizing the significance of possessing such knowledge at this point in his life. He considered the implications of using this newfound knowledge. Then, he approached someone, uttering a simple greeting. Soo-hyun approached another young man, who reacted with surprise. He found himself unable to sense the other's presence until that very moment. This puzzled him. Soo-hyun wondered who this person could be. The other young man, seemingly unfazed, apologized for startling him. Soo-hyun's eyes widened in recognition. He knew who this person was. A sudden, intense vision overwhelmed him, showing a grim scene of a battlefield littered with fallen warriors, a stark reminder of his past life as Sung-in Kim. The vision lingered, leaving Soo-hyun shaken and deeply affected. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, found himself in a blinding flash of light. The remnants of his previous life, a chaotic blur of battle and despair, faded into a deep, unsettling darkness. He awoke disoriented, his vision slowly clearing to reveal a close-up of his own face. Younger, softer, unfamiliar. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. A name, barely a whisper at first, echoed in his mind. Choi Hakjin? The name Choi Hakjin appeared, stark against the black background. A young man with reddish-brown hair stood with his back to the viewer, a large sword strapped to his back. He wore casual clothing. It was revealed that he was a genius among the awakened, dwelling within the abyss. However, in the near future, a dark fate awaited him. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, the young man standing amidst a pile of fallen swords and bodies. He became the main culprit in the massacre of a large guild. The young man's face was obscured, his head bowed low. The scene opens with a view of an empty space, setting the stage for the events to unfold. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with reddish-brown hair, is introduced. He carries a sword strapped to his back, his expression relaxed and almost sleepy. Soo-hyun is approached by another young man. Soo-hyun, noticing the other's intense gaze, self-consciously asks if something is on his face. The other young man replies that he was simply surprised. Soo-hyun reflects that the other young man had a more menacing aura in the past. Soo-hyun asked what the other young man wanted to talk about. The other young man reveals that he has been following Soo-hyun since he left the store. He explains that he was impressed by Soo-hyun's discerning eye for equipment, noting the variety of items he purchased. Soo-hyun is surprised and slightly disturbed to learn he was being followed. The other young man, a hint of a predatory smile on his face, says, "So about that." The scene opens with a close-up of a wooden staff, partially visible, suggesting a setting that is both familiar and slightly mysterious. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and intense blue eyes, sits on a park bench, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he swallows hard, his internal anxiety palpable. A friendly golden retriever, its tail wagging enthusiastically, approaches Su-hyun. The dog's thought bubble conveys an invitation. Do you want to be in party together? Su-hyun, startled by the unexpected proposition, looks confused. He responds with a hesitant, sorry. A glowing blue screen appears, displaying a message. You have escaped with treasure of the Charles clan. A second message follows, warning. The angry Charles clan members will come after you in order to get their treasure back. A final message flashes on screen. Escape with the treasure. The words, and survive in this forest, appeared on a screen, a stark message. A reptilian creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing ominously. The creature tilted its head, a low growl rumbling in its chest. It uttered a sound that resembled a no. The creature sniffed the air, its long, reptilian tongue flicking out. Two more reptilian creatures appeared, also sniffing the air. They seemed to be tracking something. Su-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, watched them from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. He let out a quiet hoo. Su-hyun was perched high in a tree, observing the three reptilian creatures below. He thought to himself that the Charles clan, known for their exceptional tracking abilities, were proving to be too much of a challenge. Their pursuit was relentless. One of the reptilian creatures looked up, its gaze fixed on Su-hyun's hiding place. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat amidst a sun-dappled forest, his brow furrowed in concentration. He examined a necklace clutched in his hands, a troubled expression clouding his features. He wondered aloud. Just what on earth is this for the attack to be this difficult? A blue screen appeared before him, displaying the words, Treasure of the Charles clan, in no effect. He continued to study the necklace, his gaze lingering on the pendant. He concluded, I think it's useless aside from the fact that I need to protect it. Su-hyun leaned against a tree, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be contemplating his next move. Another blue screen appeared, this time reading, and survive in this forest. A sudden realization struck him, causing him to let out a small gasp. A reptilian humanoid, armed with a spear and shield, emerged from the forest, sniffing the air. Su-hyun, reacting swiftly, drew a hidden blade and prepared for combat. The creature lunged, and the two clashed. A goblin lunged forward, its crude spear aimed at Su-hyun. The attack was swift, but not unexpected. With a blur of motion, Su-hyun deflected the blow, his own blade a silver streak against the goblin's dull weapon. He moved with a speed and precision that belied his youthful appearance. The force of the impact sent the goblin reeling, its feet kicking up dust and debris as it stumbled backward. Su-hyun followed through, his blade arcing in a deadly arc that cleaved through the goblin's defenses. The creature let out a high-pitched shriek before collapsing. He moved with terrifying efficiency, each strike precise and lethal. The air crackled with energy as he effortlessly dispatched his foes. Su-hyun paused, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He stared at the fallen goblins, a grim determination etched on his face. He realized something crucial. He needed to eliminate every single creature in this forest. Emerging from the trees, a horde of goblins surrounded him, their spears and crude weapons glinting menacingly in the dappled sunlight. Su-hyun stood his ground, his expression unwavering. The battle was far from over. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a dense forest, the air thick with an unnatural energy. A reptilian creature, small but ferocious, lunged at him from the shadows, its movements surprisingly swift and agile. Su-hyun reacted instantly, his body moving with an unnatural speed, deflecting the creature's attack with ease. He swiftly dispatched the creature, a surge of energy coursing through him as he did so. A notification appeared before his eyes. He had gained achievement points. More creatures emerged, but Su-hyun moved with a grace and power far beyond his apparent capabilities. He leaped into action. He effortlessly dispatched them one after another, each defeated creature adding to his achievement points. The battle left Su-hyun slightly injured, but he stood victorious, his breath ragged. He reflected on the fight, realizing that these creatures traveled in groups, making solo encounters potentially dangerous and prolonged. He considered the advantages of a party. Meanwhile, another young man, contemplating the increasing difficulty of the dungeons and the challenges of recruiting a party, voiced his concerns about the future. A young man with short, dark hair was questioned about the level of something. He was asked if he had a reason for it to be level 8. The scene shifted to another young man with reddish-brown hair, a relaxed expression, and a sword strapped to his back. The first young man responded that he had his own reasons. The first young man, now shown with bloodstains on his face, thought that level 8 was too low for his goal. He then leaped forward, sword in hand. A monstrous figure wielding a large axe appeared. The young man braced himself against the monstrous beast. The young man continued his advance. He declared that the boss had finally appeared. Leap. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, launched himself into the air, his movements surprisingly agile as he drew his sword. He was falling towards a monstrous figure, its horns and imposing stature visible even from above. The monster, A hulking beast with dark, menacing features loomed large beneath him. Su-Hyan's inner voice declared his intent to bring down the apex predator. He braced himself, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepared to strike. A faint blue glow emanated from the pendant around his neck. With a burst of energy, Su-Hyan unleashed a devastating attack, his sword leaving trails of blue light as it sliced through the air, striking multiple enemies. The reward for clearing the second floor of the Tower of Trials was revealed, the treasure of the Charles clan. It was a necklace that could heal all injuries and remove any status ailments. It had 5 uses remaining. Kim Soo-hyun, sitting by a fire, reflected on his unexpected reward. He mused that hunting the monsters instead of running away had been the right decision. His status screen showed his current stats. Mana load 18, mana level 3, strength 34, agility 31, stamina 31, reflexes 37, fatigue 81. His skills were leap and transformation. He noted that his stats were increasing faster than in his previous life. The transformation skill, at mana level 2, allowed him to imitate a target's physical abilities. Using transformation, he had been able to understand the boss's habits. The unique ability of the Charles clan head was Berserker. Berserker was a skill that temporarily enhanced physical abilities, the duration depending on stamina and fatigue levels. He thought this would be useful in future emergencies. Soo-hyun smiled, satisfied with his progress. Soo-Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself deep within a dark forest. He muttered to himself, considering the progress he'd made. If he could maintain this pace, he thought, perhaps this time would be different. A digital readout appeared before him, displaying his fatigue level, 81%. Despite the exhaustion evident on his face, a determined glint remained in his eyes. As he pushed onward, a surge of energy crackled around him. He decided to postpone further contemplation until he escaped the forest. With a final burst of power, he broke free from the forest confines. Emerging from the woods, Soo-Hyan found himself before a familiar building, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. He stood before his home, a look of slight apprehension on his face. Inside, a warm and inviting scene awaited him, a table laden with a delicious-looking meal. He sat down to eat, the aroma filling his senses. Soo-Hyan, a young man with short black hair, looked at the food on the table with a questioning expression. He asked his mother, "Oh my, wait mom, what's all this?" His mother, whose hand was visible in the previous panel, responded with a soft tone, expressing her regret at only being able to do so much despite his efforts to save her. She added that he must have been exhausted from studying and working despite his injuries. Soo-Hyan, still looking somewhat bewildered, acknowledged his exhaustion, mentioning that he had even gone to work yesterday, despite his injuries. His mother smiled gently at him from across the kitchen counter. The mother then rhetorically questioned how difficult it could be to prepare a meal for her son. Soo-Hyan's gaze shifted, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suyeon riman pensive. A table laden with a hearty meal, a stew, rice, sausages, and grilled meat, was shown, with Soo-Hyan's hands visible resting on his lap. Soo-Hyan picked up his fork and began to eat the rice. Soo-Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, his face partially obscured, lost in thought. He ate a bowl of rice with quiet intensity, his expression unreadable. After finishing, he quietly expressed his gratitude to his mother. He bowed his head, a weight of unspoken words heavy on his shoulders. Soo-Hyan acknowledged his inability to truly become her son, despite his gratitude. His mother, noticing his unusual behavior, expressed concern. She commented on how much he ate, noting his hunger. Soo-Hyan, in response, made a solemn vow to protect her. The scene ends with an unspoken understanding between mother and son. The Abyss online game interface displayed the Tower of Trials leaderboard. Information about the second floor's top-ranked player was prominently featured. An online news article detailed the exclusive information surrounding the top player's identity. The article revealed that the first-place player on the second floor of the Tower of Trials had accumulated 2,230 points. The player's name, Kim Soo-hyun. The online discussion surrounding this news was lively and intense. Online comments speculated about the identity of the top-ranked player, with some expressing disbelief at the high score. The mystery surrounding Kim Soo-hyun's identity fueled further online discussion and speculation. In his room, Kim Soo-hyun sat at his desk, seemingly unaware of the online buzz surrounding him. He looked pensive, a slight bead of sweat on his brow. More online comments highlighted the unusual nature of Kim Soo-hyun's achievement, questioning his equipment and past performance. Soo-Hyan Kim, a high school student, sat hunched over his keyboard, his brow furrowed in concentration. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. His expression was one of intense focus, bordering on anxiety. He was clearly struggling with something. He leaned back, his gaze drifting away from the screen. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. The screen displayed a ranking. Tower of Trials second floor, first ranker's points 2,230. Kim Soo-hyun. He was the top-ranked player. A discussion about his score unfolded in the chat. Some questioned the authenticity of his points, while others expressed disbelief. The chat continued, with many users wondering about his identity and the game's connection to Earth. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat hunched over his computer, his gaze fixed on the screen. His hands, bearing faint bandages, moved swiftly across the keyboard. A thought bubble appeared above him, revealing his internal musings. He noted that guilds were actively trying to scout him. Soo-hyun let out a frustrated sigh, muttering to himself. He recognized that the situation was becoming increasingly problematic. The scene shifted to Seoul, Gangnam. A large building stood tall against the twilight sky. It was the Ares Guild headquarters. Inside the Ares Guild headquarters, someone spoke in surprise. Another individual, looking at his phone, reacted to the news about Kim Soo-hyun, the recent top-ranking awakened. Inside a modern office, a man with a stern expression and a neatly trimmed beard spoke to a younger man, who was looking down at his phone. It seems like he awakened around the same time as you. Do you know anything? The younger man, with reddish-brown hair, responded casually. He didn't think he'd ever met the other man before. The older man countered, pointing out that the tower was quite large. The younger man acknowledged this point before being interrupted. The older man inquired about the progress of the attack on the third floor. Leaning back, the younger man reported that he was handling level 8, a higher level than others, but believing it might cause problems later. The older man added that a strong challenger, Kim Soo-hyun, had appeared. Kim Soo-hyun, the younger man, looked thoughtful. Soo-hyun Kim sat patiently, listening to his instructor. He had been searching for someone to challenge him on the third floor of the tower, but so far, no one was strong enough. Level 8 was proving difficult to find a worthy opponent. His instructor, a stern-looking man with a neatly trimmed beard, observed Soo-hyun with a thoughtful expression. The instructor then offered a solution. If no suitable applicants emerged, he would personally search for a worthy opponent for Soo-hyun. As Soo-hyun prepared to leave, the instructor gave him one final piece of advice, to focus solely on ascending the tower. The instructor's back was turned as he spoke, his departure leaving Soo-hyun alone with his thoughts. A different man, his face partially obscured, spoke to someone off-panel. His words were a cryptic reminder of something already known. The man promised to check in with Soo-hyun in a week's time. He also instructed the off-panel individual to try and befriend Soo-hyun, referring to him as that Kim Soo-hyun guy. Soo-hyun, walking away, muttered to himself, expressing his disdain for the man. That being said, Kim Soo-hyun seemed lost in thought, a pensive expression on his face. He was a young man with short, neatly styled reddish-brown hair. Outside, two figures engaged in a hurried conversation. One, a young man with dark hair, appeared agitated, while the other, slightly older, seemed to be trying to calm him. The younger man pointed excitedly, his eyes wide with surprise. The older man, carrying a camera bag, looked in the direction indicated. Soo-hyun, observing from inside, felt a jolt of recognition. He wondered, no way, is that him? He dismissed the thought. Even if it was the man he suspected, he reasoned, what's going to happen? Soo-hyun resolved to focus on his own path, his gaze hardening with determination. A ghostly image of another Soo-hyun flickered beside him, a mirror image of his current self, but with a more intense and resolute expression. He seemed to be looking towards a distant future. A simple number, 6, appeared in a geometric frame. A digital message appeared, proclaiming that the third floor of the trials had been perfectly cleared. Soo-hyun, having completed the third floor, questioned the length of the promised break. He then successfully completed the fourth floor of the trials, earning additional achievement points. Soo-hyun, having finished his exams, decided to head to the countryside. He had also cleared the 5th and 6th floors of the trials. His mother, noticing his hard work, encouraged him to rest. A message appeared, indicating the successful completion of the 9th floor of the trials. Soo-hyun, having finished his studies, prepared to leave the house. He bid his mother farewell, assuring her he would return. 1 year later, on Saturday, July 12, 2022, Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, is shown. He is seen boarding a high-speed train. The train speeds through a tunnel. Soo-hyun reflects that the journey has taken longer than expected. He notes that a year has passed since his last major challenge. Soo-hyun arrives at his destination and walks. He thinks about his recent final exams and expresses relief at having cleared the 9th floor of a certain challenge. He considers the time needed to clear the 10th floor and decides that a vacation is a good excuse to leave home. A narration box explains that for awakened individuals challenging the Tower of Trials, the 10th floor is a significant hurdle. The difficulty of the trials in the dungeons increases dramatically every 10 floors, to the point that the 11th and 12th floors are easier than the 10th. That's why most people usually select a level or two lower than the ones they usually challenge. However, the moment you lower the level like that, the floors after that become harder. Soo-hyun clenched his fist. He knew that to prevent that from happening, he had to become stronger. In Anyang, a year from now, the Green Dungeon will appear, causing a large-scale outbreak. A large-scale outbreak of monsters will emerge from the Green Dungeon. This will be the first incident where humanity is threatened. Soon after that, the Gyeonggi-do incident will occur on New Year's. These are the futures he has to change. Soo-hyun, determined, prepares himself. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. His expression was one of quiet determination, a stark contrast to his casual attire. He silently vowed to himself, "I'm going to change them." With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Soo-hyun walked away from the city's bustling streets, his figure silhouetted against the vibrant sunset. His thoughts turned inward. This time, I'll definitely protect it. The location of his next destination was revealed, the Tower of Trials. A colossal structure, the 10th floor entrance of the Tower of Trials, loomed before him, a gateway to untold challenges. Soo-hyun approached the entrance, his steps measured and resolute. An older man, observing Soo-hyun from a distance, remarked, "Looks like you're going to the 10th floor." He continued, "I won't try to stop you, but how about giving me just one before you go?" Sung-in Kim, or rather, Soo-hyun Kim as he is now known, sat on the ground, his posture slumped. The location, the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials, a place of immense danger. Most would have ignored the beggar before him, but Soo-hyun felt a pull, a sense of importance surrounding the old man. Soo-hyun's intuition proved correct. The beggar's role was indeed crucial. A notification appeared, confirming a donation of 5,000 achievement points. He extended his hand, a soft blue light emanating from his palm. The beggar, surprised, mirrored the gesture, their hands meeting in a transfer of energy. The beggar remarked on Soo-hyun's generosity, to which Soo-hyun replied that the old man was a person of value. The beggar, expressing gratitude, offered his services. Soo-hyun asked for information about the 10th floor. The beggar readily agreed, his expression turning serious as he prepared to share vital intel. He began to explain the dangers and challenges awaiting Soo-hyun on the 10th floor. Soo-hyun acknowledged the value of the information, but felt obligated to offer something in return for such crucial intel. A warning was issued, "Beware the village chief." An elderly man, his face etched with worry, looked on. A young man, Soo-hyun, questioned if that was all the information he would receive. He sat near a glowing portal, seemingly exhausted. Soo-hyun confirmed that the information was indeed limited, though he considered it an ambiguous hint. He reflected that while the information was vague, the gatekeeper's intel was never wrong. He concluded that this would suffice. A final word of caution was given. "Be careful." Soo-hyun stepped through the portal, leaving behind a trail of swirling dust. He walked away, his back to the viewer, into an ethereal landscape. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. His expression was one of grim determination. A thought bubble appeared above him, revealing the number, level 10. A surge of energy enveloped him, and he braced himself for the trial ahead. Emerging from the energy, Soo-hyun's eyes glowed with power. He stood resolute, ready to face whatever challenges lay before him. A panoramic view revealed a sprawling town, the setting for his upcoming trial. Soo-hyun stood before a lush landscape, his katana at his side, ready to begin the trial's 10th floor. Instructions appeared. Find the trial's aim to clear it. A final instruction appeared. Please don't die. The location was identified as the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. A hand reached out and plucked a single, ripe red berry from a bush. A young girl, upon receiving the berry, exclaimed excitedly about her good luck. She reflected on her unexpectedly successful berry picking, expressing surprise at filling an entire basket. Sitting on a tree branch, the girl happily surveyed her bounty. She decided to eat just one berry, given the abundance she had collected. As she ate the berry, an intense light enveloped her. The light revealed a large, green reptilian creature lying unconscious beneath her. A monstrous lizard-like creature, its eyes gleaming with malice, peered down from a tree branch. Its clawed hand reached towards something below. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short brown hair, stood below, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking above. He was carefully picking up a bright red berry from the forest floor. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed through the forest. The creature lunged, its attack swift and brutal. Terror seized Soo-hyun as he desperately cried out for help. He was running for his life, the monstrous lizard hot on his heels. Soo-hyun continued his frantic escape, his breath ragged. He stumbled, his body hitting the ground hard. The lizard was upon him. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was grappling with an unseen assailant, his face contorted in exertion. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to hold on. As Soo-hyun braced himself, a transformation began. A description of the Berserker transformation appeared, detailing its ability to maximize physical capabilities at the cost of stamina. With a burst of energy, Soo-hyun launched a powerful kick, sending his unseen opponent flying. The impact revealed the opponent, a massive salamander, now crashing to the ground. Soo-hyun, eyes blazing with newfound power, prepared for another attack. He unleashed a swift, precise strike. The salamander, weakened by the previous blow, was unable to defend itself against this final assault. Soo-hyun stood victorious, A message confirming his defeat of the huge salamander flashed before his eyes. A bright, ethereal glow filled the void, a stark contrast to the darkness that preceded it. A young girl, her face etched with fear and exertion, was being carried by a young man. He addressed her with a calm, almost reassuring, "Kiddo." The girl, still visibly distressed, struggled slightly against his hold as he continued to carry her. He continued to carry the girl through a dark forest, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a quiet town, the sky heavy with dark clouds. The young man carrying the girl spoke. "As I was saying," he continued, "I'm not a kidnapper." He explained, "I was just an outsider that happened to save a kid as I was passing by." Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood before a closed door, his hand reaching out hesitantly. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. He was accused of having ulterior motives. The voice continued, dismissing any notion of a hostage situation as meaningless, given the village had nothing of value to steal. Soo-yeon looked at their Levi Wildev. Soo-han, sweating slightly, muttered to himself that there must have been a misunderstanding. Outside, he reflected on the absurdity of being mistaken for a kidnapper. He questioned why this had happened, emphasizing his innocence. From a hidden vantage point, a young girl watched Soo-hyun leave the village. Her expression was one of worry and concern. A plea echoed in the desolate cityscape. "Please save the village that's in danger, and please survive." Soo-hyun Kim, a young man in a dark blue jacket, walked through the city, his katana strapped to his back. The atmosphere was grim, heavy with snow. He reflected on the situation. On top of a dreary atmosphere, I have villagers who are hostile towards me. Soo-hyun continued his journey through the village, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The 10th floor, he mused, was markedly different from the rest. He pondered his mission, but to save the village and to survive. I'm sure there's some meaning behind it. Soo-hyun wondered aloud. Where can I get some information? Hidden in the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes watched him from behind a building. He concluded, looks like it'd be hard to get it from the people. Soo-hyun observed that the people within the trial, though non-player characters, were frighteningly realistic in their thoughts and actions. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself pondering the unsettling nature of his surroundings. It felt profoundly unnatural, far removed from any programmed simulation. He walked through a village, the atmosphere heavy with unease. The villagers shunned him, their attitude mirroring the fear and despair that permeated the village, a place gripped by a sense of impending doom. He silently acknowledged the grim resemblance to a dark period in his past. The world around him felt like it was on the brink of collapse, a chilling premonition of the end. Soo-hyun's expression hardened, a grim determination etched onto his face. He internally scoffed at the predictability of the unfolding events, recognizing the familiar pattern of the impending catastrophe. Soo-hyun sighed, the weight of his past and the foreboding future heavy on his shoulders. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone beneath a tree, his katana resting beside him. He needed to find an informant to help him make progress, but the city streets were deserted. His worn leather boots were the only visible sign of his true nature, hinting at a past far different from his current, unremarkable life. Suddenly, a young girl's voice cut through the silence. Soo-hyun looked up, startled. He recognized the word ajusi, a term of respect for an older man. Peeking from behind the tree, a young girl with short, dark hair watched him cautiously. The girl's voice trembled as she spoke, her words filled with a mixture of fear and recognition. She revealed a shocking truth. She knew him from his previous life, before his death and subsequent rebirth. As Soo-hyun approached, the girl extended her hand, a faint glow emanating from her palm. Soo-hyun stared, a mixture of surprise and apprehension evident on his face. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, a handful of crimson pills spilling from his palm onto the floor. He appeared lost in thought, his expression unreadable. The pills transformed, resolving into a cluster of small, glistening red berries. He then spotted a young girl hiding behind a tree, her face partially obscured. She seemed apprehensive. She shyly offered a quiet thank you. Soo-hyun looked up, a hint of a knowing smile playing on his lips. He seemed amused by the situation. He produced a small burlap sack, his expression shifting to one of playful mischief. Upon seeing the contents, a lavish spread of food, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief and delight. She whispered, "Ah, it's food." A young woman with short brown hair enthusiastically devoured a large, baked good. A sound of satisfaction escaped her lips. She exclaimed how delicious it was. A young man with dark hair, sitting beside her, watched with a mixture of curiosity and slight disbelief. The young man questioned the lack of food in the village, noting the villagers' coldness towards each other due to food scarcity and fear of theft. He observed the villagers' hardship. The young woman explained that the village chief's efforts had kept them afloat until now. The young woman proudly declared the village chief to be their hero. The young man recalled his father's words about the chief's tireless efforts to protect the village. The young woman continued eating, while the young man mused on the situation, then dismissed his thoughts as self-talk. The young man was then asked why he had come to the village. He explained that he was there to offer assistance to the village chief, providing food and dealing with any monsters that might threaten the village. Two individuals conversed, their words laced with apprehension. One recounted witnessing a powerful monster, while the other voiced concern about the impending threat to their village. A confident assertion followed. Monsters were incapable of entering the village. A young child, oblivious to the conversation, happily munched on a piece of food. The reason for the village's safety was revealed. The village chief had implemented a protective measure. A young man, intrigued, requested further details about the protective measure. He was then questioned about his identity as an outsider. The scene shifted to the village square. An elderly man, accompanied by another individual, approached the young man and the child. The elderly man introduced himself as the village chief. A close-up on the village chief's face highlighted his calm demeanor. The young man's internal monologue confirmed the identity of the elderly man as the village chief. A warning was issued: be wary of the village chief. An apology was offered, explaining that food was scarce in the village. The village chief, an elderly woman, listened intently. The chief explained that freely distributing food could disrupt the village's harmony. She questioned the lack of prior permission, hinting at potential consequences. A young man, his face partially obscured, responded. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, stood before three figures: an older man with gray hair and a long robe, a younger man in a dark tunic, and a young woman with short, dark hair. He requested that they refrain from rationing without permission. Soo-hyun questioned if one of the figures was the mayor. Soo-hyun and a young girl with short, dark hair sat together, the girl looking anxious. The girl expressed her desire to meet Soo-hyun. He responded with a questioning, "Hm?" A man, identifying himself as a passerby, explained that he had stumbled upon the village and wished to stay for a few days. He addressed the mayor. The mayor responded with a non-committal "Hm." The mayor warned that villagers were wary of outsiders. Soo-hyun remained alert, his guard up. An elderly villager scolded a young girl, reminding her of the village's strict rules against consuming unauthorized food. The girl, eyes wide with fear and hunger, could only stammer a response. The scene shifted to a young man's hand reaching out, seemingly in response to the girl's plight. The young man reassured the frightened girl, telling her there was no need to be so afraid. He gently stroked her head, offering comfort and a sense of calm. The young man, Soo-hyun, explained to the elder that he had only shared his own food with the girl and did not intend to harm the village. With a gesture, Soo-hyun produced a large sack of food from a dimensional pocket. Soo-hyun assured the villagers that he had more than enough food to share. A villager, overcome with relief and astonishment, exclaimed about the abundance of food. Soo-hyun promised to provide food for the village as long as he remained there. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst the quiet murmur of the trees. He muttered to himself, unconvinced, yet resigned, that even if things didn't improve, it would be all right. A pair of worn leather boots approached, the sound of footsteps echoing softly on the stone path. A voice, calm and authoritative, instructed him to follow. An elderly man with silver hair, braided neatly down his back, turned to face Soo-hyun. He offered a place to stay, a simple act of kindness in the midst of uncertainty. A desperate plea echoed through the air, a prayer for mercy and salvation. Soo-hyun, his brow furrowed in confusion, heard the fervent prayer. He looked around, taking in the scene before him. He realized he was in the midst of a large gathering of people. A religious leader, amidst the crowd, implored for forgiveness and acceptance. Soo-hyun observed, noting the desperation of the people and understanding their need for faith in these trying times. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stared off into space. He muttered to himself, recognizing the scene unfolding before him as something he had witnessed countless times before. The world was ending. Amidst the chaos and destruction, people reacted in a variety of ways, some succumbing to madness. Others, clinging to their faith, hid from the harsh reality. Many abandoned all hope, committing terrible acts in their despair. Soo-hyun, however, remained resolute. He knew, despite the overwhelming despair, that he would eventually prevail. He reflected that the current chaos paled in comparison to the devastation he had witnessed in his past life. At least, he observed, people weren't actively harming each other on a large scale yet. Soo-hyun's expression hardened as he was confronted by a group of people. They offered him a sacrifice, a tainted soul. A young man, bound and kneeling, uttered a plea. "Please bestow." His voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on the ground. He continued, barely a whisper, "Generous peace." A hand, wielding a knife, descended. A voice filled with cruel mockery echoed, "Us pitiful lambs." The knife plunged downwards, the bound man's body jolting violently. A sharp crack echoed through the room as a trapdoor sprung open below the bound man. A group of onlookers watched in horror. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, a glint of steel in their hand. Suhyan's eyes widened, his hand flying to his mouth in shock. He muttered to himself, a grim realization dawning. This place is no different. I guess all people are just the same, and they'll never change, no matter where I go. Two villagers discussed the recent events, their faces etched with worry. One expressed sympathy for Miller's family, acknowledging the tragedy. The other, however, pointed out the necessity of the sacrifice, emphasizing that it was all for the sake of the village. The villager continued, explaining that the mayor had borrowed the power of the earth god to protect their village. He stressed that without the mayor's actions, their village would have been destroyed long ago. Despite the success, a sense of unease hung in the air. The villagers knew that another sacrifice was needed in 3 days, and the question of who would be next weighed heavily on their minds. A young man, Suhyan, walked away from the group, muttering to himself that they should be safe for now. The scene shifted to a group of villagers, their faces obscured by shadow, their eyes glowing menacingly red. One of them spoke, reminding the others that they still had one more person left to sacrifice. The image showed a dark, ominous scene, suggesting a sinister plan was underway. Inside, a messenger reported to the mayor that the ceremony had been a success. However, he also reminded the mayor that they still lacked a sacrifice for the next ceremony in 3 days. The mayor, a man with silver hair, simply responded with a thoughtful HM. One man inquired about the outsider's progress, to which another responded that he hadn't done anything extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the first man deduced that they must have accepted the outsider as a sacrifice. They explained that this was God's plan for him. They would give him a hypnotic drug and throw him into the underground thing on time. Meanwhile, the village was becoming increasingly dangerous. One of the men stated that sacrifice was necessary for the safety of many. However, he was questioned about his willingness to save at least one more villager. A monstrous snake had appeared under the village, feeding only on humans. Thankfully, this monster stopped any other monsters from invading the village, keeping it safe. Despite this, the village was in a state of panic because they didn't know when monsters would invade again. The villagers were overcome with fear and anxiety, unsure of when the next attack would come. The village mayor, an elderly man with weathered features, stood in contemplation. He knew there was only one course of action. He acknowledged the terrible cost, the sacrifice of several villagers. But as the village's hero, he felt it was a necessary evil. He justified his actions, believing it was his duty as the hero. For days passed. A dark, ominous sky loomed over the village. 3 figures, cloaked and hooded, marched through the village, carrying torches. One of them carried a young man, seemingly unconscious. The young man stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Suhyan Kim lay on the ground, his body still, a katana resting beside him. A leather pouch, containing what appeared to be explosives, was strapped to his thigh. Above him, a plea echoed. The villagers begged for forgiveness from a mysterious outsider. He moved with such speed that he appeared to leave a trail of light behind him. The image blurred, leaving only streaks of light. A colossal serpent, scales shimmering with an infernal glow, slithered through the darkness. Its immense size hinted at a power far beyond anything ordinary. The serpent's head emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. 2 luminous orbs, almost ethereal in their glow, hovered near its massive form. Its jaws opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it prepared to strike. A surge of dark energy pulsed from its gaping maw. A series of impacts echoed through the cavern as the serpent struck its prey. The sound was punctuated by a guttural roar. A dark, almost impenetrable curtain of shadows fell across the landscape. A lone figure, clad in simple robes, walked purposefully across the barren earth, seemingly oblivious to the darkness. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and worry, held a burning torch aloft. He stood amidst the desolate landscape, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He mused that the creature must have digested its meal, and soon it would excrete its waste. He then considered the previous monster invasion from the north. He decided to take measures to ensure the creature's waste would be excreted further north. An elderly man's face, etched with worry and surprise, filled the frame. His wide, fearful eyes hinted at a grave discovery. His mouth hung open, a silent gasp frozen on his face. The intensity of his expression spoke volumes. A young man, his face partially obscured, let out a quiet "oh." His posture suggested a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The young man stood before a colossal, slumbering beast, its massive form partially buried in the earth. Blood stained the ground around him. The beast's head slowly rose, its glowing eye fixing on the young man. It spoke, its voice a low rumble. "What brings you here, Mayor?" An old man with long, white hair and piercing eyes stared intensely, his expression etched with worry and concern. His gaze was fixed, his mouth slightly agape, as if he were about to speak, but no sound escaped his lips. A young man, Suhyan Kim, let out a soft, almost inaudible groan. He stood before a colossal, defeated beast, its scales the color of dried blood. A katana rested at his side. The The young man questioned the village chief about his unexpected presence. Su-hyun pondered the meaning of his current situation. The village chief, visibly distressed, watched him with a mixture of fear and apprehension. A question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Did you destroy this monster? Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood in silence, his expression unreadable. He pondered the impossible. How could something so unbelievable have happened? He muttered to himself, the word barely audible, unbelievable. A faint purple aura emanated from Su-hyun as he processed the information. He was told that the monster's death was unexpected. An older man, his face etched with worry and distress, exclaimed, that is... Tears welled in the old man's eyes as he struggled to contain his emotions. He finally managed to utter, it was for the village. The old man explained the dire consequences of killing the snake. If this snake didn't mark its territory, the other monsters in the surrounding area would attack. Su-hyun, his expression unchanged, simply stated, for the village. A conversation unfolded, the words hanging heavy in the air. One voice questioned the other's motives, implying self-interest in their actions. The implication was that the actions were not for the greater good. The second person reacted with shock and disbelief to the accusation. A young man stood before a massive, monstrous creature. He explained that the beast was territorial, nesting and marking its territory until it left. Weaker monsters wouldn't dare approach. However, he added a crucial detail. To keep the monster nesting, it needed to be continuously fed. The young man continued, revealing another unsettling characteristic of the beast. The monster, it turned out, didn't consider those who fed it to be prey. The older man reacted with a gasp of shock and horror. The young man's bloody footprints were shown, a stark contrast to the dusty ground. The implication was that he had been walking through a scene of carnage. The accusation was laid bare. The young man had been feeding villagers to the monster, playing the hero while committing a horrific act. The two men faced each other, the weight of the revelation heavy in the air. The younger man's expression was unreadable, while the older man looked on with a mixture of anger and disbelief. A figure, his face obscured by shadow, wept silently. Large, heavy footsteps approached from above, the ground trembling slightly with each impact. Below, a cloaked figure knelt before a burning pyre. Above them, the giant feet descended, their owner declaring, but your hypocrisy ends here. A crowd of villagers watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear and confusion. A young man with short black hair stood before a massive, defeated snake-like creature. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, questioning the truth of their situation. Their whispers turned to accusations as they realized the village chief had lied to them, using the monster to protect them. A woman sobbed, overcome with disbelief at the revelation. Her companion looked on, equally shocked. An older man spoke, acknowledging the shocking deception, but also the unintended benefit of the chief's actions in preventing further attacks. The villagers anxiously questioned the young man, demanding to know what he would do now that their protector was gone. He simply replied, I'll help you. The villagers, still reeling from the revelation, reacted with a mixture of hope and confusion to his offer of help. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had something he wanted to show others. He revealed something unexpected, causing a reaction of shock and disbelief from those around him. The object of his revelation was a cluster of snake eggs, the offspring of a monstrous creature. Su-hyun's revelation was met with fear and apprehension by a group of villagers. Despite their apprehension, Su-hyun urged them to listen to his plan. He explained that the predatory snake had a unique characteristic. It wouldn't harm its feeder. He proposed using this to raise the baby snakes. One of the eggs hatched, revealing a small snake with glowing red eyes. Su-hyun reassured the villagers, attempting to alleviate their fears. He emphasized that this method would prevent further human sacrifices. A young man, Su-hyun Kim, stood before a group of villagers, his expression serious. He responded to their questioning look with a grim explanation. They would need to feed monsters to something. One of the villagers, seemingly the leader, pondered the proposal. He questioned the practicality, wondering who would capture the monsters in the first place. Su-hyun calmly stated that he would initially handle the monster capture, but emphasized his temporary presence. He would soon leave the village, leaving them to fend for themselves. The villagers reacted with shock and outrage to Su-hyun's plan, voicing their disbelief. One villager vehemently protested, highlighting the absurdity of expecting farmers, equipped only with farming tools, to capture monsters. Su-hyun's expression remained unchanged as he calmly countered their argument. He pointed out the obvious. If they didn't protect their village, who would? His words hung in the air, a stark challenge to their complacency. The villagers, however, were unconvinced. They argued that the task was far more difficult than he made it seem. Su-hyun, showing a hint of frustration, simply told them to give up if they couldn't handle it. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, felt a surge of anger and frustration welling up within him. His eyes, usually calm, blazed with an intensity that belied his youthful appearance. A voice, cold and devoid of empathy, echoed in his mind. or you can give up everything and just keep feeding the villagers to them like before. The image of terrified villagers flashed before his eyes, their faces etched with fear and despair. Suhyan's expression hardened. He recognized the chilling truth in the words. Their helplessness was a bitter pill to swallow. Another voice, this time his own inner voice, cut through the despair and the continuous dependency upon others. This was the core of the problem. A vision of Song-in Kim, the hero of the past, and an elderly man, possibly his mentor, appeared before him. The image served as a stark reminder of the flaws in the previous approach. The inner voice continued its assessment. A weak hero that was formed from others' wills. He saw the villagers again, their faces a mixture of fear and resignation, highlighting their dependence on a savior. Suhyan pondered the situation, a question forming in his mind. Was it too much? He resolved to find a different solution. I'll have to think of another way to clear. He muttered, a surge of determination replacing his earlier despair. We'll do it, he declared, his voice filled with newfound resolve. Suhyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood alone, his intense blue eyes betraying a depth of experience far beyond his years. A quiet determination settled on his face. He found himself in a bustling marketplace, the sights and sounds of daily life a stark contrast to the desolate wasteland he remembered. A woman, her face etched with worry, clutched a young child close. The woman recognized him. You are that kid from before, she said, her voice laced with uncertainty. The child giggled nervously, clutching at the woman's skirt. Suhyan hesitated, unsure of his place in this new reality. He didn't know how much he could help, but a powerful resolve hardened his expression. He wanted to become strong, to protect his people. The woman watched him, a flicker of hope in her eyes. He was, after all, the hero who had once saved the world. You're an awesome kid, she said, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Suhyan's gaze hardened. He knew the task ahead would be monumental, but he was ready. If everyone comes together to combine their strengths, I'm sure you can protect your village, he thought. A young woman, her face alight with hope, spoke to a group of villagers. Her expression was one of quiet determination. She declared her intention to work hard. The villagers watched, a mixture of disbelief and cautious optimism on their faces, as a young boy, Suhyan, declared his resolve to help. Even a child was willing to fight. An older man, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, began to speak, his voice barely a whisper. He declared that they would try to fight back. That was better than simply waiting for death. Others echoed his sentiment, their voices filled with a newfound resolve. Even those initially hesitant now expressed their willingness to fight. A woman, her face clouded with worry, spoke of the villagers' fear and weakness. Suhyan, standing tall despite his apprehension, spoke of their gratitude for the help they had already received. But he also emphasized that while he was there, they should fight alongside him. A surge of energy emanated from Suhyan. Suhyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stared intently at a glowing blue interface. An exclamation point filled his speech bubble, reflecting his surprise. The interface displayed a progress report. The villagers have gained willpower. Completion rate, 60%. He examined the data, his expression unreadable. The screen showed a map of a nearby village. Suhyan mused. Now, then, shall we really get started? The scene shifted to a dark, foreboding cave system. A figure descended a stone staircase, muttering, "Arrogant outsider bastard." Another voice boomed. You dare disrespect me when you know nothing? A close-up revealed a monstrous eye, partially obscured by shadow. A wave of dark energy pulsed outwards, emanating from an unseen source. The eye of a monstrous creature filled the void, its gaze piercing and menacing. An old man, holding a lantern, declared his intention to completely annihilate them. He unleashed a surge of crimson energy. The energy streaked across the sky, leaving a fiery trail. Two villagers examined a captured monstrous bird. One of them, observing the creature, simply stated, I see. The other villager explained their plan. They would place the monster's babies in the village's underground, and if the villagers returned and fed them, they would be safe from the monsters. Suddenly, a giant centipede-like monster appeared. The villagers looked on in fear as the monster was about to attack. A young man, seemingly an outsider, effortlessly dispatched the centipede with incredible speed and skill. One of the villagers remarked on his amazing abilities. The young man swiftly eliminated another monstrous insect, showcasing his exceptional combat prowess. The young man, exhausted but victorious, clutched his sword, his face a mask of grim determination. A blur of motion. A young man, his form a whirlwind of speed and power, moved with impossible grace, a vibrant blue energy trailing behind him like a comet's tail. He cleaved through the air, his movements a symphony of controlled violence, leaving a trail of shattered energy in his wake. The monster before him was no match for his skill. Two older men watched from a distance, one wiping sweat from his brow, the other gasping for breath. Phew! One of them breathed, clearly exhausted. The young man, having finished his work, approached them. He stated, The sun's about to set, so let's stop here. Don't overwork yourself. Come back. He replied simply, all right. I'll go back after I finish things with this monster. A digital display flickered into existence beside him, showing a progress bar. The display read, Tower of Trials, 10th floor completion rate, 90%. He muttered to himself, the baby snake has grown up quite a bit, but the completion rate hasn't gone up at all. He pondered, is it because of the village chief who's missing? He resolved, I'd like to raise the completion rate to 100% and clear it though. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself grappling with an unsettling question. What else needed to be done? He stood amidst a tranquil forest, the sounds of nature a stark contrast to the turmoil within him. His feet moved almost unconsciously. A sudden, inexplicable surge of power coursed through him, leaving him breathless and disoriented. He wondered what was happening. With a violent tremor, the earth beneath him cracked and shattered. From a fissure, a wave of energy erupted, propelling Soo-hyun backward. He braced himself, his expression hardening. A colossal, fiery blue bird descended from the heavens, its wings blazing with an ethereal light. Soo-hyun looked up in awe and fear. It was a creature of immense power, identified as the only predator of the predatory feeding snake. He realized the significance of this. The creature, known as the divine bird of blue fire, descended, its presence filling the air with an overwhelming power. Its piercing gaze locked onto Soo-hyun, a silent challenge passing between them. Soo-hyun, lying on the ground, let out a triumphant aha as a surge of blue energy emanated from him. He muttered that it was all because of that other person, as a trail of blue energy extended from his hand. The energy continued to surge, causing rocks to break apart and fly away. An elderly man with long, gray hair watched the scene unfold, a wide, gleeful grin spreading across his face. He exclaimed that the display was so threatening and dignified as a large, blue, bird-like creature of energy emerged. The old man chuckled, stating that it was worth the effort of using sleeping poison to subdue the creature. He mused that with such a creature, the villagers would once again see him as a hero, a village chief who could control a monster. The blue creature's face was shown in close-up, its eyes glowing intensely. The old man addressed the creature, calling it his child and asking it to acknowledge him as its owner. A wave of immense, cerulean energy erupted from Soo-hyun, taking the form of a majestic, fiery blue phoenix. The power surged outwards, a breathtaking display of raw might. Soo-hyun watched in astonishment, his face a mixture of wonder and disbelief. Why? He wondered, his voice barely a whisper. A look of dawning horror crossed his features as the full implications of his actions sunk in. This can't be. He stumbled back, the ground trembling beneath his feet as the phoenix's power continued to surge. Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed in concentration as he struggled to control the overwhelming energy. He thought, to think it has so much destructive power. The phoenix soared into the sky, its fiery blue plumage a beacon against the darkening clouds. Soo-hyun, regaining his composure, pointed towards a distant village. The village is in that direction. With a determined glint in his eyes, he prepared to move, his foot striking the ground with a powerful force. A monstrous, avian creature, wings ablaze with cerulean fire, swooped down from the heavens. Its descent was swift and merciless, a terrifying display of power. Below, a young man with dark hair, clad in simple clothing, braced himself. He was clearly outmatched, yet he stood firm, a defiant glint in his eyes. A desperate cry escaped his lips. No! The impact of the creature's attack sent him hurtling across the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He slammed into a stone wall, the force of the collision echoing through the air. A wave of pain washed over him. Despite the brutal attack, he refused to yield. With surprising agility, he launched himself upwards, his body a blur of motion. He drew his sword, a flash of steel against the vibrant blue of the creature's plumage. He was ready to fight back. His eyes burned with determination as he unleashed a torrent of energy, a blue wave of power erupting from his body. He moved with impossible speed, his blade a blur as he countered the creature's attack. The clash of steel and energy filled the air. A fierce grin spread across his face. He had found his footing, and he would not be defeated. Soo-hyun Kim, a high school student, found himself plummeting from a great height, his sword dangling uselessly beside him. A colossal, crystalline blue bird loomed in the distance, its size dwarfing his own. He realized, with a surge of despair, that he couldn't reach it. The immense creature filled his vision, its form a blur of sharp angles and vibrant blue energy. The blue bird swooped down, its talons extended. Soo-hyun braced himself for impact, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and fear. With a violent screech, the bird struck him. The force of the blow sent a shock wave through the air. Soo-hyun, despite the impact, managed to maintain his grip on his sword. He was falling again, a streak of red marking his descent. He tumbled through the air, his body a chaotic mess of limbs and blood. Below, a forest canopy spread out. He hit the ground hard, the impact jarring him to his core. A single word echoed in his mind. No. Despite the pain, a sense of grim satisfaction washed over him. He had finally reached the villagers. His body lay still, his sword and ropes scattered around him. The battle was over for now. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, lay bleeding on the ground, his body racked with pain. His struggle was far from over, but his strength was waning. Two men watched from a distance, their faces etched with concern. One of them questioned if the outsider, the one relentlessly fighting the monsters, was still battling. The other man responded, noting that the outsider had been fighting for days without rest. He marveled at the young man's incredible stamina, wondering if it was due to his youth. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A figure, bound by thick ropes, plummeted from a great height. One of the observers reflected that, in his prime, he could have matched the outsider's aerial prowess. He confidently asserted that mere monsters would be no match for his younger self. The bound figure, agile despite his restraints, used his momentum to swing across rooftops, his movements precise and deadly. The two observers watched in astonishment as the figure effortlessly severed the ropes binding him, his actions swift and decisive. A colossal, azure avian creature descended from the heavens, its presence filling the sky. The two men looked up in awe and fear. The creature's piercing gaze locked onto the two men, its power palpable and terrifying. Two men stood amidst a field, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and terror. A powerful, blue energy pulsed in the distance, its source unseen but undeniably felt. The closer man, his face slick with sweat, stared wide-eyed at the energy's source. His companion, older and equally terrified, could only watch in stunned silence. Their mouths agape. The two men watched in disbelief as the energy coalesced into a massive, vibrant blue bird of immense size. A sound of awe and terror escaped their lips. The creature, a divine bird of immense power, emerged from the energy, its presence filling the air with an almost palpable sense of power. A rope, seemingly appearing from nowhere, flew towards the creature, its trajectory swift and precise. The rope wrapped around the divine bird's neck, tightening with surprising speed and strength. A young man, his face determined, leaped towards the bird, the rope trailing behind him. He muttered to himself, convinced he could reach it if he just made it so. He gripped the rope tightly, his knuckles white with exertion. His resolve was unwavering. With a triumphant shout, the young man successfully secured the divine bird, his grip firm and confident. He had done it. Su Haiyan, his face bloodied, glared at his opponent. He declared his intention to borrow his enemy's ability. A description of the transformation ability appeared. It allows the user to temporarily imitate the physical abilities of a specific target, the level of transformation depending on the user's own power level. A surge of blue energy enveloped Su Haiyan as he initiated the transformation. The blue energy intensified, engulfing the monster. A phone conversation was taking place. One person said that everything was fine. The other person on the call mentioned that Su-yun was on vacation in the countryside after his final exams. They expressed confidence that he was doing well. One of the people on the call remarked that Su-yun seemed to have matured recently. The other person agreed, noting that Su-yun sometimes seemed like a completely different person. The scene then shifted to Su-yun, bound and struggling amidst a surge of bright blue energy. Su-yun's legs were visible, kicking against the restraints as the blue energy intensified around him. The blue energy coalesced into a large, powerful bird-like creature. The creature swooped down, its immense power evident. Su-yun, still bound, braced himself for the impact. The creature's intense gaze filled the panel as it prepared to strike. Su Haiyan, his face bloodied, struggled against his opponent. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the limitations of his current abilities. A data screen appeared, displaying information about his transformation, ability, and its current level. He realized the level was insufficient to inflict significant damage. Despite the limitations, Su Haiyan continued his attack, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. The force of the attack sent his opponent reeling. Su Haiyan pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of motion. He continued his assault, a relentless barrage of blows aimed at his opponent's weak points. Su Haiyan focused his power, his eyes blazing with determination. He prepared for a final, decisive strike. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating attack, overwhelming his opponent with raw power. His opponent, severely injured, cursed as the intense heat of the attack burned him. Despite his success, Su Haiyan found himself unable to continue the fight, his body reaching its limit. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, found himself on the brink of death, a monstrous purple energy consuming him. His desperate thought echoed, he couldn't die like this. But even as oblivion threatened, a faint voice reached him, a plea for salvation. He was still in danger, yet a desperate hope remained, save the village and survive. He clutched a pendant, a Charles treasure, a recovery item. He considered it useless, but he knew he had to protect it. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within him, a powerful blue light emanating from his eyes. It was a desperate, powerful reaction. The blue energy intensified, forming a blazing inferno that consumed the surrounding area. A voice, seemingly from the pendant, urged him to focus. Kim Soo-hyun, he had to focus. He could still fight. The voice's encouragement fueled his resolve. The Charles treasure activated, healing his wounds. For uses remained. He launched himself into the air, ready to confront the monstrous creature that had attacked him. Now the fight truly begins. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself propelled through the air, a powerful force throwing him backward. His body was battered, his clothes torn. He braced himself, a surge of energy coursing through his veins as he attempted to regain control. A blinding flash of light erupted around him. With a desperate roar, he unleashed a wave of raw power, a violent energy that tore through the air. "Just die," he screamed. His eyes blazed with an unnatural intensity, his face contorted in a mask of pain and fury. He was pushing himself beyond his limits. The resulting explosion rocked the town, a devastating blast that leveled buildings and sent shockwaves through the very ground. A colossal, azure bird of immense power emerged from the heart of the destruction, its wings blazing with fiery energy. Soo-hyun, exhausted and battered, fell to the earth, the ground cracking and crumbling beneath the force of the creature's presence. He lay there, his body broken, his breath ragged, staring up at the sky. Unconsciousness claimed him, leaving him still and silent amidst the devastation. A young girl cried out, "Ah, Juicy!" Simultaneously, a young man groaned in distress. The young man coughed weakly, his voice strained. He lay in a bed, bandaged and pale. The girl and another young man rushed to his side, relieved. "Ah, Juicy, what a relief, you're alive!" they exclaimed. The young man, still weak, asked, what happened?" The girl explained, "I thought Ah Juicy had died. I thought you'd been roasted alive in the fire." He winced. "Did I faint? What happened, Ak?" "Muscle pain." Villagers expressed their relief, urging the young man to rest. They explained that the monstrous bird was dead, eliminating their immediate threat and ensuring food security for some time. Two villagers, one older and one younger, continued their expressions of gratitude, emphasizing the young man's role in their salvation. The younger villager addressed him with a respectful term of endearment. Lying in a bed, the young man reflected on the intensity of the recent battle. A medical professional examined him, noting only minor injuries from the crash. Despite the villager's gratitude, the young man himself downplayed his actions, believing his contribution hardly warranted the title of hero. He dismissed his own contribution, attributing his survival to luck and reporting only minor muscle aches. The young man, still slightly injured, comforted a young girl. He gently held her close, offering comfort and support. A digital display announced the completion of a significant challenge, awarding 1,000 achievement points for reaching the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. The display further confirmed a perfect score for clearing the 10th floor. A notification appeared, confirming the completion of an objective. Achievement 100%. With this, there are no more threats. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, felt a sense of relief. He thought, the villagers can now live peacefully without the threat of destruction. He glanced at a screen, displaying his achievement ranking. It was being calculated, and he knew it would cause a stir once the results were in. He muttered to himself, "It's going to be noisy for a while." The villagers expressed their gratitude, their words echoing his own relief. Soo-hyun remained stoic, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Several villagers approached Soo-hyun, who was resting in a bed. They hailed him as their savior. They vowed to never forget his actions, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Soo-hyun, hearing the title savior, offered a non-committal "huh." A visual transition indicated a shift in time or setting. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked down a hallway. His shadow stretched long before him, hinting at something more than meets the eye. He approached a shimmering, otherworldly portal, its ethereal glow illuminating the ancient stone walls surrounding it. The air crackled with unseen energy. A voice called out to him, questioning his departure. Soo-hyun, however, seemed determined to leave. A slight smile played on his lips as he acknowledged being noticed. He was not trying to hide. A young girl, running towards him, questioned his sudden departure and the mysterious object he carried, a long, dark sword. She assumed he was going to another village to fight monsters. He confessed that he had hoped to leave without being noticed, feeling overwhelmed. The girl presented him with a small bag of fruit. Soo-hyun, despite his desire for solitude, felt a renewed sense of purpose. The girl's words, a reminder of his duty, resonated deeply. The girl cheerfully explained the fruit was for him to eat whenever he felt the need. Soo-hyun, a young man with short, dark hair, stood with a thoughtful expression. He seemed lost in thought, a faint blue glow emanating from his surroundings. A young girl with short brown hair, named Melly, cheerfully introduced herself, her hand raised in greeting. Melly thanked Soo-hyun, addressing him with the honorific Ajusi before departing. Soo-hyun responded with a polite farewell to Melly. Soo-hyun was then seen traveling in a black car, speeding down a highway. Inside the car, a young man with reddish-brown hair sat pensively. He silently muttered the names June, and then Hakjin. The young man, Hakjin, spoke on a phone call, asking if the other person was nervous. Two men sat in the back of the car. One, older with a beard, appeared calm and collected. The other, younger, seemed anxious, nervously chewing his fingers. The older man confidently stated that there was no way their top rookie, Hakjin, would be nervous. He pointed out that, having reached the 15th floor of a dungeon, Hakjin was already at least a B rank awakened. The younger man pondered whether he might even be able to reach A rank. The older man simply smiled knowingly. The younger man mused that, since they were discussing rookies, Kim Soo-hyun would likely get his rank assessed soon as well. The younger man was surprised by this. The older man explained that it was just a hunch, based on Soo-hyun recently clearing the 10th floor. A man, his face partially obscured, sat in a car, observing someone. He noted that this individual, Kim Soo-hyun, was meticulously keeping track of the floors he had cleared in a dungeon. The man in the car, a stern-looking individual with a goatee, appeared thoughtful. He expressed sympathy for Kim Soo-hyun, but added a caveat. Should they encounter him, either at the tower or the examination hall, they should bring him into their guild. A younger man, with reddish-brown hair, questioned the instruction, seemingly unsure of the plan. He pondered the potential benefits, realizing that becoming Kim Soo-hyun's backup could lead to his own freedom. The young man, still seated in the car, considered the proposition. He believed that assisting Kim Soo-hyun might be the key to his release. A young man with short, reddish-brown hair sat in a car, a pensive expression on his face. He was Kim Soo-hyun. He pondered the implications of his current situation, specifically the fact that he was a substitute for someone else. A voice, unseen, spoke a promise. Soo-hyun listened, a thoughtful look on his face. The promise was to free him. The scene shifted to a large building, identified as the Awakened Certification Authority. A lone figure walked towards it. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood on a city sidewalk, lost in thought. His expression was serious, a stark contrast to the casual attire he wore. In the distance, a group of his classmates chatted amongst themselves, oblivious to his internal turmoil. Soo-hyun's gaze remained fixed on something beyond them. A sleek black car pulled up beside him. From inside, a man's voice cut through Soo-hyun's thoughts. He was told that once his exams were over, preparations for his descent into the abyss would begin. The man, seated in the car, urged Soo-hyun to hurry and finish his exams. He warned him that any hesitation would cause suffering for everyone. Soo-hyun's face tightened. The weight of the world, the impending doom he knew was coming, pressed heavily upon him. He understood the urgency. A subtle shift in his expression. A quiet resolve settled over his features. He simply replied, "Of course." Soo-hyun began to walk away, his red coat flowing behind him. As he passed another student, Choi Hakjin, he noted his friend's troubled state, a reflection of his own. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked purposefully through the city streets. His destination was clear, his expression serious. He checked his phone, a sense of relief washing over him. He muttered to himself, pleased to have arrived on time. It had been a while since he'd taken the Awakened rank exam. The Awakened Certification Authority building loomed before him, a symbol of governmental power and the central hub for awakened individuals. He entered the building, intending to receive a new rank. The clerk at the desk asked for his name. She explained that this was the central authority for managing awakened individuals, from those without guild affiliations to those from overseas. A man in a suit explained that all awakened inevitably visit the authority frequently to obtain the rank necessary to enter dungeons. Soo-hyun stated that he was there to enter the dungeons, not for the money. He was then instructed to wait. He found himself in a large waiting area, filled with other awakened awaiting their rank examinations. One of them confirmed that those who pass the examination will become active awakened. Another man explained that those with both outstanding physiques and unique skills would be recognized for their growth potential. A group of people in suits were having a serious discussion. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, overheard their conversation. They were discussing the scouting of awakened individuals for their guild. Soo-hyun mused about their thoroughness. Soo-hyun thanked the man who had just finished speaking to him. The man then scolded Soo-hyun for not doing his job properly. Soo-hyun was having his mana level checked by a doctor. He was surprised to find out that his mana level was only level 3. The doctor explained that the requirements for the ranks had suddenly changed, making it impossible to do anything about Soo-hyun's low rank. Soo-hyun angrily confronted the doctor, blaming him for the change in requirements and for acting on his own to lower the ranks. A narration box explained that the revenue earned by awakened individuals from a dungeon varies, depending on their rank. Soo-hyun, despite the explanation, argued that the doctor shouldn't act as if the rank was less important than the reward. Soo-hyun couldn't accept the situation and was visibly frustrated. He was then physically attacked by the doctor. A man watching the scene from afar commented on the doctor's underhanded tactics. The doctor was thrown to the ground by Soo-hyun, who was clearly stronger than he appeared. A man, his face obscured by shadow, was held captive, a braided band constricting his wrist. He angrily demanded, "What do you think you're doing, brat? Release me." The captor, a young man with reddish-brown hair, examined the band. He explained, "This artifact has the ability to temporarily increase the magic load." The young man continued, "It's a rare item that's not even available in the exchange store. I don't know how a person like you ended up with this. Even though your rank is low, it seems like you have some money." The captive man snarled, "This arrogant brat." The young man retorted, "Do you think these people are idiots and are here to judge your abilities? If you think it's unfair, why don't you take the exam again without this arm?" The captive man, defeated, fell to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. The young man smirked, a confident glint in his eyes. He mused, "I'm not sure if you'll be able to get a D rank, though." The young man reached out and removed the artifact from the defeated man's wrist. A man with spiky blonde hair, wearing a yellow jacket, glared with intense anger. His face was contorted in a furious expression, his mouth open in a silent scream. He muttered to himself, "This brat is acting up." The scene shifted to a young man with brown hair, dressed in a maroon jacket. He was calmly gesturing with his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips. Two men in suits stood behind him, one of them looking concerned. The blonde man from the previous panel was on the floor, looking surprised. The young man stated, "I will escort you to the exit." The young man, still smiling slightly, insisted, "Let me go. I will go by myself." He sighed, rubbing his temple. Internally, he reflected, "I'm not in the best mood right now, so I got a bit excited. Anyway." Suddenly, the young man's expression changed. His eyes widened, and he looked startled. He whispered, "Hello." A powerful energy surge emanated from him, causing a visual distortion effect around his head and shoulders. The scene shifted again. A different young man with dark hair approached him, stating, "I first met you on the second floor, but do you remember me?" The young man in maroon replied, "Yes. The feeling just now, was it just my imagination?" The dark-haired young man asked, "Yes? This is your first examination." Two young men, one with reddish-brown hair and a cheerful expression, the other with dark hair and a more serious demeanor, were engaged in conversation. The reddish-haired young man questioned the other's surprise, pointing out that this was also his first examination. Continuing their discussion, the reddish-haired young man inquired about the unusual timing of the dark-haired young man's ranking exam, noting that they typically occur a month after awakening. The dark-haired young man explained that he had a special circumstance, wanting to avoid situations where people focused on him. However, he admitted he couldn't let his mother suffer anymore, though he couldn't really say that. The reddish-haired young man, looking at some documents, asked about the dark-haired young man's rewards. He explained that rewards could be received by going into dungeons approved by the authority. He found it amusing that the dark-haired young man hadn't been examined until reaching the 15th floor. The dark-haired young man revealed that he had some personal situations. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, and he muttered about this bastard. He then reflected that they didn't even know each other's names. The reddish-haired young man introduced himself as Choi Hakjanim from Ares Guild. The two young men sat together, seemingly waiting. In a large hall filled with rows of chairs, a young man with reddish-brown hair and a burgundy jacket cheerfully announced his imminent return, while another, darker-haired young man watched him with a somewhat apathetic expression, muttering a quiet agreement. The reddish-haired young man reflected on a past guild that had been brutally massacred by a powerful enemy. He seemed to associate the enemy with a particular guild. He let out a small chuckle, a hint of something else in his expression. The darker-haired young man pondered the reddish-haired young man's actions, questioning his motives. An official announcement declared that Choi Hakjin, a member of the Ares Guild, had been ranked B class. Those present reacted with surprise, particularly noting his young age. The darker-haired young man noted that less than a year had passed since Choi Hakjin's awakening, and there was a reason for his affiliation with the Ares Guild. He offered his congratulations. Despite receiving a B rank, Choi Hakjin didn't seem particularly happy, prompting a comment from the darker-haired young man. Kim Soo-hyun, an unaffiliated individual, was called to come down. Choi Hakjin showed a surprised expression. A conversation unfolds. The name, Kim Soo-hyun, is mentioned, sparking intrigue. The question, "Kim Soo-hyun? For real?" is posed, expressing disbelief and surprise. The speakers discuss someone named Kim Soo-hyun, who was consistently ranked number 1 with an incredible number of points, particularly from the 10th floor. The speakers contemplate the significance of Kim Soo-hyun's presence, noting that Young Dong-young's earlier prediction was correct, and wonder about his whereabouts. In a different location, two individuals are shown. One appears to be searching for someone. One of the individuals spots someone and exclaims that he's back. The individual reacts with shock and disbelief to the implication of the previous statement. Instructions are given to bring Kim Soo-hyun to their guild if encountered at the tower or examination room. The instructions emphasize the importance of finding Kim Soo-hyun, highlighting the uncertainty of the situation. Soo-hyun, a young man with reddish-brown hair, sat alone, lost in thought. He believed he might be able to free someone. His expression shifted to one of concern and uncertainty as he contemplated the identity of this person. A bright light enveloped Soo-hyun in the auditorium, drawing the attention of the surrounding audience. He was clearly the center of attention, though his reaction was one of surprise and apprehension. In another location, a young man with black hair, Kim Soo-hyun, witnessed the event with a look of shock and disbelief. He recognized Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked down the hallway, his footsteps echoing softly. He paused outside the school building, letting out a heavy sigh. His shoulders slumped as a wave of self-reproach washed over him. He had failed. The weight of his failure pressed down on him. He had messed up, and badly. Moments before, he had been in a different situation entirely. Soo-hyun stood in a large auditorium, his expression grim. A scientist, dressed in a lab coat, instructed him to inject his mana into a measuring device. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood before a scientist. The scientist, after a brief examination, simply stated, "Okay." Soo-hyun felt a sense of unease wash over him as he left the examination room. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy emanated from Soo-hyun's hand. He felt a strange power coursing through his veins, a power he didn't understand but instinctively recognized. The energy pulsed, growing stronger, as Soo-hyun placed his hand on a strange, ornate table. A blinding flash of purple light erupted from the table, engulfing the room and revealing a group of onlookers, including the scientist from earlier. The intensity of the light caused Soo-hyun to recoil in surprise. He gasped, overwhelmed by the sudden, unexpected power surge. Soo-hyun, still reeling from the experience, muttered to himself, "What's with this ridiculous mana sense?" Kim Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat in a classroom, a puzzled expression on his face. He felt a strange sensation, a subtle tremor in the air, but wasn't sure what it was. A classmate asked if he was nervous, prompting a confused response. Moments later, Soo-hyun's awakened abilities were tested. The results were displayed. Rank 3, Load 29, C rank. He was astonished. Just now, he felt a surge of power far exceeding a C rank. Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed in thought. The power he'd felt moments before was far greater. It must have been at least A rank or higher. Meanwhile, other students discussed the possibility that the recent surge of power was connected to the rumored awakened Kim Soo-hyun. One student admitted to having trouble sleeping lately. Soo-hyun was certain he wasn't alone in feeling the surge of power, though he suspected no one else noticed it. An official informed Soo-hyun that his awakened registration results would be available outside. Outside, Soo-hyun waited anxiously. The results confirmed his suspicions. He was the rumored Kim Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, reddish-brown hair, stood in a large hall, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought, a question hanging in the air. Was he truly himself, or was something else at play? He slumped slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. Uncertainty clouded his features. He admitted to himself that he simply didn't know anymore. Soo-hyun continued to ponder, his brow furrowed in concentration. He mused that while the measuring tool indicated a C rank, he might be wrong about his own abilities. He sighed again, acknowledging the limitations of his current power. Even if he were a genius, he realized that the level of control he needed was something only world-class awakened individuals could achieve. Soo-hyun sat with his arms crossed, lost in thought. The weight of his uncertainty was palpable. A moment of quiet contemplation passed. Elsewhere, another young man, with short black hair and a blue jacket, let out a nervous chuckle. Despite a brief loss of control over his mana, he was relieved to have regained it quickly. He reflected on how disastrous things could have been otherwise. He wondered if this sudden surge in his abilities was the cause of his earlier mana instability. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, reflected on his recent accomplishments. He mused that his significant stat increase was only natural, given his recent success in clearing the 10th floor of a dungeon. He also noted that the rewards from this dungeon run were exceptionally good. A surge of blue flames erupted from his palm, showcasing his newly acquired skill. The skill, called Divine Flames, was obtained after defeating the Divine Bird. It was a growth-type skill, particularly effective against demon-type monsters. A display of his stats showed a significant increase across the board, further highlighting the benefits of his recent dungeon exploration. Soo-hyun was most impressed by the items available in the shop, significantly improved due to his clearing the 10th floor on the highest difficulty. However, he had a problem. He had purchased an egg of an unidentified divine beast, a mysterious item of unknown potential. He bought it because it was one of the few items he didn't know how to obtain, but the fact that it was unidentified worried him. Despite his apprehension, he recalled a case where a lucky awakened had obtained a similar egg, offering a glimmer of hope. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood silhouetted against the backdrop of a colossal, fiery, orange dragon. The creature's presence filled the space, its power palpable. He had used the power of the divine beast that hatched from the egg to become a rancor. Soo-hyun reflected on the egg he'd possessed for a while, questioning if it was infertile. He walked through the city streets, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Hakjin called out to Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun, surprised to see him, replied that he thought Hakjin had already left. Hakjin explained he had been in the restroom. Hakjin asked Soo-hyun how his awakened ranking assessment went. Su-hyun responded that it went all right. He received a C rank. Hakjin looked at Su-hyun with a thoughtful expression. A man, seemingly unassuming, approached a group of people. He began by politely asking if they minded him speaking to them. His demeanor shifted instantly. He unleashed a torrent of rage, calling one of them a bastard. The man's outburst continued, emphasizing the effort he had put into achieving his current rank. One of the people he addressed, a young man with dark hair, observed the scene. He suspected the angry man was the same person he had encountered earlier. He wondered if the man was seeking revenge. One of the other young men, with reddish hair, politely interrupted the confrontation. The dark-haired young man, seemingly unfazed, expressed his interest in testing the strength of Choi Hakjin, the man in the orange jacket. Choi Hakjin, visibly agitated, prepared for a confrontation. The confrontation began. Choi Hakjin was quickly overwhelmed. A strange, green energy emanated from the dark-haired young man's hand as he subdued Choi Hakjin. The energy seemed to drain the life from Choi Hakjin. A man with a neatly trimmed beard and a stern expression called out. He asked Hakjin why he was so late. The man, clearly agitated, stated that he had been waiting. Meanwhile, Hakjin and another young man, Su-hyun, were walking down the street. Su-hyun wondered who the man was. Hakjin identified the man as the guild master. Suddenly, the guild master struck Hakjin, knocking him to the ground. Su-hyun watched with surprise. The guild master was identified as Young Dong-young, head of the Lairish Guild. Su-hyun recognized the name. Young Dong-young requested that Su-hyun not address him so formally. A powerful blow sent a man sprawling across the ground, his body impacting the earth with a resounding thud. The camera focuses on Su-hyun Kim's intense gaze, his piercing blue eyes reflecting a steely determination. Su-hyun, accompanied by a man named Hakjin, walked down the street. Hakjin suggested that Su-hyun be called Hyung. Hakjin's expression shifted to one of suspicion and concern. Hakjin questioned Su-hyun about a possible new friend. Su-hyun and Hakjin continued their conversation, the latter appearing increasingly perplexed. Su-hyun explained that he had met someone at the testing center and wanted to invite him to their guild if his rank was high enough. He admitted that he doubted the person's capabilities. Hakjin responded with a simple "oh." Two men walked down the street, their conversation hinting at a hidden agenda. One, dressed in a sharp suit, expressed his belief that the other man, in a more casual attire, possessed some unique quality, prompting him to investigate further. The scene shifted to a different location, where a young man stood, seemingly unaware of the approaching figures. One of the men from the previous scene introduced himself as Young Dong-young, the guild master of the Aries Guild. The young man, seemingly unfazed, looked at Dong-young with a curious expression. Dong-young, in turn, placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The young man maintained his calm demeanor, his gaze unwavering. Dong-young's companion seemed to be observing the situation intently. A subtle shift in the young man's expression hinted at a hidden emotion. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The image shows a young man, Kim Soo-hyun, from the waist up. He is dressed in a casual blue jacket, his hands in his pockets. The name Kim Soo-hyun is written in a stylized font. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, revealed a subtle, knowing smirk. His eyes, though partially obscured, hinted at something far more complex beneath the surface. He stood, his blue jacket casually draped over his shoulders, a picture of quiet confidence. The light glinted off his dark hair, accentuating the intensity of his gaze. A man with spiky red hair, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief, stared at Su-hyun. He exclaimed, identifying him as Kim Soo-hyun. Another man, older and more composed, watched the scene unfold with a calculating expression. Only his jaw and mouth were visible, but his expression was one of quiet anticipation. The camera focused on a third man, his face partially obscured by shadow. His eyes, however, were strikingly bright blue, and his expression was one of intense interest. He had blonde hair and a neatly trimmed goatee, his attire suggesting a position of authority. His gaze was fixed on Su-hyun, his expression unreadable. The red-haired man from earlier, still visibly shaken, questioned Su-hyun's identity, his voice laced with uncertainty. Two young men, one in a dark burgundy jacket and the other in a blue shirt, stood on a city street, observing someone in the distance. The man in the burgundy jacket exclaimed that the person they were watching was not the individual they were looking for. A third man, with reddish-brown hair, confidently asserted that the person in question was only a C-rank awakened, dismissing the possibility that it could be Kim Soo-hyun. He revealed that he had been the one who evaluated the individual's abilities. A fourth man, older and with a beard, wearing a light-colored suit, quietly told him to be silent. The older man in the suit insisted that the younger man remain quiet. He declared that he would be the one to handle the situation. The older man stated he would be the one confirming everything. The reddish-brown-haired man, slightly flustered, politely requested to see the awakened identification card. The card displayed Kim Soo-hyun's information, C rank, address in Anyang City, and the date of issue. The The reddish-brown-haired man expressed disbelief at Kim Soo-hyun's low rank. A man in a suit examined a business card, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, He chuckled, haha. I'm sorry, it looks like you're not the person I'm looking for. The suited man explained to a young man with dark hair, since your name's pretty common, I had mistaken you for someone else. Well, if you were the one I was looking for, I was going to recruit you. The young man listened intently, his expression unreadable. The suited man continued, It isn't appropriate for a guild leader like me to recruit a mere Surank. I'm sorry for disturbing you. However, he added, but if you're interested, feel free to take the entrance test of our guild. The young man flatly refused, I'm not interested. The suited man and a younger man with reddish hair looked at each other, surprised by the rejection. The young man stated firmly, Even if I am that Kim Soo-hyun of the rumors, I will never join your guild. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked down the street, his light blue jacket and backpack hinting at a mundane life. A sudden shift in perspective revealed a glimpse of a man's intense gaze, his eyes glowing an unnatural teal, suggesting something sinister lurked beneath the surface of this world. Soo-hyun pondered the risks of joining a guild, his internal monologue revealing his apprehension about the potential consequences of associating with those who might not value human life. The image of a bloody hand lying on the ground served as a grim reminder of the dangers he faced, fueling his concerns. A stern-looking man, possibly a guild leader, spoke of an example, hinting at the consequences of defying their authority. He explained that those who fought against their guild members would receive harsh punishment. Soo-hyun, now shown in a different setting, was reminded that the victim of this punishment was a low-ranking D-rank awakened. He questioned whether such a severe punishment was justified as self-defense. The guild leader responded that their views on the matter differed. A crowd watched, captivated, as two awakened clashed. One wondered aloud if there was an unwritten rule among the awakened prohibiting interference in each other's fights, even if it meant one of them might die. One awakened, clad in a lab coat, launched a swift, powerful attack. His movements were precise and deadly. The intensity of the battle continued, the potential for death hanging heavy in the air. The fight concluded with one awakened lying defeated on the ground. The stronger the awakened, the more likely they were to escape punishment for their actions. A hand reached out, seemingly from the darkness, a symbol of desperation and ambition. A voice, filled with awe and a hint of malice, spoke of a guild powerful enough to commit slaughter and escape without consequence. Two figures conversed, one older, the other younger. The older man asked if the younger one wouldn't be eager to join such a powerful guild. The younger man simply replied that their way of thinking was different. The younger man's agreement implied a shared understanding of their unique perspective. A stern-looking man with a short, well-groomed beard and neatly combed hair stood, his gaze fixed on someone just out of frame. His expression was one of quiet intensity, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. The man addressed a younger companion, Hakjin. He stated that they had nothing more to say and suggested they leave. Hakjin, appearing slightly hesitant, eventually agreed, and they began to walk away. As they walked, a third young man, with reddish-brown hair, chuckled to himself. Suddenly, the scene shifted, showing the reddish-brown-haired young man walking away from the other two, his pace quickening. The reddish-brown-haired young man's expression turned serious. His gaze was thoughtful and intense. He discreetly produced a small stack of cards from his pocket. Soo-hyun, the other young man, turned, his eyes gleaming with a quiet confidence. He offered a reassuring message to the departing Hakjin. He told Hakjin to feel free to contact him anytime if he needed help. Two figures, one with blonde hair and the other with reddish-brown hair, walked away from the viewer, their backs turned. They were walking down a city street, tall buildings rising on either side. A young man with short, dark hair stood on a city street, looking towards the viewer with a serious expression. He wore a denim jacket and carried a backpack. The text identified the blonde-haired man as Jang Dong-won, the leader of the Cares Guild, a middle-sized guild. Jang Dong-won, the guild leader, was revealed to be an A-rank awakened. The young man with dark hair sat at his computer, typing. He seemed to be deep in thought, his brow furrowed. He was deep in thought, his expression pensive. It was revealed that he was formerly a gangster. Further information revealed that he had always used his fists, even before becoming an awakened. He was known for his gangster past. After becoming an awakened, he quit being a gangster and set up a guild. However, there was more to the story. The panel showed the man's guild was involved in unsavory activities, high-interest loans, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. Rumors circulated about the Aries Guild's involvement in unsavory activities, dating back to its leader's time as a gangster. The recent killing displayed a chilling lack of hesitation, further fueling these suspicions. One of the men commented that a leopard cannot change its spots. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun, sitting at his computer, suspected that the man was hiding something. He reflected on Choi Hak-jun's likely possession of incriminating information against the man. However, his search had yet to yield any significant results. Soo-hyun pondered the events that transpired between Choi Hak-jun and the Aries Guild. He realized he needed to investigate further. Soo-hyun, back in his room, felt overwhelmed by the tasks ahead. Suhai and Kim sat in his chair, legs crossed, looking out the window at the falling snow. He murmured the word, snow. As the end approached, the world appeared frozen in time. There was almost no rain or snow compared to any other time. The situation simply worsened. Suhai reflected that he hadn't realized such peace and quiet was a luxury. He then mused that it would soon be the new year. A sudden jolt of memory startled him. He almost forgot about the rank evaluation and Choi Hak-jun. He had another reason for coming down from the tower. His reason for stopping his climb and returning wasn't just the rank evaluation. This was to join an awakened management organization to participate in dungeon raids. Suhai explained that he had no choice but to apply for the evaluation. He was clicking his mouse rapidly, unable to postpone the process any longer. He couldn't delay it further. Suhai knew something. A recruitment notice for a dungeon raid appeared on his screen. The post was recruiting people to raid dungeons together. The details of the raid were displayed. Orange difficulty, Gyeonggi-do, Gwangju, January 1st, 2024. He knew the incident was imminent, but new worry crossed his mind. He wondered what would happen if he didn't make the cut, despite meeting the requirements. He realized he hadn't considered that possibility. Suhai reasoned that he wouldn't be the only C-rank applicant. He lacked dungeon raiding experience. He doubted they would choose him. Suhai Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, lost in thought. His expression was unreadable, a mask of quiet contemplation. He pondered the strangeness of his situation. This is, he mused, a sense of unease settling over him. Despite his apprehension, a grim determination hardened his features. Although I don't feel like doing this, he thought, bracing himself for whatever lay ahead. A subtle smirk played on his lips as a plan formed in his mind. Shall I try baiting them? He considered, a glint of cunning in his eyes. The camera focuses on the exterior of a cafe called Starbin. Inside, on Minseek, a C-rank hunter with 12 dungeon clearances, sat across from someone at a table. Lee Yunmi, a C-rank sorcerer with 8 dungeon clearances, and Kim Yun, a C-rank healer with 5 dungeon clearances, completed the group. Kim Yun commented that the synergy between them seemed acceptable, despite the lack of anything special. On Minseek bluntly stated that they were all mediocre loners. Kim Yun retorted that his assessment was harsh, pointing out that he was also a candidate. She then stated that it didn't matter who was on the team, as they already had Lee Juho. Lee Juho, a B-rank awakened, was shown reviewing information on a tablet. 2 individuals, a man and a woman, sat across a table, engaged in a serious discussion. The man expressed his concern, stating that even if their current plan worked, it wouldn't be enough. He insisted they needed at least one more member to join their team. The woman, however, voiced her apprehension, pointing out that their share of the reward would decrease if they added another person. She questioned the necessity of bringing in an additional member. The man emphasized the importance of prioritizing safety, highlighting the significant increase in the death rate within dungeons recently. A graph displayed a sharp upward trend in dungeon fatalities. The woman explained her reluctance to participate in further dungeon raids, stating that she had stopped climbing the tower because she didn't want to continue risking lives. She questioned the point of continuing if she might die in a dungeon. The man dismissed her concerns, pointing out that it was merely an orange-ranked dungeon, implying her worries were unfounded. A notification appeared on a smartphone, indicating a new message. The woman, seemingly unconvinced, responded that she would do as she pleased. She had to follow her leader's instructions. The man, reviewing documents, appeared thoughtful. The woman checked her phone. The man pondered aloud whether there was anyone else who might be useful to their team. The woman announced that they had just received a new application. She mentioned the applicant's name, causing the man to react with surprise. The message on the phone revealed the applicant's name, Kim Soo-hyun, an awakened individual applying to participate in the Gwangju dungeon. The man reacted with shock, questioning if the applicant was indeed Kim Soo-hyun. The relative difficulty of the dungeons could be determined by their color. The closer the dungeon's color was to violet, the more challenging it became. Orange dungeons were the second easiest to clear. With a team primarily composed of C-rank awakened individuals, clearing an orange dungeon presented minimal difficulty. Suhai and Kim walked through a forest. It was January 1st, 2024, in Gyeonggi-do, Gwangju. Suhai, a young man with short black hair, stood in the forest, his expression serious. Someone called out to Suhai. A man in a suit, surrounded by a group of awakened individuals, greeted Suhai, stating that they had been waiting for him. 2 figures stood together in a clearing, their hands clasped. One, dressed in a suit, observed that he appeared to be the last one remaining. The other, clad in a casual jacket and carrying a sword, replied that they had only managed to reach their destination by themselves. The man in the jacket formally introduced himself as Lee Juho, the team leader. Juho, his expression serious, addressed the suited man. Juho then introduced Kim Soo-hyun to the rest of his team, who reacted with a mix of surprise and curiosity. 2 members of the team, visibly shocked, questioned if this Kim Soo-hyun was the top-ranked individual on the Tower of Trials. Soo-hyun looked taken aback by their reaction. Juho clarified that this Kim Soo-hyun was a different person, a C-rank awakened. Juho explained that this Soo-hyun was on his first dungeon expedition. Elsewhere, Juho's associate, Baron, expressed surprise at the unexpected encounter, suggesting that he check it out himself. Soo-hyun, relieved, reflected that changing his rank was fortunate and expressed gratitude for their cooperation. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, carefully adjusted the grip on his katana. He decided it was best to conceal his true skill level for now. A woman scoffed, expressing her disappointment at meeting Soo-hyun. She questioned whether a beginner with the same name as the legendary awakened, Song-in Kim, could be of any use. The woman voiced her disbelief that such a young, barely legal individual could be of any assistance. Soo-hyun internally dismissed the woman's assessment, finding her judgment based solely on rank to be shallow. He vehemently disagreed with her assessment, asserting his strength far exceeded her expectations based on his rank. The woman, attempting to de-escalate the situation, suggested they focus on the task at hand. Another woman cautioned against wasting energy before entering the dungeon. Soo-hyun, unimpressed, internally labeled the woman's comment as typical of a third-rate villain. He was ready to prove his worth inside the dungeon. The scene opens with a young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression unreadable. A caption identifies her as Kim Baron. The narration continues, describing Kim Baron as a friend of Lee Juho and the assistant leader. A young man with dark hair and striking blue eyes appears, his expression one of mild surprise. He is addressed as Soo-hyun. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a cheerful demeanor introduces herself as Kim Ye-yoon, the team's healer. Soo-hyun responds with a hesitant greeting. Kim Ye-yoon reassures Soo-hyun, mentioning that displays of power are common among the awakened. Kim Ye-yoon explains that she believes Yoonmi didn't mean what she said. Meanwhile, Kim Baroon observes them from a distance, her thoughts indicating she will be watching. Kim Ye-yoon asks Soo-hyun to take care of her, and he reciprocates, though with a lingering sense of unease. Kim Ye-yoon notices someone else nearby and questions their presence. Soo-hyun, a young man with short black hair, pointed towards something unseen, a look of concern etched on his face. Beside him stood a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, holding a staff, her expression mirroring his apprehension. She let out a soft, uncertain ah. The woman responded with uncertainty, stating that she wasn't too sure about what she was seeing. The scene shifted to show Soo-hyun, along with two other individuals, Juho and Baron. A hooded figure stood apart, radiating an intense golden aura. Soo-hyun questioned how the situation made sense, given that he and his companions didn't know the hooded figure. The hooded figure explained that he wouldn't reveal his face or name due to personal reasons. However, he allowed them to check his rank, confirming that he was a C-ranked awakened. Soo-hyun expressed his skepticism, unconvinced that the situation was fine, despite the woman's reassurance. The group prepared to enter a dungeon, with a narrator's voice explaining the reason behind choosing this particular dungeon over a tower. Before entering, the hooded figure laid out some rules for the group. Soo-hyun's expression turned grim. The reason for the rules was revealed. Everyone present would soon die. The hooded figure's statement hung heavy in the air as the group stood before the dungeon entrance, the grim reality of their impending doom settling upon them. News reports from January 1st, 2024, detailed the tragic death of an entire adventuring team within a dungeon. The incident was unusual, as the dungeon's difficulty level was not exceptionally high. The incident garnered significant attention due to a bizarre circumstance. 5 deaths were confirmed, but the team initially consisted of 6 members. A predatory fish with glowing red eyes lurked beneath the surface of the water, observing a school of smaller fish. Further investigation revealed that a 7th person had joined the team, implying that one of the original members was responsible for the others' deaths. The additional team member was identified as Soo-hyun Kim, a magic swordsman. The other members were Kim Baroon, a healer, and On Min-sik, whose job class was not specified. The revelation that there was only one more person to account for narrowed the focus of the investigation to a single culprit. Soo-hyun Kim, amidst the caution tape surrounding the crime scene, resolved to find the murderer. Soo-hyun Kim stood among the other members of the team, his determination evident. Soo-hyun contemplated the steps necessary to achieve his goal, marking the end of the introductory explanation. Soo-hyun, along with 3 other young adults, stood before a man who asked if he had caught everything. Soo-hyun confidently replied that he had. The man, seemingly unfazed, reassured the group, telling them not to be too nervous. The group entered a cave, the man explaining that it was only an orange-ranked dungeon. As they ventured deeper, a cyclopes-like monster emerged from the shadows. The man, however, remained calm, stating that even if there were monsters, they would only be beast-type creatures, like wolves. Suddenly, a much larger and more aggressive cyclopes-like creature appeared, surprising the group. The creature roared, raising a large club. Soo-hyun, witnessing the unexpected strength of the creature, muttered the word Cyclops. A look of confusion and concern washed over his face as he questioned why this was happening. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself questioning his surroundings. He wondered why he was in an orange dungeon, a place that defied his understanding of the world. A powerful energy erupted from within him, causing a violent explosion that shattered the earth around him. The force of the blast continued to expand, creating a fiery shockwave that spread through the forest. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex of fire and light, a breathtaking display of power. A monstrous cyclops, wielding a massive club, appeared before Su-Hyun. Su-Hyun stared in disbelief, his jaw dropping as he wondered how such a creature could possibly exist. He realized with dawning horror that he was inside an orange dungeon. A powerful shockwave erupted from the cyclops, sending a group of people flying. The force of the blast was immense, causing widespread destruction. Su-Hyun and several others were thrown back by the impact, struggling to regain their footing amidst the chaos. A group of people, including a young man with dark hair and striking blue eyes, stood within a cavernous space. The atmosphere was tense. One of them, a man in a suit, observed a cyclops in an orange dungeon. Something here is weird. The young man suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching his hands. A sword lay discarded nearby. A monstrous cyclops emerged from the depths of the cave, its single eye glowing menacingly. Someone explained, a cyclops is a monster that comes out in yellow or higher dungeons. A sudden realization dawned on the group. Then that means a level growth dungeon. The young man's eyes widened as he experienced a surge of power. The words level up appeared above him. A powerful, dark energy erupted from him, transforming him into a monstrous avian creature. A narration box explained, just like how transformation is a level growth type skill. The narration box revealed a crucial piece of information. There are dungeons that gradually increase in level called level growth dungeons. The young man, now transformed, pondered the implications. He thought, then, the reason for the conquest of this dungeon is because of... The transformed young man addressed his companions, shouting, all of you regroup. He had realized the unexpected growth in the dungeon's level. There were too many things that could not be explained away so easily. Even if they were the culprits, there was no way they could interfere with the dungeon's level. If their intention was to kill everyone, a situation like this would actually be more beneficial. Who was it? A group of people stood dumbfounded. Behind their dumbfounded expressions, one person was secretly happy. What are you all doing? We have to escape. This is at least a yellow dungeon. But the dungeon reward. Reward? Is a reward more important than your life? How are you going to kill a monster like that? I'm leaving. Wait, if you leave like this, what about the people left behind? Amidst the chaos of a fierce battle, a voice cuts through the din. All of you, stop this. This isn't the time to be fighting. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, a cyclopean brute of immense size and terrifying ferocity, bursts into the fray. The Cyclops' powerful blow sends a shockwave through the ground, leaving a crater in its wake. Su-Hyun, witnessing the devastating attack, curses under his breath. Shit. He observes that the Cyclops' sudden appearance has completely diverted everyone's attention. Seizing the opportunity, a young man with short, dark hair swiftly intervenes, drawing his sword and striking the monster. The impact of the sword sends a shockwave through the air, but the monster remains unfazed. The young man, Lee Ju-ho, is thrown back by the force of the blow, groaning in pain. Su-Hyun watches the scene unfold, his gaze fixed on Lee Ju-ho. Lee Ju-ho? Su-Hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing a Cyclops, a monstrous creature far exceeding his perceived capabilities. The reports of him being a B-rank awakened were accurate. Despite his outward appearance, Su-Hyun reacted swiftly, drawing his sword with surprising speed and strength. He met the Cyclops' attack head-on, a fierce clash of steel against monstrous strength. Observers watched in disbelief as the battle unfolded. They knew Su-Hyun's rank. A B-rank awakened was no match for a Cyclops. The impact of the Cyclops' attack sent Su-Hyun flying, creating a shockwave that rocked the onlookers. Lee Ju-ho, among the observers, shouted Su-Hyun's name in alarm. Su-Hyun landed hard, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. He clutched his sword, assessing the situation. The Cyclops, surprised by Su-Hyun's resilience, commented on his unexpected strength. A B-rank awakened shouldn't have survived that blow. The Cyclops' eye glowed menacingly as it realized its initial assessment was wrong. They needed to retreat. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring everything in a radiant white. The intense light subsided, leaving behind only the lingering afterimage of its immense power. Lee Ju-ho, a man in a business suit, found himself amidst a scene of devastation, a massive wooden hammer resting precariously on his shoulders. He looked around in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. A silent question hung in the air. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dust and debris, wielding a sword with surprising skill and power. The figure engaged in a fierce battle, their movements swift and precise. Ju-ho recognized the fighter, whispering the name, Kim Si-sa. A woman with vibrant red hair, concerned, approached Ju-ho, asking if he was all right. He responded that he was fine. Meanwhile, another young man watched them from a distance, his expression unreadable. The woman expressed relief, noting that Juho appeared unharmed. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with surprising speed and precision. He deflected a blow from a monstrous cyclops with a swift, clean stroke of his sword, sending the creature reeling. The cyclops roared in frustration, its one eye blazing with fury. It retaliated with a powerful energy blast, but Soo-hyun anticipated the attack. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly dodged the blast, the energy narrowly missing him. The force of the blast sent a shock wave through the ground, throwing Soo-hyun off balance. Two other students, a young man and woman, watched in stunned silence. The young woman gasped that Cyclops attacked. The young man echoed her surprise, internally questioning Soo-hyun's incredible agility. How did he dodge it so easily? Soo-hyun, regaining his composure, sheathed his swords and addressed the stunned students. He asked, "How long are you all going to stay like that?" A nearby Cyclops, seemingly confused by the situation, questioned the others. What kind of—" Soo-hyun, observing the situation, calmly stated, "There is no exit. The way in is blocked." Soo-hyun, a young man with dark hair, reacted sharply to something he heard, demanding, "What did you say?" He explained that, starting from the yellow-level dungeons, the entrance and exit points differed. Once inside, escape was impossible until the exit was found. One of the other members of the group agreed with Soo-hyun's assessment, stating that Soo-hyun was right, but expressing confusion about the dungeon level's change. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, causing one of the group members to fall. A woman exclaimed about an earthquake, while Soo-hyun looked on, clearly concerned. Soo-hyun grimly acknowledged that they would have to fight to escape. The group found themselves surrounded by numerous, strange, humanoid creatures, preparing for battle. Soo-hyun volunteered to take on the Cyclops alone, but another member of the group protested, wanting to help. A team of Awakened faced a horde of monsters. One of them, clearly the leader, shouted in desperation about the overwhelming number of enemies. The monsters were numerous and aggressive, closing in on the Awakened. Their leader urged them to fight back, emphasizing the need for unity. Soo-hyun Kim, the protagonist, calmly assessed the situation. He counted approximately 30 monsters. He then swiftly and efficiently eliminated most of them with a single, powerful attack. He noted that, aside from one Cyclops, the rest were standard monsters from an orange-rank dungeon. He decided to leave the remaining few for his teammates, confident they could handle them. Soo-hyun considered his options. He realized that with a specific skill, he could have easily eliminated all the monsters at once. He reflected on the power of this skill, capable of wiping out the entire group with a single strike. Soo-hyun, the seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing a Cyclops. He knew that he couldn't afford to act rashly. Now wasn't the time. He reflected on common knowledge about Cyclops, their usual weakness being their single eye. However, he knew this wasn't a typical situation. Soo-hyun realized that the Cyclops' vulnerability wasn't the obvious eye on its forehead. The Cyclops' true weakness, he knew, lay hidden. He launched himself towards the creature, his movements precise and swift. The Cyclops swung its club, but Soo-hyun was ready. He dodged the blow with practiced ease, the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. Soo-hyun used the momentum of the Cyclops' attack to his advantage, his movements fluid and deadly. He drew his sword, preparing to strike at the Cyclops' hidden weakness. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing a colossal Cyclops. The creature's massive form loomed over him, its immense club raised menacingly. With surprising speed and skill, Soo-hyun drew his sword, a blur of motion as he prepared to counterattack. He moved with a practiced grace that belied his youthful appearance. He focused his intent, a silent affirmation of his plan. Right here, he thought, his eyes narrowed in concentration. In a flash of motion, Soo-hyun launched himself forward, his sword arcing towards the Cyclops' leg. The impact sent a shock wave through the ground. The Cyclops roared in pain and surprise, its grip on its club loosening. It was revealed that the Cyclops held its club not just for attack, but also for defense. A young woman, caught in the crossfire, watched in horror as Soo-hyun's attack continued. An illustration of Cyclops' hand, showing a single, large eye in the palm, appeared, explaining the creature's defensive strategy. The narration box explained that the Cyclops' grip on its club was not only for attack, but also for defense. Soo-hyun's attack continued, forcing the Cyclops to stumble and lose its balance. The creature's massive form crashed to the ground. Soo-hyun landed hard, creating a small crater in the sandy ground. A powerful shockwave rippled outward from the impact. He gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He was clearly exhausted, but far from defeated. A woman with blonde hair, clad in tactical gear, reported to someone off-panel. She stated that the immediate area was secured, but fighting continued elsewhere. Another individual, seemingly a superior officer, received the report. He observed the ongoing battle in the distance, where other Awakened were still engaged with the monsters. A desperate shout pierced the air, a warning for Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun stood, his posture tense, two swords at his side. He seemed prepared for whatever threat was approaching. Suddenly, a monstrous creature attacked Su Haiyan, sending him flying. He crashed into the ground, dazed and disoriented. His eyes widened in surprise. The monstrous creature loomed over him, its single, malevolent eye glaring. It was shocked Su Haiyan was still alive. The title card for the series, The Hero Returns, appeared, promising a tale of a hero's second chance. Chapter 17 begins with Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, finding himself in an extraordinary situation. He was perched atop a monstrous creature, its single, enormous eye glaring up at him. The young man looked surprised, his mouth agape. The monster's gaping maw filled the frame, its teeth bared in a silent roar. A question formed in its mind. What happened? Su Haiyan, still astride the beast, realized something crucial. It wasn't the hand holding a weapon that had caused this. It was his other hand. The perspective shifted, showing the monster's clawed hand reaching towards Su Haiyan. The focus then turned to Su Haiyan's other hand, the one not holding a weapon. It was this hand that held the source of the immense power that had just subdued the monstrous creature. He was shocked by this revelation. Su Haiyan's eyes widened in disbelief as a surge of energy erupted from his hand, shattering the ground beneath him. A monstrous, yellowish-green hand, seemingly made of stone, smashed down with immense force. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. A man in a suit, his face contorted in terror, screamed Suhyun SSI. The man in the suit sputtered in disbelief. Wait, what? Dig it Suhyun SSI. Nearby, a group of people watched in horror. One of them exclaimed, "What? That arrogant guy?" A young woman with fiery red hair, her expression grim, declared, "This place is seriously hopeless. Let's just run." Another of the group called out, "Wait. Look." They pointed towards a grotesque, cyclopean creature emerging from shadows. The creature, a hulking monstrosity with one large eye, let out a guttural sound. Its expression was one of intense pain and confusion. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the creature's chest. It recoiled in agony. The man in the suit watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He could only utter a silent gasp. A young man, seemingly a high school student, appeared, effortlessly deflecting the creature's attack with a swift movement. He smirked. The young man, having easily dispatched the creature, casually commented, "That could have been bad." Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle. He moved with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur against the fiery backdrop of the explosion. Debris rained down around him as he landed, the remnants of a powerful attack. He internally mused that his current abilities wouldn't have been enough without a crucial advantage. A holographic interface appeared before him, displaying a message detailing his transformation ability. He had mimicked the abilities of Cyclops, gaining its giant's breath and amplified regeneration. A powerful orange energy surged from him, a clear indication of his enhanced abilities. He unleashed a devastating attack, a powerful blast of energy that struck a monstrous creature. Su Haiyan followed through with a swift strike, his enhanced speed and strength allowing him to easily overpower the monster. He stood over the fallen beast, his expression grim but resolute. The strain of his abilities was evident on his face. He reflected that the increase in his skill level had been worth the effort. The scene opened with the Charles Patriarch, a berserker, mounted on a monstrous beast. His weapon was a massive axe. Beside him, a divine bird, its characteristic being blue fire, was also present. Su Haiyan clenched his fist, a surge of red energy emanating from it. Until now, he had only been able to mimic the surface-level abilities of his targets. But now he realized he could copy their full power. Su Haiyan was surprised. This was beyond his expectations. He considered pushing his newfound abilities further. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Suhyun SSI." A man in a suit appeared, sword drawn, interrupting Su Haiyan's experiment. The man launched a powerful attack. The scene opens with a wide shot of a desolate, ashen landscape. Smoke and dust fill the air. Su Haiyan Kim, a young man with short brown hair, stands amidst the devastation, his gaze fixed upward, a look of dawning horror on his face. From above, several grotesque, pale creatures with glowing red eyes descend, their movements swift and menacing. Su Haiyan draws a sword, a red energy flaring around him as he prepares to defend himself. The creatures are upon him. He lunges forward, a burst of crimson energy erupting from his body as he strikes at the oncoming monsters. The force of his attack sends several of the creatures flying backward, their bodies impacting the ground with sickening thuds. One creature, seemingly unaffected, lunges at him with a ferocious roar. More creatures appear, surrounding Su Haiyan, their red eyes burning with predatory intent. He unleashes a wave of energy, crisscrossing beams of light, ensnaring the monsters. Su Haiyan, wielding a katana, engaged in a fierce battle against several grotesque, gray-skinned monsters. The air crackled with energy as he moved with surprising speed and skill. With a swift, precise strike, he sent one of the creatures sprawling to the ground, its body impacting the earth with a resounding thud. He stood panting, his body surrounded by a faint red aura, the remnants of his attack still lingering in the air. He braced himself, anticipating the next assault. Su Haiyan continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of motion as he cut down another monster. The force of his attack sent the creature crashing into the ground, creating a small crater in the sandy terrain. Another monster lunged at him, but Su Haiyan effortlessly dodged the attack. "Where are you looking?" he asked, his voice calm despite the intensity of the battle. He countered with a swift strike, sending the creature reeling back. A larger, more powerful monster appeared, its eyes glowing menacingly. Su Haiyan prepared to face this new threat. Observing from a distance, a man in a suit watched Su Haiyan's incredible speed and technique with astonishment. He thought, that speed is incredible, and his technique as well. A man in a suit, his face etched with worry and exertion, looked up, his mouth slightly agape. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples. A reddish-pink energy burst erupted in the distance, accompanied by a cloud of dust and debris. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the spectacle. He questioned whether the display of power was truly possible for a C-rank awakened. A monstrous claw reached out from the darkness, aiming to grab the suited man. He reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and preparing to defend himself. He dismissed the immediate danger, focusing on a larger threat. The man felt a surge of determination. He knew he had a duty to perform. He called out to a woman with red hair, urging her to assist him. She appeared ready to help. The man declared he would take the lead in the fight, instructing the red-haired woman and another individual to provide support. He confirmed that his instructions were understood, emphasizing the importance of staying close behind him. Su Haiyan observed from a distance as three figures engaged in a tense standoff. He noted that they seemed to be on the verge of a confrontation. Without hesitation, Su Haiyan charged into the fray, his movements a blur as he engaged a monstrous creature with his sword. The creature was large, yellow, and vaguely humanoid, with a single, large eye. Having dispatched the first monster, Su Haiyan declared it was time to finish the fight. The remaining monster roared in defiance, its single eye blazing with fury as it lunged at Su Haiyan. Su Haiyan unleashed a powerful energy blast, a searing red beam of light that struck the monster with immense force. The impact of the attack sent the monster reeling, its body momentarily trapped within a grid of red energy. Su Haiyan followed through with a swift, decisive strike, piercing the monster's core. The monster's body began to crumble, its remains disintegrating into dust and sparks. Only a single, glowing hand remained, before it too disintegrated into nothingness. The aftermath of a fierce battle was strewn across the desolate landscape. Chunks of rock and dust, remnants of a destructive power, hung suspended in the air. More debris continued to fall, slowly settling onto the ground. The dust began to clear, revealing the extent of the devastation. Amidst the rubble, a group of weary, awakened stood, their breaths ragged. One of them spoke, "We just barely managed to finish them off." The bodies of numerous monsters lay scattered around them, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. One of the awakened, a woman with fiery red hair, leaned heavily on her sword, her face etched with exhaustion and relief. She muttered, "I thought I was going to die. What do we do now?" Another awakened pointed out a critical problem. "Although we finished off the monsters, we don't know where the exit is, and if more monsters like them appear up ahead, then nothing's changed." A man with short brown hair suggested, "Shouldn't we request a rescue from the authorities?" He continued, explaining his apprehension. "This is my first time in a situation like this to be honest. I don't think there are any guidelines for this kind of situation." Su Haiyan, sword in hand, stood within a cavern. He declared that since they seemed safe, it was time to rest. A companion simply agreed. A man in a suit approached Su Haiyan, concerned for his well-being. Su Haiyan assured him he was fine, despite some discomfort. Su Haiyan revealed his official rank, a C-rank awakened. He admitted that he had overreacted during the emergency, feeling his body throb with exertion. His companion suggested seeking medical attention from someone named Yun, while he himself would discuss their next steps with someone named Baran. The man in the suit guided Su Haiyan and a woman with long brown hair out of the cavern. The woman asked if he was badly hurt. He replied that he wasn't. The woman asked if he was badly hurt. He replied that he wasn't. The man in the suit thanked someone off-panel, likely a reporter. The woman praised Su Haiyan's earlier performance in battle. Su Haiyan, along with a girl, stood amidst a desolate landscape. The girl expressed astonishment at his feat of slaying a cyclops single-handedly, emphasizing the monster's formidable nature, even for seasoned awakened individuals. Su Haiyan humbly attributed his success to luck, though he privately knew he had exploited the creature's weaknesses. The girl's expression shifted to one of thoughtful contemplation. The girl, addressing Su Haiyan, voiced her concern about his apparent lack of worry regarding the situation. Su Haiyan responded, clarifying that her concern pertained to the dungeon's difficulty. He acknowledged the dungeon's difficulty but shifted the focus of his concern. Su Haiyan's attention turned to the people present within the dungeon. He held a glowing orb aloft. The girl continued, expressing her worry about the other people in the group. One was terrified and unable to fight effectively. Another was constantly complaining, and there was a third person whose identity remained unknown. A man sat pensively, his gaze fixed on the ground. His thoughts lingered on two specific individuals within the group. A woman with vibrant red hair voiced her concerns to a man in a suit. She explained that the dungeon raid's rewards weren't being properly distributed, and that excuses were being made while lower-tier parties received less. The woman continued, her worry deepening. She feared that even if their raid was successful, they wouldn't receive their fair share of the rewards. The scene shifted to a dimly lit cavern. A young man with dark hair, Suyun, stood alongside a woman holding a glowing green staff. A third, shadowy figure loomed nearby. The woman addressed Suyun, acknowledging his hard work despite the unfair circumstances. Suyun, however, seemed resigned to the situation. The woman reassured Suyun, telling him not to worry. Her expression showed concern as she spoke to Suyun, still holding her glowing staff. Suyun, though seemingly calm, admitted to understanding the situation. The man from the previous scene approached the group, his presence causing a slight stir. He addressed Suyun directly. The man requested a private conversation with Suyun, asking him to follow. Two figures stood facing each other, their legs and lower bodies visible. One wore a business suit, the other more casual attire. A katana rested between them, seemingly the object of their silent confrontation. A young woman with long, light brown hair looked on with a slightly anxious expression as a young man with short, dark hair responded nonchalantly. "Yeah, sure. Let's go." The young man reconsidered, adding, "Actually, there's something I'd like to ask you myself." The man in the suit looked down with a questioning expression as the young man stared back with a confident, almost challenging gaze. A single question mark floated above the man in the suit. The scene opens within a dimly lit cavern, water dripping from the stalactites above. The air hangs heavy with moisture and the scent of damp earth. Two pairs of feet, one in sneakers and the other in flats, are shown walking along a dirt path within the cave. The sound of footsteps echoes softly through the cavern. A group of awakened individuals, armed and alert, cautiously navigates the cave. One of them observes that they have dealt with all the monsters in the immediate area. Their leader, a man with short, dark hair, confidently assures the group that they should be safe until they reach the next area. The leader checks his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A woman with vibrant red hair approaches him, inquiring about his conversation with Suyun. He hesitates, a question forming in his mind. He decides to voice a question he has been pondering. Two figures, a man in a suit and a woman with red hair, stood in a dimly lit cavern. The man held a device, and the woman held a sword. The man received a message. The plan had been canceled. The woman mused that something much bigger was at play. The woman surmised that whatever it was likely waiting for them. The group arrived at a large, imposing metal door, its surface adorned with intricate crosses. The man in the suit examined the door with his device. The group, now including several additional individuals, stood before a large stone column in a cavernous space. They appeared apprehensive. The man in the suit stood at the forefront of the group, his expression serious. One of the younger members of the group, a young man with dark hair, thought to himself that it was about time. A voiceover stated that soon, their true colors would be revealed. A colossal, imposing door, crafted from dark metal, stood ajar, revealing a radiant light beyond. A group of high school students cautiously ventured into the dungeon's depths, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. One of them, a young man in a yellow jacket, questioned their progress, his voice laced with uncertainty. Another student observed that they seemed to be in the dungeon's central area. A blonde girl, wearing a red jacket, tilted her head in confusion, questioning the presence of an exit. Suddenly, one of them spotted a large door, exclaiming that it must be the exit. Overjoyed, they expressed their relief at finally escaping the dungeon. However, a cautious voice warned them against reckless movement. As the group moved forward, the ground beneath them crumbled, sending them falling. The dungeon system activated. A young man with white hair stood before a glowing blue interface, his expression unreadable. Beside him, two other individuals reacted with surprise to the sudden activation. A message appeared on the screen, welcoming the travelers and announcing the imminent start of the dungeon trial. A group of young people, including a girl who looked concerned, listened attentively. A young man with dark hair questioned the system's message, wondering what it meant by the exit being right in front of them. The system explained that, unlike previous raids, the trials wouldn't end with monster extermination. A plea for help appeared, requesting the rescue of a village in danger. The system further instructed them to survive and that clearing the dungeons required meeting specific conditions. The first trial was presented: fight monsters at the back door for 30 minutes. The second trial involved opening the opposite door and running from monsters for 30 minutes. A 10-minute time limit was imposed for choosing a trial. Otherwise, a random trial would be selected. A heated discussion unfolded between three individuals. One, a man with short, dark hair, expressed frustration with a seemingly arbitrary system. A woman with vibrant red hair listened intently, while a third, a woman with ash-blonde hair, offered a pragmatic observation. The ash-blonde woman continued, suggesting they should retreat from the dungeon due to its impossible difficulty. A young man with short, light blonde hair and a worried expression agreed. The ash-blonde woman countered that the rewards would be greater if they fought, prompting a retort from the man with short, dark hair. Their argument escalated. The man with dark hair scoffed at the suggestion of retreat, pointing out their recent success in battle. The ash-blonde woman retorted, highlighting his lack of contribution to the fight. The red-haired woman intervened, exasperated by their childish bickering. The man with dark hair, seemingly taking her words to heart, fell silent, lost in thought. The man with dark hair turned to the young man with short, dark hair, his expression unreadable. The young man responded with a subtle, knowing smile. The man with dark hair's eyes narrowed, a subtle shift in his demeanor. Li Jiho, a woman with crimson hair and determined expression, stood amidst a debris-strewn area, sword at her hip. She urgently addressed her companion. "What are we going to do, Li Jiho? There's less than 10 minutes before the trial starts." A man in a dark suit, his katana sheathed at his side, responded calmly. "In my opinion," Jiho continued, explaining that their recent victory against the Cyclops was largely due to Suyin's efforts. Jiho, facing a group of other awakened, proposed, "So, I think it'd be right for us to ask him for his opinion." A blonde woman among the group scoffed, "To let a mere C rank be the raid leader." Another woman, with short blonde hair, countered, "But isn't it true that he fought well?" Suyun, the subject of their discussion, remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. He finally spoke, suggesting, "I think that it'd be better for us to fight." His suggestion was met with shock and disbelief from the others. One exclaimed, "What?" Su Hyen Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing accusations of arrogance. His recent victory over Cyclops was deemed insufficient by his peers, who questioned his greed in such a dire situation. Despite their criticism, Su Hyen remained resolute. He pointed out that they had all heard the options, run or fight. One of his companions, a blonde woman, felt ignored and frustrated. Another member of the group considered the implications of running away. While it initially seemed easier, they realized that fleeing might mean being relentlessly pursued by monsters they couldn't defeat. The grim reality of their situation was illustrated by a shadowy image of a fleeing figure being pursued by a monstrous hand. The group reacted with alarm to this visualization of their potential fate. The blonde woman's expression showed fear and concern. Su Hyen suggested that they should prepare for battle, acknowledging the unknown dangers that lay ahead. He proposed forming a defensive formation to increase their chances of survival. One of the group members, a man in a suit, found Su Hyen's suggestion plausible, considering their current predicament. With no objections, the group agreed to Su Hyen's plan. The man in the suit, now taking charge, gave the order to form ranks. The group prepared for battle, ready to face whatever lay beyond the door. The scene opened in a large, dimly lit hall, the stone walls echoing with an ancient silence. 7 figures stood poised for battle in the center of the hall, their stances suggesting a practiced readiness. Among them, a young man in a dark suit stood out, his grip firm on a katana. A voice, seemingly disembodied, announced their task, to fight monsters. A countdown began. One of the figures, a young woman with blonde hair, looked tense, her hand hovering over a weapon. The young man in the dark suit, his face calm despite the impending danger, wished his companions luck before the trial commenced. A blinding light erupted from the floor of the hall. The light intensified, forming a radiant pillar that filled the hall. From the pillar, monstrous creatures emerged, a reptilian humanoid and a winged beast with glowing red eyes. The trial had begun. A horde of grotesque creatures, a mix of reptilian humanoids and monstrous arachnids, surrounded a central figure. Their forms were unsettling, a blend of the organic and the bizarre. A group of awakened, armed and ready, braced themselves against an impending threat. A warning cry pierced the air. "They're coming." Amidst the chaos, a voice called out, urging caution. "Everyone, be careful." One awakened, a man in a business suit, found himself struggling against a swift, unexpected attack. He exclaimed, "Why is it so fast, Ash?" The creature's attack landed, leaving the awakened gasping for air. He coughed. Panic set in as he realized the gravity of his situation. He thought, "I can't breathe." Suddenly, another figure, a young man in a hoodie, intervened, deflecting the attack. A nearby awakened shouted, "As soon as I." The young man, Suyun, faced the creature, ready for battle. Su Hyen, his face set in grim determination, unleashed a powerful blue energy blast from his sword, striking a monstrous green creature. The force of the attack sent shockwaves rippling through the air. A moment later, he stood panting, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. About a minute had passed since the start of the fight. The aftermath of the initial clash showed scattered debris and dust settling on the ground. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a young woman with long brown hair used a glowing staff to fend off a group of monsters, including a large reptilian creature. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair, skillfully dodged attacks from a winged monster, while another awakened, with short brown hair, used magic to support their efforts. One of the awakened, using a sword, swiftly dispatched a monster with a precise strike to its head. Suhayan, once again, unleashed a devastating energy wave, decimating a large group of monsters. The aftermath of the attack left a trail of destruction in its wake. Suhayan knelt, his sword resting on the ground, a determined look on his face. He knew it was almost time. The question hung heavy in the air. What course of action would they choose? A shadowy figure observed them from the darkness, pondering their choices. Would they reveal their true selves, or prioritize self-preservation and see how events unfolded? Three young awakened, caught off guard, reacted instinctively to the sudden attack. Elsewhere, a tense confrontation unfolded between two figures. One, a man in a suit, watched with apprehension as the other, a young man with a sword, stood ready. A young woman, clutching a staff, looked on in fear and uncertainty. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a figure was impaled upon numerous spears, a chilling sight. The figure, now lifeless, hung suspended from the spears, a grim testament to the danger. A sudden, sharp jolt of pain shot through him, leaving Suhayan gasping for air. He felt disoriented, his mind reeling from the intensity of the sensation. The scene opens with a young woman, her face partially obscured, standing over a fallen figure impaled by several glowing spears. The air crackles with residual energy. A man in a suit, his face etched with shock and concern, looks down at the fallen figure. Beside him, a young man with dark hair stares, speechless. Elsewhere, two other individuals, a woman with fiery red hair and a man with blonde hair, react with alarm to the unfolding events. The woman appears to be wielding a sword. A man in a suit, his face contorted in a grimace, shouts a warning. He urges everyone to focus, as a monstrous creature emerges from the shadows. The creature attacks, and a chilling statement appears. The attack is far from over. Suhayan, wielding a glowing sword, found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle. A wave of energy pulsed from the blade. He was surrounded by monstrous creatures, their forms shifting and indistinct in the ethereal blue light. Several awakened, their faces etched with grim determination, fought desperately against the overwhelming tide. One of the awakened, a young man in a yellow jacket, stared in disbelief as a digital message appeared before them. The first route had been forcibly closed. Instructions followed. They would restart in the second route after 10 minutes. The message urged them to move past the gate and escape safely to the exit. A young woman with blonde hair exclaimed in shock. They had less than 5 minutes to clear the trials. Another awakened, a woman with red hair, questioned who had opened the gate. The blonde woman, clearly shaken, replied that she didn't know. Someone had simply opened the door and ran. A moment of stunned silence fell over the group. The red-haired awakened wondered aloud if they would be able to take on the monsters. A man beside her grimly stated that it was impossible. They had already fought and were too exhausted and depleted to face another wave of stronger monsters. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in tactical gear and wielding twin swords, argued with a man in a dark suit who held a katana. She warned him that fleeing would lead them into traps. Ignoring her concerns, a young man with dark hair, dressed in a casual hoodie, stepped forward. Rocks littered the ground around them, indicating recent destruction. He confidently declared there was nothing to worry about and urged them to proceed. The red-haired woman's expression shifted to one of disbelief and alarm. She pointed out the numerous dead bodies scattered nearby, incredulously questioning his apparent obliviousness to the danger. She accused him of suicidal recklessness. The woman in a blue shirt, looking concerned, agreed with the red-haired woman's assessment of the situation. The young man explained that the system's instructions for the second method involved being chased by summoned monsters. He was shown running through a corridor, dodging projectiles launched by unseen assailants. The scene depicted a chaotic struggle for survival. However, he noticed a trap, despite the system's failure to mention avoiding such hazards. A timer displayed 3 minutes remaining. A tense discussion unfolded within the confines of a dungeon. One individual, a woman with light blonde hair, questioned the group, highlighting their prior experience with such perilous locations. A taller man with a weary expression responded, prompting reflection on their dire circumstances. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes, Suhayan, offered a blunt assessment of their situation. Death was imminent, within 3 minutes. A woman with vibrant red hair, observing the scene, countered the fatalistic view. She argued that a final attempt was warranted before accepting their fate. Suddenly, a man in a suit, drawing a sword, interrupted the conversation. His decisive action signaled a shift in the immediate plan. The suited man addressed the group, stating that anyone opposed to his plan could remain behind. Li Juho, however, voiced his agreement with Suhayan's assessment, advocating for a swift retreat. Suhayan, acknowledging his shortcomings as a leader, deflected responsibility for any future failures onto himself. The red-haired woman, focusing on the immediate goal of survival, urged the group to prioritize escape. The blonde woman agreed with the red-haired woman's assessment, emphasizing the importance of teamwork in their precarious situation. With a sense of urgency, the group decided to act swiftly, recognizing the limited time available. A group of young awakens stood together, preparing to leave. One of them, a girl, questioned Soo-hyun Kim's decision to remain behind, noting that they would close the door behind them immediately. Soo-hyun stood alone in a ruined hall, his sword at his side. He resolved to stay. The girl's voice echoed, surprised by his decision to stay. Two other awakened expressed their disbelief at Soo-hyun's choice, questioning his sanity and suggesting that fighting the monsters alone was reckless. Soo-hyun calmly asserted that he would not be alone. The two awakened looked at each other, confused. Soo-hyun explained that he needed to bring someone else with them. A young woman with long, light-colored hair appeared, seemingly summoned by Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun confirmed her identity, Kim Yun. A young woman with long, light gray hair stood in a dimly lit space, a look of confusion on her face. She uttered a single word, barely a whisper, "What?" A young man with short, dark hair appeared beside her, his expression serious. He gestured towards an exit, saying, "Let's go." The woman, however, protested, insisting, No, I want to get out. Why do I have to stay back with you?" The young woman's eyes widened in surprise as the young man suddenly dashed past her towards a large doorway. A new character, a woman with short, red hair, appeared, her voice sharp and accusatory as she demanded, "What the hell are you doing? What did Yilin do for you to do this?" The young man, now some distance away, responded curtly, "I'll tell you everything later." The young woman pleaded desperately, "Wait, leader, I don't want to stay here. Take me with you." The young man paused, turning back to address the young woman. He asked, "You didn't forget our promise, right?" He then proceeded to leave through the doorway, his movements swift and determined. The young man, having passed through the doorway, confirmed, "Yes, I remember." Soo-hyun found himself in a desolate, ruined place. Before him stood a large, ornate golden door, etched with crosses. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he reached out, whispering, "No, what is this?" A young woman with long, light brown hair appeared beside him, her face etched with terror. She cried out, "Do not leave me. Hey, everybody." Soo-hyun stood beside her, a glowing green staff in his hand. The scene was one of devastation. The ground was cracked and littered with debris. The woman fell to her knees, dropping her weapon. She gasped, "Mr. Soo-hyun." Tears streamed down her face as she continued, "Why are you doing this to me? Both of us are going to die if we stay here." She sobbed, "I want to live." Soo-hyun responded, You want to live too, right, Mr. Soo-hyun?" A close-up showed the woman clutching a hidden knife. Soo-hyun smirked. "You think I wouldn't realize that you were with them?" A blue feather, seemingly imbued with magical energy, streaks across the page, leaving a trail of light and motion. The camera focuses on a young man's shoulder, revealing a distinctive tattoo, a stylized eye within a wing-like shape. The young man, his expression a mixture of fear and apprehension, stares at his own shoulder. He silently reads the tattoo, recognizing it as a symbol of the Dump Guild. His thoughts intensify, labeling the Dump Guild as the worst group of murderers. A visual representation of chaos and destruction flashes across the page, emphasizing the severity of the Dump Guild's actions. The narration clarifies that the Dump Guild is a breeding ground for crime, a group of murderers responsible for countless evil deeds. The narration further explains that while currently unknown to the public, the Dump Guild will rise to become a significant threat in the coming years. A chaotic scene unfolds, depicting a large-scale conflict. The image suggests a future where the Dump Guild's actions will cause widespread devastation. The narration confirms this, stating that the Dump Guild will become a threat to humanity, rivaling the initial monster outbreak in scale. Soo-hyun, the reincarnated hero, reflected on the events that led to the world's destruction. He realized that to prevent the apocalypse from repeating, he needed to eliminate the root cause of the problem. He confronted someone, accusing them of orchestrating the entire dungeon expedition as a means to gain an achievement for their guild. A woman with pink hair scoffed at his accusation. She then explained that Lee Yumi, though uncooperative, was too preoccupied with her own survival to be a serious threat. Her constant thoughts of escape during battles were evident. The woman continued, noting that on Minseek, while intending to clear the dungeon, lacked the combat skills to eliminate the entire party, including a mysterious man. This mysterious man, whose identity was concealed, was considered the most suspicious member of the group. Soo-hyun's accuser revealed that the mysterious man was likely their first target, and that the story about Lee Ju-ho and Kim Barun was deliberately leaked to mislead suspicion. This calculated leak was intended to make it easier for others to suspect someone else when the incident occurred. Soo-hyun acknowledged that this was precisely how he discovered the truth. A young man with striking blue eyes stared intently at an older woman with long, graying hair. She scoffed, a sound barely audible, a single pft escaping her lips. The woman's shoulders and upper body were visible, clad in a worn blue jacket. The focus shifted to the young man's face, his expression unreadable. She let out another dismissive pft. Then she spoke, her words laced with a hint of disbelief. "I noticed it back when you took down the Cyclops." The woman, her expression a mixture of disbelief and something akin to fear, exclaimed, "You're really something else, huh?" She continued, her voice sharp and questioning. "Are you really Kim Soo-hyun from that rank?" The woman smirked, a cruel glint in her eyes. "You're going to die within a few seconds. When you die surrounded by monsters, I'm going to open the door and escape." A digital display appeared, showcasing this sneak skill. It makes everything around the user that touches their body invisible within a set diameter, erasing their presence. She revealed, "I have the sneak skill. My class as a healer is a fake. My skills are specialized for assassination." Using her skill, the woman slipped past the young man and opened a gate. The second trial began. As she disappeared, she called back, "Well, good luck on your own." Soo-hyun stood amidst the ruins of a grand hall, a powerful golden energy still radiating from the point where he had just struck the ground. His expression was one of grim determination. He wondered if his newly discovered ability could erase the lingering scent of blood from his body. A young woman with long, light gray hair appeared beside him, her eyes wide with shock as a faint, glowing teal aura emanated from her shoulder. She questioned him about when he had acquired this power. Soo-hyun's hand glowed with the same teal energy as the woman's, but it was laced with dark, almost black particles. He was surprised, unsure of when this had happened. The woman recoiled slightly, her own aura flickering as she looked at his hand in alarm. She moved away, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion. Suddenly, three monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly as they surrounded Soo-hyun. He let out a pained groan. The monsters roared in unison, their attack imminent. Soo-hyun turned to face the creatures, his back to the woman, his expression resolute as he gripped his sword. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst the chaos. His expression was grim, his eyes reflecting a determination that belied his youthful appearance. He muttered to himself, "Now." Above him, a horde of monstrous creatures filled the sky. Their roars echoed through the ravaged landscape. He stated, "What's left are you guys?" Below, a vast army of grotesque monsters awaited him, their numbers seemingly endless. Soo-hyun stood alone, a lone figure against an overwhelming tide of evil, his sword held firmly in his hand. The aerial assault began, the monstrous creatures diving towards him with terrifying speed. With a swift, precise movement, Soo-hyun deflected the first wave of attacks. A powerful energy erupted from him, pushing back the creatures. He was surrounded, yet he stood defiant. The monsters clawed at him, but he held his ground, a fierce light emanating from his body. He declared, "I'm sorry, but you're not getting past a single step from here." Soo-hyun's face was contorted in a grimace of determination, his eyes blazing with power. He was ready to fight. A monstrous, winged creature, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, descended from the sky with a terrifying roar. Its powerful wings beat, creating a powerful gust of wind as it hurtled towards the ground. Amidst the chaotic scene of various monsters, a young man with dark hair stood firm, wielding two glowing blue blades with remarkable skill and precision. He moved with a swiftness that defied the eye, deflecting attacks with effortless grace. The speed of his movements blurred, leaving only streaks of light in their wake. He gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, preparing for the next attack. With a powerful swing, he sent a wave of energy slicing through the air, striking the monster with immense force. The impact sent the monster reeling, its wings momentarily faltering. He stood defiantly, his blue eyes unwavering, a determined expression etched on his face. As expected, there was a massive horde of monsters. Soo-hyun Kim stood before them, his expression grim. He couldn't see the end of the monstrous army. He stood firm, his sword held ready, amidst a sea of grotesque creatures. A small smile played on his lips. He mused that the conditions for his special technique were finally met. He then challenged the monsters. Soo-hyun raised his hand, a blue energy forming. He vowed to end them with one strike. Someone urged their companions to flee, but another voice warned them that the monsters were closing in. A group of people ran through a dusty landscape. One of them, a man in a yellow shirt, looked back with a sneer. He addressed someone unseen, saying that he knew what they were doing. The man in the yellow shirt continued, asking if Kim Yin was the one who killed the man with the trap. Another man, his face etched with concern, questioned how the first man knew that. The man in the yellow shirt's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. The man in yellow explained that he had obtained the information beforehand. He then asked what the other man wanted to say. The scene shifted to a dark cavern. A man in a suit stood with his back to the viewer. He turned, addressing the other man as Soo-hyun Sasai, and asked if he was really a C rank. Soo-hyun, appearing calm, simply asked why the other man was asking. Two figures stood facing each other in a desolate, rocky landscape. One, a young man with short black hair, dressed in casual attire, held a katana at his side. The other, older with short brown hair, wore a business suit and carried a katana as well. The suited man stated that he had spoken with someone named Barun. A burst of light and energy erupted, obscuring the figures momentarily. The suited man's voice then expressed his astonishment at the young man's strength, noting his ability to defeat a cyclops single-handedly. The light subsided, revealing the young man seemingly unharmed. The suited man, still impressed, wondered aloud if the young man was the rumored awakened Kim Soo-hyun. The young man, visibly uncomfortable under the other's intense gaze, nervously awaited the next question. Assuming the young man's identity, the suited man proposed that he become the raid leader instead of himself, believing him to be more suitable for the dangerous situation. The suited man explained his reasoning, emphasizing the current dangerous circumstances and the young man's superior capabilities. He formally requested an answer from Kim Soo-hyun. The suited man questioned Kim Soo-hyun's official C-rank status, his skepticism evident. Kim Soo-hyun remained silent, his expression unreadable, leaving the question hanging in the air. A cavern, dimly lit, filled with the remnants of a recent collapse. Dust motes danced in the faint light. The conversation continued. One voice confirmed, yes. The other responded, that was what I was originally going to say. You're right. Inside the cavern, two figures stood facing each other. One, older, with a stern expression, spoke sharply. The other remained silent. The younger man, Soo-hyun Kim, stared back with a calm intensity. Soo-hyun revealed his identity. I'm that Kim Soo-hyun. The other man, already suspecting, simply replied, I knew it. Did you hide yourself on purpose? Soo-hyun explained, I have some personal reasons. The older man continued, but I heard that you're trustworthy and decided to be honest with you. He then made a request. Soo-hyun, however, immediately refused, stating, I decline your request. You need to be the raid leader. The older man was taken aback. Soo-hyun confidently asserted, I'm sure of it after you try to make me the raid leader. A tense meeting unfolded. A man, his face etched with authority, addressed a group of people. He praised their composure under pressure, highlighting their ability to maintain calm even amidst danger. He also commended their willingness to selflessly sacrifice themselves for the greater good. The scene shifted to a chaotic battle. A powerful energy erupted as the man deflected an attack, protecting the others. His actions were decisive and swift. The focus narrowed to two individuals. One, the man from before, looked at the other with a thoughtful expression. He declared the other to be a trustworthy leader. The man continued, stating that the other was more qualified to lead than he was. He then made a request. The scene changed to a desolate landscape. The two men stood facing each other. The man who had made the request was met with surprise and confusion. The man explained that his request was related to something he had previously mentioned. He then revealed a shocking piece of information. He predicted a murder within their raiding team. The other man's face showed shock and disbelief. He was clearly disturbed by the prediction. He stammered, questioning what the other man was saying. The weight of the prediction hung heavy in the air. A man, his face obscured by shadow, addressed someone unseen. He requested a promise, that the others be brought to safety, excluding himself. A young man, his expression questioning, responded. He voiced concern for the man's safety, asking about his own plans. The shadowed figure declared his intention to remain behind, explaining that his purpose was to capture the culprit. The young man's thoughts revealed his assessment of the situation. He recognized the shadowed figure as Kim Soo-hyun, the strongest rookie in the abyss, and surmised that his plan was to buy time by remaining alone. The young man considered the plan's feasibility. While acknowledging Soo-hyun's strength, he worried about the numerous monsters within the dungeon. A visual representation of the numerous monsters within the dungeon flashed before the young man's eyes, emphasizing the danger. Despite his concern, the young man felt powerless to intervene. He was worried, but unable to act. He resigned himself to the situation, accepting that his interference would only hinder Soo-hyun's efforts. The two men, Soo-hyun and the young man, were shown side by side, their faces conveying determination and apprehension. Lee Ju-ho, a man in a suit, gripped the hilt of his sword. He was clearly preparing for a confrontation. Ju-ho ran, his expression grim. He resolved to prevent whatever was about to happen, no matter the cost. Beside him, a woman with red hair watched him with a mixture of concern and determination. Despite his determination, Ju-ho found himself unable to abandon Soo-hyun. He couldn't leave him alone. Ju-ho sprinted across the desolate landscape, the woman following closely behind, her sword drawn. He apologized to Soo-hyun, his voice filled with regret. Meanwhile, someone called out to Ju-ho, asking where he was going. Ju-ho's face was set, his determination unwavering. He was coming to Soo-hyun's aid. A bright light erupted behind him as he moved with incredible speed. Someone called out to him, their voice filled with urgency. Ju-ho smashed through a barrier, his movements powerful and decisive. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a scene of utter devastation. His eyes widened, reflecting the horror of the surrounding carnage. A wave of blue energy washed over the area, leaving behind a trail of lifeless monsters. The sheer scale of the destruction was overwhelming. He stared at the aftermath, his mind struggling to process the enormity of what he was witnessing. The ground was littered with the remains of the creatures, a testament to the brutal battle that had just concluded. Soo-hyun's gaze fell upon a katana strapped to his back. He wondered what on earth. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged at him, forcing Su Haiyan into a defensive stance. A description of his new ability appeared before him. Divine flames, capable of inflicting fatal damage on enemies with dark tendencies. He raised his hand, a surge of blue flames erupting from his palm. The flames engulfed the creature, incinerating it instantly. With newfound power, Su Haiyan leaped into action, his katana flashing as he engaged the remaining monsters. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer power of the monsters. A surge of blue energy erupted from his hands, a desperate, final effort against the encroaching darkness. 20 years prior, Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, felt an unfamiliar power stir within him. The same blue energy that had marked Song-in's final stand now pulsed through his veins. He found himself airborne, the world a blur of icy blue. A single, confused question escaped his lips. Jo SSI? Suddenly, monstrous winged creatures descended from the sky, their menacing forms casting a shadow over the city. Su Haiyan reacted instinctively, channeling the surging energy into a powerful blast of blue light. The beams sliced through the air, striking one of the monstrous creatures. But more emerged, their crimson eyes burning with predatory intent. Two more of the winged beasts appeared, ready to attack. Su Haiyan braced himself, preparing for a more intense confrontation. He unleashed another wave of energy, a torrent of blue light that engulfed the monsters. Su Haiyan, wielding a glowing blue energy blade, launched a powerful attack against a monstrous, blue-skinned dragon. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling across the icy landscape. Li Juho watched in awe and terror as Su Haiyan effortlessly dispatched the dragon with a single strike. He was drenched in sweat, his face a mask of disbelief. Su Haiyan landed gracefully, the impact barely disturbing the icy ground beneath his feet. He stood, seemingly unfazed by the immense power he had just unleashed. He stood amidst the remnants of the battle, his weapon held firmly in his hand. A surge of blue energy crackled around him, a testament to his overwhelming power. The defeated dragon dissolved into blue flames, its essence consumed by the power Su Haiyan wielded. Li Juho, breathless, called out to Su Haiyan, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and concern. Li Juho questioned Su Haiyan's return, reminding him of his previous order to leave the dangerous location. Su Haiyan, standing amidst the remains of the battle, offered a simple apology for disobeying his friend. Su Haiyan explained his inability to abandon Li Juho, emphasizing his unwavering loyalty and friendship. Someone inquired about Kim, YUNSSI's fate. In response, a man explained that he had taken care of her, or more accurately, that she had been killed by monsters. The scene shifts to another man, who appears distraught. He explained that he had rushed there frantically, but that the other man had already handled everything. He felt utterly useless. The first man, however, countered that he would be of help. A surge of energy crackled around the first man as he spoke, and he continued, explaining that this was where things truly began. A bright, swirling vortex of energy appeared before them, marking the true beginning of the conflict. The energy intensified. The vortex exploded outward. From the vortex, a skeletal hand emerged. A skeletal figure, cloaked and radiating an ominous golden aura, materialized before them. Its purple eyes glowed intensely, and faint electrical sparks crackled around its form. Su Haiyan Kim, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stared in disbelief, his companion beside him equally shocked. His companion exclaimed that the final boss had finally appeared. The skeletal figure, now more clearly visible, held a dark orb in its hand, its power palpable. The skeletal figure began to ascend, its movements slow and deliberate, an aura of immense power emanating from it. Its face, a skull-like visage, was now fully revealed, its empty sockets burning with an eerie purple light. A chilling smile stretched across its bony jaw. The final boss had finally appeared. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes and wielding a staff, materialized before them. Its eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. The being let out a chilling, echoing laugh that seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. Elsewhere, a man in a suit watched the scene unfold, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He could only stammer in disbelief. He wondered what that terrifying thing was. A man in a suit gestures emphatically towards a glowing figure, explaining to a young man with dark hair that the figure is the final boss of the dungeon. The young man questions if there are dungeon bosses that look like skeleton monsters. The skeletal figure, radiating power, responds that it shouldn't be called a monster. The man in the suit remarks that the skeleton's speech is quite rude. The young man, startled, exclaims that the skeleton is talking. The scene shows the aftermath of a battle, with several defeated, glowing blue figures lying on the ground. The man in the suit and the young man stand amidst the carnage. The young man, holding a sword, and the man in the suit stand defiantly amidst the fallen foes, surveying the scene. The skeletal figure expresses its displeasure at being called a skeleton, requesting to be addressed properly. The skeletal figure, now emanating purple energy, reveals itself in its full, imposing form, holding a crystal orb. The skeletal figure's name, Lich the Dark, is revealed. The Lich states that is its proper name, but the young man dismisses it, calling it a half of a Lich. A hooded figure, cloaked in purple, appeared before two men. One of the men, Suhyan, questioned, a half. Suhyan's companion confirmed, yes, that thing is not a Lich. In fact, it's something that almost became a Lich. The partially formed Lich scoffed, an actual Lich has completely different mana load and density. How foolish. You think that kind of trifling taunt will work on a halfling? Suyeon, un impressive, retorted, alf. Failure. Decalcomany. Suhyan continued his taunting, half-off sale. Lich real. The Lich's eyes glowed intensely, a sinister smile spreading across its skeletal face. The Lich hissed, you bastards. Its rage exploded as it vowed. I will rip off your limbs and turn you into monster feed. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the Lich, engulfing Suhyan and his companion as they stood before a large, imposing Gothic door. A chaotic scene unfolded. Several monstrous creatures, their forms vaguely reptilian and humanoid, clashed violently. One, larger than the rest, possessed a bull-like head and glowing green eyes, its body crackling with purple energy. Two young men stood amidst the carnage, observing the horrifying spectacle. One, dressed in a casual jacket, watched with a grim expression. His companion, clad in a suit, held a katana, his face etched with shock as he uttered, the corpses are. The young man in the jacket, his eyes a striking blue, stared intently at the scene, his expression unreadable. The suited man, his voice laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension, observed, I guess it's still a Lich, even though it's only half of one. It still has the ability to control the dead. A horde of undead creatures, each grotesque and varied in appearance, advanced upon them. The suited man continued his analysis. It's also probably the reason why the dungeon turned yellow. The two young men walked away from the scene. The suited man, his face grim, stated, I did it on purpose. To do such a thing. The suited man, his face etched with determination, explained his actions. This was the only way to make it attack me first. He drew his katana, a surge of blue energy enveloping the blade as he prepared for battle. A surge of blue energy crackled, emanating from an unseen source. The energy coalesced into a glowing blue blade, grasped firmly in the hand of a young man. He stood poised, ready. With a powerful thrust, the young man lunged forward, the blue blade a streak of light. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he sliced through the air, leaving trails of blue energy in his wake. The young man stood within a glowing blue circle, facing another man, sword drawn. He looked surprised, muttering to himself. His opponent, Juho SSI, watched with concern. I don't. Juho SSI explained, I didn't mean to make you feel bad, but you're not strong enough to face all those monsters alone. It'll be difficult for me to fight them while protecting you. The young man simply replied, yes, I'm aware. Juho SSI instructed the young man, please just distract the monsters without leaving the circle. He looked worried, asking, but what about you? A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes and wielding a staff, hovered in the air. Dark energy crackled around it. Suhyan, observing the scene from a distance, muttered to himself, questioning the nature of the being before him. He reacted swiftly, launching himself into action. Suhyan moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he cut through the ranks of monsters. The skeletal figure's eyes glowed intensely, its gaze fixed on Suhyan. Suhyan attacked with a powerful strike. He landed a blow, but the impact was far greater than he anticipated. The skeletal figure let out a chilling laugh. Suhyan, reeling from the force of the impact, found himself momentarily disoriented. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes, hovered amidst a chaotic scene. Surrounded by various monstrous creatures, it effortlessly evaded a swift attack from a young man with dark hair. You're quite fast, human, the skeletal figure remarked, but you couldn't reach me. The young man, momentarily stunned, muttered to himself, teleportation. Meanwhile, a narration box explained that liches are generally unsuited for physical combat, preferring to use undead minions to maintain distance and avoid close quarters fighting. The skeletal figure, now revealed to be a lich, continued its explanation, and that's to hide their fatal weakness. The narration box detailed the lich's fatal weakness, a crystal of life located on its forehead. The narration continued, explaining that this mana crystal served as the lich's life force. The narration further elaborated that liches must keep their opponents at a distance to protect this crystal, and that their teleportation abilities have evolved to support this defensive strategy. However, this also meant that killing the lich would be significantly easier once the young man could close the distance. The young man, having understood the lich's weakness, prepared to attack. Suhyan, wielding a sword, launched a powerful attack, a blue energy surging from his blade. He pressed his assault, noticing the skeletal figure using its cloak to create a blind spot. The skeletal figure, a powerful mage, unleashed a dark purple energy blast. The impact of the blast sent Su-Hyan reeling. He was thrown back, muttering in frustration. Su-Hyan focused, gathering his strength. He unleashed his own power, invoking divine flames. A wave of searing blue flames erupted from his hand, engulfing the skeletal mage. The force of the attack sent Su-Hyan flying through the air. A blinding flash of azure energy erupted from Su-Hyan, the force of it shaking the very ground beneath his feet. He launched himself forward, a surge of power propelling him through the air. His makeshift weapon, a shard of ice, crackled with the same energy as he hurtled towards his target. He wondered if his attack had connected. Doubt clouded his mind. Su-Hyan grimaced, a low groan escaping his lips. Across from him, a cloaked figure materialized. The figure observed Su-Hyan, noting that his divine flames attack could have easily killed him. The cloaked figure scoffed, dismissing the attack as meaningless. With a flourish, the figure revealed themselves to be a skeletal mage, wielding a glowing purple orb. Su-Hyan realized he had missed his target. Hitting a moving opponent proved more difficult than he anticipated. He stood, his breath ragged, assessing the situation. Su-Hyan Kim dangled precariously from a high ledge within a cavernous, Gothic-style structure. Above him, a cloaked figure watched, commenting on his predicament. "It's laughable to see you dangling while pondering like that," the figure stated, a hint of amusement in their tone. Su-Hyan, however, remained calm, replying, "Well, I guess it's good that you're thinking." The cloaked figure continued, "Take a look at your sword." Su-Hyan looked down at his sword, his expression shifting to one of alarm. A dark, corrupting energy was visibly consuming the blade, causing it to crack and crumble. He gasped in surprise. The cloaked figure explained, "My death energy can corrupt anything it touches, and it slowly eats away at its life energy." The cloaked figure continued, "You have around 5 minutes until you lose your only weapon." Su-Hyan, however, remained defiant. He looked up at the figure and stated, "I'm afraid such a thing won't happen." With renewed determination, Su-Hyan channeled his energy, causing a powerful surge of light to erupt from his body. The energy coursed through his sword, momentarily halting the corruption. He declared, "Since in 5 minutes, everything will be over." Su-Hyan unleashed a devastating attack, shattering the surrounding stone and sending debris flying. The cloaked figure was seemingly caught off guard by the sudden burst of power. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the center of the chamber, sending debris flying and shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The force of the explosion continued to ripple outwards, scattering fragments of stone across the floor. Amidst the chaos, Su-Hyan Kim stood defiantly, his expression grim as he wielded a glowing blue katana. He was surrounded by the remnants of the blast, yet he remained unyielding. His eyes narrowed, and a curse escaped his lips. "Damn it." Two hulking, green-skinned monsters emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing ominously. Su-Hyan stood his ground, facing a horde of monsters. He muttered to himself, "I didn't come here just to be protected like this." He watched as a cloaked figure used magic to defend a young man, Su-Hyun. Su-Hyan continued his internal monologue. "But if I try to do something, I would get in the way of Su-Hyun." He realized his limitations. A mere B-rank awakened like me would die in an instant without having the chance to do anything. Song-Yin Kim, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy. He wielded 2 swords, one in each hand, facing a massive horde of monsters. However, he brought his foot down, the impact creating a shockwave that shattered the ground around him. Song-Yin remained still, his grip firm on his swords. He declared that simply sitting still was not his style. With a fierce expression, Song-Yin slammed his swords into the ground. A maniacal laugh erupted from him. A powerful impact was shown. The result was a monstrous creature, severely wounded. A wave of cerulean energy erupted from Su-Hyan, engulfing him as he fell backward. The force of the blast sent him sprawling across the ground. The monstrous creature, struck by the sudden attack, reeled from the impact. Chunks of its scaled hide flew off as it crashed into the ground. Su-Hyan, gritting his teeth, struggled to his feet amidst the lingering energy. His eyes burned with determination. A surge of bright blue energy erupted, illuminating the scene. Song-Yin Kim, now going by Su-Hyan, was locked in fierce combat with a monstrous creature. He moved with impossible speed, his sword ablur as he deflected the beast's attacks. The monster, wounded and reeling from the blow, crashed to the ground. Su-Hyan, breathing heavily, stood over his fallen foe, his face grim. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave rocked the area. Su-Hyan's eyes widened in surprise as he braced himself for the impact. A voice, filled with concern, called out, "Li Juho?" "He's fighting outside the divine flames." Elsewhere, another figure, Li Juho, fought valiantly against a horde of monsters, his sword cutting through the air as he battled the creatures. Observers watched in astonishment as the young man fought, utilizing divine flames in an unexpected display of power. More surprising still, his mana capacity had increased since entering the dungeon. One of the observers questioned whether the young man had grown stronger in such a short time. The young man, visibly strained but resolute, continued his assault. A different observer, witnessing this unexpected strength, decided to change their plans. A change of plans was deemed necessary. Suddenly, a skeletal figure wielding a staff appeared, launching a magical attack. The young man reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with surprising agility. The skeletal figure mocked the young man's attempt to escape. A wave of blue energy erupted from Su-hyun, engulfing the horde of monsters surrounding him. The sheer force of the attack sent them sprawling. He moved with impossible speed, his blade ablur as he cut down the remaining creatures. The air crackled with energy. Another surge of energy, even more powerful than the first, blasted outwards, obliterating the last of the monsters. Su-hyun stood amidst the carnage, his breathing ragged but his eyes burning with determination. He had faced worse. A man in a suit watched from a distance, his face a mask of concern. Beside him, a skeletal figure with glowing eyes observed the scene. The suited man urged Su-hyun to retreat, suggesting they run. Su-hyun scoffed at the idea. He declared that the fight was only just beginning. Su-hyun and the suited man stood back to back, swords drawn, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 22. Su-hyun SSI. In a dimly lit hall, Juho, a man wielding two swords, questioned Su-hyun, who stood before him, about his presence there. Su-hyun simply replied, Juho SSI. Juho apologized for his previous words. He reassured Su-hyun that he was not inadequate. Juho suggested they deal with the immediate threat first, before addressing other matters. Juho proposed that they work together to take down a specific individual. Juho's face showed a mix of determination and apprehension as he expressed this. A powerful skeletal figure, cloaked and wielding a staff with a glowing orb, appeared, radiating dark energy. A powerful, shadowy figure, levitating in the air, scoffed at his two opponents. You sure are trying hard, he taunted. Do you think you two will be enough to take me down? One of the two, a young man with dark hair, questioned his companion, a man in a suit, whispering, Is that even possible? The other man, seemingly more confident, responded, Yes, very. He admitted to the young man, I don't have any confidence, but I'm sure you have a reason for saying it's possible. Su-hyun, so? The young man, Su-hyun, simply replied, I understand. I'll try not to drag you down. Su-hyun and the man in the suit stood ready for battle, the latter looking determined despite his apprehension. The shadowy figure unleashed a wave of dark energy, striking the ground. The figure mocked them, shouting, Fool of fools. A skeletal figure, cloaked and imposing, stood amidst a flurry of monstrous creatures. Its chilling declaration echoed through the air. I shall show you the fear of death. The monsters, reptilian and grotesque, lunged forward, their movements blurring into streaks of motion. Two young men, one with dark hair and the other with shorter, lighter hair, sprinted through a ruined cityscape. The dark-haired one urged his companion forward. Let's go. The dark-haired youth continued his relentless pursuit, his speed leaving only a trail of motion. A sudden, powerful energy erupted from the dark-haired youth. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion as he channeled this raw power. A fierce determination hardened his features. A wave of energy, sharp and precise, sliced through the horde of monsters, decimating them in an instant. Meanwhile, the lighter-haired youth, wielding a sword, moved with deadly grace, dispatching the remaining monsters with swift, precise strikes. He moved with a blur of motion, his attack a deadly dance of precision and power. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes and wielding a staff, descended from above. Its glowing eyes burned with malevolent energy. The skeletal figure let out a chilling laugh, its voice echoing with an unnatural resonance. So you're coming at me this time? It cackled, its bony grin widening. The skeletal figure scoffed, its voice dripping with disdain. It questioned the opponent's audacity. A young man, wielding a sword, stood defiantly amidst a circle of fallen monsters. Another figure, dressed in a suit, hurtled towards him. The young man prepared himself, a surge of blue energy crackling around him. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy, the force of it sending shockwaves through the ground. With a swift movement, he vanished, leaving only a trail of energy in his wake. Su-hyun, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, lunged forward with surprising speed. His movements blurred, a testament to the raw power he was unleashing. He launched himself at the cloaked figure, his sword a silver streak against the swirling blue energy that erupted from his body. The opponent, a shadowy figure wielding a dark blade, barely had time to react. The force of the impact sent him reeling, but Su-hyun quickly recovered, his body already moving to counter the attack. The cloaked figure, momentarily staggered, sneered. However, neither will reach me. Meanwhile, a man in a blue suit watched the unfolding battle with a grim expression, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Su-hyun drew his sword, the polished steel gleaming under the dim light. He gripped the hilt tightly, his knuckles white. The name of the sword appeared, Tempest Sword. With a powerful stance, Su Haiyan prepared his next move. The name of his technique appeared, Wind Dance. He unleashed a devastating attack, a whirlwind of energy slicing through the air towards his opponent. A swirling vortex of energy began to form, crackling with raw power. From its center, a beam of brilliant blue energy erupted, expanding rapidly. The energy beam struck its target with immense force, creating a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rippled outwards. The resulting explosion was powerful enough to send debris flying in all directions. A figure emerged from the dust and smoke, seemingly unharmed, but clearly surprised. He was a skeletal figure cloaked in dark robes, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. He seemed to be assessing the situation. The skeletal figure muttered to himself, his voice laced with disbelief. Their skills combined? He unleashed another wave of dark energy, aiming to finish off his opponent. A pained groan escaped the figure as he was struck by the attack. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself sprinting through a city street, his expression grim. A sense of urgency propelled him forward. He swiftly dodged a blow from an unseen assailant, the attacker's sword narrowly missing him as he sent the man tumbling to the ground. Su Haiyan recovered quickly, his movements fluid and precise as he retrieved his own sword. He moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior. With a powerful strike, he disarmed his opponent, sending the man sprawling once more. His movements were economical, efficient, and deadly. The attacker, dazed but persistent, attempted another attack, but Su Haiyan anticipated the move. He parried the blow with his own blade, the force of the collision sending a shockwave through the air. The clash of steel echoed through the area. Su Haiyan, seizing the opportunity, launched a counterattack, sending his opponent flying backward. The man crashed into a nearby wall. A dark, ominous energy pulsed from the fallen attacker's sword, a clear sign of something far more dangerous. A skeletal figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Su Haiyan stood ready, his resolve unwavering. He silently vowed, "I won't fall for the same trick again." Song In his Su Haiyan guise, unleashed a wave of dark energy from his body, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick. He hurtled towards his opponent, a skeletal figure cloaked in darkness, declaring that this would be the end. The skeletal figure, its eyes glowing ominously, prepared to meet the attack. Su Haiyan's attack connected, but the results were unexpected. He found himself locked in a fierce struggle with the skeletal figure, their blades clashing. Su Haiyan countered with a swift strike, aiming to end the fight. The skeletal figure, undeterred, declared this to be the end. Su Haiyan's blade met its opponent's, resulting in a violent clash. The force of the impact shattered Su Haiyan's sword. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself locked in a desperate battle against a powerful skeletal warrior. He moved with surprising agility, his movements a blur as he clashed swords with the imposing figure. The force of their blows sent shockwaves through the air. Sparks flew as the two combatants traded blows, the skeletal warrior's weapon shattering into pieces. Su Haiyan's sword sliced through the air, cleaving the enemy's weapon in two. Despite the damage, the skeletal warrior remained unfazed, a chilling grin spreading across its bony face. The warrior's laughter echoed, a sound both terrifying and strangely triumphant. Its expression shifted, revealing a sinister amusement. The skeletal warrior mocked Su Haiyan, its words laced with cruel amusement. Jiga ha 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 ha. What a shame. It seems you've forgotten that your sword was clothed in your fighting spirit. Su Haiyan stumbled, the warrior's words striking a nerve. He realized the true nature of his struggle. His opponent sneered, "How will you fight me now without a weapon?" Su Haiyan smirked. "Who said anything about needing a weapon?" He questioned, "I only had one sword." A skeletal figure, clad in a dark robe, stood before him. A man in a suit leaped towards the skeleton, sword in hand. The skeleton reacted with surprise, clutching its skull. It exclaimed, "What?" The man in the suit was sent flying backward by a powerful force. He crashed to the ground, his body impacting hard. A blue energy wave sliced through the air, emanating from Su Haiyan. A blue energy surge erupted from Su Haiyan's sword, slicing through the air with immense force. He lunged forward, the energy trailing behind him like a comet's tail. The attack connected with its target, a powerful impact echoing through the air. A moment of silence followed the attack. Then, a skeletal figure emerged from the dust and debris, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. A golden light pulsed from within the creature's chest, indicating a powerful energy source. The skeleton let out a guttural roar, its mouth opening wide in a terrifying display. A wave of dark energy washed over Su Haiyan, pushing him back. He braced himself against the onslaught, his body straining under the immense pressure. A wave of dark energy, pulsating with purple light, erupted from the ground. It spread rapidly, leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles. From the heart of the energy surge, a monstrous, skeletal arm clawed its way out of the earth. Suhayan, wielding a katana, braced himself as the creature unleashed a devastating blast of energy. The force of the attack shattered the ground around him. He barely managed to deflect the attack, the impact sending him sprawling across the broken ground. Despite the brutal attack, a smirk played on Suhayan's lips. He had anticipated this. He recalled their first encounter, a battle where he had used his friend as bait to lure the enemy into a trap. Suhayan realized that his opponent had anticipated this tactic, focusing more on his movements than his friends. The skeletal creature, a grim reaper-like figure, lunged at Suhayan, while another figure, presumably his friend, was engaged in a separate struggle. Suhayan understood his opponent's strategy, to exploit the temporary weakness of his weapon. A sword shattered into countless fragments, the metallic pieces scattering across the ground. Despite their initial plan to confront him directly, Juho and his companion decided to let another finish him off. They believed that this other person would be able to exploit his carelessness. Juho watched, a grim expression on his face, as the dust settled. A skeletal figure, defeated but defiant, hissed, "This isn't the end." The skeletal figure continued, "When the sun is cloaked in darkness, our king shall be born again." The skeletal figure began to disintegrate, its form dissolving into dust. A voice echoed, "He will." The voice finished ominously, "Show you unending pain." Two figures, hidden amongst the bushes, spoke in hushed tones. One of them, clearly shaken, reported that they had barely escaped. The two men, one with dark hair and the other with slightly longer, messy brown hair, clutched small, leafy plants. They appeared exhausted and on edge. They watched from their hiding place as emergency vehicles arrived on the scene. A group of people, some injured, were being attended to near a forest path. A reporter approached one of the men, her question cutting through the tense atmosphere. "What happened to your colleague?" The man with red hair, visibly distressed, responded with a mix of hope and fear, expressing uncertainty about his colleague's survival. Overcome with emotion, the reporter broke down, voicing her fear that her colleague might already be dead. The scene shifted to a tranquil forest bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Suhayan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a thicket, holding two small saplings. A man in a suit, observing him, chuckled, noting that the Barun rescue team had arrived. He expressed concern that this would turn out badly for them. The suited man pressed Suhayan, suggesting that he didn't want others to know something. Suhayan's grip on the saplings tightened. The man revealed that he knew Suhayan's true identity, Kim Soo-yeon, a name known in the rankings. Suhayan acknowledged that his identity would eventually be revealed, but he preferred to avoid the ensuing trouble for the time being. The man reacted with surprise as Suhayan prepared to confront the situation alone. He confidently asserted his ability to handle such situations, having spent a considerable time cleaning up after Barion's messes. The man, however, presented a condition. He requested Suhayan accept his share of the reward he had previously given him. A hand, calloused and strong, held a burlap sack. Its contents were not visible, but the weight suggested something substantial. A thought bubble appeared above the hand, expressing disbelief. "All of it." A voice, calm yet authoritative, explained, "This much ether stone would cost hundreds of millions of won." A young man, Suhayan, stared at the sack, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. He addressed the man holding the sack. Juho, a man in a suit, sighed. "I'm sure your life is hard enough already as a B ranker. Even B rankers earn fairly well. Your annual income is at least 100 million won." Suyeon responded, "Anio. I don't want to take this." He continued, "I don't think I'm qualified to." Juho looked at him confused and asked, "Why do you think so?" Juho explained, "We were only able to kill the lich because of your help, Juho SSI." A close-up of the lich's skull, its empty sockets glowing with an eerie purple light, emphasized the gravity of the situation. Suhayan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a sun-dappled forest, his expression unreadable. He listened intently as the man in the suit spoke. The help he received was far greater than he initially thought. The man continued, implying that he could have easily defeated the lich alone, but allowed Suhayan's participation to provide him with a chance to grow. Suhayan's eyes widened in surprise. He realized there was no point in trying to deceive the man. The man offered Suhayan something and asked him to leave while he dealt with the situation. He promised to call a taxi for him at the nearest road. As Suhayan turned to leave, he was greeted by a familiar face, Young-hoon, who identified himself as Juho. The sun set over the distant hills as Suhayan departed. A yellow taxi cab drives down a tree-lined road, the setting sun casting a warm golden glow. Inside the taxi, a young man sits beside the driver. He expresses surprise that the driver came all the way to the mountains. The young man denies being related to someone named Juho. The driver comments on Juho's wide range of acquaintances. The driver explains that while they caught the culprit, they were unable to save everyone. He emphasizes that they only managed to save some people thanks to Lee Juho's help. The driver reflects that it would have been much harder to do it alone. The young man concludes that he is still not strong enough. He clenches his fist, resolving to become much stronger. The young man reflects on a time when he thought he was strong. Song-in Kim stood amidst the ruins, the last man standing after a cataclysmic battle against the monsters that had ravaged the world. He was the most powerful awakened, but even his might had proven insufficient. Despite his victory, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. His triumph felt hollow, a Pyrrhic victory at best. He had failed to save the world, and the weight of that failure pressed down on him. Song-in knew he needed to be far stronger to change the future. He resolved to gather trustworthy allies in his next attempt. 20 years prior, Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood with his sword strapped to his back. A shadowy figure loomed behind him. But before he could begin his quest, Soo-hyun knew he had to prioritize his physical well-being. He understood that his current physical state was far from ideal for the challenges ahead. Soo-hyun, visibly fatigued, sat in a car with a concerned-looking man. His fatigue level was displayed as 83%. The man commented on his weakness at such a young age. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with a pensive expression, stood silhouetted against a vibrant sunset. He seemed lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. He mused that he should tackle the larger issues first. Soo-hyun decided to earn money for hospital fees while he was at it, and also get his clothes changed. Inside a modern office, a man sat on a couch, looking at his phone. He appeared to be a businessman, dressed in a suit. Another man, also in a suit, entered the room, causing the first man to look up in surprise. The newcomer informed his colleague that someone wished to sell their ether stones. The first man reacted with disbelief. The businessman questioned why such a fuss was being made over a C-rank awakened. His colleague explained further, prompting a thoughtful response. A man's face is shown, eyes wide with shock. He had just learned that the young man before him carried more than 500 grams of ether stone. He exclaimed in disbelief at the sheer quantity of ether stone. Soo-hyun Kim sat calmly on a couch in a modern living room, seemingly unfazed by the events that had just transpired. A woman, presumably an employee, apologized for the delay. Suyo mantanda que impose the expression. Lee Kyung-jong, the manager of the ether stone auction house, introduced himself and chuckled at the amount of ether stone Soo-hyun possessed. Lee Kyung-jong commented on the significant amount of ether stone Soo-hyun brought. Lee Kyung-jong gestured towards a small bag containing the ether stone. An appraiser carefully examined a piece of ether stone with tweezers, showing a close-up of the gem's intricate facets. Inside a lavishly decorated room, a man in a suit, holding a lollipop, spoke excitedly on his phone. He confirmed to his unseen contact that the items in question were authentic. The man continued, speculating that the high quality of the items suggested they originated from yellow dungeons. His associate, seated beside him, questioned the legality of their acquisition. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. The young man responded curtly, stating that he didn't understand the implication. The suited man chuckled, assuring him that he wasn't suspicious, but continued with a caveat. The suited man explained that, based on his knowledge, the young man was a C-rank awakened. He found it peculiar that the young man possessed ether stones, typically found only in yellow or higher-level dungeons. The suited man's thoughts revealed his suspicion that the young man was attempting to lower the price of the stones by exploiting doubts about their origin. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat comfortably in his home, a small smile playing on his lips. He considered himself lucky, having earned a reward from a recent dungeon expedition. He reached into a red velvet pouch, his fingers brushing against the smooth fabric. Two men in suits, their faces etched with anticipation, watched intently as Soo-hyun produced the contents of the pouch. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Their shock was palpable, their mouths agape in stunned silence. One of the men stammered, barely able to articulate his astonishment at what he saw. Soo-hyun carefully lifted a glowing golden object from the pouch. It was a high-grade ether stone, specifically identified as a lich's crystal of life. The inscription confirmed its identity, a lich's crystal of life. The implications of this discovery hung heavy in the air. The narrative revealed a little-known fact. The crystal was also a type of ether stone. Breaking the crystal was necessary to kill the lich, although it was extremely rare to find one as a reward in the dungeon's treasure chest. Even the narrator was surprised by this stroke of luck. One man threatened to leave if he was still suspected of wrongdoing. Another man, seemingly a clerk, frantically begged him to calm down and talk things over. The clerk looked confused. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the clerk's hands. A bystander questioned when the clerk had acquired such abilities. Someone answered that it had only happened once before. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood before his home, a sense of unease washing over him. Two men in suits watched him from a distance, their expressions unreadable. A voice, cold and authoritative, echoed in his mind. He was being given an ultimatum. Soo-hyun smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He seemed to accept the challenge. He turned away from the house, his demeanor shifting from casual to purposeful. The two men in suits exchanged worried glances, their apprehension evident. Night fell. The city lights twinkled in the distance. Soo-hyun reviewed his finances on his phone. A large sum of money had been deposited into his account. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, stood on a city street, his expression serious as he checked his phone. He thought about the 600 million won he had just received, pleased with the price he'd gotten. Soo-hyun acknowledged that this money would be worthless once the impending destruction began. He continued to look at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, he found the money useful for his immediate needs. He wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Most of all, he was relieved not to have to ask his mother for financial support. Soo-hyun arrived home and announced his return. The scene ends with a single, stylized eye character. A young woman, holding a wooden spoon, called out to someone. Her expression was one of cheerful anticipation. The camera focused on a young man's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and pain. Several small cuts marred his cheek. A close-up of the young man's face showed a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be internally pleased. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes stood before a blurry, indistinct background. His expression was serious and somewhat apprehensive. The young man's eyes widened, a look of shock and disbelief washing over him. The chapter begins with Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, standing in a doorway. A voice, seemingly disembodied, greets him, "Welcome back." Soo-hyun's mother appears, a woman with short, dark hair, holding a ladle. She expresses concern, saying he should have told her he was coming home earlier, as dinner wasn't ready yet. She then asks if he had fun with his friend, her tone light and inquisitive. Soo-hyun's mother notices his gaunt appearance, commenting on how thin his face has become. Soo-hyun responds with a quiet, almost reverent, "Mother." His mother notices a scar on his face and asks where he got it from. Her expression a mixture of concern and surprise. Soo-hyun dismisses it, saying it's nothing to worry about. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat at the kitchen table, his face partially obscured. His mother, a woman with short, dark hair, stood nearby, holding a spatula. The camera angle shifted to reveal a bustling restaurant, the scene filled with the warm glow of light bulbs hanging from the ceiling. A map lay on one of the tables. Soo-hyun explained that he had sustained a minor injury while intervening in a customer dispute at the restaurant. A close-up revealed Soo-hyun's face, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. His mother voiced her concern, suggesting he should consider finding a less hazardous job. Soo-hyun's mother looked worried, her expression reflecting her concern for her son's well-being. She questioned his suggestion. Soo-hyun's mother reminded him of his upcoming college enrollment. He responded that he needed to earn enough money to cover his tuition fees. Soo-hyun's mother looked down, a thoughtful expression on her face. A woman, presumably Soo-hyun's mother, spoke to him. She expressed her inability to provide him with a wealthy upbringing, but affirmed her desire to support him as much as possible. The woman continued, emphasizing that Soo-hyun has always been a source of pride for her. She reiterated her desire to be a proud mother to him, her words laced with warmth and affection. Soo-hyun, her son, looked down, his expression unreadable. A close-up on Soo-hyun's face showed his intense, focused gaze. His thoughts remained unspoken. Suddenly, a voice boomed, questioning his ability to become the strongest awakened with his current mana levels. Papers flew through the air, a visual representation of the intensity of the challenge. A man, presumably a teacher or mentor, stood amidst scattered papers, his posture reflecting concern. A woman, possibly his mother, urged him to try harder, emphasizing the need to become a source of pride. A young man with short brown hair, dressed in a suit, stood with his eyes closed. A gentle hand rested on his cheek, as if offering comfort. A woman with long brown hair, her face partially obscured by shadow, looked down with a subtle smile playing on her lips. The woman's voice echoed, a prophecy of destiny. "You're bound to become a hero." The young man's name, Hyun, was whispered, a silent affirmation of his potential. A young woman with short, dark hair called out, "Soo-hyun." Concern etched on her face, the young woman asked, "Are you all right?" The young man, now shown from the chest up, wore a tan coat over a hoodie. His gaze hardened, his blue eyes intense, as he remained silent. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, lost in thought. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of contemplation and hidden weight. A single word escaped his lips, barely a whisper, "Mother." He was about to reveal a significant secret to his mother. He had something important to tell her. Soo-hyun and his mother stood at the doorway, their hands briefly clasped together before separating. They sat down at the kitchen table, a cup of tea between them, the silence heavy with unspoken words. His mother's eyes widened in surprise as she processed his confession. She questioned him, her voice laced with disbelief. "Urine? Awakened?" Soo-hyun confirmed, clarifying that he was referring to the phenomenon frequently shown on television. He explained his plan to work as an awakened instead of attending college, highlighting the financial benefits and societal respect associated with the profession. Soo-hyun expressed regret for not revealing his secret sooner, his tone filled with remorse. Someone began, "I've always been meaning to tell you." A woman listened intently, her expression unreadable. She then questioned, "Is that what you really want to do?" The woman, holding a mug, waited patiently for response. She continued, pressing further, "Not just because of the money or the social reputation, but you really want to do it from the bottom of your heart?" A young man sat across from her, deep in thought. He finally responded with a single, barely audible word. The word was yes, spoken against the backdrop of a collapsing cityscape, a vision of destruction. His eyes reflected the devastation, his resolve hardening. He affirmed, "I really want to do it." Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat across from his mother at their kitchen table. A look of concern clouded his mother's face as she spoke to him. He simply replied that he understood. Soo-hyun's gaze dropped to his hands, a question forming in his mind. He wondered if she was angry with him. He anticipated her anger, having kept a secret from her for over a year. He also knew the danger inherent in a secret. His mother expressed her worry, but also her understanding of his actions. She acknowledged the length of time he had kept this secret from her. Soo-hyun, lying on his bed, knew he couldn't force a change in her life. His mother, watching him from the doorway, shared his sentiment. A young woman, her face etched with worry, spoke softly. She expressed a simple wish, that he make his own choices and find happiness. However, she continued, reflecting on her own actions. The scene shifted to a young man and a woman seated at a kitchen table. The woman requested that he inform her of any difficulties he might be facing. A subtle smile played on the young man's lips. He expressed his gratitude to his mother. His mother smiled warmly in response. She then revealed that she had recently earned a significant sum of money as an awakened. She believed this was enough for him to quit his job. He received a cell phone from her, a gesture of support. Soo-hyun's sister, staring wide-eyed at her phone, whispered in disbelief, "Just how much did you?" The phone screen displayed a staggering sum, 6,600,000,000. She gasped one. Her voice rose in astonishment. "Heavens! How did you? We became so rich in such a short time." Soo-hyun's sister continued to stare at her phone, her eyes wide with disbelief. She muttered to herself, "Do awakened usually earn this much money?" Soo-hyun, calmly sipping his tea, observed his sister's reaction. He remarked, "Aren't you acting a little too happy? I thought you were worried about me." "Of course I'd be worried, but who doesn't like money in this world?" Soo-hyun's sister, still ecstatic, said, "I should prepare something better for dinner tonight." He interrupted her, "Wait just a little, Soo-hyun. Is there anything specific you want to eat?" Soo-hyun smiled faintly, a glint in his eyes. He had been dreaming of this moment for a long time. This heartwarming atmosphere was something he had never experienced before. A young man and woman sat at a table, enjoying a meal together. The scene was filled with warmth and domestic tranquility. At times, the warmth became so comfortable that it was almost overwhelming. The young man considered giving up everything and settling down into this peaceful life. But he knew he wasn't the real Kim Soo-hyun who deserved this. This warmth belonged to the real Kim Soo-hyun, not him. However, that didn't make him feel sad at all. He had been granted another chance. The image depicted a family, a mother, father, and child, along with their dog, enjoying a peaceful moment together. The scene was bathed in a warm, golden light, suggesting a sunset. A caption read, "To protect such peace in this world." Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, sat at a table, eating. He was addressed internally. "So, Kim Soo-hyun," a voice, presumably internal, continued, "In the situation that you return to this body, I want you to be able to stand confidently in front of other people. I want you to not lose such a loving mother." Soo-hyun sat across from a woman, presumably his mother, sharing a meal. The atmosphere was warm and intimate. The internal voice concluded, "So, I will make you into a hero." Soo-hyun stood in his room, a duffel bag beside him, preparing to leave. He seemed determined. Soo-hyun, the reincarnated hero Sung-in Kim, reflected on his current weakness. He realized that he needed to become far stronger than he currently was. A mere lich had proven to be a significant challenge. He concluded that to achieve this, he should revisit the tower. Soo-hyun rummaged through a bag. He needed a proper weapon for this endeavor. He pulled out a knife, but deemed it insufficient. Soo-hyun knew he required a more powerful weapon, not just something he'd borrowed from the authorities. A thoughtful expression crossed Soo-hyun's face. This led him to a realization. It had been some time since he'd heard from that irritable person. A gruff, older man with graying hair and a weathered face worked diligently in his workshop, the rhythmic clang of his hammer echoing through the space. He muttered to himself, his voice a low grumble. Sparks flew as he hammered a long, slender blade on an anvil, shaping the metal with practiced ease. The intensity of his focus was palpable. His workshop was a clutter of tools and weapons. Hammers, tongs, knives, and a collection of swords stood in a wooden barrel. He carefully used tongs to adjust the blade, his movements precise and deliberate. Next, he plunged the blade into a bucket of water, the steam rising around it. He wiped his brow, a sigh escaping his lips. He muttered "phew" as he took a moment to rest. With renewed energy, He picked up a sharpening tool. He held the finished blade high, a look of satisfaction on his face. The title card reads, Weapon Master Craftsman Kim Dae-ho. Kim Dae-ho, a powerfully built older man with short, spiky gray hair, is shown in his workshop. He holds a hammer, his expression serious, as he works. With a resounding clang, he strikes a piece of metal on the anvil, sparks flying. A figure approaches the workshop calling out. The figure's voice echoes through the workshop as Kim Dae-ho continues his work, seemingly unfazed. The figure's voice continues, but only partially audible. The figure's voice is cut off. Kim Dae-ho, clearly annoyed, shouts in response. He storms out of his workshop, ready to confront whoever disturbed him. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood before a burly man. He offered a polite greeting. Soo-hyun's expression was calm, almost serene, as he faced the much larger man. The scene shifted to an older man, his face etched with worry and confusion. He questioned the situation silently, his brow furrowed in thought. The older man, clearly agitated, demanded to know Soo-hyun's identity. Soo-hyun stood calmly before the older man, who seemed increasingly suspicious. Soo-hyun maintained a composed and enigmatic smile. The name, Holy Sword Bamong, appeared. A long, slender sword with a gleaming silver blade and a dark hilt was shown. It was described as the sacred sword that slays dragons, a name borrowed from the sword Siegfried used. A man with short, spiky brown hair, wearing a dark gray coat, stood with his back to the viewer, holding the sword. He revealed that this was the sword he used when he was Kim Sun-jin. The narration continued, describing the sword as the greatest, created with countless rare materials and the efforts of the awakened. The sword was shown again, this time in a landscape setting, bathed in the golden light of a setting sun. The final text box revealed the creator of Bamong. The title card for the series, The Hero Returns, is displayed. The blacksmith, Kim Dae-cho, is mentioned. A young man with short, spiky hair, wearing a white lab coat over dark clothing, stands in a doorway. Rain falls outside. He seems pensive. His face is shown in close-up. A look of concern is etched on his features. The young man approaches a building, announcing his arrival. Inside a dimly lit forge, an older man with short, light-colored hair works an anvil. The young man's shadow falls across the floor. The blacksmith looks up, surprised. The blacksmith acknowledges the young man's presence and inquires about a requested item. The young man informs the blacksmith that the requested item is complete. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood with a look of dawning comprehension on his face. His expression was a mixture of surprise and something akin to dawning horror. He stared at the object before him, a thought forming in his mind. He finished his thought, a sense of wonder filling him. Isn't it amazing? The camera angle shifted, focusing on a magnificent sword resting on an anvil. Its craftsmanship was exquisite. The elderly blacksmith, the creator of this masterpiece, spoke with pride. This is one of the greatest masterpieces I've created in my entire life. Soo-hyun addressed the old man, his voice barely a whisper. Mr. Soo-hyun's resolve hardened. He stated firmly, I can't take this sword from you. The blacksmith reacted with surprise. What? How come? Soo-hyun explained, revealing his knowledge of the sword's creation. It's because I know what you did. The material you were saving to create the greatest masterpiece of all time. Didn't you use it on this? A sudden, sharp exclamation point filled the air, a silent scream of disbelief. Soo-hyun, his face etched with confusion and distress, stared blankly ahead. He wondered how he could ever accept this reality. A voice, filled with a mixture of guilt and justification, echoed in the room. It pointed out that he had never compensated the smith for the materials used in creating the sword. The old smith, his expression unreadable, simply responded with a thoughtful ellipsis. The smith continued, observing that people had begun calling Soo-hyun a hero. Soo-hyun, taken aback, admitted to hearing the rumors, despite his secluded life as a smith. The smith remarked on how famous Soo-hyun's accomplishments had become, despite his limited exposure. However, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. Soo-hyun felt a growing unease. The more famous he became, the more apprehensive he felt. A voice, weary yet resolute, observed, the more you strive to become, the more worn out you also become. The voice continued, questioning, don't you think it's unfair? People in this world expect so much from you when they haven't done anything for you. Two figures stood amidst the glow of a forge. One, a younger man in a white coat, listened intently to the other, an older, more weathered man. The older man stated, yet still, you have to meet up to their expectations, even if it's a burden to you. The younger man, his face etched with weariness, pondered this. The older man's voice resonated. You're the only one who can do this. The younger man's expression remained troubled. The younger man resolved, so I want to make things unfair to even it out. Just like how people expect things from you for free. He continued, people could do you wrong. An elderly man with a jovial expression, his face etched with wrinkles and a prominent mustache, beamed. He declared that he offered favors without a price. The camera angle shifted, revealing the man's sturdy build and the simple brown apron he wore over his sleeveless undershirt. He continued, explaining that he was the only one capable of crafting high-quality weapons. A narration box appeared, identifying Kim Dia-ho as a master craftsman and savior. The scene shifted to show Kim Dia-ho, lying injured amidst rubble and debris, a purple energy emanating from the scene. A narration box revealed that Kim Dia-ho was also among those the narrator had failed to protect in a previous life. A powerfully built, older man with graying hair and a weathered face stood with his arms crossed, a look of suspicion etched onto his features. A voice, seemingly from outside the room, spoke to him. "It's been a while, mister." A younger man, with dark hair and a serious expression, appeared, bowing slightly. He stated his intention to protect the older man this time, and then added that it was a pleasure to meet him. The younger man introduced himself as Kim Soo-hyun. The older man, surprised, questioned the younger man's identity, stating he had never heard of him before. He then asked if the younger man was some kind of big shot and how he found the place. The older man reacted angrily to the younger man's implication that he crafted weapons for the awakened. He vehemently denied crafting weapons for just anyone, ordering the younger man to leave. Kim Soo-hyun, ignoring the outburst, turned and left the workshop. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood in profile, his expression unreadable. His dark hair was neatly cut, and he wore a simple, dark-colored jacket. An unseen observer reflected on Soo-hyun's appearance, noting that he hadn't changed much. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun stood before a closed door, his back to the viewer. He had finished preparing the materials for a weapon. A moment of silence followed. Soo-hyun remained motionless before the door, his posture unchanged. Soo-hyun considered that he could at least examine the materials. He knew it. An older man, his face etched with wrinkles, stood beside him, having just finished his task. The older man prepared a hand over the materials. He presented Soo-hyun with a small package containing several dark, crystalline objects. A man's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in a silent scream. He stammered, questioning if he had heard correctly. Confirmation came swiftly. It was indeed a highest-grade ether stone. The stone, a dark mass of purplish crystals, rested gently in a white cloth, held out in a hand. The ether stone was one of the rewards received after slaying the Lich. It was an item deemed practically impossible to obtain at this time. The world only learned that highest-grade ether stones could be obtained as dungeon rewards after the Gwangju dungeon outbreak. This explained why he felt the need to clear the Gwangju dungeon, a desolate landscape littered with the remains of a battle, marked by caution tape. His thoughts concluded with the reason behind his actions. Ether stones have countless potential applications, but their greatest value lies in crafting weapons. Two weapons were shown, a staff topped with a glowing blue gem and a sword with a dark, metallic blade. A closer look revealed more weapons, an axe, a sword, a spear, and a shield. A muscular, older man with gray hair examined a purple gem, questioning its origin. He was shown a document, and he questioned its importance. He dismissed the document's importance. A young man approached the older man, asking what he wanted him to make. The young man requested a greatsword. The older man, surprised by the young man's knowledge, invited him inside. A man in a dark coat and sandals stood before a craftsman, declining payment. He insisted that the materials provided were already more than sufficient. The craftsman, a powerfully built man with graying hair, suggested reviewing the contract. The man in the dark coat again refused, stating he didn't need a contract either. The craftsman, surprised, questioned the man's decision. He emphasized the immense value of the materials, incredulous at the lack of a formal agreement. The man in the dark coat calmly reaffirmed his trust in the craftsman, despite the lack of a contract. He displayed an understanding of the process and the value of the materials. The man's expression softened as he explained his desire for a specific sword-making process using the ether stone. He reiterated his knowledge of the process and his trust in the craftsman's skill. An elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, stood in his workshop. He wore a simple tank top and a well-worn apron, his muscular arms hinting at a life of hard work. In his hands, he held a bundle of papers. A young woman, partially obscured, spoke, clarifying that the item in question was not the actual sword itself. The old man's face broke into a wide, knowing grin, his eyes twinkling with amusement. A hearty laugh erupted from him, echoing through the room. From above, the old man looked down at a younger man, his laughter still lingering in the air. The younger man stood patiently below. The scene shifted to a close-up of the sound effects, emphasizing the intensity of the old man's laughter. The younger man, his expression calm and composed, simply stated that he liked the item. He then agreed to accept the request. The old man, pleased, gestured towards the younger man, a smile still playing on his lips. A blacksmith, his face obscured by shadow, made a promise. He would craft the greatest sword possible, one worthy of the materials at hand. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood before him, extending his hand in agreement. Their hands met in a firm clasp. Soo-hyun expressed his trust, placing himself in the blacksmith's capable hands. The blacksmith explained that the process would take some time. However, he offered Su-Hyun access to other weapons in his workshop should the need arise. Suyo nodded in acceptance. He surveyed the array of blades and tools hanging on the walls and within reach. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the landscape, Su-Hyun left the workshop. He selected a katana from the blacksmith collection and left the workshop. Su-Hyun reflected on the blacksmith's estimate, 10 months. It was a longer wait than he'd anticipated. Walking away, he admitted to himself that while he had expected a delay, the length of time was still surprising. Su-Hyun examined the weapon he carried. He mused that it looked quite usable. He nodded, acknowledging the quality of the weapon, a testament to its creator, Mr. Daeho. Su-Hyun realized there was only one thing left to do. He decided to proceed forward. Su-Hyun, armed and resolute, stood before a shimmering, ethereal gateway. He stepped through the gateway. A message appeared, announcing his entry into the abyss. The portal closed behind him. He found himself in a vast, desolate space before a throne-like structure. A solitary figure sat upon it. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, stood over an elderly man seated on the ground. The elder man appeared frail, his gaze downcast. A faint blue energy shimmered around them. The young man, now clearly visible, stood with a serious expression. The elderly man remained seated, a silent observer. A message appeared. You are now challenging the trial of the 11th floor. The scene shifted to a modern apartment. A young man, seemingly the same one from before, stood at the doorway, gesturing to a woman with short, dark hair. He seemed to be preventing her from entering. The woman smiled warmly, seemingly unfazed by his gesture. Another message appeared. You are now challenging the trial of the 12th floor. The setting changed again to what appeared to be a medieval-style town square. A large digital display showed a list of trials. Two other young people stood nearby, observing the display. A message appeared. You are now challenging the trial of the 13th floor. Su-Hyun Kim found himself locked in a desperate battle against a horde of grotesque monsters. The scene was chaotic, a clash of steel against monstrous flesh, set against the backdrop of a tranquil riverbank. He moved with practiced grace, his blade a blur as he cut down his opponents. The sheer ferocity of his movements suggested years of honed combat skills. Having cleared the 15th floor, he braced himself for the next challenge. The 16th floor presented a new threat. A monstrous, fanged beast lunged at him, its jaws snapping shut. With a swift movement, Su-Hyun deflected the attack, his blade slicing through the air, leaving trails of blue energy in its wake. He countered with a powerful strike, the force of his attack sending shockwaves through the dungeon. The beast fell defeated. Half a year passed. The exterior of a modern hospital is shown, under a bright, sunny sky. The building is clean and well-maintained, a stark contrast to the battles that have ravaged the world. Inside, a man with short brown hair and a weary expression sits on a hospital bed. He is wearing a patient gown. He appears to be in his late 20s or early 30s. He is wearing a sling on his arm, indicating a recent injury. His face is pale, and he looks exhausted. A woman's voice is heard, expressing disbelief. It's going to take 6 whole weeks for you to heal? The woman, with vibrant red hair tied back in a ponytail, stands over the injured man. She sighs, clearly exasperated. She's wearing a business suit. She explains, that wasn't as easy as I thought. You told me you were challenging the tower again, and you raised the difficulty level to 5. Aren't you being too hardcore? The injured man looks at her with a mixture of guilt and defiance. The woman continues, luckily, only got off with injuries this time, but what are you going to do if something worse happens? The injured man replies, I can't give up just because it's difficult. Su-Hyun, the former hero Sung-In Kim, reflected on his past self. He knew that without relentless self-improvement, he would never surpass his previous self. He stood, back to the viewer, 2 swords strapped to his back, his resolve hardening. A cell phone lay on a bedside table, its screen displaying an incoming call notification. Su-Hyun, still in his hospital bed, looked at his phone with a questioning expression. He picked up the phone, his brow furrowed in confusion as he saw the incoming call. Hesitantly, he answered the call. Recognizing the caller, Su-Hyun's expression softened slightly as he greeted Lee Ju-ho. Lee Ju-ho expressed his relief at Su-Hyun's recovery. He then proceeded to ask Su-Hyun for a favor. Su-Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood on a city street, a phone pressed to his ear. He appeared calm, his expression betraying none of the turmoil within. Su-Hyun Kim reflected on the 3 favors he had requested of Lee Ju-ho. The first was to find suitable housing for an awakened individual near the Seoul suburbs. Having recently acquired a store for his mother, he needed a good place to live. His second request pertained to the Dump Guild. A purple symbol, resembling wings surrounding a central orb, appeared before him. He worried that the Dump Guild might learn about the Gwangju dungeon. News reports detailed the emergence of a growth-type dungeon in Gwangju, along with the Dump Guild's mysterious disappearance. Su-Hyun considered the implications of Kim Yoon's death, a low-ranking member of the Dump Guild whose demise might raise questions within the organization. He had been worried about the danger of tracking them, but his companion reassured him. stating that it would be all right as long as they avoided being caught. A man, seemingly a doctor, sat pensively in a hospital room, a bandage on his face. He reflected that he needn't have worried. He then requested that the matter be left to him. The doctor expressed his gratitude. The conversation turned to a third request, prompting a questioning response. Is that really true? The man on the phone reacted with disbelief to the information he was receiving. The information revealed a massive monster outbreak predicted for December 24th in Anyang City. A phone call. The voice on the other end confirmed the grim reality. Tens of thousands of casualties were expected. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, listened intently, his expression grim as he gazed at the city in ruins behind him. Monster-like creatures, satyrs, swarmed the cityscape. The caller warned that this would be the worst tragedy in history. Soo-hyun's contact, a man with short brown hair and a concerned expression, questioned how he could know such a thing, but the caller refused to divulge details at that moment. The caller explained that he was asking a great deal, but he hoped for Soo-hyun's trust. He offered Soo-hyun the option to refuse if the request was too difficult. The caller emphasized his hope for Soo-hyun's trust. Soo-hyun's contact, still on the phone, appeared thoughtful and concerned. Soo-hyun responded that he would do his best. A doctor, his face partially visible, spoke urgently into his phone. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, listened intently. He responded simply, I understand. Then, I'll leave it to you. Soo-hyun hung up the phone, his expression serious. He thought, my final favor. He stood in a hallway, his phone in his hand, contemplating his next move. His final request was for assistance with the upcoming tragedy, the outbreak of the Green Dungeon in Anyang City. Less than 6 months remained until Christmas. He needed to become strong enough before then. He planned to obtain his requested weapon from Mr. Day soon. Once he cleared the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials, he would be ready to face the outbreak. Before the events that were about to unfold, a crucial piece of information needed to be revealed. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, was focused on a specific goal. He needed to clear the 19th floor of a dungeon with perfect achievements. His expression was serious, determined. The weight of his unspoken purpose was evident. A vibrant, almost ethereal, display of light filled the sky, a stark contrast to the dark, sandy ground below. Soo-hyun stood amidst this spectacle, his silhouette stark against the brilliant light. He seemed to be in a desolate, sandy landscape. The camera focuses on the remains of a skeleton, half buried in the sand. The bones were bleached white by the sun. Close up on the skull, revealing the emptiness of its eye sockets. A sense of profound loss permeated the scene. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an inexplicable situation. A wave of intense heat washed over him. He stumbled back, his hand instinctively raised to shield his eyes from the blinding light and searing heat. A look of dawning confusion and alarm spread across his face. The intense golden light intensified, revealing a horrifying sight. A massive swarm of rats, seemingly endless in number, surged forward. The rats were ravenous, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light as they devoured raw meat. They swarmed over the bloody remains, a gruesome feast in progress. A digital message appeared, stark and cold. You have been transported to a nest of rats. Another message followed, adding to the grim reality, survive and escape. Soo-hyun recoiled in disgust, muttering to himself, ugh, there's disgustingly so many of them. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an impossible situation. He moved with an unnatural speed and agility, his body a blur against the fiery backdrop. A monstrous rat, its eyes glowing menacingly red, emerged from the dust, its teeth bared in a feral snarl. It lunged forward, a rusty sword glinting in its tiny claws. More of the creatures appeared, a horde of monstrous rats swarming towards him. Panic threatened to overwhelm him. Soo-hyun reacted instantly, his body moving with a speed that defied human limitations. He unleashed a devastating blast of energy. The force of the blast ripped through the ground, creating a massive crater where the rats once stood. Dust and debris filled the air. Silence descended upon the desolate landscape. The only sound was the wind whistling through the ravaged earth. Soo-hyun stood amidst the destruction, his breath ragged, leaning heavily on his sword. He was exhausted but alive. He looked around, his gaze settling on a gruesome sight. He recognized the remains of a large creature, a skeleton picked clean by the rats. It must have been a while since they had a proper meal. A pack of monstrous, red-eyed rat-like creatures scuttled across the barren landscape. They seemed to be searching for something, their movements driven by primal hunger. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst them. He realized, with a grim acceptance, that he probably looked like food to the creatures. He braced himself, his stance shifting subtly as he prepared to defend himself. With a sudden burst of energy, Soo-hyun unleashed a powerful wave of force, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The horde of creatures surged forward, their hunger overriding any sense of caution. Su-Hyan met their advance with another devastating attack, sending chunks of earth and stone flying. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he cut through the creatures with an energy blade. Each swing of his blade sent several of the creatures flying, their bodies dissolving into dust. Su-Hyan continued his relentless assault, a whirlwind of energy and destruction that decimated the horde. Su-Hyan, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with surprising speed and precision. A wave of blue energy erupted from his makeshift weapon, cleaving through several monstrous rats in a single, swift arc. He was pursued by a larger, more formidable beast. Its menacing form loomed over him as he continued his desperate flight. With a sudden burst of speed, Su-Hyan spun, his weapon flashing. He impaled one of the smaller creatures, sending it flying. He moved with a blur of motion, his movements almost too fast to follow. Another surge of blue energy sliced through the air. The larger monster lunged, its claws extended. Su-Hyan barely managed to evade the attack. He stood defiant, a grim determination etched on his face. The fight was far from over. Su-Hyan felt a sharp sting on his arm. He realized, with a surge of alarm, that he had been careless. He grimaced, wondering if the wound was poisonous or acidic. Regardless, he knew a bite would be incredibly painful. Su-Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing a pack of monstrous, pig-like creatures in a desolate, sandy expanse. He stood his ground, his sword drawn, ready to defend himself. As the creatures charged, a surge of power erupted from within him. He muttered the words, "Holy flames." A brilliant blue light engulfed Su-Hyan, and the creatures were thrown back by a wave of intense heat. The force of the blast sent the monsters reeling, their bodies scorched and smoking. The intense blue flames continued to surge, consuming the remaining monsters. The power was overwhelming, a destructive force that left nothing but ash in its wake. Su-Hyan, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the devastation, his sword dripping with the remnants of the blue flames. He looked up at the sky, a mixture of relief and exhaustion etched on his face. Su-Hyan reflected on the battle, realizing that while each monster was not a significant threat individually, their sheer number posed a serious danger. He mused that continuing to use holy flames would be wasteful. He didn't know what would come after the rats, so conserving his mana was a priority. Su-Hyan wished for a way to eliminate them all at once. He pondered a solution to his problem. An idea struck him, and he prepared a new attack. He unleashed a powerful wave of energy, engulfing the rats. The rats were incinerated by the attack. Su-Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a desperate struggle. He wielded a sword, his movements a blur as he lunged forward, narrowly avoiding a swarm of monstrous rats. With a swift, precise movement, he swung his sword, the blade cleaving through several of the creatures. The rats fell to the ground, their bodies lifeless. He cursed under his breath. The relentless assault left him no time to strategize. Another rat, its eyes glowing menacingly, lunged at him from the shadows. He reacted instantly, his sword a silver streak against the darkness. The force of the blow sent him tumbling, but he managed to take down another wave of the creatures. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. Su-Hyan found himself upside down, momentarily stunned. But even as he lay there, disoriented, he prepared for the next attack. A horde of rats swarmed together, their bodies forming a writhing mass around a central point of intense light. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from the center of the rat swarm, scattering the creatures in all directions. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes stood amidst the chaos, wielding a glowing blue energy blade. He moved with practiced ease, deflecting and slicing through the remaining rats. With a final, swift motion, he cleaved through the last of the rodents, the energy blade leaving a bright blue trail in its wake. He caught his breath, his expression one of slight surprise and concern. He noticed something peculiar about the ground beneath his feet. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled, revealing a gaping chasm. He observed the cracks and dents on the ground, wondering if there was a hidden space underneath. A sudden idea struck him, and he prepared to act on it. Su-Hyan, a seemingly ordinary high school student, gripped his sword. A surge of azure energy crackled around the blade, illuminating his determined face. He leaped into the air, his mind racing. He needed a way to defeat the multitude of monsters at once. With a powerful thrust, he plunged his energy-infused sword downwards. The impact was immense. A shock wave of energy erupted from the point of contact. A massive explosion of blue energy consumed the area. The force of the blast sent tremors through the ground. He knew he had to eliminate the remaining threat. Su-Hyan braced himself, preparing for the final confrontation. Su-Hyan launched himself into the air, his movements fluid and precise despite the urgency of the situation. He was a blur of motion, a dark silhouette against the radiant background. He needed solid ground beneath his feet. The thought was a desperate prayer. With a surge of power, he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the impact sent tremors through the very fabric of the earth. He landed hard, but he had created a new path. Dust and debris swirled around him as he braced himself for whatever came next. A wave of energy erupted from him, a fiery explosion that scorched the earth. The ground buckled and cracked under the immense pressure, a testament to the raw power he wielded. He had created a chasm, a gaping maw in the earth. The resulting crater was a stark reminder of his power, a testament to his desperate struggle for survival. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows as the camera focused on a gaping hole in the earth, a dark maw opening into the unknown depths. Peering into the abyss, a mysterious stone floor was visible, adorned with a geometric pattern of squares and diamonds, hinting at an ancient and intricate design. Descending further, a stone archway revealed a serene statue of a seated figure, radiating an aura of tranquility amidst the desolate surroundings. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, arrived at the bottom, his sword lying on the ground, his posture suggesting exhaustion and contemplation. He looked around the vast underground space, his thoughts echoing his surprise. So there really was space underground. The young man continued his exploration, his gaze fixed on the imposing architecture, a sense of anticipation building within him as he realized. This must be where the real trial will take place. Rounding a corner, Soo-hyun encountered a small rodent-like creature with glowing red eyes, its presence unexpected in this ancient place. He observed the creature, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he mused. I guess some of them survived. The creature's fearful demeanor puzzled him, prompting the question, but why does it look so scared? Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood in a cobblestone courtyard, his hand resting on the hilt of a long sword. He was dressed in simple, dark clothing, a stark contrast to the ancient architecture surrounding him. A monstrous rat, its eyes glowing menacingly red, scurried across the ground. Its presence was unsettling, a clear sign that something was amiss. The rat vanished into a newly formed hole in the ground, revealing a hidden trap mechanism. A moment later, the rat reappeared, launching itself from a hidden passage. It lunged towards Soo-hyun, its sharp teeth bared. Soo-hyun reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the attack. He realized the hole was a trap. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the courtyard. Soo-hyun looked up, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw the source of the sound. He found himself staring down a long, dark corridor, the air thick with anticipation. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood in a grand, ancient hall. He carried a sword strapped to his waist, his attire a stark contrast to the imposing architecture around him. He moved with a practiced ease, his eyes sharp and alert, betraying a hidden strength and awareness. Soo-hyun's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise and apprehension crossing his features as he sensed something. From the shadows, a monstrous serpent emerged, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Its forked tongue flickered, tasting the air. A faint tremor ran through the ground as the creature slithered forward. Soo-hyun's thoughts confirmed his suspicions. This was no ordinary beast. He mused that the smaller monsters he had encountered previously were merely a prelude to something far greater. The serpent reared its massive head, revealing its terrifying size and power. He accepted the reality of the situation. Soo-hyun stood his ground, facing the colossal creature, his resolve unwavering. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood on a cobblestone street, his posture suggesting a hidden alertness. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, attention radiating from him. From the ground, a monstrous form began to emerge, its metallic scales glinting ominously in the dim light. The creature's size was immense, dwarfing even the surrounding buildings. The creature's head rose into view, revealing a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural, icy blue light, radiating menace. Chapter 27 begins with a young man, wielding a sword, facing a colossal serpent. The creature lunges, its massive body a blur of motion. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the serpent's crushing attack. The ground trembles under the impact. With a powerful swing, he sends a serpent's tail crashing into the ground. The impact creates a massive crater, sending rocks and debris flying. The serpent's tail is embedded in the earth, its movement momentarily halted. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. He stood poised, a determined glint in his eyes, wielding a sword with surprising skill. His opponent lunged, but Soo-hyun reacted instantly, his movements a blur of controlled power. The force of the impact sent a shockwave rippling outwards. With a swift, precise movement, Soo-hyun deflected the attack, the energy of the clash creating a blinding flash of light. He realized that Daeho Ajusi's sword had failed to inflict any damage. Soo-hyun noted the creature's significant physical resistance. He braced himself, preparing for a more powerful counterattack. Soo-hyun decided to try magic. A surge of energy emanated from his hand. He unleashed his power, calling upon the divine flames. The intense blue flames erupted, engulfing the creature in a torrent of searing energy. Su Haiyan, using his sword as a conduit, channeled the power of the divine flames, striking a decisive blow. A blinding flash of light erupted in the courtyard, followed by a violent tremor that shook the ground. The source of the light was a young man, Su Haiyan Kim, who had just been thrown back by a powerful force. A surge of azure energy erupted from him. He gasped, his eyes wide with surprise and exertion. Dust and debris swirled around him as a colossal serpent emerged from the chaos. Its scales shimmered, and its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Su Haiyan, despite his surprise, braced himself, drawing his sword. He wondered if his attack had even scratched the creature. It seemed completely unaffected. It's not as strong as its physical resistance, but it's somewhat resistant to magic. He realized that using divine flames wouldn't have much of an effect. A colossal serpent, its scales shimmering like polished ivory, descended from the sky, its shadow engulfing Su Haiyan Kim. The young man, seemingly caught off guard, stood his ground, his expression a mixture of surprise and determination. A monstrous roar echoed through the city as the serpent lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. Reacting instantly, Su Haiyan drew his sword, a flash of steel against the serpent's colossal form. He braced himself, preparing to meet the creature's might. With a powerful swing, he struck the serpent's thick neck, the impact sending tremors through the ground. The beast recoiled, momentarily stunned by the unexpected force of the blow. The serpent retaliated with a furious thrash of its tail, the ground cracking under the immense force. Su Haiyan barely managed to evade the attack, narrowly avoiding being crushed. He was sent flying backward, his body impacting the stone pavement hard. The impact left him momentarily dazed, but his resolve remained unbroken. The serpent's gaping maw loomed over him, its eyes glowing with predatory intent. He realized the danger he was in. Despite the pain and the imminent threat, Su Haiyan pushed himself to his feet, his eyes burning with defiance. He would not yield. He launched himself forward, his sword aimed at the serpent's throat. He was ready to fight to the death. Su Haiyan, the seemingly ordinary high school student, felt a surge of power within him. It was happening faster than he anticipated. He braced himself, readying for the inevitable. With a mighty roar, Su Haiyan unleashed a devastating blow, the force of which shattered the earth around him. The impact sent tremors through the ground. From the dust and debris, a colossal serpent emerged, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Su Haiyan, despite his initial success, felt a wave of apprehension. He landed heavily, his breath ragged, surveying his surroundings. Despite its immense size, the creature moved with surprising agility. Su Haiyan noted the serpent's lack of any obvious weakness, a chilling realization. Su Haiyan assessed the monster before him. He mused that, a month ago, this creature would have been a formidable opponent. He stood poised, his feet slightly apart, a long sword lying on the ground nearby. Dust and debris surrounded him, remnants of a recent struggle. But now, he continued, it posed no threat. With a confident smirk, Su Haiyan drew his sword and prepared to strike. He lunged forward, his blade flashing. The monster roared in response. The battle was swift and brutal. Su Haiyan's movements were precise and deadly. He leaped onto the monster's back, his sword still raised. With a final, powerful blow, Su Haiyan vanquished the beast. He noted that he had only half his usual mana remaining, and resolved to finish the fight before depleting it entirely. Su Haiyan, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with surprising agility, his sword a blur as he launched a swift attack against a monstrous serpent. The serpent, a colossal creature of stone and shadow, retaliated with a powerful strike, its immense body causing tremors in the earth. He planned to restrict the monster's movement. Despite his efforts, Su Haiyan was thrown to the ground by the serpent's immense strength, its jaws snapping shut inches from his face. With a surge of adrenaline, he countered. Su Haiyan used his momentum to deliver a powerful blow, sending the serpent reeling. He unleashed a blinding burst of energy. The attack created a vortex of energy, trapping the serpent within its confines. A grim determination hardened his features as he prepared for the next attack. A blinding flash of light erupted from the ground, followed by the appearance of thick, glowing vines. A young man, Su Haiyan Kim, found himself entangled in the vines. He gripped the vines with surprising strength, his knuckles white with exertion. With a mighty heave, he pulled himself upward. He swung his sword, cleaving through the vines and sending debris flying. He landed heavily, the impact jarring his body. More vines lashed out, but he was ready. He deflected them with his blade, a grim determination etched on his face. He realized that despite his skill, the sheer volume of vines was overwhelming. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from his sword, engulfing the vines in a wave of searing heat. Su Haiyan, focusing his energy, muttered to himself that it would sting a little if he hit the monster there. He unleashed a powerful blue energy blast towards the monster's head. The impact was immediate and violent. The monster roared in pain as the attack connected. Su Haiyan, seizing the opportunity, used his sword to strike at the monster's weakened neck, causing a significant portion of its body to collapse. He deftly leaped away from the falling debris, landing gracefully. The monster's massive body continued to fall, creating a cloud of dust and debris. Su-hyun, having successfully defeated the monster, found himself tumbling down a flight of stairs. He braced himself for impact. The impact sent him flying through the air. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself plummeting headfirst into an abyss. Two swords were firmly gripped in his hands. He braced himself, his body tensing as he prepared for impact. Then, with a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful attack. A wave of bright blue energy erupted from his sword, a clear indication of his awakened abilities. The force of the attack sent him hurtling upwards, narrowly avoiding a collision with a stone wall. He continued his ascent, the blue energy trailing behind him like a comet's tail. Su-hyun found himself facing a colossal serpent-like creature, its scales shimmering in the dim light. He prepared for another attack, his resolve hardening. The serpent opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. With a swift, precise movement, Su-hyun plunged his sword into the creature's flank, causing a massive explosion of energy. A powerful blast rocked the ancient city, sending debris flying through the air. The force of the explosion was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Su-hyun Kim, a young man with short black hair, lay on the ground, clutching a sword. He was breathing heavily, his body bruised and battered from the recent explosion. He coughed, a pain sound escaping his lips as he struggled to catch his breath. The aftermath of the explosion left him vulnerable. Suddenly, a monstrous serpent emerged from the dust and rubble, its eyes glowing menacingly. It lunged towards Su-hyun, its fangs bared. A sinister smile crept across Su-hyun's face as he braced himself for the attack. Despite his injuries, a surge of determination filled him. The serpent struck, but Su-hyun was ready. He met the attack with a fierce counteroffensive. With surprising speed and precision, Su-hyun bound the serpent's body with vines that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The vines tightened around the creature, restricting its movement. The serpent, with a final, powerful tug, Su-hyun completely subdued the monster, ending its threat. A colossal serpent, its scales shimmering like polished metal, was ensnared in thick, green vines. A triumphant gotcha echoed through the ancient ruins. Su-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and eyes, stood defiantly before the creature, a sword held firmly in his hand. The serpent's massive head loomed over him, filling the crumbling stone corridor. Su-hyun smirked, a glint of determination in his eyes. He mused to himself about the monster's impressive defenses, physical and magical resistance, and regenerative powers. He continued his internal monologue, noting that this was the first monster to possess all three resistances. Despite its impressive defenses, Su-hyun declared that the creature could not defeat him. He explained his confidence, stating that he possessed even greater destructive power. A surge of intense, blue energy erupted from Su-hyun's hand, a stark contrast to the serpent's metallic sheen. The energy intensified, building towards a powerful attack. Su-hyun unleashed the full force of his power, a torrent of blue energy engulfing the serpent. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, erupted from within Su-hyun. It was an overwhelming power, a force that seemed to defy comprehension. He stood, sword at his side, the blue energy coalescing in his outstretched hand. It pulsed with raw power, a tangible manifestation of his awakened abilities. The energy intensified, taking on a more defined shape. A powerful, otherworldly presence was building. From the heart of the energy, a colossal, winged creature emerged, its form silhouetted against the fiery sunset. It was a creature of immense power, a being that seemed to command the very sky. The creature, a majestic avian beast, spread its immense wings, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light. It was a being of immense power, a creature born from Su-hyun's own essence. It let out a piercing cry, a sound that echoed with ancient power and untamed might. The creature ascended, leaving behind only a trail of shimmering blue energy. A surge of intense blue energy erupted from the ground, taking the form of a majestic phoenix. The fiery blue phoenix spread its wings, its form both ethereal and powerful. Below, Su-hyun Kim stood calmly, his katana resting at his side, amidst the chaos of the magical energy. The blue flames continued to dance and swirl around him. The text read, Divine Flame, Phoenix, one of Divine Flame's unique summons. Su-hyun reflected on the summoning, noting that he had recently acquired the skill on the 18th floor of the dungeon, as a result of his Divine Flame ability leveling up. He realized that this wasn't just a simple skill. It allowed him to summon and control a powerful beast. Su-hyun stood defiantly, his katana gleaming faintly, a look of determination etched on his face. A surge of blue energy erupted from the ground, scattering small rocks as it spread outwards. The source of the energy seemed to be emanating from below the feet of a young man. He noted that the technique, while powerful, consumed more mana than he had initially anticipated. Despite the high mana cost, he considered it well worth the investment. He paused, a sense of anticipation building within him. A brilliant blue avian creature materialized beside him, its eyes glowing with power. He thought to himself that the creature's destructive power was far greater than he had initially estimated. He gave a curt command. With a swift motion, he unleashed the creature, sending it soaring into the air. The creature dived downwards with terrifying speed. A mysterious, glowing blue object hung suspended in mid-air, its intricate design hinting at immense power. Suddenly, a monstrous serpent emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly. It lunged forward with terrifying speed. In response, a wave of intense blue energy erupted from the object, striking the serpent with devastating force. The energy coalesced into a majestic, winged creature of pure energy, its form shimmering with ethereal light. It swooped down, its movements swift and precise, engaging the serpent in a fierce aerial battle. The energy creature unleashed a torrent of blue energy, its power overwhelming the serpent. The serpent, weakened and battered, struggled against the relentless assault. With a final, devastating blast, the energy creature vanquished its foe, leaving only scattered particles of light. The energy creature, having secured victory, hovered in the air, its form slowly dissipating. A wave of blue energy surged, leaving a trail of sparkling particles in its wake. A brilliant blue light enveloped him. A message appeared. He had achieved a 100% achievement rate. From the light, a majestic blue phoenix emerged, its wings spread wide. Suhai and Kim stood below, his gaze unwavering. He stood, sword in hand, amidst the fading blue energy. He questioned if he had truly completed the 19th floor. A narration box explained that the difficulty of the Tower of Trials increased significantly every 10 floors. He reflected on his past experiences, anticipating a difficult challenge on the 20th floor, similar to the 10th. He silently acknowledged his 6 months of dedicated preparation for this moment. Suhai stood, his expression resolute, gazing upward. Scars marred his neck and shoulders. He thought to himself that only one thing remained. A bright sky filled with fluffy white clouds was visible. Suhai found himself standing before a simple, rustic building, seemingly a workshop. Inside, a large bolt rested on a workbench. The bolt was positioned next to a gleaming, long sword. He realized that the sword was the final piece. Chapter 28 of The Hero Returns began with one person asking another if they had seen the ranking board. A group of people discussed a recent accomplishment by someone named Kim Soo-hyun. They were astonished by his ability to clear floor 19 with such a high score. Wondering how a human could achieve such a feat, the conversation turned to the possibility that he had set 9 floor-clearing records in just half a year. The discussion shifted to Kim Soo-hyun's unusual behavior. He had been ignoring all contact attempts from the Awakened Association. He hadn't even responded to scouting calls from prominent guilds. One of the people wondered if anyone knew who he really was. The scene then shifted to a cafe, where 3 individuals were sitting at a table, seemingly discussing the same topic. Suhai and Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat hunched over a pile of papers in a coffee shop, his brow furrowed in concentration. Outside, a glimpse of a sleek red sports car and other students could be seen. He seemed preoccupied, lost in thought as he tapped a pen against his desk. Leaving the coffee shop, Suhai walked past a red sports car, heading towards a busy street. Other students were visible in the background. He approached a coffee shop, where someone called out to him. Suhai was greeted by Juho, who had been waiting for him. Suhai apologized for keeping him waiting. Juho explained that he had just arrived himself, but before that, Juho asked Suhai if he liked the car that had been gifted to him. Suhai responded, a bit awkwardly, that the car might be a little too luxurious. He expressed his thoughts to Juho, while other students walked by in the background. Suhai and Kim found himself in an unexpected situation. His friend commented on the extravagance of the red sports car they were in, remarking that someone of his stature should not be riding in anything less luxurious. The friend continued, expressing his surprise at Suhai's choice of transportation, which consisted of the subway and occasionally the bus. Another friend, equally shocked, questioned Suhai about his choice of transportation. Suhai, unfazed, suggested they head inside first, mentioning the car's impressive V8 engine and its remarkable acceleration. As they approached a building, other people expressed their amazement at the car. Inside, the scene shifted to a more private setting. The setting was an office. A cup of coffee and a glass of milk sat on a desk. One of Suhai's friends inquired about his well-being and the progress of his preparations for the 20th floor. Suhai reported that preparations were going well. Suhai, a young man with short, dark hair, sat alone, explaining to an unseen listener that he had been delaying something due to waiting for an item, but would be picking it up later that day. He sat at a counter, casually drinking water while listening to someone else speak. The other person, a man with short, brown hair, thanked Suhai for looking into his new house and his mother's store, expressing gratitude for his help. The man asked Su Hyan where he used to live. Su Hyan answered that he used to live in Anson City. The man reacted with a thoughtful expression, repeating, Anson, huh? Su Hyan mentioned that Anson City wasn't too far from Anyang City. He then informed the other man that he had managed to schedule a meeting with the agency director for the following month. The man suggested that they might be able to get some help if Su Hyan told him the story he had shared earlier. Su Hyan noted that there were only 2 months left until the outbreak. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone in a cafe, a thoughtful expression on his face as he sipped from a glass. He muttered to himself, finding the situation unpromising. He pondered the Dump Guild, a group of awakened individuals. Across the table, another individual, presumably an associate, simply responded with agreement. Su Hyan revealed that despite his efforts to contact the Dump Guild, he had received no response. He suspected they were deliberately concealing themselves. He had, however, noted a significant rise in awakened deaths and disappearances, although this correlated with the increased difficulty of the dungeons, making it hard to draw definitive conclusions. Continuing his investigation, Su Hyan reviewed additional information on his tablet. He discovered reports of awakened individuals dying suddenly in public places. Further investigation revealed that these deaths were caused by poison. Su Hyan's expression shifted to one of realization and concern upon learning of the poisonings. A man with short, light brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard stared intently at another man, his expression a mixture of suspicion and concern. The thought, poison, crossed his mind. The image focused on the first man's upper body, his hands clasped together, as if deep in thought. In a cafe, 2 men sat across from each other. One, dressed in a dark coat, asked the other to investigate something suspicious. The second man, dressed more casually, agreed. A fiery sunset filled the sky as a voice wished someone safe travels. The man in the dark coat left the cafe and approached a sleek, red sports car. As he walked away, the man thought about the outbreak in Anyang City. He got into the car, his back to the viewer, as he prepared to leave. Lee Ju-ho, a man with gray hair and a serious expression, looked out over a devastated cityscape. He commented that while Lee Ju-ho was doing his best, there was nothing positive to report yet. Beside him, a younger man with reddish-brown hair seemed concerned. A dark, ominous cloud seemed to hang over the world, a visual representation of the looming threat. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, muttered to himself, expressing a sense of resignation. He resolved to personally confront the approaching danger, a decision born from a deep sense of responsibility. Su Hyan walked away, his steps firm despite the weight of his decision. A swift transition to a different location occurred. The scene shifted to a quaint house nestled in a serene countryside setting, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The interior of the house was shown, a workshop filled with an array of weaponry. Various weapons, including shields, spears, and axes, were neatly arranged and displayed. Su Hyan, now inside the workshop, observed the high quality of the weaponry. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, emerged from a workshop, carrying a long, thin object wrapped in cloth. He addressed the younger man, waiting patiently. Thanks for waiting. The older man carefully handed over the package. The material was quite hard to handle because it's so good, he explained, his voice a low rumble. He continued, a hint of pride in his tone, but I had a lot of fun working with it. The younger man, his gaze intense, examined the object closely. The older craftsman reassured him, I guarantee its power, so don't worry about it and take a look. With a flourish, the young man unwrapped the object, revealing a gleaming blade. He held the blade aloft, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. A single word escaped his lips. Perfect. The image focused on the blade's sharp point, highlighting its deadly potential. The scene shifted to show the young man's hand gripping the hilt of the blade. He tested the weight and balance of the weapon, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, looked thoughtful, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He thought, as soon as he held it, he knew that this sword was. Su Hyan raised a long sword, its radiant glow illuminating his face from behind. The light seemed to emanate from the weapon itself. He realized, with a jolt of recognition, that the sword was alive. With a swift motion, he sheathed the sword. The sword fit snugly into its scabbard. Suddenly, 2 more swords materialized, spinning rapidly in the air. He reached out, instinctively, as if drawn to them. Su Hyan Kim stood in the center of a dusty, dimly lit room. He looked down at his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, a spear hurtled towards him with surprising speed. With a swift movement, Su Hyan deflected the spear, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He effortlessly caught the weapon, the impact barely phasing him. Examining the spear, he noted its exceptional quality. Its sharpness and durability are both top quality, he observed. He realized the spear was reacting to his mana, instinctively knowing what to cut and what to avoid. Su Hyan smiled, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. This is a perfect sword, he thought. He admired the weapon, a confident smirk playing on his lips. An older man, likely the weapon's creator, approached Su Hyan. He asked, "Got a name for it?" Su Hyan, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, listened intently. He had just received a newly forged sword and was being told, "You should name it." He considered the request, his expression thoughtful. Su Hyan stood beside the elderly blacksmith, a large sword held in his hand. The blacksmith looked on with a questioning expression. Su Hyan announced his decision. "I'll go with the dragon-slaying sword, Graham." The blacksmith questioned the name, Grom. Su Hyan and the blacksmith continued their discussion. The blacksmith clarified, questioning if Su Hyan was referring to gram, as in units of weight. Su Hyan explained that gram was Balmung's alternate name in Northern European mythologies. He couldn't use the name Balmung again, but he didn't want to give up the name that meant God-slaying sword. A colossal, demonic figure loomed over the ruined cityscape, its form crackling with dark energy. Su Hyan stood before it, his own sword held ready. He announced that he would be leaving. An older man, seemingly a shopkeeper, tried to persuade Su Hyan to stay for tea. Su Hyan politely declined, suggesting they could share tea another time. He explained that he had a place to be. The scene opens with a high-angle, long shot of a large stone castle at night. The castle is imposing, with tall towers and crenellations. The courtyard is mostly dark, but some lights are visible in the windows. Inside the castle, a lone guard stands watch in a long, dimly lit hallway. He holds a spear and wears medieval-style armor. He appears alert but relaxed. The guard remains vigilant, his gaze sweeping the hallway. The atmosphere is tense, hinting at an impending event. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and touches the guard's shoulder from behind. The guard is startled. The guard, startled, cries out, "Who's there?" He spins around, spear raised defensively, ready to strike. He sees the person who touched him and stutters, Commander Maxman." Commander Maxman, a man in red and silver armor, approaches calmly. He has a calm, almost amused expression. Commander Maxman speaks, "It seems like I've caught you by surprise. So how's guard duty? Did anything happen?" A weary-looking guard stood at attention, his posture betraying his exhaustion. A superior officer approached, their conversation brief and to the point. The guard flatly refused a request. The officer acknowledged the guard's fatigue, having served many consecutive days. Despite this, he pleaded with the guard to persevere. The officer explained the dire stakes. An invasion by the Odrum kingdom would endanger the entire castle. The guard, understanding the gravity of the situation, readily agreed to continue his duty. The guard resumed his post, leaving the officer to his own thoughts. The officer gazed thoughtfully towards a stained glass window, a troubled expression on his face. His internal monologue revealed his growing concern. The situation was worsening, both inside and outside the castle walls. He worried that if the current trend continued, only innocent civilians would suffer. He pondered his next course of action, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The officer sighed, his face etched with worry and uncertainty. Someone asked Commander Maxman if he was troubled. Commander Maxman, a man in his late 30s with short brown hair and a goatee, stood in a grand hall, his expression unreadable. He wore a reddish-brown surcoat over plate armor. The hall's architecture was ornate, with stone arches and elaborate chandeliers. He turned, his back to the viewer, and said, "Welcome." A cloaked figure, their face hidden by a mask with a four-pointed star, stood before Maxman. The figure addressed Maxman, calling him attaché. The cloaked figure's face remained obscured, but a sense of foreboding hung in the air. This page displays credits for the production team behind the story, including the names of the producer, original author, scriptwriter, director, artist, background artist, colorist, and editor. A knight in shining armor stood in a grand hall, his expression serious. He was addressed by a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure inquired about the knight's purpose there. The knight was questioned about his supposed departure to aid the king. The cloaked figure revealed that he was there to oversee the guard's vigilance. The knight asked about the current situation. The knight explained that while they were defending the castle, the situation was dire due to the Odrum kingdom's superior military strength. The knight grimly stated that in a worst-case scenario, they might have to abandon the castle and defend the next one. The knight's resolve hardened as he prepared for the coming battle. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by a mask, issued a chilling ultimatum. The figure pressed close to a knight, their words, "Give up the castle." The knight, taken aback, questioned his own hearing. The cloaked figure clarified that they were merely outlining the worst-case scenario, explaining the difficulties of supplying food to soldiers during prolonged conflicts. The knight resolutely refused to surrender. The cloaked figure countered that if the castle was to fall, they might as well all perish within its walls. The two stood firm in their positions, the tension palpable. Silence hung heavy in the air as the knight considered the grim reality. The knight pointed out the absurdity of the situation, highlighting the fact that the cloaked figure wasn't even participating in the battle. An accusation echoed, a bitter condemnation of the commander's disregard for the soldiers' lives, deeming them mere expendable pawns. Following the Odrum kingdom's declaration of war, the king dispatched a high-ranking officer to serve as the battlefield's chief commander. The newly appointed commander was a striking figure, cloaked in purple and wearing a mask that concealed their identity, only a star-shaped marking visible. The narration highlighted the unwavering duty of soldiers to obey their commander's orders, a battlefield law. However, a stark contrast was drawn, comparing the commander's valuation of soldiers' lives to that of ants. The commander's callous disregard for human life was further emphasized, portraying soldiers as insignificant, barely more valuable than insects. A question arose regarding the king's decision to appoint such a man as chief commander. The masked commander and another individual, possibly a subordinate officer, walked down a castle corridor. The subordinate appeared concerned. The commander instructed the subordinate to focus solely on holding the castle for 1 month, dismissing all other concerns. The commander expressed confidence in the subordinate's capabilities to achieve this objective. Commander Maxman, the nation's hero, was shown in a dramatic close-up. A month had passed since the last major battle. The image showed Maxman's armored shoulder, suggesting a period of relative peace. A caption indicated that a month had passed. Maxman's gloved hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a subtle hint of tension. Maxman confronted a cloaked figure, his expression one of anger and frustration. The cloaked figure stated that nothing would change simply by waiting. The cloaked figure suddenly lunged at Maxman, initiating a confrontation. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the scene, leaving Maxman startled. A soldier rushed to Maxman, asking about the strange sound. Maxman was clearly concerned. A man's face, etched with worry and urgency, filled the frame. His expression spoke of a pressing situation. He declared it an emergency, the result of a sudden attack from outside. The urgency continued as he mentioned the castle doors. The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair, standing amidst the ruins of a shattered castle gate. He seemed calm despite the destruction around him. The young man's face was shown in close-up. His expression was serious and contemplative. A few hours earlier, the scene was different. The young man stood before a large, glowing portal, seemingly emanating from the ground. 2 figures lay unconscious near it. Atop the Tower of Trials, ahead of the gateway, a powerful energy pulsed. 2 figures fell from a great height, landing heavily near the base of the tower. One of the figures, an older man with graying hair, lay dazed on the ground. He wondered who had caused him a fall. A second figure approached, commenting on the fallen man's identity. The scene shifted to the 20th floor of the tower. The gatekeeper remarked on the rarity of seeing a monster like the approaching figure. A young man with short black hair and a serious expression stood before him, a sword at his side. He approached the gatekeeper, his footsteps echoing slightly. The gatekeeper asked if the young man had come seeking advice. The young man confirmed, requesting assistance. The gatekeeper, intrigued, agreed to hear the young man's request. A young man with short, dark hair and a serious expression proposed a deal. He suggested that payment be made up front, after which they could proceed. He was informed that the difficulty of the gatekeepers increases with each level ascended in the tower. A subtle smile played on the young man's lips as he considered this information. An older man with blonde hair, looking thoughtful, seemed to ponder a large number. The young man's surprised reaction to the older man's statement was evident. The young man countered with an offer of 100,000 points, questioning if it would suffice. The older man erupted into laughter at the young man's offer. He pointed out that the young man was offering points that would take most people over 10 years to accumulate. Suhayan, a young man with short black hair, stood before an older man with blonde hair, who was hunched over in pain. The older man was clearly distressed, muttering that his eyes had not deceived him. Suhayan was a monster, as expected. Suhayan, seemingly unfazed by the accusation, calmly inquired about the older man's plans. Suhayan revealed his intention to challenge a level 10 dungeon, a dangerous undertaking. He then cautiously asked if there were any particular dangers he should be aware of. The older man reassured him, stating that he wouldn't die. In fact, he was the one who would be doing the killing. The older man, with a knowing smile, offered a cryptic warning. Suhayan should try not to kill if possible. A single word, but hung heavy in the air, leaving the reader in suspense. The older man's advice echoed in Suhayan's mind. Try not to kill if possible. Suhayan's expression was one of quiet determination, tinged with a hint of sadness. The blonde-haired man continued, a word hanging in the air, and a man with short, blonde hair and a goatee, wearing a teal shirt, addressed someone unseen. His expression was one of knowing amusement, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He raised a single finger, emphasizing a point. The man continued, in any given situation, do what you have to do. A young man, his face partially obscured, responded with a question, is that all? The older man replied, simply, yeah. Before the young man, a shimmering blue portal opened. The older man stated, I gave you 100,000 points. He urged the younger man to leave, shouting, I said that's all. Get going. As the younger man walked towards the portal, the older man waved, a thought bubble above his head reading, good luck. The younger man thought to himself, they always talk in riddles. He reflected further, well, at least I can be certain everything they say is helpful. But what did he mean by do what I have to do? The young man stepped through the portal. He found himself falling into darkness. Suhayan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. His mouth hung open in a silent gasp of surprise, eyes wide with shock. A powerful, unseen force yanked him upwards, the world around him blurring into streaks of light and shadow. He tumbled through the air, the ground rushing towards him with terrifying speed. The impact sent him sprawling, a sharp pain shooting through his body as he landed hard on the ground. He instinctively braced himself, his expression contorted in pain and confusion. He rolled, his body tumbling through the undergrowth, the world a dizzying blur of greens and browns. He grabbed onto a thick tree branch, his fingers digging into the rough bark as he desperately tried to stop his fall. With a mighty heave, he pulled himself up, his body trembling with exertion. He stood, his breath ragged, surveying his surroundings. He was in a dense forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Suhaiyan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, a feeling that he had been here before. Suhaiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a verdant landscape, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He was clearly in a place unfamiliar to him. In the distance, a majestic castle, Grand Alum, dominated the horizon. It was a formidable fortress, a symbol of the kingdom's strength. Suhaiyan, his gaze fixed on the castle, began to walk towards it. He muttered to himself, "This is..." A holographic display suddenly appeared before him, announcing, 20th floor, stage 10. The trial will begin. Suhaiyan's eyes widened in surprise as he registered the message. He looked down at the sword at his side, a single exclamation point escaping his lips. The holographic display provided further context. The castle of the kingdom, Grand Alum, is a steel-walled fortress with thousands of soldiers guarding it. A panoramic view of Grand Alum revealed its imposing scale and the sheer number of soldiers stationed within and around its walls. Another message appeared. Within the given timeline of a month, collapse the castle. A final instruction, ominous in tone, concluded the message. But keep in mind, a contingent of soldiers, clad in medieval-style armor, stood at attention. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in warm hues. A message appeared before them. They're not necessarily your enemies. Another message appeared, clarifying the soldiers' role. During the trial, you may be able to recruit allies. A new directive appeared. Find out the secret of the castle and stay alive. Suhaiyan Kim, a young man with short black hair and striking blue eyes, appeared, seemingly deep in thought. He commented on the length of the instructions. Well, that was a long explanation. Despite the length, Suhaiyan found the explanation useful. But because it was so long, I was able to figure out quite a few things through the description. Suhaiyan's expression turned thoughtful as he processed the information. A message from the system appeared, revealing its instructions. The system is telling me to collapse the castle. The system's instructions continued, clarifying the objective. Collapse the castle while uncovering the secret of this place. That means the goal of this trial is to destroy the castle while finding its secret. Winning the battle wasn't enough. Those weren't necessarily his enemies. He should try not to kill if possible. The gatekeeper had said something similar. He supposed they were advising him to avoid unnecessary fights. But how could he conquer a castle without fighting? Suhaiyan Kim stood before a large castle, deep in thought. He carried a sword at his side. As night fell, Suhaiyan found himself in a forest. He sat by a campfire, studying a map. He murmured to himself. Suhaiyan assessed the castle from afar. He noted the imposing steel walls and the sizable garrison. A steel-walled fortress wasn't an exaggeration. These walls are thick, he mused. The level of the soldiers defending the castle isn't bad either. He continued his observation, noting a significant detail. A decent amount of them use mana as well. If I were to give them an awaken rating, they'd be about C rank, he concluded. Later, Suhaiyan reclined near a small fire, contemplating his challenge. He sighed, I'm at a disadvantage in terms of both numbers and strategy. He voiced his concerns aloud. Not to mention, I have to conquer the castle without killing anyone, as well as uncover the secret of the castle. Looking up at the night sky, he considered his time frame. I have a month, he stated. He reflected on the time constraint. That's a lot of time for a trial, but I don't have any time to spare, he thought. Suhaiyan lay on the ground, his gaze fixed on the sky, lost in thought. A decision solidified within him. All right, I've decided, he declared. The imposing gates of a medieval fortress loomed under the twilight sky. 2 guards stood watch, their silhouettes stark against the flickering torchlight. One of the guards noticed something, his expression shifting to alertness. A soldier, clad in armor, emerged from the shadows. He demanded identification from the approaching figure. A young man, Suhaiyan Kim, calmly approached the soldiers, seemingly unfazed by their presence. Suhaiyan reflected on the situation, deciding to approach it directly without overthinking. He resolved to confront the situation head-on. Suhaiyan introduced himself as a passing traveler. He politely asked if he could stay for a short while. Guards at a city gate shouted at an approaching young man, demanding to know what kingdom he belonged to and warning him that the city was in lockdown. The young man, ignoring the guard's warnings, approached the gate, a sword sheathed at his hip. He had 2 months until the Anson outbreak. He needed to complete this trial quickly to prepare. His expression hardened with determination. He acknowledged the situation. He drew his sword, preparing to fight the guards. He apologized in advance for what he was about to do. He prepared to attack. Su Hyan, a seemingly ordinary high school student, plunged through the air, his sword held aloft. The command echoed in his mind, "Go in by force." Below him, a lone soldier stood guard, spear at the ready, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. Su Yeon landed silently. 3 more soldiers, alerted to his presence, surrounded him. They prepared to attack. He drew his sword, a glint of determination in his eyes. With a burst of speed, Su Hyan moved. His sword flashed, leaving a trail of blue energy. The impact of his attack was devastating. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted from the center of the scene, radiating outwards in a jagged, destructive wave. The force of the blast sent tremors through the stone walls, causing cracks to spiderweb across their surfaces. The intense energy continued its relentless advance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sheer power was awe-inspiring, yet terrifying. The energy wave slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. The impact was earth-shattering. A figure, seemingly unharmed, landed lightly amidst the devastation. Their footfalls sent small rocks skittering across the cracked ground. 2 soldiers watched in stunned silence from a nearby wall, their faces etched with disbelief. A series of sharp cracks echoed through the air as more of the wall crumbled. The ground trembled violently. Another massive explosion rocked the area, sending a plume of dust and debris high into the air. The force of the blast was clearly immense. A moment of stunned silence followed the cataclysmic event. The air hung heavy with the smell of dust and ozone. From above, a pair of worn canvas sneakers came into view, descending slowly towards the ravaged ground. The owner of the shoes seemed unhurried, almost nonchalant, as they surveyed the scene. A wave of energy, a brilliant blue light, pulsed outwards, shattering the remnants of a ruined cityscape. Dust and debris rained down from the sky. At the center of the devastation stood a young man, Su Hyan Kim, his dark hair contrasting sharply with the ethereal glow. He held a simple, yet elegant, staff, his expression unreadable. 2 soldiers watched him from behind, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Another surge of energy, this time a deep blue, emanated from him, causing the surrounding dust to swirl and settle. Su Hyan's eyes, a striking blue, held a hint of weariness, yet also a quiet determination. He seemed lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. A powerful shockwave erupted from the city's clock tower, sending debris flying. The force of the blast was immense, causing widespread destruction. Amidst the chaos, a young man's feet landed on the rubble-strewn ground. He stood amidst the ruins, seemingly unfazed by the destruction around him. Several soldiers in green armor stood before him, clearly startled by his sudden appearance. The soldiers reacted swiftly, raising their weapons. An alarm was raised. An intruder had breached the gates. They demanded that everyone stop him. The young man, Su Hyan Kim, stood calmly, a sword now in his hand. He paused, seemingly contemplating his next move. Su Hyan, the seemingly ordinary high school student, focused intently. The more he used his newfound abilities, the clearer they became. A faint smile played on his lips as he grasped a sword, its ethereal glow hinting at its extraordinary nature. He realized that this was no ordinary weapon. It was a renowned sword, imbued with immense power. The sword pulsed with energy, its power palpable. Su Hyan discovered he could control the sword's sharpness with precision. Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared, shouting orders to apprehend him. He braced himself for the confrontation. With a burst of speed and skill, Su Hyan deflected their attacks with ease, the sword's energy leaving trails of light. He moved with lethal grace, his movements a blur as he effortlessly dispatched his pursuers. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with impossible speed, his movements a blur. He effortlessly deflected a barrage of attacks from several monstrous creatures, his blade leaving trails of blue energy in its wake. The force of his strikes shattered the stone ground around him. He continued his relentless assault, his expression grim and determined. Su Hyan internally affirmed his conviction. There was nothing his sword could not cut. Simultaneously, a group of soldiers witnessed the aftermath of the battle. One soldier anxiously asked if Su Hyan was all right, pointing to the seemingly untouched area where he had just fought. Another soldier, equally concerned, expressed disbelief. The soldiers examined the area, puzzled by the lack of any visible cuts or damage. Su Hyan, having finished his work, declared that he wouldn't cut through anything. Suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down from above. Su Hyan reacted instantly, dodging the projectiles with ease as he moved towards the source of the attack. Su Hyan Kim found himself in a desperate situation, dodging a volley of spears thrown from a high vantage point. He moved with surprising agility, his body a blur of motion as he weaved between the deadly projectiles. He gripped his sword, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The word battle appeared above him, a clear indication of his heightened state of awareness. With a sudden burst of speed, Su Haiyan launched a counterattack. His movements were too fast to follow, a flurry of blue energy surrounding his blade as he deflected the incoming spears. The impact of his attack created a shock wave of energy, shattering the spears into fragments that scattered harmlessly. He continued his assault, deflecting another spear with a precise movement of his sword. The energy around his blade intensified. Below, a group of soldiers prepared to launch another attack, their spears poised and ready. The soldiers aimed their spears, their movements synchronized. Su Haiyan anticipated their attack, preparing for another wave of projectiles. From a high vantage point, a figure watched Su Haiyan's display of skill with a look of surprise. Su Haiyan, the seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself on a castle balcony, facing a knight in shining armor. With a swift, powerful movement, he sent the knight sprawling over the railing. He landed gracefully, his dark clothing a stark contrast to the knight's bright attire. Several guards, armed with spears and bows, surrounded him, but they were already falling to the ground, incapacitated by an unseen force. A look of shock and disbelief washed over the faces of the remaining guards. The knight, still alive but clearly injured, glared at Su Haiyan from the ground. He cursed him, calling him a bastard, before Su Haiyan delivered a final, decisive blow. A powerful impact reverberated through the area. The force of the blow shattered the stone beneath the knight, sending debris flying. Su Haiyan stood over the fallen knight, a question forming in his mind. Not dead, right? A surviving guard, still shaken, approached cautiously, asking if Su Haiyan was all right. Su Haiyan, wincing in pain, could only groan in response. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood before an imposing castle, a question mark swirling in his mind. His gaze was drawn to a commotion atop the castle walls. A group of soldiers appeared to be struggling with a man in red armor. Su Haiyan wondered aloud, "What's that?" From below, a voice boomed, ordering a retreat in defense of the walls. Another voice, resolute, declared, "I will be his opponent." The man in red armor, clearly a commander, was being restrained by his own soldiers, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and exertion. A soldier pleaded with the commander, warning that any harm to him would jeopardize the Empire's future. Observing the scene from afar, Su Haiyan mused, "A commander, huh?" He realized the soldiers were prioritizing the commander's safety over defeating him. A soldier, addressing someone named Captain Maxman, apologized and ordered the commander's escort inside. The commander protested, shouting, "Let go of me, you all." Another soldier instructed everyone to protect and contain the commander in the safest possible location, emphasizing the importance of this action. Despite being their superior, the soldiers' attitudes indicated a defiance of his commands, prioritizing his protection. Su Haiyan, observing the situation, considered causing a minor disruption. He believed a direct attack on their commander would be the quickest way to achieve progress. With a sudden burst of speed, Su Haiyan dashed forward. He launched himself through the air, sword in hand, towards the commander. The soldiers below watched in shock as he fell from above. They shouted, desperately trying to stop him from reaching their commander. A soldier launched a spear at Su Haiyan, attempting to intercept him. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an extraordinary situation. He moved with surprising speed and agility, two swords drawn, a dark cloak billowing behind him as he navigated a chaotic scene. He was caught in a snare, a thick rope binding his legs. A sharp sound echoed as the rope tightened. Despite the unexpected obstacle, Su Haiyan continued his advance, his determination unwavering. A sudden, sharp intake of breath indicated a moment of intense surprise or alarm. From a rooftop, a soldier in green and gold armor hurled a rope with surprising force, aiming to ensnare Su Haiyan. With remarkable reflexes, Su Haiyan used his momentum to evade the incoming rope, his movements fluid and precise. The soldier's attack was met with a swift counterattack, sending the soldier reeling. Su Haiyan delivered a powerful blow, sending his opponent flying backward. He followed through, continuing his relentless assault. A figure, seemingly airborne, hurtled towards the ground. The trajectory suggested a sudden, unexpected attack. The impact was immediate. A soldier, startled, reacted instinctively, but the attacker's momentum was too great. The soldier barely managed to raise his spear before being knocked aside. Another soldier, clad in armor, attempted to intervene, but he was swiftly grappled. The attacker's strength was overwhelming. The soldier was easily subdued. From above, a young man in casual clothing launched himself, a whip-like weapon extending from his hand. He aimed for the attacker, who was still grappling with the soldier. The scene shifted, leaving the outcome of the attack unclear. The young man, now wielding a glowing blue energy blade, prepared for another attack. He launched a projectile, a swift, precise strike. The young man's actions left a clear impression. This was no ordinary individual. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, leaped through the air, his movements surprisingly agile. He held a sword, its edge gleaming faintly in the twilight sky. Below, a knight in red armor scrambled along a wall, his face etched with fear. He clutched a torch, its flickering light casting long shadows. Soo-hyun's descent was swift and precise. A grim determination hardened his features as he braced for impact. The knight, eyes wide with shock, barely managed to raise his sword to block. The force of the blow sent a tremor through his arm. He muttered the word, strong. A surge of blue energy erupted from Soo-hyun's sword, engulfing the knight and the surrounding area. The energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex of light and power. The blue energy wave slammed into several nearby soldiers, sending them flying with pained cries of arg. Guk. The aftermath of the attack left a trail of scattered debris and lingering blue sparks. A blinding flash of light erupted, leaving behind only scattered fragments of what seemed to be ice. The aftermath of the intense light showed a scene of devastation. A powerful shockwave had ripped through the area. Silence descended upon the scene, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. Standing amidst the wreckage, a lone figure emerged. He was Soo-hyun Kim, his dark jacket and jeans a stark contrast to the fallen soldiers in their armor. His sword lay sheathed at his hip. Dust and debris swirled around him as he surveyed the battlefield, his expression unreadable. A concerned soldier approached Captain Maxman, who stood wounded but defiant amidst his fallen comrades. He asked if the captain was all right. Maxman, though injured, reassured his subordinate, stating that he was fine. He instructed them to focus on securing the castle's perimeter, as he would handle his opponent. Soo-hyun stood before Maxman, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos around them. Soo-hyun recognized his opponent, a spy from the Odrum Kingdom. One individual confidently asserted that the subject of their discussion was an unknown person acting independently. Another person reacted with amazement. A third person, whose face was partially visible, was shown to possess an exceptional ability to make judgments, befitting the position of a commander. The speaker continued, emphasizing the subject's skill level, comparable to that of an A-rank awakened. A scene change showed a man in armor, addressing a group of soldiers. He declared the subject to be the real deal. A soldier expressed concern for the armored man's safety, emphasizing his importance to their group. The armored man responded by chiding his soldiers for expressing such sentiments, though acknowledging the truth in their words. Another soldier reassured the armored man of their unwavering support. The scene shifted to a flashback, revealing that the armored man had led them to victory 20 years prior, during the War of the Odrum Kingdom. Captain Maxman stood victorious amidst the rubble of the battlefield, his sword raised high, a blue flag held aloft in his other hand. His soldiers stood behind him, their faces grim but resolute. A soldier's voice expressed confidence. If Captain Maxman remained with them, they would undoubtedly be able to halt the Odrum Kingdom's advance. Observing from a distance, Soo-hyun noted the strong bond between Captain Maxman and his troops, a testament to the captain's status as a national hero. However, a shadow of doubt crossed Soo-hyun's face. He sensed something was amiss. The truth, Soo-hyun realized, was that the title of war hero would ultimately become the chains that bound Captain Maxman, leading to his downfall. The scene shifted to Captain Maxman, alone and defeated, his sword lying discarded on the ground. Soo-hyun stood alone, surrounded by spectral hands reaching out from the darkness, a chilling echo of his past life as Kim Sunjin. The spectral hands continued to rise, a visual representation of the weight of his past actions. A voice called out to him, addressing him as Sir Captain. Soo-hyun Kim stood before the castle gates, addressing the guards. He apologized for entering without permission, explaining that it was an urgent matter. He requested entry. The guards responded with a dismissive silence, deeming his request ridiculous. A stern-looking knight emerged, his expression grim. The knight explained that their kingdom was at war and that he could not allow someone who had already compromised the castle's security to enter. Soo-hyun prepared himself for action, drawing his swords. He resolved to commit another crime, if necessary, to achieve his goal. Soo-hyun launched a swift attack, his movements a blur, striking the guards with precise blows. He delivered a powerful punch, the force of the blow evident in the motion blur. Soo-hyun reflected on his plan to take the castle without unnecessary bloodshed. The objective was to persuade the person with the highest trust within the castle. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes engaged in a fierce sword fight with a knight, his movements swift and precise. He effortlessly deflected the knight's blows. The knight, momentarily stunned, could only wonder about the young man's identity. The young man pressed his advantage, his movements a blur as he disarmed the knight. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief and fear as he realized the extent of the young man's skill. The young man, a smirk playing on his lips, moved with deadly efficiency, his movements precise and calculated. With a swift motion, the young man disarmed the knight, seizing his weapon. The knight recognized the rope used to bind the young man. It was the same one from before. The young man used the rope to his advantage, skillfully using it to disarm his opponent. The word transformation appeared, signifying an imminent change. A detailed description of the transformation ability appeared. Trait, action, Phantom Rune. This allows you to gain a tremendous amount of destructive power. Below it, the name Gigantomachia was revealed. A surge of energy enveloped Su Haiyan's fist, transforming it into a glowing, cyan blue mass of power. Su Haiyan stood defiantly, his fist crackling with energy, facing a knight wielding two swords. The energy from his fist shot upwards, creating a powerful beam of light. Su Haiyan thought, "Through this person, I will find out the secret of this castle and pass the trial perfectly." The knight, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, What is that?" Su Haiyan smirked, thinking, "And if it is possible, I will take those shackles off of you too." Su Haiyan's resolve hardened as he prepared for his next move. A powerful shockwave erupted from Su Haiyan, shattering the ground around him. A blinding flash of light erupted, the source of which was impossible to discern amidst the chaotic energy. The aftermath of the flash revealed a scene of devastation. A large, indistinct shape lay amidst the rubble. Soldiers frantically searched the wreckage, their cries of "Captain!" echoing through the air. One soldier anxiously inquired about the captain's safety. 3 soldiers stood amidst the debris, their faces etched with worry and confusion. One of them looked particularly distressed. Within the wreckage of a damaged tower, a grim discovery awaited. Soldiers cautiously approached the site, their spears held at the ready. The soldiers discovered the captain's body, a sight that filled them with shock and disbelief. The title card for The Hero Returns appeared, promising a story of a world ravaged by monsters and the return of a hero. A commanding voice cut through the night, urging a thorough search for the commander. Simultaneously, a stern officer addressed his troops, reminding them not to slack off in defending the castle. The soldiers responded with a resounding affirmation. One soldier, however, was left bewildered. He had just seen the commander standing before him. He wondered aloud where the commander had vanished to. Elsewhere, a dimly lit dungeon revealed itself, its heavy atmosphere hinting at secrets and danger. A shadowy, formless entity materialized within a stone corridor, its presence filling the space with an ominous aura. Suddenly, 2 hands burst forth from the darkness, reaching out with surprising speed and force. The hands continued their ascent, emerging fully from the shadowy mass. A figure in red armor was thrown violently to the ground, landing hard. He coughed, clearly winded from the impact, as he struggled to regain his footing. Su Haiyan Kim stood over him, his expression unreadable, a sword at his side. Su Haiyan looked down at the fallen knight, his brow furrowed in confusion. He wondered what was happening. He realized that using the points from the 15th floor store had not been a waste. The text revealed his newly acquired skill, shadow assimilation. The text described a skill that allows movement from one shadow to another. It's a dark attribute skill mainly used by assassin-type awakened. The text continued, explaining that the skill takes a long time to cast and consumes a lot of mana. Despite being tricky with a limit on the number of casts per day and range, it is perfect for stealth. A shadowy figure, seemingly using this skill, moved silently past a group of guards. Su Haiyan thought that he had prepared this skill in case he needed to hide or infiltrate a place during combat. He considered it the right decision. Su Haiyan stood before a shadowy portal, contemplating its use. Su Haiyan, now inside the castle, looked around cautiously. He thought that after entering the castle, he was sure. He sensed something about the place. Su Haiyan realized that the place smelled of a particular person. A lone thought echoed in the mind of the protagonist. There was only one thing left to do, to find out what was next. The scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber. A young man with short black hair stood over a bound knight, his expression unreadable. The knight was on his knees, clearly distressed. The young man spoke, his tone seemingly concerned, asking the knight if he was all right. The knight looked up, his face contorted in pain and anger. He cursed the young man, his voice strained with fury. The young man knelt beside the still-bound knight, offering an explanation. The knight questioned the young man's intentions, specifically whether he intended to attack their kingdom. The young man firmly denied any such intentions. The knight, still seething with rage, confronted the young man. He had no choice. No one was willing to let him inside the castle. Su Haiyan explained that he was already in a hurry and couldn't waste any time. A nearby guard questioned his urgency. Su Haiyan looked away, deep in thought. The guard stated that a problem would soon arise within the castle. His expression was grim as he delivered the warning. Su Haiyan asked what the guard meant by problem. He wondered if an invasion of the Audrum kingdom was imminent. Su Haiyan clarified that he wasn't sure himself. He came to find that out. Su Haiyan reflected that even if something did happen, a war within the kingdom would pale in comparison to what was actually coming. The guard reacted with shock and disbelief to Su Haiyan's statement. A knight, his face etched with worry, questioned if anything suspicious had recently occurred within the castle. The knight's inquiry was met with silence, punctuated only by an exclamation of surprise from an unseen source. The knight, seemingly resigned, instructed the other party to simply endure the situation for 1 month. He expressed doubt about the reliability of information received, questioning how he could trust and relay any suspicious occurrences. The scene shifted to show two figures, the knight and a young man with a sword lying between them. The knight questioned how he could know if the young man was not a spy from another kingdom. The young man countered that if he were a spy, he would not have used such a cumbersome method. He explained his actions, stating that he alone possessed the power to annihilate the entire castle. The young man's statement was followed by a declaration of his overwhelming power. The knight stood before the young man, seemingly contemplating the implications of his words. A knight, his face etched with worry, pondered the situation. His expression was one of deep concern. He recalled a previous encounter, a clash of swords that revealed a startling truth. The knight and a dark-haired young man faced off, their swords crossed. The knight's internal monologue revealed his assessment of the situation. The young man, seemingly unfazed, concluded there was nothing he could do alone. The knight voiced his concerns, emphasizing the importance of trust in their impending confrontation. He acknowledged a critical factor, a subtle detail that shifted the balance of power. Despite his reservations, the knight made a decisive choice. He declared his willingness to cooperate with the young man, a surprising turn of events. The two stood together, their feet side by side, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A faint smile played on his lips, hinting at a hidden depth. He silently affirmed to himself, "It is my pleasure." The scene shifted to a dimly lit stone corridor, the only light source emanating from a flickering torch on the wall. Soo-hyun, walking behind a knight, inquired, "Is there still a while to go?" The knight, holding aloft a torch, replied, "We're almost there." They continued down the corridor, the rough-hewn stone walls closing in around them. Reaching a heavy wooden door, the knight gestured dramatically, his torch illuminating the entrance. The knight announced, "We have arrived at this place." Soo-hyun and the knight stood before a grand staircase leading to a large, imposing structure. The narrator explained that the place had been used as a prison for about 100 years. However, perhaps due to the energy of the dead, many prisoners had died there. The scene showed three young men lying on the floor of a dark, stone cell, emanating purple energy. A wave of dark energy washed over the scene. The narrator continued, explaining that another prison had been built in a different location, and this place had been closed. Very few people knew of its existence. Two figures, one in modern clothes and the other in medieval armor, stood in a dimly lit corridor. The man in modern clothes asked if there was a secretive place in the castle where no light was present, only darkness. The armored man responded by asking what that had to do with a big problem previously mentioned. The man in modern clothes said that he would soon know. He also noted a smell coming from the castle. The narrator described the smell as one that could never be erased. The panel showed a dark, barred prison gate. The narrator revealed that the smell was the smell of the dead. A booming voice echoed through the dimly lit stone corridor. "Who goes there?" A knight, clad in red and gold armor, stood defiantly, his sword drawn. Beside him, a young man in dark clothing held his own blade, seemingly caught off guard. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief. A whisper escaped his lips. "You're—" His face, etched with shock and a hint of fear, was clearly visible. From the shadows, a cloaked figure emerged. The knight gasped, "Sir, attaché?" The figure's face was hidden behind a mask, only their dark cloak visible. The cloaked figure, Sir Attaché, stood before the knight and the young man. Tension filled the air. The knight, visibly agitated, spoke. "To have a commander absent in the middle of a war. On top of that, isn't that person next to you the intruder from a while ago?" He turned his gaze to the young man, his voice sharp. "And what are you doing here?" Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a dimly lit, ancient-looking prison cell. He stood amidst a group of figures, their faces obscured by shadow, one of whom wore a dark purple robe. A voice, seemingly belonging to one of the figures, explained that this was a prison that had been sealed for years, only recently opened by the commander. The scene shifted to reveal a larger chamber. Soo-hyun, accompanied by a soldier in shining armor, stood before a cloaked figure. The air crackled with tension. Soo-hyun questioned how the cloaked figure knew about this place, and managed to enter. The cloaked figure, whose face remained hidden, responded that in a situation like this, it was crucial to monitor events both inside and outside the castle. He added that the timing of Soo-hyun's arrival was impeccable. Soo-hyun, suspicious, wondered aloud if the cloaked figure had been following them. The cloaked figure stood before a crimson backdrop, their back to the viewer, creating a dramatic and ominous atmosphere. The soldier, visibly shaken, stammered that he was speechless. He urged the commander to regain composure. Someone accused Soo-hyun of being an intruder, reminding him of his past life as the wartime commander. The same person questioned whether Soo-hyun was being manipulated as he gripped his sword. A mysterious voice urged Soo-hyun to approach. Soo-hyun stood defiantly, dual swords at his side, facing a cloaked figure. Meanwhile, A knight in red armor roared in rage. The knight was thrown back by an unseen force. Su-Hyan swiftly dispatched the cloaked figure. The knight, witnessing this, was shocked and demanded an explanation. He angrily questioned Su-Hyan's actions. Su-Hyan stood before the king's attaché and the battlefield commander-in-chief. His plan was audacious, to assassinate both of them. The commander-in-chief immediately accused Su-Hyan of being an enemy spy. Su-Hyan smirked, revealing his true nature. He had been playing a role. He challenged the commander-in-chief, implying that the accusation was obvious and expected. Su-Hyan stood defiantly between the commander-in-chief and a cloaked figure, swords drawn. The commander-in-chief reacted with disbelief and anger. The cloaked figure was revealed to be a powerful lich, its body decaying. The lich's true form emerged, a terrifying skeletal figure. The lich stood before them, its power palpable. A young man in red armor stood before a dark, imposing stone doorway. A purple aura emanated from within, and he muttered, "Lich." The young man's companion, his face partially obscured, exclaimed in disbelief, "You're saying that guy wasn't a person, but a monster?" Another young man, with dark hair and striking blue eyes, stared in disbelief. He wondered aloud, just what on earth is happening to this nation? The castle was heavy with the stench of death and decay, even before the war had begun. One of the young men observed, "The castle is filled with the smell of death and darkness, even though the war has yet to occur." The smell, he realized, was a clear indication of a powerful, malevolent presence at the heart of the castle. He continued, "The smell was enough of a clue to indicate that there was a mastermind behind this castle." One of the young men, reflecting on a previous encounter, stated, "Additionally, I had an experience with a similar guy a while ago, so I was able to find out about his identity more quickly." A powerful magical blast erupted, shattering the ground around a cloaked figure. The figure seemed to be the source of the dark energy. The young man in red armor, having witnessed the magical display, declared, "This one is different from the previous one. This one is a real lich." A terrifying skeletal figure, wreathed in purple flames, materialized before them. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intensity. A cloaked figure, radiating a faint purple aura, stood within a stone dungeon. He was clearly powerful, far surpassing the awakened encountered at the Guangzhou dungeon. Approaching him were a swordsman in ornate armor and a young man with dark hair, dressed in casual clothes. The cloaked figure noted the young man's unusual nature. The cloaked figure questioned the young man's origins, wondering if he hailed from the king's castle or a neighboring kingdom. The young man's face was partially obscured by shadow, his expression unreadable. He remained silent. The young man revealed that he came from a world unknown to them, a place beyond their comprehension. He stood, drawing his sword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal glow. His casual attire belied his immense power. The cloaked figure stated that he didn't care about the young man's answer, as their plans had changed. The swordsman, confused, questioned the meaning of this plan. The cloaked figure revealed a hidden power, a surge of purple energy emanating from his fingertip. Su-Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing an unexpected threat. A man in dark clothing stood before him, his expression grim, while another, clad in ornate armor, drew a dagger. The armored man's movements were swift and precise as he prepared to strike. Su-Hyan stood ready, his own stance suggesting a hidden strength. A surge of dark energy erupted from Su-Hyan. He declared his intent to kill them both. The source of the dark energy revealed itself, a terrifying skull-faced figure with glowing red eyes, pointing accusingly at Su-Hyan and the others. A wave of dark energy erupted from a point in space, its purple tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. A cloaked figure, wielding a staff, channeled the dark energy, his movements precise and controlled. The energy coalesced into a monstrous form, filling the grand hall. Below, two figures watched in apprehension. A gasp escaped the younger man as he recognized the figure before him. He reacted instantly, drawing his sword and lunging at the approaching warrior. The warrior parried the attack with ease, his blade deflecting the blow. Another surge of dark energy erupted, this time from the younger man, as he unleashed a powerful counterattack. Su-Hyan stood firm, a surge of purple energy erupting from his body as he channeled his power. The force manifested as a swirling vortex of light and energy, radiating outwards. A knight, his face etched with shock, watched as the energy blast impacted a skeletal figure cloaked in purple robes. The skeletal figure was clearly surprised by the attack. Su-Hyan, slightly winded but otherwise unharmed, gripped his sword. He felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He noted the surprising resilience of his opponent. Su-Hyan internally mused that the enemy's magic resistance was higher than anticipated. He examined his sword, wondering about its improved durability. Su-Hyan pondered if the superior quality of the ether stone used in its creation was the reason for its enhanced resilience. He reflected on the sword's previous fragility. Despite its improved strength, the sword still showed signs of stress, cracking under the strain. Su-Hyan, despite his apparent calm, reflected on the limitations of his current arsenal. He knew that simply having a functional weapon wasn't a guarantee of success. The imposing figure of the Lich loomed before him, its skeletal form radiating an aura of dark power. It was a darkness attribute monster. Suhayan knew that conventional attacks would be ineffective against this foe. Only holy attribute skills or forces could inflict significant damage. Suhayan's gaze fell upon Maxman, a powerful awakened, and he wondered aloud if he could be of assistance. Maxman, though seemingly less skilled in holy attribute abilities, was acknowledged by Suhayan to possess his own unique strengths. Despite Maxman's potential, Suhayan recognized the difficulty of securing cooperation from those lacking holy attribute skills in this dire situation. He resolved to handle the situation himself, drawing upon his own unique abilities. Suhayan decided on a course of action. He would use his divine flames to suppress the Lich's power. With a determined leap, Suhayan launched himself towards the Lich, his divine flames erupting from his weapon, ready to confront the darkness. A cloaked figure, seemingly skeletal beneath the dark robes, launched a torrent of azure energy towards Suhayan. The attack was swift and brutal, a wave of raw power that threatened to engulf him. The impact sent Suhayan sprawling, the force of the blow leaving him momentarily stunned. A shockwave rippled outwards, scattering debris and dust. The cloaked figure raised a hand, dark purple energy crackling around its fingertips. From this, it summoned a shadowy spear. With a flick of its wrist, the shadowy spear hurtled towards Suhayan, who barely managed to evade the attack. The spear slammed into the ground near him, sending tremors through the earth. Suhayan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. He channeled his own power, a surge of bright, cyan energy erupting from within him. He stood defiant, a torrent of cyan energy now surrounding him, ready to counter the attack. Suhayan unleashed a powerful counterattack, a beam of intense cyan energy hurtling towards the cloaked figure. The two attacks collided, resulting in a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The resulting explosion consumed both combatants, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of energy. Suhayan, wielding his sword, unleashed a powerful surge of energy, a brilliant blue wave erupting from him and soaring into the sky. A soundless cry escaped his lips as the force of the attack overwhelmed him. The force of the attack sent him reeling, his body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. He felt a sharp pain shoot through his arm. Suhayan shielded his eyes, surprised by the unexpected power surge. He wondered if this was his limit. A spectral figure, a Lich, observed the scene. Its power, the narration stated, far surpassed that of other Liches, easily overpowering their necrotic energy. The Lich, cloaked in dark robes, hovered in the air, a malevolent purple energy swirling around it. Suhayan considered his options. He could continue using Divine Flame, but he didn't want to waste his mana. He realized a drawn-out battle would be disadvantageous. He needed a swift resolution. Suhayan decided to aim for the Lich's life stone with his sword, his only remaining option. With a burst of speed, Suhayan launched himself towards the Lich, his sword aimed at its core. Suhayan, wielding a glowing blue blade, launched a swift attack against a cloaked figure whose skull-like mask hid their face. The masked figure was clearly a monster. The attack connected, but the impact seemed to surprise Suhayan. He paused, his expression unreadable. Suhayan, using his momentum from the previous attack, kicked off the wall, launching himself forward. He unleashed another wave of blue energy, aiming it directly at the masked figure. The blue energy struck the masked figure, causing a powerful explosion. As the dust settled, the masked figure was revealed to be badly injured, clutching a dark, purple energy that pulsed ominously. The purple energy erupted from the monster's hand, forming a dark, shadowy tendril. Suhayan, reacting quickly, dodged the tendril, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. He prepared for another attack, his expression grim. A cloaked figure in a dark blue robe stood poised, facing a large, stone chamber. A powerful blast of energy erupted from his hands, shattering the floor and sending debris flying. Suhayan Kim, a young man with dark hair, moved with incredible speed, dodging a skeletal monster with glowing red eyes and horns. The monster wore a dark purple robe. The cloaked figure from before lay on the ground, seemingly defeated by an unseen force. Suhayan, continuing his relentless assault, sent the skeletal monster flying backward with a powerful kick. The impact created a small crater in the stone floor. The monster, dazed but not defeated, clutched its head in agony, its glowing eyes widening. Suhayan prepared for another attack, his expression grim. He swiftly moved, his movements a blur, and struck the monster with a precise blow. A wave of dark purple energy erupted from the monster as it was struck, engulfing it completely. A wave of dark, purplish energy erupted from a cloaked figure, the source obscured from view. The energy pulsed with an ominous power, spreading like tendrils of shadow across the scene. The energy coalesced into a monstrous form, a skeletal figure with dark, wing-like appendages. It hovered in the air, radiating an aura of death and decay. From below, a young man with short, dark hair, dressed in casual clothes, prepared himself, drawing two short swords. He braced himself for the impending attack. He watched intently as the creature descended, a question forming in his mind. Had it somehow managed to arrest its fall using necrotic energy? The skeletal figure, now fully revealed, was imposing in its dark majesty. It wore a long, dark blue coat, and a skull-like mask adorned its face. With a sudden movement, the creature unleashed a volley of dark energy projectiles towards the young man. He reacted swiftly, deflecting the incoming blasts with his swords, a bright blue energy emanating from the blades as they met the dark projectiles. The skeletal figure, momentarily stunned, recoiled slightly, its dark wings fluttering. The young man stood his ground, his swords held ready, facing the powerful, dark entity within the ancient stone structure. A young man with short, dark hair stood before a knight in shining armor. The knight asked if he was all right. The young man replied that he was fine, but internally, he sensed something was amiss. He mused that, given the necrotic energy present, his opponent hadn't been taking him seriously. Suddenly, a cloaked figure with a skull-like mask appeared on the stairs before him, emanating a dark purple aura. The young man suspected that the masked figure was not revealing his full power. He wondered if the figure had ulterior motives. The masked figure's expression shifted, a sudden burst of dark energy surrounding him. A heavy silence fell as the masked figure's energy subsided, the scene shifting to a heavy iron door. The young man was asked if he had finished preparing himself. A skeletal figure, its eyes glowing ominously, loomed over the scene. A chilling aura emanated from the skull-like mask it wore. The skeletal figure declared that playtime was over. A man in shining armor stood before a barred gate, his expression grim. A dark, shadowy energy erupted from below, surging upwards with violent force. The dark energy continued its ascent, its power overwhelming. The armored man braced himself, preparing for the impact. A wave of dark energy crashed against him. He stood his ground, seemingly unaffected by the blast. He turned, a look of determination on his face. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted as Su Hyan, the seemingly ordinary high school student, clashed with his opponent. His movements were a blur, a whirlwind of motion that defied expectations. He deflected a blow from a sword, the impact sending a shockwave across the wooden floor. His attacker, a woman clad in white, was clearly skilled, but Su Hyan's movements were faster, more precise. The force of Su Hyan's counterattack sent his opponent reeling. Dust and debris filled the air as he stood over her, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp. He recognized her. A wave of surprise washed over him as he realized who she was. "You," he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Su Hyan's expression hardened. He was no longer the surprised boy from moments before. A cold resolve settled over his features. His eyes, usually soft, now burned with an intensity that belied his age. He was ready. He saw the dungeon entrance, broken and damaged. A grim understanding dawned on him. "I see." The pieces clicked into place. "I get it now." The weight of his past life, his memories of the apocalypse, flooded back. A sudden realization struck him. A sudden attack from behind. Can a lich control even the darkness of distant places? Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a dimly lit stone corridor, flanked by a stern-looking knight in red armor. The knight's expression was one of guarded suspicion. The knight explained that this place was no ordinary location. It was the Lich's Haven, a secret space where no light penetrated, a place of perpetual darkness and gloom. Further description revealed that the Haven was a place where the resentment, hatred, and death-related energies of countless people were intertwined. A spectral figure, resembling a lich, materialized before them. The knight seemed to acknowledge Su Hyan's awareness of their surroundings, stating that it appeared he had noticed something. Su Hyan, his gaze fixed on the lich, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The lich confirmed that the place was indeed his haven, a place where the screams of the dead echoed sweetly. The knight corrected the lich, emphasizing that it was their haven. Su Hyan and the knight stood facing each other, swords drawn, the tension palpable. Suddenly, the knight recoiled, a look of surprise and pain contorting his features. A surge of purple energy crackled, emanating from within a cloaked figure. The energy coalesced, revealing the skeletal form of a cloaked figure, its red fabric billowing around it. The skeletal head was adorned with a golden orb embedded in its forehead. Su Hyan Kim, a young man with short black hair and intense blue eyes, stood alert, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A guttural sound echoed through the air. Two more cloaked figures emerged, their skeletal faces illuminated by the same purple energy, one in red and the other in blue. One of the cloaked figures, the one in blue, spoke, his voice a low murmur. Su Hyan found himself facing the three cloaked figures, two of whom were wielding swords, while another stood silently behind them. The blue-cloaked figure questioned the presence of more. Three skeletal figures, cloaked and horned, emanated an ominous purple energy. Their glowing eyes burned with an eerie light, hinting at a power far beyond the ordinary. A dark, imposing stone staircase descended into the depths of a dungeon. A faint, purplish glow emanated from its base. At the bottom, a tense standoff unfolded. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short dark hair, stood opposite three figures clad in medieval-style armor, their swords drawn. Two robed figures, one in blue and one in red, observed from behind the armored warriors. A spectral figure, cloaked and hooded, hovered in the center of the scene. Soo-hyun's gaze shifted upwards, a question forming in his mind. Three skeletal figures, each with glowing purple eyes and small horns, materialized before him. Their appearance suggested a powerful, dark magic at play. Seated in the dungeon's amphitheater-like structure, Soo-hyun reflected on his discovery. He silently considered the implications of his revelation. The image shifted to show a fortified castle, its walls lined with soldiers. Below, two of the skeletal figures from earlier stood, their presence a stark contrast to the organized human forces. Leash spies, disguised as the king's assistants, had infiltrated the castle. There were three of them. This could only mean one thing. One of the liches impatiently urged his companions to move faster, deeming their current actions a waste of time. Another lich rebuked the first, arguing that their plan would be jeopardized by such carelessness. They should have killed the intruders when they first appeared. Observing the scene from a distance, a young man in armor listened intently to the lich's conversation, wondering what their plan entailed. He wondered if they knew about the Lich King. The young man questioned his companion about the existence of a Lich King, the ruler of the realm of the dead. The image of the Lich King, a terrifying skeletal figure wearing a crown, appeared, confirming the young man's suspicions. The young man pondered the various methods of summoning the Lich King, realizing that one of them was particularly dangerous. The words human sacrifice echoed in Soo-hyun's mind, a chilling revelation that sent a shiver down his spine. A soldier, his face etched with grim determination, reacted with a sharp exclamation. He then muttered, "Then don't tell me." Another soldier spoke, his voice heavy with despair. "If we're going to have to abandon the castle, I'd rather have us all die together here." His statement was met with a curt agreement. "You're correct." The grim truth was revealed. Soldiers were being used as sacrifices. Soo-hyun and several others watched in horror as the soldiers were being used in a ritual to summon the Lich King. Two cloaked figures, their faces obscured by shadows, observed the scene. One of them chuckled, commenting on Soo-hyun's quick wit. The other figure scoffed, questioning Soo-hyun's audacity in witnessing their ritual. Soo-hyun simply replied, "You are right." As the ritual progressed, the Lich King's presence began to manifest, its power overwhelming. Three figures in dark robes stood atop a hill, overlooking a large, imposing castle. They had discovered their objective. The scene shifted to the interior of the castle. The lifeless body of a king lay sprawled on the cold stone floor, a golden crown resting near his hand, stained crimson. Having killed the king, the three figures manipulated his corpse to disguise themselves as the king's assistants. A voice, filled with contempt, echoed through the castle. It was directed at unseen individuals. The speaker, a man with intense eyes and a fierce expression, revealed himself. He scornfully addressed those he considered inferior. One of the robed figures, a skeletal figure with glowing eyes, stood revealed. A sword was drawn, ready for action. They explained that, although the ritual was scheduled for a month later, they had managed to complete the altar ahead of schedule. The man from before stood beside another, younger man with dark hair. They prepared to initiate the summoning ritual. The skeletal figure's face was shown in close-up, its glowing eyes promising imminent action. The summoning was about to begin. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a dimly lit stone hall. He stood facing a group of figures, two robed figures with pale skin and skull-like faces, and two warriors clad in medieval armor, their swords drawn. A powerful, dark aura emanated from the robed figures. Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed as he sized up his opponents. He internally questioned the situation, a hint of uncertainty in his expression. He silently assessed the threat. He concluded that while they were formidable, he could handle them alone, provided he managed his mana effectively. The robed figure at the forefront raised a hand, unleashing a surge of dark energy. The energy wave crashed towards Soo-hyun. He reacted instantly, planting his foot firmly on the ground. A powerful counterforce erupted from beneath his feet. Soo-hyun countered the attack with a magical barrier, deflecting the dark energy. A purple cube materialized, seemingly a portal, opening before him. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood within a purple energy field alongside a knight clad in shining armor. The scene pulsed with arcane energy, the air thick with tension. Soo-hyun's eyes blazed with an inner fire, his expression grim as he gripped a katana. A powerful surge of purple energy emanated from blade. A voice echoed in Soo-hyun's mind. Darkness guidance. He recognized the power. It was one of the Lich's highest ranking skills, capable of warping space with its dark energy. Soo-hyun's face hardened. He demanded an answer, his voice tight with urgency. He questioned whether the beings before him were the Lich's apostles. A figure in a long, dark purple robe stood before two skeletal figures, their faces obscured by hoods. The scene was ominous. One of the skeletal figures revealed its face, a skull with glowing eyes and small horns. It exuded an aura of dark power. The robed figure addressed humanity with a chilling farewell. Suhayan, his face obscured, unleashed a powerful blow, a surge of purple energy emanating from his fist. The impact sent a shock wave through the air, a violent display of energy. He muttered in disbelief, "No." Suhayan stood defiantly, a determined expression on his face. He realized that even his holy flames were ineffective against this new power. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." A vision appeared before him, a distorted image of three figures in dark robes. He recognized them as the Fioni. He whispered the name, "Fioni." A powerful energy began to build, a bright white light forming a heart shape. The energy intensified, radiating outwards. Three figures, cloaked and mysterious, emerged from shattered archway. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, the remnants of a powerful event. Two shards of violet energy streaked across a white background, leaving a trail of glittering debris. The shards coalesced, revealing three figures, skeletal beings in dark robes, their faces skull-like masks with glowing eyes. They moved with an unnatural grace. A young man with dark hair and intense blue eyes found himself face-to-face with one of the skeletal figures. A look of surprise and apprehension crossed his features. He recognized the darkness emanating from them. It was the darkness of guidance. The young man reacted swiftly, his hand moving to break something. He shattered a sword held by a kneeling figure in shining armor. The sword fell to the ground with a metallic clang. One of the skeletal figures reacted with disbelief, its glowing eyes widening. A discussion unfolds regarding the seemingly insurmountable nature of a Lich's guidance skill. It's noted that neither physical nor magical abilities seem to work against it, prompting the question of how someone could possibly overcome such a powerful skill with a simple sword. The observers express astonishment at the individual wielding the sword, questioning his identity. One suggests that the weapon must be a holy sword, speculating that this is how he managed to break through the Lich's defenses. The scene shifts to reveal three figures in dark robes, resembling Lich's, observing the sword wielder from behind a gate. The sword wielder, now shown in the foreground, responds to the speculation about his weapon. He insists that it is just a plain old sword, nothing special. He pauses, seemingly searching for an explanation for his feat. The man continues, revealing his aspiration to become a holy knight. A full-body shot reveals the man's appearance. He is clad in knightly armor, holding his sword with a determined expression. The scene shifts to show a confrontation. The knight is accused of assassinating their king and attempting to sacrifice the soldiers. The accusers declare their intention to not forgive him for his actions, their words accompanied by a close-up of the knight's sword, glowing faintly. A voice boomed, declaring, "This is where your plan ends." Suddenly, a knight in red armor burst into the room, sword drawn, charging towards three cloaked figures. One of the cloaked figures exclaimed in surprise. The same figure continued, "A holy knight. What a bothersome opponent we ran into. But he's still a mere human." Another figure commanded, "Crush him to death. Don't waste our time. We are close to reaching our goal." As the cloaked figure raised their hands, dark purple energy coalesced into a cube-like form. The knight, undeterred, shouted, "Bring the dead from outside the castle. Don't let any human escape the castle." One of the cloaked figures ran off, while another pointed at the knight. The knight defiantly declared, "I won't let you." A knight in red and silver armor charged forward, sword raised, towards two cloaked figures. One figure, taller and in a dark purple robe, seemed to radiate a malevolent purple energy. The other, smaller and in a dark blue robe, attempted to flee. The knight, seeing the fleeing figure, stopped his charge and unleashed a burst of energy, striking the fleeing figure midair. He shouted after them, "Where do you think you are going?" The knight swiftly pursued the fleeing figure, his movements a blur of speed and precision. He caught up to the figure and, with a grim expression, delivered a powerful blow. "Just die peacefully," he commanded. A dark, ominous energy erupted from the point of impact, engulfing the area in a wave of purple. The energy dissipated, leaving behind only silence. Suddenly, a surge of bright blue energy erupted from the knight, who seemed to be struggling against it. He clenched his fist, the blue energy intensifying around his hand. The blue energy propelled him upward, sending him hurtling towards another figure who appeared to be falling from above. A surge of energy enveloped Suhayan, the word Phoenix blazing across the scene as his body began to glow with an intense blue light. He was lifted into the air, the blue energy intensifying, transforming into a powerful, avian form. The transformation was complete, leaving behind only shimmering particles of light. Suhayan, now the majestic blue phoenix, spread his wings, a powerful aura radiating from him. He unleashed a blast of pure energy, a vibrant blue beam aimed at an unseen foe. The impact was immediate and devastating, a purple shockwave erupting from the point of contact. The blue phoenix continued its assault, its power overwhelming the opponent. With a final, powerful strike, the blue phoenix obliterated its foe, leaving only scattered particles of purple energy. Returning to his human form, Suhyan landed gracefully, a skeletal figure watching him from below, seemingly in awe. A young man in a red robe, his face partially obscured, found himself confronting a creature of immense power. A fiery, avian monstrosity, it swirled with an unnatural blue flame. He recoiled, shouting in terror and confusion. The creature lunged, its fiery form a blur of motion. The young man was thrown backward, his body impacting the stone floor with a jarring thud. He watched in disbelief as the creature hovered above him. The creature descended, its fiery wings beating with a terrifying intensity. A high-pitched shriek pierced the air as it prepared to strike. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the young man. A wave of blue energy slammed into the creature, sending it reeling. He gasped, protesting his innocence. The creature, badly injured, fled the scene, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. The young man watched it go, his expression one of confusion and suspicion. He turned, his gaze hardening as he considered the events that had just transpired. He wondered, silently, about the identity of the fleeing figure. A man in ornate armor stood in the shadows, his face etched with sorrow and weariness. He spoke, his voice heavy with grief. He explained the recent events, detailing the assassination of the king and the attempted sacrifice of the soldiers. Despite the tragedy, he remained resolute. He offered words of counsel, urging the young man to control his anger and avoid being consumed by it. Songyin, clad in shining armor, found himself in the thick of a chaotic battle. He was overwhelmed, questioning his role in the unfolding catastrophe. The scene shifted to Suhyan Kim, his expression serious and contemplative. He stood in a dimly lit stone chamber. A voice boomed, informing Suhyan of his new command. A lone figure, his back to the viewer, stood in contemplation. He was a high-ranking soldier, burdened by the weight of command. Suhyan extended his hand, a gesture of uncertain leadership. He quietly asked for their trust, a plea for cooperation in this dire situation. Suhyan offered his hand again, this time directly to the soldier. The soldier, seemingly hesitant, considered Suhyan's offer. The title card for The Hero Returns appeared, along with credits for the production team. A powerful blue energy erupted, engulfing the scene in a blinding flash. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, soaring through the air with immense speed. A trail of blue light marked its path. The figure, clad in red, collided with something unseen, a muffled cough escaping its lips as it was sent reeling. The figure, now clearly a young man, landed heavily in a grand hall. Two figures, armed with swords, stood before him. One of the figures, Captain Maxman, addressed the young man, his voice laced with concern. "Are you prepared?" Captain Maxman, gripping his sword, expressed his uncertainty. He questioned whether his actions were truly right. The young man, observing Maxman, wondered aloud if leaving him behind was the right course of action. Suhyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a tense conversation. He was already deeply indebted to his companion, and felt compelled to fight alongside them. He turned, his gaze fixed on a heavy, imposing iron gate. The other person pressed for a swift decision, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. A knight, clad in red and white armor, appeared visibly agitated, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The knight's face contorted in a grimace, his expression one of intense struggle. In contrast, Suhyan maintained a calm, almost serene expression. The scene shifted, revealing a grand hall. Suhyan stood tall, his posture radiating confidence, as the knight, now clearly defeated, retreated. Suhyan, holding two long, slender weapons, reflected on the gatekeeper's warning. A man with short, light blonde hair and a stern expression stared intensely ahead. His gaze was unwavering, his face etched with determination. A voice, seemingly his own, echoed in his mind. "In any given situation, do what you have to do." He raised a finger, a thoughtful expression replacing the earlier intensity. His lips curved into a slight smile. A thought bubble appeared above him, indicating a realization, which means... The thought continued, emphasizing a distinction. "There's a clear difference between what I have to do." The scene shifted, showing a continuation of the man's internal monologue. He reflected on the contrast between his actions and the actions of others, and what must be done by others in this battle. A series of informational boxes appeared, providing further context. They're not necessarily your enemies, and during the trial, you may be able to recruit allies. The man, now seen from the waist up, spoke to someone off-panel, his words indicating a strategic decision. "I'll leave the protection of the soldiers to Captain Maxman." A burst of bright blue energy erupted, filling the space. A young man with dark hair, wielding a sword, moved with speed and determination. The blue energy, swirled around him as he lunged forward. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself propelled forward with blinding speed, a surge of blue energy engulfing him. His legs blurred as he moved, leaving a trail of shimmering light in his wake. The intensity of the energy was palpable. He landed heavily, the dust settling around him. A faint image of a double helix structure flickered in the air. Soo-hyun's resolve hardened. He silently vowed, "I will do what I have to do." He stood before a cloaked figure, a skeletal being with glowing eyes, its presence radiating an aura of dark magic. The skeletal figure seemed surprised by Soo-hyun's sudden appearance. The skeletal figure's surprise quickly turned to alarm as Soo-hyun moved with unexpected speed and power. The skeletal figure, its voice a rasping whisper, questioned, What did he just do?" Soo-hyun stood with his back to the skeletal figure, a katana now firmly in his grasp, his silhouette stark against the dim light of the chamber. He gripped the katana, its polished surface reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, gripped a strange metallic rod. A faint blue energy pulsed from its tip. He focused his attention, his grip tightening. A beam of light shot out from the rod, striking a brick wall. The light illuminated a small, unassuming device mounted on the wall. With a surge of power, the device activated, causing a tremor. Chunks of the surrounding stone began to disintegrate and float in the air. The disintegration intensified, creating a powerful shockwave. Soo-hyun stood amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected, a look of grim determination on his face. He calmly walked away from the epicenter of the explosion, the debris falling harmlessly around him. Two skeletal figures, one cloaked in blue and the other in red, plummeted from the sky. A horrified cry escaped the blue-cloaked skeleton as it fell. The other, watching from above, cursed, "That crazy bastard." A powerful shockwave radiated outwards, causing the ground to crack and crumble. The earth continued to fracture under the immense force. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing the area in a brilliant white light. Soldiers nearby braced themselves against the blast. Soldiers watched in disbelief as the shockwave passed. One of them exclaimed, "What in the world is happening?" Another soldier, his face etched with fear, added, "The castle. It's collapsing." From above, the castle's destruction was clearly visible. Debris rained down as sections of the structure crumbled. A large section of the castle's ceiling gave way, revealing a gaping hole. A purple energy pulsed in the center of a demolished building, radiating outwards. The surrounding area was in ruins, strewn with rubble and debris. From the heart of the destruction, a figure emerged, a man with pale skin and white hair, clad in a dark blue robe. He hovered in the air, seemingly unaffected by the devastation below. The man spoke, his voice carrying a hint of disdain. He considered the destruction caused by his opponents, deeming it insignificant. He then issued a command to a subordinate, a skeletal figure in a blue robe, who lay injured amidst the rubble. Failure to comply would have dire consequences. The skeletal figure, terrified, quickly agreed to the man's order, his fear palpable. The man then instructed another subordinate to check the altar, emphasizing the importance of its integrity for the ritual's success. One of the subordinates, groaning in pain, reluctantly obeyed the man's orders. As he moved, a surge of bright blue energy erupted from below, striking him. The impact was immense, the sound echoing through the ruined landscape. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, unleashed a powerful blue energy blast, obliterating a monstrous creature in a single, decisive strike. The force of the attack sent tremors through the ground. Following the initial blast, a crimson energy projectile shot forth from Soo-hyun, striking its target with deadly accuracy. From the dissipating smoke, a skeletal figure in a red robe emerged, coughing weakly. He seemed surprised. Soo-hyun, weapon drawn, found himself facing the unexpected foe. He questioned the creature's presence, asking, "Where?" The skeletal figure, amused, questioned Soo-hyun's confidence, sneering, "Do you think you're going to win?" The creature let out a chilling laugh. Soo-hyun, surprised by the creature's sudden appearance, asked, "When did you get there?" The skeletal figure, seemingly unfazed by Soo-hyun's question, prepared for another attack. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, found himself fading, his body dissolving into motes of light as he succumbed to his injuries. Before him stood a towering figure, cloaked in shadows, its back turned, revealing only a skull-like helmet and a dark, ominous cape. The cloaked figure turned, its glowing eyes fixing on Song-in's dissipating form. A guttural whisper escaped its skeletal mouth. A surge of energy erupted from the figure, a blinding flash of light that consumed the remaining vestiges of Song-in. The being's face was fully revealed, a terrifying skull mask with glowing eyes and sharp fangs. It spoke again, its voice echoing with contempt, "You arrogant human." A powerful blast of energy shot out from the being, aimed at a fleeing figure. The fleeing figure, Soo-hyun Kim, dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding death. Soo-hyun retaliated, unleashing a wave of his own energy in a desperate counterattack. Suhayan, wielding a sword, launched himself forward, a surge of purple energy propelling him through the air. He moved with the speed and precision of a seasoned warrior, his movements defying gravity. His opponent, a monstrous figure cloaked in dark robes, retaliated with a blast of purple energy, the force of which sent Suhayan hurtling backward. The monster, its skull-like face contorted in a sinister grin, focused its power, a glowing orb forming in its hands. Suhayan found himself trapped within a shimmering purple cube, suspended in midair. He braced himself for the inevitable. He realized, with a surge of frustration, that he was still airborne, his descent far from over. The monster unleashed a powerful punch, aiming to crush the cube containing Suhayan. The impact shattered the cube into fragments, the energy dispersing in a dazzling display of light. From the scattered remains, a new form emerged, a majestic, fiery phoenix. Suhayan roared, his eyes blazing with determination, ready to unleash the full extent of his power. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from the depths, its power causing the very air to crackle. The energy continued to rise, leaving behind shimmering particles that slowly faded into nothingness. The raw energy coalesced into a crystalline structure, pulsating with an inner light. The crystalline structure exploded outward in a dazzling display of light and energy. A wave of energy washed over the area, leaving behind a trail of shimmering blue particles. Suhayan Kim, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, landed heavily on the ground, his sword embedded in the earth. He gasped, his face etched with concern. He wondered if he had pushed himself too hard. A voice echoed in his mind, stating that resistance was futile. The voice continued, explaining that a powerful entity was consuming his mana. A skeletal figure, cloaked in purple robes, hovered before Suhayan. The creature declared it would make his demise painless. Suhayan, his face partially obscured, muttered in agreement. He acknowledged that the creature's presence was draining his mana significantly. With a gesture, he dismissed it, allowing it to depart. Suhayan scoffed, questioning the notion that he was powerless without his mana. A surge of energy manifested as a brilliant, ethereal blade in his hand. The skeletal figure recoiled in shock and fear. Suhayan turned to leave, prompting a surprise call from the other man. The other man asked if there was anything else he could do before Suhayan departed. Suhayan assured him that he was fine. A man with weary eyes and a hint of stubble on his chin spoke, his voice heavy with unspoken burdens. He confessed that he already owed a significant debt. A question mark floated in the air, a silent query hanging between the two figures. The man responded with a resigned, "Well then." A young man, Suhayan Kim, stood poised, a glowing blue energy surging around him as he gripped a large sword. A translucent image of a figure in white armor appeared beside him, indicating a transformation. The text below detailed the transformation, Holy Blade, granting holy attributes to his attacks. He asked, "Shall we begin for real?" Suhayan's face was alight with a confident, almost predatory grin. A faint blue energy still shimmered around him. A commander urgently inquired about casualties. He cautioned his troops against underestimating the enemy's movements. Another soldier questioned the situation within the castle. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from inside the castle walls. A skeletal figure in a dark robe appeared, floating in the air. A nearby soldier nervously commented on the figure's tendency to nag, adding that his anger was frightening. The skeletal figure turned, its back to the soldiers. Two crimson lines extended from its hands, as it commanded something to rise. A wave of crimson energy erupted from a figure, the word "the dead" echoing in the air. The figure, seemingly overcome by the power, was propelled upwards, hurtling through the air. Upon impact, a violent purple explosion consumed the area. Soldiers nearby watched in horror as the dust settled. From the wreckage, skeletal figures began to rise. Two soldiers, startled, pointed towards the emerging monsters. They shouted, "Monsters!" A horde of undead creatures advanced menacingly. One soldier, observing a skeletal figure in a robe, yelled, "That guy is summoning monsters! Attack him!" A group of soldiers stood guard, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and defiance as they faced an ominous presence. A dark figure, cloaked and mysterious, hovered in the distance, eliciting a muttered curse and the question, "What is that guy?" One soldier, his face etched with worry, called out to a superior officer, "Master Luke." A man in shining armor, Captain Maxman, appeared, his arrival greeted with relief. He was relieved to find his subordinate safe, expressing his gratitude. "Thank goodness you are safe." Anyways, after the fall of the castle, Captain Maxman and Master Luke discussed the aftermath of the castle's fall. Luke reported on the evacuation of nearby troops, ensuring no casualties. Maxman then inquired about the castle door's repair status. Luke responded that the repairs were not yet complete. As he spoke, a horde of skeletal creatures emerged from the darkness. The sight of the approaching undead filled them with dread. Maxman, determined to protect his men, declared he would handle the threat while Luke tended to the troops. He vowed to deal with the mysterious figure that had attacked the castle. Inside the castle, a tense discussion unfolded. A commander, his face etched with worry, addressed his troops. He expressed concern about the overwhelming number of monsters outside the castle walls. Another officer, seemingly unconcerned, dismissed the commander's worries, stating that the frontline troops could easily handle the weaker monsters. The first commander, however, insisted that they would not leave their comrade to fight alone this time. After a moment of consideration, the second officer relented, simply stating, "All right." The second officer then instructed his troops to follow him in a defensive formation. One of the soldiers enthusiastically agreed. He internally resolved not to engage the monsters directly, instead focusing on protecting his troops. A voice, confident and unwavering, declared that a certain man would take care of the situation. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood poised, a surge of energy emanating from him. He launched himself forward, a brilliant blue energy trail blazing behind him. A blinding flash of light erupted as Soo-hyun unleashed a powerful attack. The force of the blow was immense, a shockwave rippling outwards. The aftermath of the attack was a scene of devastation. Two beams of energy, one blue and one pink, pierced through the air, striking their target with precision. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a desperate struggle. Two spectral figures, their forms flickering with ethereal energy, attacked him relentlessly. He reacted instantly, deflecting their blows with a blur of motion. The attack continued, a whirlwind of spectral energy and desperate parries. His movements were fluid, almost impossible to follow. He launched himself into the air, a graceful arc against the backdrop of the swirling energy. His movements were precise, calculated, and deadly. One of the spectral figures, its skull-like helmet gleaming, was sent hurtling backward by the force of Soo-hyun's attack. He moved with terrifying speed, his movements a blur as he engaged the remaining attacker. The clash of energy was intense, the air crackling with power. The spectral figure hissed, a sound of pure malice, as it braced for another attack. Soo-hyun's movements were a symphony of controlled violence. He moved with a deadly grace, his blade a streak of light. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion that defied the eye. His movements were precise, calculated, and deadly. With a final, devastating blow, he vanquished his opponent, leaving only a faint shimmer of dissipating energy. A skull-like creature, its eyes glowing menacingly, launched a powerful energy blast. The attack impacted with a violent explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blast created a massive crater in the ground. Soo-hyun, barely avoiding the full brunt of the attack, muttered in disbelief, "No way." The masked figure reflected on his past. For almost 100 years, I aimed to become stronger and stronger. The me now could be called the strongest among the apostles. His face, hidden behind a skull-like mask with glowing eyes, expressed a mix of pride and grim determination. Soo-hyun, coughing up blood, braced himself. But he charged forward, his movements blurring as he unleashed a powerful attack. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, lay dying. His final thoughts echoed the disbelief of his defeat. How could a mere human kill him? His killer, a powerful demon, stood over him, a cruel smile playing on its skeletal face. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the demon's chest. Soo-hyun Kim, Sung-in's past self, stood over the dying demon, his expression grim. He muttered a single word, "No." Soo-hyun knew he couldn't fail again. The demon weakened, pleaded, our plans. Sung is gaze hardent. He was determined to prevent the future he had already lived. Observing Soo-hyun, the demon's surprise was evident. He wasn't a normal human. He had survived a fatal blow. Suyeon de libertad final, disciple. Don't waste your time, he said. All your plans have failed. A skeletal face, sharp teeth bared, loomed over the scene. A thought bubble emerged from below. Waste time? The skeletal figure chuckled, a chilling sound. Kakik, you're the one wasting time, foolish human. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short black hair, stood defiantly. Soo-hyun, gripping a sword, questioned his opponent. Do you think it's only us who plan to revive the king? The skeletal figure responded. Countless apostles are working day and night to revive the king. Even if you have 10 bodies, you can't stop us all. Soo-hyun looked down at the defeated figure. A stark warning filled the space. The king will be revived, and the world will fall to darkness. Soo-hyun explained his earlier statement. That's why I told you it was a waste. Soo-hyun stood over the defeated figure, his sword held aloft. The figure's face was clearly visible. A single word bubble identified the fallen being, Lich King. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood alone, a pensive expression etched onto his face. His eyes, however, held a depth that belied his outward appearance. From the shadows emerged a figure, cloaked and ominous. The being, a lich, spoke with chilling certainty. He would die by the lich's hand. Su Hyan, caught off guard, could only stammer in disbelief. The lich lunged, unleashing a wave of dark energy. With surprising speed and skill, Su Hyan drew a weapon and deflected the attack. The force of the clash sent a shock wave through the air. He stood firm, his expression hardening into grim determination. Su Hyan's words to the lich were true. He knew what he had to do. The Lich King, responsible for the world's devastation, was about to meet his end. Surrounded by his minions, the Lich King prepared for battle, his power radiating outwards. A powerful, clawed hand reached out from a shadowy figure, surrounded by a purple aura. Smaller, shadowy figures, resembling wraiths, floated around it. The hand gripped a gleaming sword, its edge radiating a faint light. The background showed a desolate, ruined cityscape. The narration stated simply, "Was me." A taller figure, cloaked and armored, stood behind a younger man with short, dark hair. The younger man appeared thoughtful, his hand to his chin. The background was a ruined city. The younger man mused, "Anyways, in the Gwangju dungeon too, seeing how the liches keep mentioning the Lich King." He continued his internal monologue. "His revival may be sooner than I expected. This is bad. The progress is going way faster than in my past life." The young man stood in a dark, stone corridor, his expression resolute. He thought, "Let's take care of what's in front of me right now first. Only one more lich left." A powerful figure in shining armor appeared, his face grim. The narration box read, "The Captain." Su Hyan, now in his armored form, moved with impossible speed, his movements a blur of motion as he spun his sword in a dazzling display of skill. A question hung in the air. Could he handle the overwhelming number of opponents? With a whirlwind of motion, Su Hyan's blade sliced through the air, sending several soldiers flying backward. The speed of his attack was breathtaking, a blur of motion that left his enemies disoriented. Despite his success, a skeletal figure, cackling maniacally, appeared above him, adding another layer of difficulty to the fight. Su Hyan cursed under his breath. Su Hyan observed his opponent, noting the ease and freedom of his movements. He realized the skeletal figure was exploiting his weakness in aerial combat. The skeletal figure declared that killing Su Hyan wasn't the objective. His true goal was to distract Su Hyan, drawing his attention away from the main body of troops. Su Hyan, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, reflected on his grim reality. He knew the end was coming, but he hoped to buy some time. Suddenly, a monstrous presence manifested, its glowing purple eye piercing the darkness. A knight, his face etched with worry, looked down at his fallen comrade. He whispered a silent prayer. The knight's mind raced. He couldn't believe his friend was dead. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes, appeared, its presence radiating an aura of immense power. The skeletal figure was overcome with grief and confusion. It repeated the word dead over and over, questioning how and why this had happened. The skeletal figure's grief intensified. It realized the gravity of the situation. Its leader, its friend, was dead. A woman, observing from afar, recognized the significance of the event. She knew who was responsible. A man in ornate, futuristic armor gasped, his face etched with strain. He muttered something unintelligible, his voice barely audible. The word dead echoed in a booming voice, the impact of the declaration shaking the very air around him. A skull-like face, glowing with malevolent energy, filled the next frame, its empty sockets blazing with an eerie light. A sinister grin stretched across its bony features. A powerful, dark energy surged outwards from the skull, radiating an aura of immense power and destruction. A swirling vortex of purple energy materialized, revealing a miniature castle within its depths. The vortex pulsed, its energy intensifying, as if preparing for a cataclysmic event. Several soldiers, clad in medieval-style armor, struggled for breath, their faces contorted in agony as a dark purple energy enveloped them. One of the soldiers, gasping for air, weakly called out for their captain. Another soldier, seemingly unaffected, stood defiantly, his gaze fixed on the source of the energy. A young man, kneeling and clearly distressed, called out to him, addressing him as Master Luke. High above, a skeletal figure in a dark blue robe watched the scene below with a mixture of horror and fury. Below, a powerful awakened, clad in red, battled a horde of shadowy monsters, his movements a blur of motion. "You bastard! What have you done?" the skeletal figure roared. The skeletal figure's voice echoed with raw power, a desperate plea cutting through the chaos. "Stop it immediately!" A soldier, his face grim, watched the battle unfold. He was clearly unawakened, his armor gleaming faintly. He muttered to himself, "Normal troops can't handle a hit like this. I'll have to use that skill." With a surge of energy, the soldier unleashed a powerful attack, a beam of light erupting from his hand. The attack tore through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The soldier's expression was one of grim determination. The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the area. Meanwhile, a young man with spiky black hair appeared, his eyes burning with intensity. He moved with impossible speed, a dark energy swirling around him. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion. In a flash, he struck the skeletal figure, the impact sending the figure reeling. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a flurry of chaotic energy. His eyes, though, held a depth that belied his unassuming exterior, hinting at a power yet to be unleashed. The scene opens with a young man, Soo-hyun Kim, delivering a swift, powerful blow to an unseen assailant. The impact sends the attacker sprawling, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The attacker, now airborne, tumbles through the air, a clear indication of the force behind Soo-hyun's strike. He crashes into a nearby building, the impact creating a shockwave that ripples outwards. Soo-hyun lands gracefully, his movements precise and controlled. He stands before a man in armor, who stares at him in disbelief. The armored man, astonished, asks if Soo-hyun defeated the monster. Soo-hyun confirms this with a quiet, almost understated, "Yes, I did." The armored man acknowledges Soo-hyun's victory but points out the dire situation around them. Even with the monster defeated, the battle is far from over. He expresses relief that the immediate threat has been neutralized, but the scale of the ongoing conflict is evident in the background. A description of a technique called chi absorption of the dead appeared. It absorbs the life force of the living and dead in the surrounding area to empower the deceased. The text explains that the technique's purpose is to enhance the strength of the dead. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and intense blue eyes, is shown in close-up. He reflects on the technique, questioning if it was the reason behind his past actions. He resolves to avoid killing if possible. A scene unfolds showing numerous corpses scattered across a stone courtyard. A narration box reveals that the technique's effectiveness would have been greater with more casualties. Despite expecting the Lich King's apostle to be powerful, Soo-hyun is surprised by its unexpected strength. A powerful purple energy erupts from the apostle. Soo-hyun recognizes the being as an underling he defeated previously, but notes its current strength is far greater. A skeletal figure with glowing eyes appears, repeatedly vowing vengeance. The skeletal figure's furious vow of vengeance continues, intensifying the visual representation of its rage. A surge of dark energy erupted, coalescing into a swirling vortex of shadows. From its depths, a voice, filled with bitter resentment, echoed, "I won't forgive you." The shadowy vortex intensified, the voice growing louder, more furious. "I won't forgive you." A skeletal figure, seemingly formed from the shadows, was lifted into the air by the vortex. A beam of dark energy struck it, causing it to explode in a shower of crimson fragments. A cloaked figure emerged from the dissipating darkness, their hand outstretched, seemingly controlling the dark energy. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair appeared, his eyes wide with shock and alarm. The young man stood before a knight, his expression grim. The knight looked equally surprised and concerned. From the shadows, a gloved hand reached out, a dark energy crackling around it. The dark energy coalesced into a purple orb, crackling with power. A skeletal figure, cloaked and wielding the orb, loomed over them, its empty sockets burning with malevolent energy. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the center of a swirling vortex, the air itself crackling with raw power. The energy intensified, taking on a purplish hue as it expanded outwards. The energy coalesced into a complex, magical circle, pulsing with violet light and crackling energy. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the air as the circle pulsed violently, a sign of immense power. A man, clad in armor, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of awe and concern. He realized that the staff had only created a protective barrier for the magic circle. His gaze was fixed on a magical circle, his expression one of intense focus. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair moved with incredible speed, his movements a blur as he wielded a blade. He was determined to destroy the Lifestone before it could unleash its power. The weight of the world rested on his shoulders. The young man's blade clashed with the Lifestone, resulting in a blinding flash of light and energy. A skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding a wicked-looking sword, let out a cruel laugh. "Q kohi kohaha, dumbass." The skeletal figure addressed Soo-hyun, his voice dripping with malice. "You won't be able to break this. Not a chance." He explained, a hint of dark pride in his tone. "It's a spell that I risked my life to cast." The skeletal figure continued, his words laced with chilling finality. "If you want to undo the spell, you can only do so by killing me." His glowing, crimson eyes burned with malevolent intensity as he stared down Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun launched a powerful attack, a surge of energy erupting from his body as he engaged the skeletal figure in a fierce clash. He paused, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. What should I do? Soo-hyun internally weighed his options, his expression grim. He could probably defeat the skeletal figure, but a chilling realization dawned on him. If he took too long, countless soldiers would die. A bloody splatter marked the ground. Below, a young man with dark hair and striking blue eyes reassured someone unseen, "Don't worry." He looked determined, a faint blue energy swirling around him. A single exclamation point punctuated his thoughts. He remembered what he had been told. A man in red and dark armor, his face grim, fought fiercely. He was reminded of his duty. What you told me. Your job is to defeat them. A powerful blue energy surged around him, cracking the very ground beneath his feet. The man in armor continued his assault, a determined glint in his eyes. He thought, "In my job." With a mighty swing, he unleashed a torrent of blue energy from his weapon. The scene shifted, showing the man in armor mid-strike. He channeled his power, a wave of blue energy emanating from him. A blinding flash of light erupted. His purpose was clear, is to protect the soldiers. A wave of intense blue energy pulsed outwards, its raw power causing the very ground to crack and crumble. The energy coalesced into a massive, ethereal umbrella, its luminescence illuminating the night sky. From this celestial umbrella, a beam of pure energy shot down towards a distant structure, its trajectory precise and unwavering. The beam struck its target, a sprawling city, bathing it in an otherworldly glow. The energy surged through the city, its effects rippling outwards. A group of soldiers watched in stunned silence as the energy subsided, leaving behind an eerie calm. One of them, a young man, felt a profound shift within himself. The energy that had been weighing him down was gone. The soldiers, still reeling from the event, exchanged confused glances, unsure of what had just transpired. The young man looked up, a dawning realization in his eyes. He sensed something different. A knight, bathed in an ethereal blue light, prepared to unleash a powerful skill. The words sanctuary, barrier appeared, signifying the technique's name. He declared this to be his greatest and final skill as a holy knight. The barrier's effects were explained. It boosted the morale of nearby soldiers and nullified dark elemental effects. However, it came at the cost of his lifespan. Despite the life-threatening drawback, he resolved to use it, even if it meant sacrificing himself. With a determined expression, the knight channeled his power, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. He vowed to protect his soldiers, no matter the cost. He entrusted the remaining task to someone else, leaving them to finish the job. A powerful, purple energy erupted from the knight's sword, signaling the activation of the barrier. A young man, seemingly a high school student, moved swiftly, his movements sharp and precise, a weapon in hand. A blinding flash of light erupted, centered around a figure engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy. The intensity of the energy was immense, suggesting a powerful ability being unleashed. The light subsided, revealing Soo-Hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes. He stood, seemingly unharmed, a subtle aura of power surrounding him. A fierce battle raged. Soldiers in teal armor clashed with skeletal warriors, their swords meeting in a flurry of steel. One group of soldiers struggled to move a large wooden beam, attempting to barricade a crumbling stone structure. Soo-Hyun watched the scene unfold, his expression grim. He reflected on the soldiers' bravery, risking their lives to protect others. Suaves gaze hardant. A surge of determination filled him as he prepared for action. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. He engaged a cloaked figure wielding a staff topped with a skull, the figure's eyes glowing menacingly. Soo-Hyun launched a swift attack, a pink energy wave surging from his hand. The cloaked figure was sent reeling by the force of the attack. He angrily accused Soo-Hyun of killing his friends and defying him. A skeletal figure, wielding a wicked-looking staff, unleashed a torrent of dark energy. He sneered, calling his opponent weak and helpless. The attack sent the young man sprawling. The skeletal figure continued his taunts, referring to him and others like him as stupid little bugs. He was right. The young man was clearly outmatched. The skeletal figure emphasized their insignificance, stating that they could accomplish nothing on their own. The skeletal figure revealed his callous disregard for human life, stating that thousands were needed as mere sacrifices. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the young man, a powerful counterattack. Their blades clashed, sparks flying. The young man, now on the offensive, questioned the skeletal figure's actions, asking about his friends. The skeletal figure seemed amused by the question, his expression almost mocking. The young man pressed his attack, landing a blow on the skeletal figure. He asked if the figure knew the consequences of his actions. The skeletal figure responded by reminding him of the thousands he had killed, and the many more he planned to kill, emphasizing that those victims were someone's friends and family. A skeletal figure, eyes blazing with malevolent purple energy, emerged from a surge of bright cyan flames. Its grin was wide and unsettling. The flames intensified, engulfing the skeletal figure as it unleashed a torrent of energy. Soo-Hyun, his expression grim, engaged the skeletal figure in close-quarters combat, their blades clashing amidst the swirling energy. A shock wave erupted from the point of impact, sending both combatants reeling. The skeletal figure, momentarily stunned, addressed Soo-Hyun with a chilling question. Do you now realize what it feels like to lose something precious to you? Its form began to disintegrate as it spoke, the cyan flames consuming it further. The skeletal figure's voice echoed, a final command. Remember that feeling. Its remains vanished completely, leaving only the lingering energy. A final instruction followed, a chilling directive, and deliver it to your friends on the other side. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood defiant, a surge of blue flames erupting from his body. His expression was one of fierce determination, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The flames began to dissipate, leaving behind only shimmering particles of light. The Korean characters indicated the immense power he had just unleashed. From the dissipating energy, a cloaked figure emerged, wielding a staff tipped with a vibrant, swirling orb. He seemed to be the source of the attack. Soo-hyun, propelled by an unseen force, hurtled towards the cloaked figure, a brilliant blue energy blade materializing in his hand. He swung the energy blade, striking the figure with immense force. The impact created a blinding flash of light. The attack impacted a skull-like entity, its glowing eyes fixated on Soo-hyun. The skull-like entity began to crack and crumble under the force of the attack, its form dissolving into nothingness. Soo-hyun, exhausted from the exertion, could only utter two words, "I lost." A gloved hand, emanating a bright blue energy, reached down. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. To a mere human? From the hand, a glowing pink orb, topped with a thorny green stalk, detached itself and shot upwards. The orb soared through the air, leaving a trail of sparkling blue particles towards a distant city. It arrived with a powerful impact, exploding in a brilliant flash of blue energy. The force of the blast sent shockwaves outwards, obliterating anything in its immediate vicinity. From the heart of the explosion, a majestic, azure-blue bird of immense size emerged, its wings spread wide. Below, a shimmering, translucent map of the city materialized, revealing its layout in intricate detail. A wave of purple light washed over the landscape, obscuring the view. The light receded, revealing a scene of chaos. Skeletal warriors, clad in ancient armor, advanced upon a group of soldiers. A soldier, amidst the chaos of battle, witnessed something extraordinary. The monsters began to vanish. One by one, the creatures disintegrated into shimmering particles, leaving behind only stunned soldiers and a lingering sense of disbelief. A lone figure, clad in armor, collapsed to the ground, a faint blue glow emanating from the cracks in the stone beneath him. He slowly raised his sword, the same blue energy swirling around the blade as it touched the ground, causing the stone to fracture further. He looked towards a distant castle, a question hanging in the air. Was it finally over? His face, etched with exhaustion and uncertainty, reflected the weight of the battle he had just fought. Another figure approached, kneeling beside the armored man, his expression one of concern. The armored man's head lolled to the side, his breathing shallow and labored. A young man with short, dark hair and a torn jacket appeared, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A young man with brown hair, dressed in what appeared to be a worn-out suit of armor, was being helped to his feet by another, larger figure whose face was obscured. The armored man's expression was one of exhaustion and pain. A young man with short, dark hair and striking blue eyes stood before him. He offered a quiet, almost solemn, expression. The young man's dark jacket was torn, revealing a plain white undershirt beneath. The young man, now standing on a stone bridge, asked if it was over. The armored man, still catching his breath, confirmed that it was. The armored man let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with relief and exhaustion. The young man turned his gaze towards the armored man, his expression unreadable. The armored man, still visibly shaken, expressed his desire to rest. The young man stated that they should rest before celebrating their victory. He then turned to the armored man, concern etched on his face, and asked if he was all right. Soo-hyun Kim, his face etched with exhaustion, leaned against a crumbling wall, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. He was breathing heavily, his body trembling slightly from the exertion. He let out a shaky breath, a barely audible phew escaping his lips. Relief washed over him, albeit briefly. Soo-hyun sat on the ground, his head in his hands, completely spent. A figure in dark, partially visible armor stood nearby, observing him. The armored figure spoke, suggesting Soo-hyun rest a little while longer. Soo-hyun, however, was unconvinced, questioning if a short rest would truly suffice. The scene shifted to a modern cityscape. A towering skyscraper dominated the skyline. The building was identified as the Awaken Management Agency. Inside the agency, a hand slammed onto a desk, the force causing papers to scatter. An exasperated voice declared the situation nonsense. Song Kyung-tae, the chairman of the Awaken Management Agency, voiced his concerns. He questioned whether the emergence of a dungeon in Anyang City within 3 months would trigger a widespread monster outbreak. The caption identified the speaker as Song Kyung-tae, chairman of the Awaken Management Agency. Kyung-tae, incredulous, challenged the information presented to him. He dismissed it as utter nonsense. Lee Juho, visibly sweating, was the target of Kyungti's disbelief. He seemed taken aback by the chairman's reaction. A hand slammed onto a wooden desk, the impact echoing in the otherwise silent room. The force of the blow caused papers to scatter. The hand belonged to a man in a suit, his expression grim. He seemed to be suppressing a surge of intense emotion. Lee Juho, a man in a suit, scoffed. "What nonsense?" He continued, incredulous. "There'll be a dungeon in Anyang City in 3 months, and it'll cause an outbreak." The man across from him was Song Kyungtae, chairman of the Awaken Management Agency. Juho challenged him. "Are you really expecting me to believe that nonsense?" Juho's face was etched with disbelief and a hint of fear. A meeting was underway. One man, seated at a large desk, expressed concern about the unpredictable nature of dungeon appearances and the potential for widespread chaos in Anyang. Another man, however, countered that even if a dungeon appeared, it wouldn't immediately cause an outbreak. He estimated it would take at least a month for a full-blown crisis to develop. The first man, clearly agitated, insisted that this was common sense, pointing emphatically at his colleague. His colleague, however, disagreed, stating that the unpredictable nature of dungeon appearances in the past defied common sense. The first man, undeterred, argued that regardless of the past, the potential threat to Anyang's 600,000 citizens was too significant to ignore. The second man, looking concerned, admitted that if nothing happened, he would bear the responsibility. The first man warned that any reckless action could lead to panic among the city's population. He then stood up, signaling an end to the discussion. The second man, sighing, observed that their unproductive argument wouldn't resolve the underlying issue. The image shows a man in a suit holding a tablet. The text on the tablet reads, Kim Dury, A-rank awakener affiliated with the organization. One man questioned the validity of the information presented, while another responded that while there may not be similar cases, the point remains valid. The main concern was the credibility of the information. The focus shifted to a man in a suit, his expression unreadable. A question was posed. If you're not being used by the agros, the man with glasses listened intently. He was asked to reveal the source of his information. The man responded that his source was reliable, someone they all knew. The source was revealed to be a message from Kim Soo-hyun. Two men in suits, one older and one younger, stood in hushed conversation. An exclamation point punctuated the younger man's unspoken thought. The scene shifted to a young man with short, dark hair, his back to the viewer. He stood poised, two glowing swords at his sides, amidst a flurry of light particles. The older man spoke, his words questioning the identity of the mysterious young swordsman. He wondered if it could be Kim Soo-hyun. The younger man responded, acknowledging Kim Soo-hyun's participation in a recent dungeon attack, but highlighting his low C-rank status. The older man pressed further, asking if the younger man had changed his mind about the mysterious rookie. The younger man firmly stated that he hadn't changed his mind. He then questioned the older man's assertion, his tone sharp and incredulous. The older man reiterated his concerns about trusting the mysterious rookie, emphasizing the uncertainty surrounding his true identity. The younger man countered, proposing a hypothetical scenario. What if nothing happened? A tense conversation unfolded between two men. One, with dark hair and a serious expression, listened intently as the other spoke. The speaker, a man in a suit, continued, suggesting that the emergence of dungeons should be viewed as a natural disaster, not a deliberate act. The suited man dismissed any responsibility for casualties resulting from the dungeons. The other man, clearly angered by this callous disregard, questioned whether the suited man was intentionally ignoring the dire situation. The dark-haired man's anger boiled over, his outburst directed at the suited man. The suited man, seemingly unfazed, calmly stated that he was the one taking responsibility for the situation. He then made a shocking proposition, to forget the entire incident ever happened. The suited man's face, now fully visible, revealed a sinister smile. A digital message appeared proclaiming, "You have perfectly passed the trial on the 20th floor." Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short black hair, reviewed his updated stats. He had gained 100 achievement points, and his strength, agility, stamina, and mana had all increased. He reflected on the difficulty of the trial, noting that 3 apostolic-class liches had appeared. Despite being only level 10, Soo-hyun considered the feat a meaningful achievement, even for the 20th floor. His updated stats were impressive, a mana load of 70, a magic rank of 7, and significant increases in strength, agility, stamina, and reflexes. He also possessed the skills Leap, Transformation, and Divine Flames. Soo-hyun noted that his magic load of 70 and magic rank of 7 met his original target. He had reached the S-rank standard he had aimed for. Soo-hyun declared that his progress was not yet complete. A new series of notifications appeared, indicating assistance requests from Hero Priscilla. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself staring at a perplexing interface. A question mark hung in the air, reflecting his confusion. The screen displayed 2 contrasting options. You did not receive the German Kingdom's assistance, and you did receive the German Kingdom's assistance. He pondered the implications, a thought forming in his mind. Could I have gotten this many people to help? Another window appeared, clarifying a crucial detail. During the trial, you may be able to recruit allies. This was the very first information window. He processed this new information, his expression shifting slightly. The 1-month time limit suddenly took on a new significance. Su Hyan sat pensively on a low wall, a sword resting beside him. He felt a sense of regret, a feeling of having missed out on something crucial. The camera angle shifted, revealing a glimpse of the surrounding area, a stone courtyard, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. From his vantage point, Su Hyan observed a group of soldiers diligently moving large stone blocks. They seemed to be engaged in some form of construction or repair work. 2 soldiers, one in a red tunic and the other in green, exchanged a brief, urgent conversation. The soldier in red pointed towards the stones. Su Hyan reflected on the scene, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He realized he wasn't entirely alone in this endeavor. Su Hyan Kim, a young man with a thoughtful expression, sat with his chin resting on his hand, lost in thought. A castle official, his face etched with concern, reported that while he had organized the castle's affairs, the war with the Audrum Kingdom was far from over. He stressed the importance of repairing the castle walls and gate, prioritizing that over interior work. His subordinate readily agreed. The official turned to address another individual, predicting that he would soon be very busy. Song-Yin Kim, having been searching for him, expressed concern that Su Hyan had left without having his injuries checked. Su Hyan explained that he had simply been catching his breath and resting outside. Song-Yin intended to publicly praise Su Hyan's contributions, but Su Hyan confessed that he had run away because he disliked such public displays of praise. Su Hyan felt burdened by the compliments and expectations of others. Song-Yin listened intently, his expression unreadable. A young man with short, dark hair, dressed in a dark suit, stood with his hands around his neck, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be reflecting on something heavy. The image shifted to show a man in shining armor, his face etched with weariness. He was known as Maxman, the country's war hero, a title he found burdensome despite his contributions in the last war. Maxman, the war hero, reflected on how the weight of his title had become a heavy burden over time. Meanwhile, the young man from the previous panel observed Maxman, a cynical thought crossing his mind. A hero, huh? The young man wondered if Maxman felt the same pressure he had experienced in the past. A striking image appeared, showing Maxman standing tall, his reflection below him showing a broken, defeated figure. This visual emphasized the contrast between the public perception of Maxman and his internal struggles. The perspective shifted, showing the young man upside down, seemingly falling. The young man, now right side up, spoke to Maxman, reminding him of a past conversation. "But you told me this." Maxman, his expression lighter, thanked the young man. His mind felt at ease, a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself lost in thought. He silently reflected on something that had happened, concluding that it was done. He was speaking with a man in military attire. The soldier stated that the answers they sought were closer than they realized. Su Hyan explained that the king's assassination left him with much to do for his country, but he would start with this task. The soldier, seemingly surprised, responded that Su Hyan's departure was acceptable. The soldier questioned Su Hyan's sudden departure. Su Hyan responded that he had completed his objective. He left the remaining work to the commander and departed. The commander observed Su Hyan's departure, a thoughtful expression on his face. The commander then recalled Su Hyan's earlier statement about feeling burdened by the expectations of others. Su Hyan, while walking away, acknowledged that his next statement might be considered rude. A castle officer addressed Su Hyan, stating that to him and his soldiers, he was the hero of that castle. The officer, a stern-looking man in red and gray armor, confirmed his statement with a powerful declaration. "Is you." Su Hyan, the hero in question, simply replied with a quiet, "Thank you. Be careful on your way back." He smiled faintly, a subtle expression of gratitude and perhaps a hint of something else. As Su Hyan turned to leave, a shimmering light enveloped him. A system notification appeared, indicating that he had obtained the highest achievement. Consequently, a new skill was created. Li Juho, a powerfully built woman with fiery red hair pulled back in a ponytail, strained with exertion as she lifted a heavy dumbbell. Sweat beaded on her brow, and her face was contorted in a grimace of effort. Juho's phone rang, interrupting her workout. She muttered an annoyed comment, telling the caller to pick up their phone, as she didn't want to listen to their irritating ringtone. Finishing her set, Juho paused, wiping sweat from her brow. She wondered who would be calling her so late at night. Soo-yoon Kim, a young man with short brown hair, answered his phone, his face etched with exertion from his own workout. He looked slightly annoyed. Juho watched Soo-yoon from across the gym, a questioning look on her face. Soo-yoon answered the call, identifying himself as Mr. Soo-yoon. The caller informed Soo-yoon that they had been waiting for his call. Soo-yoon's expression shifted to one of alarm and urgency as the conversation continued. He appeared increasingly agitated. A disoriented young man, his face partially obscured, sputtered in disbelief a single, incredulous word escaping his lips. "Pardon?" He was then informed, in a tone that brooked no argument, that he was currently at the hospital. The scene opens with a young man, his body clearly injured, and someone expressing concern over his condition. He was told that he couldn't continue like that. He explained that he was an awakened, capable of rapid healing. Instructions were given to simply clean and bandage the wound, adding painkillers if possible. The young man, his arm in a makeshift sling, left the building. He insisted he was fine and that there was no need for such fuss. However, someone else, seemingly concerned, asked if he was badly hurt. Suddenly, another man appeared, seemingly aggressive, and the young man reacted defensively, muttering a name, Juho. Later, while sitting with Juho, the young man's arm was noted to have made a creaking sound earlier. He stated that it was fine as long as he could move it. One individual expressed surprise that Soo-Hyun Kim had been discharged from the hospital after only 1 day of treatment for injuries sustained after clearing 20 floors of a dungeon. He then asked if Soo-Hyun had any tips for dungeon clearing. Soo-Hyun responded that he did not have any tips, claiming to be very ignorant. The other individual pondered why Soo-Hyun was hurt and concluded that he was not someone to worry too much about. He then proceeded to inform Soo-Hyun that his previous request had been a failure, causing him to feel ashamed. He also mentioned that Soo-Hyun's identity had been revealed. Soo-Hyun sighed, admitting that he already knew. He stated that he had no expectations for the director and asked if the other knew the director well. The other individual responded that he did, having worked directly under him in the past. The other individual continued, stating that while his attempt at persuasion had failed, he had obtained information about one of director Kim Doo's entourages. The other individual's expression was one of concern. He revealed that a green dungeon had opened in Gyeonggi-do, Anyang SI, and an attack was planned. Most awakened were being gathered at Anson. Soo-Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood with a grim expression. A spectral green map of Anyang City flickered behind him, highlighting multiple points of conflict. He muttered to himself, a premonition of impending doom. It's coming. His thoughts drifted to a past life, a life where he was Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope against the monstrous invasion. He recalled, I was also there in my past life. Because of that, we weren't able to be prepared for the sudden outbreak in Anyang. The scene shifted to a chaotic Anyang, where a monstrous swarm of winged creatures descended upon the city. A young man, his back to the viewer, stood defiantly with his sword, seemingly ready to face the oncoming horde. Other figures, presumably awakened, stood beside him, equally prepared for battle. Soo-Hyun's thoughts turned to director Song Kyung-tae, whose negligence had exacerbated the crisis. He internally raged, Director Song Kyung-tae. The slow response was because he was busy trying to avoid responsibility with his slimy ways. Soo-Hyun, seething with anger, vowed revenge. He declared, a bastard who only takes care of himself, Song Kyung-tae. I'll definitely make you busy. The conversation shifted to Soo-Hyun's friend, Juho, who was surprised by Soo-Hyun's uncanny prediction of the dungeon's appearance. Juho asked, how did you know? To which Soo-Hyun replied, let's just say it was a gut feeling. Juho thanked Soo-Hyun for his efforts and announced his intention to work alone from now on. He stated, Juho, thank you for working hard. Now that things ended like this, time for plan B. I will work alone from now on. Soo-Hyun reacted with a questioning, huh? He pressed Juho further, asking, did you say alone? Juho confirmed his decision, stating, yes, I've already received enough. Juho, the young man with a determined expression, insisted that the help he had received was insufficient. He vehemently expressed his dissatisfaction to Soo-Hyun, who listened intently. Soo-Hyun explained the dire circumstances, emphasizing that help from the agency was unlikely. Despite the grim outlook, Soo-Hyun requested Juho's plans, hoping to find a way to contribute. Soo-Hyun's expression shifted, a thoughtful look replacing his previous calm demeanor. A subtle smile played on his lips as he considered his options. He acknowledged Juho's concerns. Soo-Hyun promised to share his plan. The scene transitioned to a new section. Months later, on December 17th, a week before Christmas Eve, two high school students were discussing something they had seen online. One of them questioned if the article from the previous day about the upcoming event was actually real. The article, titled Runaway, detailed a planned act of terrorism by the Dump Guild, a group of notorious murderers, in Anyang SI on December 24th at 6 p.m. The other student, however, believed it to be a mere diversion tactic. One of them wondered what the Dump Guild was. Meanwhile, a news reporter was seen preparing for a broadcast, seemingly troubled by the situation. The news reporter mentioned that the article about the planned terrorism was trending across various online platforms. He also revealed that they had a witness who had encountered the Dump Guild. A reporter interviewed a man on the street, questioning him about the validity of the Dump Guild as a legitimate organization. The man confirmed its existence, adding that he had personally experienced it. A news anchor complained about the difficult task given to him by Soo-Hyun. Meanwhile, another man was surprised to hear that Soo-Hyun had caused a stir at the Gwangju dungeon. A fist slammed down on a table. An enraged man confronted Soo-Hyun for using mass communication in such a manner. The man expressed his frustration over the dungeon's appearance in Anson. He stated that even an agency couldn't stop an awakened individual's actions. The man concluded that it must have been Soo-hyun's doing, having already retrieved his personal information. Two men were in a tense discussion. One, older with graying hair and a stern expression, spoke with agitation. The other, younger, with glasses and a more composed demeanor, listened intently, consulting his phone. The older man insisted that while they couldn't bring him in immediately, the younger man's subject had been in the abyss for a month. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, responded that he didn't understand why the other was making such a fuss. He was referring to someone named Kim Soo-hyun. A question arose in the younger man's mind. What is he planning? The younger man's face was shown in close-up, his expression serious and thoughtful. A sudden, intense darkness enveloped him. Kim Soo-hyun was shown drinking from a bottle. The liquid appeared to be pink. The bottle was empty, lying on a table. A faint wisp of smoke curled from its neck. Soo-hyun coughed violently. A surge of blue energy erupted from his fist. A surge of vibrant teal energy crackled and pulsed, its form vaguely reminiscent of a lightning bolt, arcing through the darkness. The energy coalesced within Soo-hyun Kim, his body becoming translucent, revealing a glowing cyan heart at his core. Veins of the same energy pulsed beneath his skin, his expression one of pained exertion. Soo-hyun gasped for air, his body racked with exertion. A faint blue energy still crackled around him. He panted, his breath ragged. A sigh escaped his lips, followed by a muttered question. Bring it on. A sharp crack echoed as Soo-hyun's body shuddered violently. A guttural cry tore from his throat as he was overcome by an intense wave of power. A voice called out from beyond the door. An older man, his face etched with worry, shouted, Tenet. The man and others in the room watched with concern as Soo-hyun, seemingly oblivious, continued his actions. Soo-hyun, even as he lay dying, felt a strange compulsion to pay a price before his end. As he reached for the door, a surge of purple energy emanated from his hand, and to his surprise, the door swung open. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, rushed to Soo-hyun's side, relieved to find him alive. He expressed gratitude that the young man hadn't fled. The old man's expression shifted, his eyes widening in alarm as he sensed something unusual. He was overwhelmed by the monstrous energy emanating from Soo-hyun. A purple aura pulsed around Soo-hyun's feet as he stood, seemingly unaware of the energy's intensity. Soo-hyun apologized, promising to pay extra for whatever disruption he had caused. The old man, though still surprised, seemed to understand. He then asked if Soo-hyun planned to stay longer. Soo-hyun replied that he was leaving. The old man's face registered shock and disbelief as Soo-hyun departed. A middle-aged man with a mustache looked perplexed as a small pouch of gold coins materialized on the wooden floor, swirling in a faint magical aura. A young man, seemingly the man's apprentice, watched with wide eyes. The young man's gaze darted around, searching. He questioned aloud where the other person had gone. A narration box provided additional context. December 23rd. 1 month after entering the tower, having completed numerous tasks for Lee Joo-ho, he purchased the highest-ranked magic catalyst using his accumulated achievement points. The man from the previous panels exclaimed his surprise at someone obtaining the highest-ranked magic catalyst, especially on the first floor. He noted that it required 2 million achievement points. Following this, the young man consumed the catalyst in his room and trained, absorbing the magical energy. Despite the unpleasant taste and smell, the catalyst proved effective. The young man, now in peak condition, leaped into the sky. He expressed confidence. The young man looked towards the sky, anticipating the upcoming decisive battle. High above a sprawling city, a figure plummeted earthward. The city below was a breathtaking panorama of medieval architecture, its many towers and buildings bathed in the warm glow of the sun. The descent continued, the perspective shifting to reveal a more intimate view of the city's streets and buildings. A horse-drawn cart rumbled along a cobblestone road, its driver seemingly oblivious to the falling figure. The scene opened on a modern cityscape, the tops of tall buildings piercing a clear blue sky. Cars honked rhythmically in the distance as the camera panned down, revealing a bustling city street below. Inside a building, Soo-hyun Kim, a young man in a suit, stood with his head bowed, a look of quiet contemplation on his face. Another man, taller and with blonde hair, approached, his jacket slung over his shoulder. He urged Soo-hyun to leave. Elsewhere in the building, an older man with a beard adjusted his jacket, addressing a younger, red-haired man named Hakjin. He informed Hakjin that it was time. Soo-hyun walked away, his expression unreadable. Two men stood in a modern building's hallway, discussing a recent event. One questioned if it was a terrorist attack or something else entirely. The conversation shifted to the possibility of a leak from a shadowy criminal organization, a guild known only to a select few awakened. One of the men, the taller of the two, turned to his companion, seeking his opinion. The shorter man responded that the probability of a terrorist attack was about 50-50, considering the recent appearance of a dungeon in Anson. He questioned the motive behind spreading the information so widely. The taller man dismissed the idea of a terrorist attack. His gaze hardened as he identified the true culprit, the person who leaked the information. The shorter man reacted with surprise. The shorter man explained that he had been investigating who had spread such sensitive information and discovered the identity of the leaker. Upon hearing the leaker's name, the shorter man's expression changed to one of recognition and unease. A man with blonde hair and a goatee, dressed in a sharp suit, sat alone in an office. He resolved to investigate further into the motives of a certain individual who was attempting to undermine the dump guild. Outside, the blonde man and a companion with reddish-brown hair stood near a black car. The black car idled, its rear visible as the two men approached. The reddish-brown-haired man stood with a serious expression, flanked by two other men in suits, as the blonde man approached the car. The blonde man entered the car. The reddish-brown-haired man found the situation peculiar. He questioned why someone primarily concerned with profit would dedicate so much attention to this matter. He wondered about the blonde man's connection to the dump guild. The reddish-brown-haired man sat in the back seat of the car, deep in thought. He considered a possibility, a suspicion forming in his mind as he looked at his companion. Kim Soo-hyun pondered the connection between the Aries Guild, Young Dong-young, and the dump guild. He sat on the bus, lost in thought. Suddenly, a blinding purple light engulfed him. He found himself in a grand hall, surrounded by several men in suits. A man with dark hair and intense eyes introduced himself as Kim Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun's eyes widened in surprise. Someone questioned if a C-rank awakened could truly be the infamous Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors. A man in a suit produced a stack of cards. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, is shown in close-up. His expression is calm, almost serene, yet there's a hint of something more in his eyes. The image shifts slightly, focusing on his mouth as he speaks silently to himself. He ponders something, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. A single word escapes his lips. The scene continues, showing Soo-hyun in a contemplative mood. He rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Despite his outward calm, a weight of concern rests on his mind. The location is identified as Gyeonggi-do, Ansan-asai. The view shifts to a cityscape, showing modern buildings under a clear sky. A different scene unfolds. A young man with spiky blonde hair complains about the quiet Christmas atmosphere. He expresses his boredom and frustration at the lack of opportunities for his apparent criminal activities. Soo-hyun, seemingly alone, muttered to himself that everyone had run away. He questioned whether they should be running instead of sitting there. Two other young men, one with blonde hair, scoffed at Soo-hyun's statement, calling him a fool for believing it. The scene shifted to show Soo-hyun and another individual walking away from the previous location. The blonde-haired young man, now identified as Soo-hyun, thought to himself that the previous statement was obviously a lie. Soo-hyun walked alongside a figure wearing a mask resembling a traditional Korean mask. The masked figure began to speak. The masked figure stated that it wasn't a lie. Back with the two other young men, one of them questioned the identity of the masked individual. The masked figure is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. The masked figure commented on the presence of many strange people. Three young men confronted a fourth, who wore a peculiar mask. One of them questioned the mask's purpose, suggesting it was for a Christmas party. The masked individual smirked, declaring it was time to mug this bitch. His companions watched, one of them commenting that he looked like a crazy bastard. Suddenly, the masked youth was attacked. He reacted defensively. A sound of pain escaped his lips. The masked youth retaliated, striking one of his attackers. His other two accomplices watched in shock. One of the attackers cursed, while the masked youth retorted that he wasn't crazy, just cute. The masked youth was knocked to the ground by a swift blow. He cried out in pain. A figure emerged, their presence marked by a bright light. The masked individual stood, seemingly unharmed, and looked towards the viewer. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself on the ground, nursing his wounds. A figure loomed over him, their presence both menacing and vaguely familiar. He looked up, his eyes widening in recognition. The attacker sneered, calling him your average terrorist. A surge of energy erupted from Soo-hyun, a raw power that surprised even him. The attacker, a figure cloaked in a hooded jacket and a grotesque mask, retaliated with an equally powerful blast of energy. Soo-hyun coughed, his face contorted in pain and confusion. He muttered to himself, questioning if these were explosions. He cried out for help, the word terrorism echoing in the air as flames engulfed him. The masked figure watched, his expression unreadable, as Soo-hyun's attackers fled the scene, calling him a terrorist. The masked figure stood amidst the fiery chaos, his presence both ominous and strangely calm. He slowly reached into his pocket, his movements deliberate and purposeful. A news report flashed across the screen, announcing a major explosion in the Gyeonggi-do region. A news reporter, pointing towards a fiery cityscape, reported that citizens were frantically evacuating the affected area. Inside a building, a man anxiously watched the news report, his face etched with worry. Someone called out to him, "Director." He was watching the unfolding disaster on his computer screen, his expression grim. The director, deeply troubled, muttered to himself. He had expected Juho's antics, But this was far beyond anything he anticipated. According to a witness's testimony, only one person was responsible for the chaos. A subordinate, surprised, questioned the director about the single perpetrator. The director confirmed the source's reliability, revealing that the message was from Kim Soo-hyun. The subordinate, leaving the matter to the director, departed. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, was shown in a pensive mood. His expression was serious, betraying a depth of thought beyond his years. A stern-faced man, his features etched with urgency, barked orders. He demanded that as many awakened as possible be gathered and Soo-hyun Kim be captured. The man's intense focus and the sharp lines radiating from him emphasized the gravity of his command. Amidst the chaos, a shocking revelation was made. Soo-hyun was labeled a terrorist. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadow and wearing a mask, amidst a fiery cityscape. He wielded a weapon, his silhouette stark against the inferno. A powerful impact was shown, suggesting a violent event had just occurred. The city was engulfed in flames, the scale of destruction vast and terrifying. The masked figure stood on a rooftop, surveying the burning city below. He seemed unfazed by the destruction. He questioned whether enough chaos had been caused. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a swirling vortex of flames. He held a long, slender sword, its hilt gripped firmly in his hand. The fire pulsed with an inner light, mirroring the intensity in his eyes. The flames erupted outwards, leaving a trail of incandescent embers in their wake. It was a display of raw power, hinting at something far greater than his unassuming appearance suggested. A city block was engulfed in flames, buildings burning fiercely under a fiery orange sky. The scene was chaotic, with cars ablaze and smoke billowing into the air. A figure emerged from the inferno, their face obscured by an orange mask that resembled a grotesque smile. The individual seemed unfazed by the surrounding destruction. He surveyed the scene, a thoughtful expression on his masked face. He wondered aloud if the destruction was sufficient to appear as a terrorist attack. The buildings and cars appeared to be on fire, but this was merely an illusion. The flames were not real. The masked figure continued to observe the scene, their illusion of fire intensifying. He reflected on his improved ability to conjure flames, noting that he could now even control their color. His proficiency in this skill had significantly increased. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, reviewed his current location on a digital map. He noted that there were no injuries reported so far, but he still had some distance to cover before reaching the center of Anyang. His destination was the heart of Anyang. Soo-hyun stood on a rooftop, looking towards the city. He expected his allies to arrive soon. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He heard someone tell him to stop. A man in a suit, seemingly the leader of a group, spoke of the awakened who would try to stop him. A group of awakened, identifying themselves as members of the Awakened Management Agency, confronted Soo-hyun. Kim Do-I, an associate director of the agency, requested Soo-hyun to stop the terrorism. Kim Do-I, an awakened associated with the nation, demanded Soo-hyun's surrender. Soo-hyun, his face partially obscured by a mask, stood defiantly. Kim Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself the center of attention. A group of officials, their expressions a mixture of suspicion and disbelief, confronted him. They questioned his involvement in a recent terrorist attack, incredulous that such a young, unknown individual could be responsible. The officials pressed Soo-hyun, offering him a chance to cooperate. He remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. Soo-hyun's hand tightened around the hilt of a long, dark sword. His silence spoke volumes. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's demeanor shifted. He donned a grotesque, wooden mask, his eyes blazing with power. He declared his unwillingness to waste time. A surge of energy crackled around him as he prepared for battle. The officials watched in shock as Soo-hyun's true nature was revealed. 3 of the officials reacted with disbelief and anger to Soo-hyun's sudden display of power. One of them, particularly enraged, challenged Soo-hyun's arrogance, dismissing his reputation as a super rookie. The ensuing battle began. Soo-hyun stood his ground as the 3 officials launched their attacks. A powerful blow landed, the impact echoing with a resounding thud. The force of the strike sent tremors through the ground. Soo-hyun, propelled by an unseen force, launched himself forward, his movements a blur of speed and precision. He wielded a glowing blue energy blade, its edge shimmering with raw power. He met his opponent's attack head-on, the clash of their weapons creating a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rippled outwards. The attacker, a young man with spiky blonde hair, grinned, his eyes alight with excitement. "We finally meet, Kim Soo-hyun." His opponent, a figure partially obscured by shadow and wearing a mask, countered with a question, his voice laced with suspicion. "Were you part of the Dump Guild?" Soo-hyun responded with a swift, powerful strike, his movements fluid and deadly. The energy blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light. The masked figure barely managed to evade the attack, leaping back to avoid being cut down. The force of a near miss sent him reeling. A third figure, a man with short, dark hair and a determined expression, appeared, launching a powerful energy blast towards Suhayan's opponent. He shouted, "Don't just attack and make some room for me." A blinding flash of light erupted, emanating from a swirling vortex of energy. The air crackled with raw power. From the heart of the vortex, a beam of violet energy shot forth, striking a young man with dark hair. He braced himself against the impact. Another young man, wearing a golden mask, looked up, his expression one of disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Below B rank." A man in military fatigues observed the scene, commenting, "They're really going all at once just because he said to." He seemed impressed, yet also slightly concerned. Another man, wearing glasses and a suit, questioned the masked youth. "Why aren't you doing anything, though? You're the strongest out of us." The man in fatigues mused, "There's definitely something off." His companion pressed him, "What something?" Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair and intense eyes launched himself into action, moving with incredible speed. He moved so fast that he appeared as a blur, leaving only a trail of dust in his wake. Suhayan, his body a blur of motion, unleashed a furious assault. His sword, a silver streak against the fiery backdrop, sliced through the air with deadly precision. His opponent, a man clad in dark clothing, barely managed to parry the blows, his own blade meeting Suhayan's in a shower of sparks. The force of the clash sent a shockwave through the air, the man recoiling from the sheer power of Suhayan's attack. His face, contorted in a grimace of pain and surprise, revealed his utter disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Suhayan launched a swift kick, connecting with his opponent's jaw with bone-jarring force. A wave of dizziness washed over him as the world spun. Confusion clouded his mind. He struggled to regain his bearings, his vision swimming. Sweat beaded on his brow. Regaining his composure, Suhayan moved with renewed determination, his sword a blur of motion once more. He cleaved through the air, aiming for his opponent's undefended side. Suhayan, clad in a casual green jacket and jeans, engaged in fierce combat. His movements were fluid and precise as he deflected blows from several opponents, their attacks causing the ground to crack and crumble around them. With a final, powerful strike, Suhayan sent his opponent sprawling. One of them, a large man in armor, managed to utter a grateful thank you before collapsing. He sheathed his sword, his breathing ragged but his eyes sharp. The battle was over, but the war was far from won. Suhayan, still masked, reflected on the battle. He realized that the opponents were all B rank awakened, and that this level of strength wouldn't be enough to face the challenges ahead. Elsewhere, a man in a suit lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. The word wings appeared in a thought bubble above him. Suhayan felt a sudden surge of energy, a gasp escaping his lips as a brilliant blue light enveloped him. From his back, two magnificent, ethereal wings of pure light unfurled, a breathtaking display of power. He ascended, floating effortlessly above the rooftop, a look of wonder and dawning realization on his face as he whispered, "Wings." The aftermath of the incident showed no injuries. Although the scene appeared chaotic, resembling a raging inferno, a closer inspection revealed no actual financial damages. A man wearing a traditional Korean mask approached Soo-yoon Kim. He questioned Soo-yoon about the reason behind the evacuation, which was being conducted under the guise of a terrorist attack. Another man, dressed in a suit, appeared. He seemed to be a mage, and he questioned whether the evacuation was due to an outbreak. Soo-yoon, observing the mage, noted his magical abilities. Soo-yoon retorted that the mage should have asked his questions after defeating him. The mage responded that he had no other option. The mage reiterated that he had no other choice but to proceed with his actions. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a city block engulfed in flames. A surge of energy emanating from him shattered the surrounding buildings into glittering shards. He leaped gracefully, a long sword strapped to his back, soaring above the destruction. His movements were fluid and powerful, belying his unassuming appearance. He confronted a man in a sharp suit, who was falling from a great height. Soo-hyun met him in midair, sword raised. With a swift, precise movement, Soo-hyun sent his opponent hurtling downwards, the force of the blow leaving a visible trail. A blinding flash of golden light erupted as Soo-hyun unleashed a powerful attack, Thunderbolt, striking his foe. The impact sent the man plummeting to the ground, the force of the blow creating a massive crater. Soo-hyun, his face partially obscured by shadow, smiled grimly, his sword glowing faintly. A blinding flash of light and energy erupted in the city center, the raw power causing a massive explosion. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the surrounding buildings, the sheer scale of the destruction hinting at the immense power unleashed. From a distance, the city looked like it was under siege, engulfed in flames and chaos. Amidst the fiery chaos, a figure was sent flying through the air by the force of the blast, landing hard on the ground. He hit the ground hard, the impact jarring him, but he quickly recovered. A man in a suit, seemingly unfazed by the destruction, watched the scene unfold, a book clutched in his hand. He observed the aftermath, noting that the figure had been attacked by numerous awakened, yet somehow emerged unscathed. The man in the suit was astonished by the lack of any injuries on the figure, despite the intensity of the attack. The figure, now standing, seemed to be assessing the damage, a sword lying beside him. Su-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood alone, his face partially obscured by a mask. He grappled with self-doubt, questioning his ability to confront an unseen opponent. The thought, "Can I not even face him?" echoed in his mind. He placed a hand over his heart, a surge of apprehension coursing through him. The internal assessment, he must be above her rank, revealed his estimation of his adversary's power. Su-hyun's expression, visible through the mask's eye holes, shifted slightly. A subtle change in his demeanor hinted at a growing resolve. Elsewhere, a man in a suit and glasses observed a fiery scene from a distance. His question, "How is it?" hung in the air, expressing his concern and curiosity. He held a book, its crimson cover suggesting its importance. The image implied a connection between the book and the unfolding events. Su-hyun, now enveloped in a blue aura, declared, "I feel like I've shown you enough," his voice carrying a sense of superiority. He continued, asserting that you guys are nowhere near my level, underscoring the vast difference in their abilities. The man in the suit's eyes widened, a sharp intake of breath suggesting surprise and perhaps a dawning realization. A woman with blonde hair, wielding two swords, suddenly appeared, her movements swift and precise. The man in the suit internally confirmed his suspicions, thinking, "Just as I thought." A young man with spiky blonde hair, clad in casual attire, launched a swift attack. His opponent, a man in a sharp suit and glasses, watched with a cold expression. The suited man declared his intention to destroy the blonde-haired youth. The attack concluded, leaving the young man on the ground. A concerned voice called out, asking if he was all right. Ignoring the question, the suited man moved to deliver a finishing blow, shouting a word that implied death. The young man, despite his injuries, reassured his questioner that he was fine. However, he then asked for a short delay, prompting confusion from the other man. The suited man explained that he needed to contact his agency for backup. He intended to summon all available awakened individuals. The suited man's resolve hardened as he prepared a call for reinforcements. A young man with spiky blonde hair groaned in pain as he was thrown back by a powerful force, a sword flying from his grasp. He struggled to his feet, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and anger. It was clear he was far from defeated. Another figure, a man wearing a mask, launched himself at the blonde-haired youth, aiming a swift kick. The masked man's attack connected, sending the blonde youth sprawling to the ground. The blonde-haired youth, still on the ground, angrily demanded to know why his opponent wasn't fighting him seriously. The masked man responded that the blonde youth was far stronger than they had anticipated. The masked man continued, mentioning that it had only been 2 years since the blonde youth had cleared the first floor of a dungeon. The blonde youth confirmed his opponent's assessment, agreeing that he was indeed stronger than expected. Su-hyun Kim, his mind still reeling from his resurrection, muttered a curse under his breath. The weight of his past life, of the world's destruction, pressed heavily upon him. He turned away, his back to the viewer, the lingering embers of the magical energy still visible in the air. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, broke through his thoughts. It described a powerful swordsman, one who intentionally eschewed magic in favor of his blade. Su-hyun, now facing forward, stood poised, his hand resting on the hilt of a katana. The flames around him seemed to intensify. With a swift, decisive movement, he drew his sword, the blade leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. The scene shifted. Su-hyun stood facing another man, the air crackling with tension. The other man seemed surprised by Su-hyun's sudden appearance. A third individual knelt before them, seemingly injured or exhausted. The scene was filled with the lingering energy of a recent confrontation. A man in a suit observed a powerful display of energy, his thoughts revealing his assessment. The individual responsible wasn't even using their full potential. Considering the immense power on display, and the fact that the individual's identity remained concealed, the man questioned why they had waited so long to reveal themselves. The scene shifted to a young man with spiky hair, clad in casual clothing, standing amidst a fiery spectacle, a sword resting on his shoulder. The man in the suit, observing the young man from a distance, muttered to himself, certain of one thing. The young man, his face partially obscured, declared with confidence that his recent actions had clearly demonstrated his capabilities to many. He continued, emphasizing that those capabilities were insufficient. The man in the suit, his expression one of dawning realization, identified the young man as Kim Su-hyun, an S-rank individual. He mused that Su-hyun's rank might even be higher than initially thought. The man instructed his companions, 2 young men, to await reinforcements before initiating an attack. A group of awakened, including one with a crown-like hairstyle, braced themselves against an unseen threat. One of them instructed the others to focus solely on defense. Meanwhile, a man in a suit, seemingly a mage, observed the scene from a distance, a book in his hands, as flames erupted around him. Kim Do, a masked individual, internally assessed the situation, urging his companions to conserve their energy for the upcoming conflict. Kim Do revealed his reasoning behind his concealed identity and theatrical display. His first reason was to gauge the current strength of the Awakened. He wanted to assess the combat capabilities of the Awakened. His second objective was to secure additional manpower. A high-ranking official reflected on the situation, noting that revealing his identity would have prevented reinforcements from being sent. However, creating a significant disturbance that threatened national security would force a response. A news reporter, his face contorted in a mixture of urgency and alarm, addressed the public. He insisted that the official story regarding the recent events was inaccurate. Meanwhile, a man with a distinctive mask-like face, wielding a long sword, silently strategized. He planned to buy time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. He muttered to himself, acutely aware of the impending crisis. Only 2 hours remained until the outbreak. A man in glasses, observing the masked swordsman, questioned his inaction. He wondered why the swordsman wasn't attacking. Suddenly, the masked swordsman moved with surprising speed. He leaped forward, his foot striking a wooden surface with a sharp crack. The impact sent splinters flying. A group of figures, their backs to the viewer, moved swiftly and purposefully. Among them, one carried a katana. Another figure followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing the urgency of the situation. A man in glasses, his expression unreadable, stood silently. The words "reinforcements have arrived" hung in the air, a silent declaration. He adjusted his jacket, a subtle movement betraying a hint of anticipation. From a narrow vantage point, 3 figures came into view: a young man with a crown-like hairpiece and a sword, another in a hooded orange jacket, and a man in a suit. A close-up revealed a young man wearing a golden, grinning mask, his eyes sharp and intense. Flames erupted behind them, engulfing a building. The young man in the orange hoodie exclaimed, "They're here." The man in glasses reacted with a mix of apprehension and amusement, muttering, "Oh my, the director must be really angry." A dark background revealed the words, "The nationally affiliated Awakened organization from the Awakened Management Branch." Silhouetted against a blue backdrop, a group of Awakened stood behind a central figure in a white coat. The words "Awakened Management Branch Direct Special" appear below. A group of individuals, clad in crisp white uniforms, stood amidst a fiery cityscape. Their leader, a man with long dark hair and sunglasses, held 2 swords at his side. The scene exuded power and authority. The title card read, "Special Forces ACT." A man wearing a wooden mask, his face partially obscured, looked up at the sky. He murmured, "It's been a while." Elsewhere, a young man with spiky blonde hair exclaimed in surprise, "That person is—" The young man's companions gasped, recognizing the figure. They shouted, "South Rank Park Yong-yu?" The man in the white uniform, Park Yong-yu, stood defiantly, his sunglasses reflecting the flames. A narration box appeared. "Current ACT leader Park Yong-yu, S rank." "An S rank came out here." One of Park Yong-yu's subordinates urged him, "Sir Park Yong-yu, please open a spot in ACT. You should know to separate your business and personal life." Park Yong-yu, still composed, reflected, "South Rank Park Yong-yu. He was one of the strongest S rank Awakened I remember." A man in a long white coat, adorned with black accents and gold buttons, stood amidst a fiery backdrop. He held a katana at his side. He reflected on his past life as Kim Sun-jin. The man's head tilted slightly upward, a thought bubble above him, simply reading my, suggesting contemplation. The focus shifted to a young man, his face partially obscured by a golden mask resembling a stylized oni. Only his neck and jawline were visible. 2 men in formal attire discussed the situation. One, wearing sunglasses, appeared stern. The other, in a white coat, seemed concerned. The question, the situation, hung in the air. One of the men reported that Kim Soo-hyun, registered as a C rank, was inferior to them. However, they acknowledged that his true skill was S rank, a stark contrast to his official ranking. The young man with the oni mask stood confidently, a sword at his side. The possibility of his strength exceeding even that was raised. One man suggested that Kim Soo-hyun might even surpass Park Yong-yu, a powerful leader. Another man, in a suit and glasses, vehemently disagreed, calling it nonsense. A man with red hair and a large weapon scoffed, suggesting that the disbelief stemmed from a lack of recent combat experience. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up of Kang Sung-chul, the current acting vice leader, his imposing figure radiating power. A man with sunglasses, his face partially obscured, sternly declares that interfering is forbidden. Meanwhile, Vice Chief Do explains that he doesn't know the enemy's strength and therefore has no intention of acting first. Someone agrees, simply stating, "All right." The man in sunglasses remains impassive, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a powerful figure appears, sending several uniformed individuals flying with a swift, decisive attack. The narration states that this is after dealing with those individuals. One of the fallen individuals, a man with red hair, is shown falling, sword in hand. Another individual, wielding a large hammer, confidently remarks that all they need to do is get that one guy. A masked individual looks up in surprise, someone calling out, "Teacher!" A man, seemingly a high-ranking official, observed a younger man from a distance. He mused that even considering the younger man's prestigious training under Park Yunjiu and his high rank, he wasn't sure if he would be up to the task. The official hesitated, admitting to himself that he shouldn't say this, but questioned whether the younger man would truly succeed. Meanwhile, the younger man, seemingly unawakened, moved with speed and purpose through a fiery scene. The official continued his internal monologue, noting that the younger man's fighting style was unlike any other awakened individual he had encountered. Park Yunjiu, the younger man's mentor, appeared, his expression serious and intense as he surveyed the scene. The camera focused on the back of the younger man's head as he moved through the burning building, the flames reflecting in his dark hair. The younger man, now facing the official, stood amidst the fiery destruction. The official, surprised, noted that the younger man hadn't changed much. The official's observation was stated aloud, confirming his assessment of the younger man's unchanged appearance. The younger man's face was shown in close-up, his expression stoic and resolute. The official's thoughts concluded that the younger man remained the same as before. Su Haiyan, his body battered and bruised, struggled to his feet, his hands wrapped in bloody bandages. He leaned heavily on a fallen log, his breath ragged. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, as a large, imposing figure loomed over him. The man's face was obscured by shadow, but his presence radiated menace. The man's face, finally revealed, was sharp and stern, his expression unreadable. He observed Su Haiyan with a cold, calculating gaze. A sudden burst of energy emanated from the man, the air around him crackling with power. Su Haiyan, eyes narrowed, stood defiantly. "Let's see," the man said, "if your student training talent is still the same." With a swift movement, the man launched a powerful attack. Su Haiyan reacted instantly, his body moving with surprising speed and agility, dodging the blow. He found himself in the middle of a chaotic fight, surrounded by several opponents. He moved with lethal precision, his movements a blur of motion. A masked figure appeared, observing the scene with interest. "I'll see for myself," he muttered, his voice low and menacing. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected situation. He was executing a powerful, swirling kick, a blur of motion leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. The only word audible above the rush of wind was a desperate cry. "Teacher." Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. He was suddenly forced to defend himself against an unseen assailant, his body moving instinctively to evade a swift, brutal attack. Reacting with surprising speed and precision, he drew a large sword, its fiery edge blazing as he leaped into action. The sudden eruption of power and skill was a stark contrast to his unassuming appearance. He moved with a deadly grace, his movements a blur as he effortlessly dispatched several attackers. The scene was chaotic, a whirlwind of motion and fire. Despite his skill, a wave of confusion washed over him. He wondered, "Why don't I?" He continued his assault, his movements fueled by a growing sense of unease. The question lingered in his mind. "Check for myself?" A new combatant appeared, his voice echoing with confidence as he declared, "Let's go." The newcomer, a young man with vibrant red hair and sharp features, exuded an aura of intense power. He seemed eager for a fight. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood alone, a golden Oni mask concealing his features. He touched his head, a flicker of something ancient stirring within him. The mask shifted, revealing a hint of his eyes, and he assumed a fighting stance, a hidden power beginning to manifest. With surprising speed and skill, Su Haiyan moved, his movements a blur as he wielded a sword, effortlessly deflecting attacks from a group of armed assailants. From the sidelines, an observer watched, commenting on Su Haiyan's arrival. Su Haiyan's powerful strikes sent his opponents reeling. He moved with a grace and precision far beyond his apparent age. More figures appeared, joining the fray, their movements suggesting a coordinated attack. Another opponent, a man with red hair, charged forward, his weapon a massive sword. The battle intensified, with Su Haiyan skillfully maneuvering through the chaos, his movements precise and deadly. One of the attackers was thrown back with immense force, the impact echoing through the area. A masked figure, his face obscured by an orange Oni mask, loomed over the scene. His presence radiated power and menace. Below, a young man with spiky blonde hair and his companions watched in disbelief as a whirlwind of energy erupted. The energy swirled around a young man, who seemed to be at the center of this strange phenomenon. The three friends stared, mouths agape, at the spectacle unfolding before them. "Oh, what the—" One of them, wearing glasses, commented, "It looks pretty stupid for skill. You might think they're just running in a circle right now." Elsewhere, a figure in a white chef's uniform moved with surprising speed, his movements a blur as he wielded a glowing blade. Another individual, with bright red hair and a cruel smile, charged forward, a large weapon in hand. The masked figure from earlier appeared again, his eyes glowing with an eerie light as he unleashed a powerful energy blast. The blast struck its target with devastating force, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with surprising speed and precision. His body blurred as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow imbued with a potent energy that crackled with blue light. The force of his attack was overwhelming, a dazzling display of power that left trails of light in its wake. Observing from a distance, a group of onlookers watched in awe. One of them, a young man with spiky blonde hair, exclaimed that it was an incredible barrage. Another, a man wearing glasses, noted the precision of the attack, pointing out that the different attack patterns were focused on a single target at an incredible pace. The man in glasses continued his analysis, explaining that the attack was not only powerful, but also strategically designed to overwhelm the opponent. It was more than just brute force. It was a systematic approach, combining support, restraints, and strong blows. The scene shifted to reveal the source of the attack, a figure in a mask, expertly coordinating a complex series of strikes. He described it as a great coordinated attack used to defeat strong individuals and boss mobs. The man with glasses identified the technique as the perfect coordinated attack. He emphasized that this was the identity and specialty of the masked figure's fighting style. Suddenly, a voice called out to Soo-hyun, interrupting the analysis. "Hey, Kim Soo-hyun." Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood defiantly before his aggressors, his face partially obscured by a mask. They urged him to stop running and demonstrate his true capabilities. He reacted instantly, drawing his sword. A fierce clash of steel ensued. Soo-hyun met his opponent's attack with a powerful counter, the force of the impact shattering the ground beneath their feet. Soo-hyun's opponents watched in disbelief as he effortlessly dodged a devastating blow. One of them cursed, his frustration evident. The moment Soo-hyun's foot made contact with the ground again, his opponent realized that Soo-hyun would be off balance. Soo-hyun's foot came down hard. He crushed the ground, further disrupting his opponent's balance. A young man with fiery red hair and intense eyes, wielding a large sword, glared defiantly. His expression was one of grim determination. Suddenly, he was bound by glowing blue chains, his face partially obscured by a mask. He exclaimed just like that. The chains tightened, their magical energy crackling. The scene focused on the chain's movement, suggesting a powerful force at play. Another figure, caught in the same chains, fell to the ground. The words "coordinated attack" appeared above him. The chains expanded, ensnaring multiple targets in a complex web. The words "entangled spiderweb" appeared, describing the technique. One of the captured individuals groaned in pain, barely able to utter a sound. The chains constricted around the masked man's neck, tightening their grip. A blonde-haired young man watched with a triumphant grin, shouting, "They got him!" The red-haired swordsman's hand gripped the hilt of his sword, the weapon glowing with an intense light. A monstrous figure, its face a mask of rage, loomed over a figure wielding a glowing sword. The monster's eyes burned with an intense, malevolent light. A blinding flash of light erupted as the sword struck the monster. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The monster was thrown back, its body shattering into fragments as blue energy chains bound it. Two figures, clad in white coats, stood amidst the chaos, their hands glowing with the same blue energy as the chains that bound the monster. They moved with practiced precision, their movements fluid and powerful. A group of onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. One of them, a young man with glasses, whispered in disbelief. One of the figures in white addressed his companion, his voice laced with concern. He had told his partner to go easy, but the power displayed was overwhelming. As the dust settled, a young man in sneakers approached the scene cautiously. The onlookers reacted with shock and disbelief to the events that had just transpired. A man with dark hair and sunglasses observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. Bound by glowing blue chains, a man in white robes dangled upside down, his face contorted in frustration. He cursed, "Damn it." An older man with a scarred face, wearing a brown hoodie, watched the scene with a mixture of surprise and anger. He demanded, "How the hell did you do this?" A muscular man with fiery red hair, also bound by chains, addressed a group of 3 men in lab coats. He roared, "Did we make a mistake?" "No, that bastard knew about our plans from the start." 2 of the men in lab coats exchanged worried glances. One of them whispered, "What?" One of the men in lab coats held a section of the glowing blue chain. He explained, "When the bastard was restrained, at the moment I swung my sword." The close-up showed the fiery-haired man's intense, focused expression. A portion of the chain, still glowing, was shown breaking apart. More chains shattered, their blue glow fading. One of the men in lab coats, seemingly unaffected by the breaking chains, launched a swift kick at the restrained man, who was still struggling against his bonds. Soo-hyun found himself bound by glowing blue chains, a metallic mask obscuring most of his face. With surprising agility, he twisted his body, using the momentum of an unseen sword swing to sever the chains. He then used the very chains he'd just broken to restrain his opponent. He considered this a bit embarrassing and decided to keep quiet about it. The impact of the chains left his opponent, a man in a white coat, stunned and bound. Despite his opponent's impressive battle reflexes, Suhyan's actions were swift and decisive. A nearby observer, another young man in a suit, watched in astonishment, questioning how Suhyan managed such a feat in such a short time. Suhyan, however, knew exactly what his opponent would do. He had anticipated their every move. Suhyan noticed a scratch on his mask, a minor imperfection. He reflected on his past life's training with ACT, the unit he was a part of, and how thoroughly he'd mastered their tactics. He sheathed his sword, admitting to himself that his earlier assessment of the situation had been incorrect. A man in a dark coat stood before Suhyan Kim, his sword drawn. He stated that he should have been the one to deal with Suhyan. The man's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed on Suhyan, who stood calmly, seemingly unfazed by the threat. The man questioned Suhyan, confirming his identity as Kim Soo-hyun. He observed that Suhyan appeared to be doing well, considering his age. The scene shifted to a wider view, showcasing a city engulfed in flames. Suhyan and the man stood facing each other amidst the destruction. The man mused that under different circumstances, he would have offered Suhyan a job. A close-up revealed a man with sunglasses and a goatee, his expression serious. He appeared to be a leader of some kind. A subordinate informed the leader that the awakened were starting to gather, urging caution to avoid internal conflict. The man in the coat, having heard the report, simply replied that he would try his best. From an elevated vantage point, a group of individuals observed a lone figure in white traversing a city street, amidst the scattered remnants of a conflict. Simultaneously, another scene unfolded below, showing a different group of people, one of whom wore a distinctive crown-like headdress, engaging in what appeared to be a tense gathering. A young man with reddish-pink hair, dressed in a casual jacket, stood with his back to the viewer, gazing at a city engulfed in flames. The scene was one of widespread destruction. He observed the gathering, his thoughts confirming his suspicions. They're starting to gather. A voiceover stated, for the longest time, the crowned individual from the previous scene spoke, expressing his long-held desire. I've wanted to go against you, head to head. He held a sword, his grip firm. However, he reconsidered, placing the sword down. The sword lay on the ground. He concluded, now isn't the time for this. Amidst a city consumed by flames, a man in a white coat and dark trousers strode purposefully through the inferno. A katana was sheathed at his hip. From above, a helicopter circled the burning cityscape. Below, the man declared his surrender. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his silhouette stark against the fiery backdrop. The scene shifted. A man with dark hair, a goatee, and sunglasses observed the scene from a distance, a look of grim determination on his face. Nearby, a young man with spiky blonde hair and a skeptical expression watched with a group of his peers. The camera focused on another figure emerging from the chaos. A young man with a mask covering half his face appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. A city block was consumed by flames. Amidst the inferno, a man in a white officer's coat and dark trousers stood, his katana held at his side. He surveyed the destruction with a grim expression. From the burning buildings, a voice called out in surrender. The officer sheathed his sword and looked up, seemingly surprised. A young man in casual clothes stood before him, arms raised in a gesture of peace. The officer's expression was unreadable behind his sunglasses. Elsewhere, a group of young men watched the scene unfold, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. One of them exclaimed in surprise. A figure emerged from the chaos, his face partially obscured by an orange mask. He smiled, a chilling expression that hinted at something sinister. The young man from before stood defiantly, his back to the masked figure, seemingly unaware of the danger. Amidst a city engulfed in flames, a figure stood amidst the chaos. The question hung heavy in the air. What did you just say? Several figures watched from a distance, their faces etched with disbelief and confusion. One of them muttered, did he just say that he's surrendering? A third person, equally perplexed, wondered aloud, what's she planning? The central figure, a man in a white officer's coat and sunglasses, remained impassive amidst the fiery backdrop. He spoke, his words carrying a chilling certainty, exactly as it means. The man explained his actions, stating, there's no need to waste energy on a pointless fight. He continued, his tone unwavering, the true battle will start now. A powerful gust of wind swept through the city. A question mark filled the air, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. A tremor shook the building, sending a group of people sprawling. One of them, a young man with spiky blonde hair, lay on the floor, while the others looked around in alarm. One, a man in a suit, exclaimed that it felt like an earthquake. The man in the suit corrected himself, realizing it was something far more significant than a simple earthquake. A dungeon had suddenly opened. The man in the suit's eyes widened in horror as he processed the implications of this event. A swirling vortex of green energy appeared in the sky above the city, marking the dungeon's emergence. It was a green dungeon, of a rare and dangerous type. Another man, this one in a white coat, observed the scene with growing concern. A third man, dressed in black and white, chained and surrounded by others, interrupted, stating that this was not the full extent of the situation. A powerful surge of green energy erupted from the dungeon, far exceeding the initial opening. The man in the white coat's eyes widened in fear as he witnessed the scale of the event. The green energy continued to expand, signifying a full-scale outbreak. A surge of green energy erupted from a central point, radiating outwards in jagged lines. The raw power was immense, hinting at a catastrophic event unfolding. Amidst the chaos of a burning city, 3 figures stood, their faces etched with worry. One of them, wearing glasses, spoke. An outbreak is happening right when the dungeon started generating. He continued, explaining, as you can see from the speed at which the dungeon is generating and the outbreak is occurring, it will become even more unpredictable. A man with a strange mask appeared, flames swirling around him. The masked man unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing 2 figures who stood before him. One of them wielded a spear, the other a sword. The masked man's fiery assault continued, forcing several more people to flee the inferno. Observing from a distance, a man in a suit noted, he's starting to absorb the flames that are in the area. I knew that it was his power. The masked man, amidst the chaos, addressed someone. Although you might be confused about our current circumstances, and I'm sure you are angry at me for not telling the truth. He continued, allow me to ask for a request, as an awakened. A fiery explosion erupted in the city streets as Su Hyan, the seemingly ordinary high school student, unleashed a torrent of blue flames. He was engaged in a desperate struggle against several figures, one of whom appeared to be a man in a suit. Su Hyan's eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity as the power surged through him. He braced himself, his expression grim. The blue flames continued to erupt from his body, engulfing him in a maelstrom of energy. The intensity of the flames increased, obscuring Su Hyan's form almost completely. As the flames subsided, Su Hyan's face was visible, his eyes still burning with power. He spoke, his voice filled with a desperate plea. He implored others to join him in the fight, a green energy swirling around him as he spoke. With a determined expression, Su Hyan turned and walked away, a sword materializing in his hand, leaving the scene of the battle. Another voice, filled with urgency, pleaded for the protection of the city. A young man with light brown hair watched the scene unfold from a distance, his expression a mixture of concern and awe. A young man with light brown hair, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, I knew it. His expression shifted, a dawning realization crossing his features. He murmured, haha, it was Kim Soo-hyun all along. The scene shifted to a blurry, dark image, hinting at a chaotic event. A young man, Kim Soo-hyun, stood in a desolate area, a sword at his side. The narration stated the outbreak that suddenly occurred in Anyang. A bright green energy erupted in the distance, above a city skyline. The narration continued, will be a natural disaster that the world has never seen before. An explanation appeared. An outbreak is an event that occurs when a dungeon hasn't been cleared after a certain amount of time has passed. The narration continued, explaining, however, right now, an outbreak is occurring while the dungeon is generating. There's going to be plenty of events like this happening in the future. Kim Soo-hyun, concerned, asked someone, Kim Do-I, how many reinforcements do you have? Kim Do-I responded, we should have around 100 people or so. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, smiled knowingly. He had successfully manipulated events to his advantage. A man in a suit, his glasses perched precariously on his nose, spoke. He attributed their rapid response to Soo-hyun's actions, which had inadvertently created a diversion. 2 uniformed men, observing the scene from a distance, exchanged confused glances. They were puzzled by the earlier conversation. One of the uniformed men pointed excitedly towards something in the distance, alerting his companion. From the direction they were looking, a monstrous claw emerged from a swirling green vortex. The vortex expanded, revealing a terrifying, reptilian monster with glowing eyes. The appearance of the monster was met with a cry of alarm. The narration confirmed that the long-awaited monster outbreak had begun. A call for preparedness echoed through the city. The man in the suit's face reflected a mixture of fear and grim determination as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. A reflection of the monster's eye was visible in his glasses. A chilling announcement echoed through the city. The outbreak of a green dungeon had begun. A massive surge of green energy erupted from the sky, tearing through the cityscape. From the heart of the explosion, monstrous serpentine creatures emerged, their scales shimmering with an unnatural green light. A hulking green ogre burst from the dungeon, its presence immediately causing panic among the nearby civilians. A young man, seemingly awakened, reacted swiftly, already engaging the monsters. He shouted a warning to his companions. With surprising speed and skill, the young awakened dispatched one of the creatures, its green blood staining the ground. Another man, witnessing the scene, rushed towards the young awakened, shouting in disbelief and concern. The young awakened, however, was already bracing himself for another attack, his eyes narrowed in focus. A larger, more powerful ogre emerged, its presence dwarfing the young awakened. The battle was far from over. A grotesque, reptilian humanoid lunged forward, its clawed hand outstretched. The impact of the blow sent a shockwave outwards. Park Young-yu, eyes wide with shock and tears streaming down his face, braced for the worst. He cried out the name of his comrade as the monster's attack intensified. Another awakened, a man in a white coat and sunglasses, was caught in the monster's grasp. He muttered to himself, recognizing the sheer power of the creature before him. The monster's strength was noted to be on par with the bosses found in high-level dungeons. The monster warned the other awakened to pay attention if they wanted to survive. A red-haired awakened called for a support formation, urging his comrades to prepare for battle. A young man, clad in a white officer's uniform, gripped a glowing blue staff. His subordinate, whose face was partially obscured, spoke, suggesting it would be simpler for them to kill themselves than to continue fighting. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted around the officer. He stood atop a monstrous, reptilian creature, a large sword materializing in his hand. His eyes widened in surprise, a silent gasp escaping his lips. A voice, calm yet authoritative, explained that all the awakened were confused and unsure of what to do, just as the officer had been unaware of the danger behind him. The voice continued, stating that in such a situation, the priority should be to calm everyone down. The officer pondered, questioning if there was something only he could do. He stood, sword in hand, alongside another awakened individual, both radiating blue energy. A voice, seemingly emanating from within him, urged him to do his best. The young officer, his face partially obscured, seemed to steel his resolve. A young man with red hair, clad in white, stood defiantly, his large sword pointed toward the swirling vortex of green energy. From within, shadowy figures resembling bats emerged, their forms distorted and menacing. Above, another figure, cloaked in dark, fell from the sky, seemingly caught in the vortex's pull. He watched, a mixture of concern and disbelief etched on his face, as the strange event unfolded before him. "Damn it, what's wrong with that guy?" he muttered, his gaze fixed on the falling figure. A nearby observer, his face obscured by shadow, spoke in a low voice. He's saying the same exact thing as Master. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair moved with surprising speed and agility amidst a swarm of small, blue, dragon-like creatures. He wielded a katana, deflecting their attacks with practiced ease. From a high vantage point, the city sprawled beneath, a breathtaking panorama of towering buildings and bustling streets. Above, the young man with dark hair continued his aerial battle, his movements a blur of motion. A wave of energy, bright blue and intensely powerful, erupted from him, radiating outwards in a stunning display of force. The young man's face was set in grim determination as he unleashed a new technique, divine flames, a torrent of blue fire engulfing him. The blue flames spun around him, creating a vortex of destructive energy that swept through the dragon-like creatures, obliterating them in a fiery maelstrom. He soared through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake, his movements precise and deadly. The battle was far from over, but he was in control. A wave of monstrous, winged creatures descended upon the city, their shadows blotting out the sun. Their leathery wings beat with terrifying power, their claws extended, ready to tear into anything in their path. A young man, observing the chaos from afar, spoke quietly to himself. He mused that Park Young-yu should be capable of handling the monsters emerging from the Green Dungeon. With the evacuation underway, things should proceed smoothly. He reflected that thanks to others' efforts, there was no need to worry about the safety of the civilians. Standing on a rooftop, the young man surveyed the city, a powerful energy emanating from him. A voice called out to him, "You're finally showing yourself." A purple, serpentine energy coiled around the young man's arm, pulsing with immense power. The energy continued to writhe, growing in intensity. It solidified into a weapon of immense power, radiating an otherworldly glow. A colossal, purple creature with immense, bat-like wings plummeted from the sky. Its scales shimmered with an ethereal glow, and its clawed hands were tipped with wicked points. As it fell, the creature's form became clearer, revealing a monstrous half-dragon, identified as Igelos. A wave of purple energy erupted from an unseen source, its power immense and terrifying. The energy coalesced, taking the form of a colossal, purple dragon. The dragon descended from the heavens, its shadow engulfing the city below. A man, startled, looked up in disbelief at the monstrous creature. Another man, dressed in a suit, watched from a distance, his face a mask of shock and fear. The dragon soared over the city, its immense size dwarfing the skyscrapers. One of the men, concerned, asked about the evacuation progress, only to be told that it was only halfway complete. Another man, seemingly in charge, explained that while they had prepared ahead of time and managed to keep casualties at zero, they needed to hurry before the monsters got out of control. A colossal, winged beast, radiating an ominous purple energy, descended upon the city. Its immense size dwarfed the skyscrapers below, casting a long, ominous shadow. The sheer scale of the creature's arrival suggested a threat far beyond Anyang. The entire country was potentially in grave danger. A wave of monstrous bats emerged from the creature's shadow, swarming the city from below. Orders were given to prevent any escape from Anyang. Amidst the chaos, a young woman urged those around her to remain calm and follow the instructions of the awakened. A young man, seemingly unawakened, engaged in fierce combat with one of the monstrous bats, his movements swift and precise. From a rooftop, another figure observed the battle, his gaze fixed on the young man fighting below. He muttered the name Kim Soo-hyun. The young man fighting below, Kim Soo-hyun, seemed to sense he was being watched. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a growing awareness. At this point, Sung-in Kim was humanity's only hope against the relentless onslaught of monsters and the looming threat of a powerful dragon. However, doubts lingered. Could he possibly overcome such overwhelming odds? Soo-hyun Kim, in his current guise as an unassuming high school student, grappled with the enormity of the task ahead. He was, after all, the only one left. A monstrous figure loomed in his mind's eye, a stark reminder of the challenges to come. Soo-hyun cursed under his breath, the weight of the world pressing down on him. Suddenly, two monstrous figures appeared before him. Captain Park Yunjiu, another awakened, appeared, his arrival a surprise to Soo-hyun. He chided Soo-hyun for his lack of awareness. With surprising speed, Captain Park launched a swift attack, sending Soo-hyun sprawling. Soo-hyun, still reeling from the unexpected assault, could only utter Captain Park's name in shock. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, sat perched atop a monstrous corpse, a katana resting casually beside him. His attire, a pristine white officer's uniform marred by grime and bloodstains, spoke of recent battles. Across from him stood a man in a dark suit, holding a book, his expression serious. "Since we don't have much time, I'll get to the point," Sung-in stated, taking a sip from his cup. Sung-in continued, delegating tasks. He assigned the monster extermination and civilian evacuation to the ACT members and himself. He then instructed his companion to focus on supporting the awakened. Finally, a young man with dark hair, Soo-hyun Kim, appeared, a determined glint in his eyes as he held a glowing weapon. He was the last piece of the plan. Sung-in, looking at Soo-hyun, posed a crucial question. "Can I trust you to deal with the dragon?" Soo-hyun responded with unwavering confidence. "Of course." Sung-in gave a curt nod. "Then, good luck." Soo-hyun simply replied, "Okay." A surge of energy enveloped Soo-hyun's hand as a monstrous, icy claw reached out to him. The confrontation had begun. High above the city, a colossal, luminescent blue, avian monster swooped down. A young man, clad in simple clothes, engaged it with a sword, his movements surprisingly agile against the creature's immense size. Suddenly, a second monster, this one a massive, fuchsia-winged creature with horns and blue fur, appeared, its shadow engulfing the city streets below. Its immense, powerful tail lashed out, a blur of purple energy. Below, the young man's foot impacted the ground, the force of his landing creating a small shockwave. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. Dodging the fuchsia monster's attack, he sliced through the air with his sword, aiming for a vital point. Another figure, also young, appeared to be observing the fight from a distance. The young man moved with incredible speed, a red streak across the cityscape. He paused, catching his breath, his eyes narrowed in concentration. With renewed determination, he charged again, his sword a silver flash against the monstrous purple. A colossal purple dragon, its wings a vibrant pink, descended upon the city. The sheer size of the creature dwarfed the buildings below, casting a long shadow over the urban landscape. Suddenly, a blue dragon appeared, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth and glowing green eyes. It swooped down, intent on attacking. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair, reacted instantly. He launched himself forward, a burst of energy propelling him towards the blue dragon. The impact was tremendous. A wave of energy rippled outwards as Soo-hyun's attack collided with the dragon. He moved with impossible speed, his movements a blur of motion as he continued his assault. A fierce determination hardened his features. A blinding flash of light erupted as Soo-hyun unleashed a devastating attack, the energy leaving a trail of shimmering light. He cleaved through the air, his sword leaving a clean cut through the dragon's energy blast. Soo-hyun's eyes blazed with power as he delivered a final, crushing blow. The blue dragon crumbled, its body shattering into fragments as its life force extinguished. Soo-hyun found himself falling, the ground rushing towards him. A powerful force had knocked him off his feet. He braced himself for impact, his body tensing as he prepared to meet the earth. Soo-hyun gritted his teeth, a word escaping his lips. Phoenix. A brilliant, azure light erupted from him, taking the form of majestic wings. Two monstrous creatures faced him, a purple dragon and a blue bird of prey, both formidable opponents. He launched himself forward, his movements swift and precise. His sword glowed with a celestial blue energy as he prepared to strike. The impact of the clash sent him reeling, but he held his ground. He thought, he's much tougher than I'd expected. A monstrous purple, dragon-like creature with glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows, its presence filling the air with an aura of impending doom. Su-Hyun, his face grim, muttered to himself, recognizing the creature. He knew this would be a difficult fight. With a surge of power, Su-Hyun unleashed a blinding beam of energy. The intense energy struck the dragon, causing it to disintegrate into a shower of sparkling particles. However, from the dissipating remains, a new, more terrifying form began to emerge. The creature transformed, its form shifting into a monstrous winged beast, its power amplified. The beast unleashed a torrent of dark energy, engulfing the surrounding area. Undeterred, Su-Hyun charged forward, his sword gleaming, ready to face the new threat. He braced himself for the impact, a look of determination etched on his face. A monstrous dragon, scales shimmering with an unnatural blue light, opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of cyan flames. The flames hurtled towards their target, but a figure, shrouded in a blue energy, intercepted them. Su-Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with impossible speed, dodging the fiery blast as he gracefully leaped across the dragon's massive claw. He countered with a swift strike, his movements blurring as he engaged the beast in aerial combat. The force of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, resulting in a devastating explosion. Dust and debris rained down as the dragon's attack subsided. Su-Hyun stood amidst the chaos, a sphere of vibrant blue energy swirling around him, a testament to his hidden power. He observed the scene, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. Another, larger dragon appeared in the distance, a clear indication that this battle was far from over. Su-Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself reliving a past life's trauma. In his previous existence as Sung-In Kim, the most powerful awakened, the Anyang outbreak was a catastrophic event. Over 15,000 people perished in the Anyang disaster. More than half of those casualties were directly attributed to a single, powerful monster. The unexpected emergence of dungeons had overwhelmed the world. The sheer number of monsters was too much for even the awakened to handle. The scene depicted a city in chaos, with emergency personnel struggling to cope with the devastation. Sung-In arrived on the scene immediately after a dungeon breach, leaving him severely depleted and unable to effectively combat the monster. Exhausted from the previous battle, Sung-In lacked the strength to stop the rampaging beast. The monstrous dragon unleashed a devastating torrent of flames, its power overwhelming. The dragon continued its assault, its fiery breath incinerating everything in its path. Sung-In, despite his exhaustion, noted the intensity of the flames. He knew, however, that his weapon, the Gram, could potentially withstand the dragon's attack. Su-Hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood poised, a determined glint in his eyes. He muttered to himself, convinced that with enough focus, he could overcome any obstacle. A surge of energy erupted from him, a vibrant blue light trailing behind him as he propelled himself forward. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. Su-Hyun was in motion, his body a conduit for immense power. He reflected on the brief vulnerability that followed the release of such intense energy. A monstrous purple dragon, its eyes glowing menacingly, emerged from the shadows. With a powerful leap, Su-Hyun launched himself towards the dragon, his sword gleaming. Su-Hyun's expression was grim, his focus unwavering. He saw his opportunity. The dragon, momentarily exposed, was vulnerable. Su-Hyun channeled his power, a beam of energy forming on the tip of his weapon. The text describes the Dragon Slayer spear, Near, a weapon based on the legend of Gungnir. It's sold in the Abyss's item shop, despite being expensive and a single-use item. A young man with dark hair holds the Dragon Slayer spear. It is renowned for its power. The young man's face is shown in close-up, his expression serious and determined. The spear unleashes a surge of purple energy. The purple energy expands, forming multiple energy projectiles. The young man, wielding the spear, leaps into the air, launching the energy projectiles. He vows to ensure no one dies. The energy projectiles streak across the sky. The young man's determined expression is shown again, as he declares that no one will die by his hand. Su-Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself at the center of an extraordinary event. A surge of vibrant purple energy erupted from within him, forming a spiraling column that reached towards the heavens. The energy intensified, taking on a crystalline structure as it pierced the sky. This was no ordinary power. It was a raw, untamed force. The energy blast culminated in a blinding flash, revealing a colossal, purple dragon-like creature, its form shimmering with the same potent energy. It had been summoned by Su-Hyun's power. A surge of purple energy erupted from a glowing blue staff, held in a mysterious figure's hand. The energy propelled the young man, Su-Hyun Kim, upwards with immense force. He ascended rapidly, the purple energy trailing behind him like a comet's tail. The energy culminated in a powerful blast, engulfing him in a blinding light. From the light emerged a colossal, purple dragon, its wings spread wide. More purple energy streaks across the sky, indicating the dragon's immense power. The dragon, now fully revealed, descended from the heavens, its eyes glowing menacingly. A blinding flash of purple light illuminated the sky. From the heart of the light, a monstrous silhouette emerged, its eyes glowing with an eerie green luminescence. It was a dragon, immense and terrifying. A deafening roar shook the very foundations of the city as the dragon unleashed a wave of destructive energy. The city was ravaged by the dragon's furious assault. Buildings crumbled, and the ground trembled under the sheer force of its power. Meanwhile, inside a seemingly ordinary high school classroom, Soo-Hai and Kim sat quietly, unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Suddenly, the classroom windows shattered, and a searing purple energy pierced through, striking the very ground near Soo-Hai. The dragon's attack had reached him, even here. The dragon, wounded but still powerful, soared over the city, its shadow casting a pall over the terrified populace below. A surge of energy erupted from Soo-Hai's body, a reaction to the dragon's attack. A large blue, bird-like creature swooped down from above, its shadow engulfing the scene below. From a rooftop, Soo-Hai and Kim, a young man with dark hair, leaped down, a weapon in hand, seemingly ready to engage the creature. The creature lay defeated on the ground, impaled by several purple energy spears. Soo-Hai stood on the rooftop, a satisfied expression on his face. He muttered that the job was done. A closer look revealed the extent of the creature's injuries. Its body was riddled with the purple energy spears, blood staining its scales. More purple energy surged from the spears, further damaging the creature. Soo-Hai's face was grim, but a hint of a smile played on his lips. He seemed pleased with his work. The creature let out a final, pained roar as its life force ebbed away. Soo-Hai's expression turned serious. He thought to himself that once the half-dragon Igalus took a fatal blow, he would finally appear. A surge of purplish energy crackled in the air, revealing a cryptic message. One half of Igalus' soul, a monstrous figure, its body a grotesque fusion of shadow and flesh, materialized amidst the city's ruins. It groaned, the sound echoing the pain of its existence. The creature writhed, its form shifting and contorting as if in immense agony. A single word escaped its lips, painful. The monster, its voice a guttural whisper, addressed its unseen opponent. "You who stopped me, who are you?" Its crimson eyes burned with fury, its shadowy form shifting restlessly. A young man with dark hair appeared, calmly interrupting the creature's questioning. "Before you ask me," he continued, "why don't you try asking yourself who you might be?" The monster paused, the question echoing in its mind. "Me?" A dark, swirling mass formed before the creature, its two glowing red eyes fixated on the young man. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its crimson eyes glowing ominously. Only a portion of its face was visible, yet it exuded an aura of immense power. The figure, seemingly ethereal, knelt amidst a chaotic display of digital distortion. A single word echoed in the void. As the figure looked down, a network of glowing teal roots spread beneath it, mirroring the digital chaos above. The question hung heavy in the air. Am I? The scene shifted. A figure, cloaked in shadow, its face obscured, stood before a school building. Crimson cracks spiderwebbed across its form. The figure lowered its head, the crimson cracks more pronounced now. A sense of profound pain emanated from it. The word hurts followed, a silent scream of agony. The scene changed again, revealing a monstrous creature descending from the sky. Its form was vaguely reptilian, with glowing eyes and sharp claws. A young man, his back to the viewer, stood in the creature's shadow, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. He stood, seemingly calm, amidst the chaos, a sword at his side. Soo-Hai and Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, felt a sharp pain pierce his mind. His eyes, usually calm, now reflected a deep, unsettling intensity. The agony intensified, racking his body. He cried out, "It hurts!" He clutched his head, his body convulsing as the pain reached its peak. Crimson droplets of blood materialized and floated in the air around him. The blood droplets accelerated, streaking across the scene like crimson meteors. The crimson streaks continued their rapid trajectory, leaving trails of light in their wake. The streaks converged, culminating in a blinding flash of purple light. When the light subsided, Soo-Hai stood, his back to the viewer, a long sword materializing in his hand, glowing faintly. A shadowy figure appeared, its face obscured, but its eyes glowed with an eerie light, its mouth open in a silent scream. The figure's hands, clawed and monstrous, reached out as if in agony. Soo-Hai, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood poised, a faint blue energy emanating from his hand. He gripped a sword, his stance suggesting a practiced combatant. With a swift movement, he lunged forward, the blue energy surging outwards in a wave. He was suddenly thrown back, a look of surprise on his face as crimson streaks flashed across his vision. The force of the blow sent him reeling, the impact echoing in the sudden silence. Above him, a monstrous creature with leathery wings and glowing red eyes descended, its claws dripping with a viscous purple substance. He braced himself for the inevitable attack, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. Suhayan reacted instantly, his blade flashing out in a blur of motion, slicing through the air. The monster was cleaved in two, its body dissolving into purple mist as it fell to the ground. A monstrous roar echoed through the city as a colossal dragon, its scales shimmering with an ominous purple hue, unleashed a devastating blast of energy. Buildings crumbled, and the ground trembled under the sheer force of the attack. Amidst the chaos, Suhayan Kim lay wounded on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Two swords, stained with the blood of countless battles, rested beside him. Above him, the dragon loomed, its massive form casting a shadow over the ravaged cityscape. Its crimson eyes burned with malevolent intent. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from below, sending the dragon reeling. The ground cracked open, revealing a gaping chasm. Two men, dressed in sharp suits, arrived at the scene. One of them, visibly concerned, apologized for his lateness. One of the men gasped, recognizing Suhayan. Above them, a new, even more terrifying monster emerged from the wreckage. The other man, horrified, muttered to himself, unable to believe what he was seeing. The monstrous creature lunged, its gaping maw threatening to consume Suhayan whole. The man in the suit watched in disbelief as his friend was swallowed by the beast, his voice filled with shock and despair. Songyin Kim, the world's last hope, found himself at the mercy of a monstrous creature. Its gaping maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, swallowed him whole. The beast, a terrifying shadow with glowing red eyes and wicked horns, roared in triumph as it devoured its prey. A man, his face etched with horror and disbelief, watched the gruesome scene unfold before him. Songyan's body, now lifeless, was partially visible, blood dripping from the monster's jaws. His hand, still clutching something, fell from the creature's grasp, a stark reminder of his final moments. The man, overcome with grief and despair, cried out the name of the fallen hero, Suhyun. His anguished cry echoed through the desolate landscape, a testament to the loss of the world's greatest protector. Suddenly, a digital interface appeared, its stark blue glow cutting through the darkness. A stark warning flashed across the screen. Your health has reached a critical level. A monstrous, crimson eye filled the frame, radiating an aura of immense power and malice. The surrounding darkness pulsed with an ominous energy. A voice, laced with both gratitude and disdain, echoed through the air. He thanked the half-dragon, but his tone made it clear that the sentiment was far from genuine. A series of messages appeared, detailing the benefits of the half-dragon's intervention. His health would regenerate faster, and his physical abilities would increase dramatically. Suhayan's face was shown, a grim smile playing on his lips. Blood stained his face, but his eyes gleamed with a newfound determination. The scene shifted, showing Suhayan's upper body, still bearing the marks of his recent ordeal. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. Suhayan found himself trapped within the gaping maw of a colossal, purple-scaled beast. He braced himself, his expression grim. Songyin Kim, or rather, Suhayan Kim, as he was now known, stood amidst the chaos. Blood stained his clothes, yet a triumphant grin stretched across his face. He muttered to himself, feeling the surge of power coursing through his veins. Thanks to you. Looks like I got a power-up. Suhayan Kim awoke to a distorted vision, a blurry figure looming before him. Static crackled across his vision, obscuring the details of the figure's face. Disoriented, he wondered where he was. The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. Suddenly, he found himself in a terrifying struggle. He was being swallowed by a monstrous maw, its sharp teeth a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding him. He wondered who the man was. The creature's identity was revealed, a demonic dragon, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. He was falling, the dragon's immense power tossing him aside like a rag doll. He landed hard, the impact jarring him. His vision swam with a mix of pain and confusion. Despite the disorientation, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. He found the situation oddly familiar. He recognized his opponent, even in this strange new reality. He was certain of it. Suhayan plummeted through the air, his fall seemingly endless. The world around him blurred into a chaotic mess of colors and shapes. Songyin Kim, the world's last hope, found himself plummeting through the air, his sword held aloft. A wave of static interference distorted his vision. He cried out, a silent scream of anguish and confusion. The question echoed in his mind. Why? A single, desperate thought pierced through the chaos. Had he failed? Below him, a monstrous form took shape, its body a grotesque network of pulsating crimson veins. Suhayan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, hurtled through the air, his movements surprisingly agile. He plunged his sword towards the ground, a sudden burst of energy erupting from the impact. The monstrous creature below was struck, its body shattering into fragments. A powerful shockwave erupted, the force of it sending tremors through the very air. Dust and debris swirled in the aftermath of an unseen explosion. Soo-hyun Kim, lying on the ground, assessed his condition. He felt remarkably well. He noted with surprise that his body felt unusually light, almost weightless. A sudden realization struck him. This was the effect of Hero Undying. A detailed description of the Hero Undying ability appeared before him, outlining its passive regenerative properties and enhanced physical capabilities. Soo-hyun, his eyes narrowed in concentration, felt the power coursing through him. With newfound strength and agility, he leaped into action. He effortlessly evaded a monstrous creature's attack, his movements fluid and precise. Soo-hyun countered with a swift, powerful blow, the force of his strike sending the monster reeling. Soo-hyun, the seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing a formidable foe. The monster's body was so tough that he struggled to find a vulnerable spot to attack. He knew there had to be a weakness somewhere, but locating it proved challenging. With a surge of determination, Soo-hyun unleashed a powerful attack, a blue energy beam slicing through the air. He lunged forward, his movements precise and deadly. Soo-hyun spotted a weak point in the monster's defenses. A grim smile stretched across his face as he prepared for the final blow. He roared, unleashing a devastating attack. The impact was earth-shattering. Soo-hyun's attack cleaved through the monster, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A blur of motion, a crimson streak across the sky. The scene is one of intense, chaotic energy. Soo-hyun, his face grim, stood amidst the chaos, blood staining his clothes. Before him, a monstrous purple dragon roared, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the din. Someone urged him to regain his senses, calling out Falcon. A figure emerged from the swirling chaos, its form vaguely humanoid but disturbingly alien. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and trailing from its back were long, writhing tendrils of crimson fire. The creature's face, partially obscured, was still visible enough to show its eyes, wide and empty. It addressed the young man as Master Falcon. Two figures, a man and a woman, appeared before Soo-hyun. Their faces were partially obscured by a digital glitch effect, but their expressions were hopeful. They expressed their belief in him, pleading for his help against the demonic dragon, Igalus. A suit of armor, seemingly untouched by time, stood silently nearby. It served as a visual reminder of the hope they placed in him. A vast, demonic dragon, Igalus, spread its immense wings, casting a shadow over the land. The words, "An eternity has passed," echoed the passage of time. Soo-hyun Kim, the last of the awakened, stood amidst the ruins of a once great city. He gazed upon the devastation, his expression unreadable, a single question echoing in his mind. Why hadn't the battle ended? He wondered how long this endless war had lasted, the weight of countless lives lost pressing down on him. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted, revealing a colossal, shadowy dragon soaring through the ravaged cityscape. Only one method remained to end this seemingly endless conflict. Soo-hyun's eye glowed with an eerie purple light, reflecting the dragon's ominous presence. He silently vowed to control the monstrous beast, a desperate plan forming in his mind. A faint whisper reached him from the distance. "Master Falcon." The dragon unleashed a devastating torrent of fire, its roar echoing across the land. Soo-hyun, weakened and battered, fell to his knees, the flames consuming him. A monstrous eye, glowing ominously, peered out from a dark cavern. The surrounding rock pulsed with an inner light, hinting at something immense and dangerous lurking within. A faint whisper echoed through the darkness. "No, Master Falcon," it repeated, filled with a desperate plea. Suddenly, a figure emerged, engulfed in a brilliant blue flame. The intensity of the light obscured most of their features, but their silhouette suggested a young man. The flames intensified, revealing a young man's face contorted in a grimace of pain and fury. His eyes burned with an unnatural light. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion and blue fire. The air crackled with energy. The young man unleashed a torrent of blue energy, striking with deadly precision. Blood splattered across the scene. A monstrous claw swiped down, narrowly missing the young man's head. He barely dodged the attack, his face etched with grim determination. A voice, cold and accusatory, echoed in his mind. "Those you saved, and those you were not able to save," it reminded him. The voice continued, its tone laced with bitter irony. "All of those people, do you think they wanted to see you like this?" Soo-hyun Kim, the world's last hope, found himself atop a monstrous, purple dragon, its scales shimmering under a bruised sky. Blood, a crimson tide, cascaded from a wound across its massive head. His vision blurred, the world dissolving into a vortex of pain. A single word echoed in his mind. Memories flooded back. The people he saved, the countless others he couldn't. The weight of his failures pressed down on him. The dragon roared, its maw a terrifying chasm of teeth and blood. Suddenly, he was falling, plummeting towards the earth, a young man named Soo-hyun Kim, his past life a distant echo. He landed, a surge of power coursing through him, a familiar blue energy erupting from his hand. He remembered the battle, the relentless fight against the monstrous Igalis. The dragon, weakened, crashed to the ground, its reign of terror seemingly over. But Soo-hyun knew this was only the beginning. His second chance had begun. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, fell from the sky, engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy. He had given everything, and yet, a single, malevolent eye opened, a crimson rose blooming at its center, promising a terrifying continuation. 20 years prior, a colossal, shadowy dragon descended upon a city, its purple wings eclipsing the autumnal landscape. A lone figure, cloaked and armed, stood defiant against the approaching monstrosity. He was the only one who could stand against it, but even he had been unable to defeat it. The weight of his failure was palpable. The dragon, a terrifying behemoth, loomed over the city, its presence a harbinger of doom. A wave of crimson energy erupted from the dragon, a devastating attack that foreshadowed the destruction to come. But this time, there was a difference. A young man with striking blue hair stood defiant, a faint blue flame flickering at his temple. He was ready. This time, he would not fail. A colossal, purple dragon, its scales shimmering with an unnatural energy, collapsed to the ground, its body riddled with wounds. Crimson blood splattered across the scorched earth. From the dragon's chest, a shadowy figure emerged, its form vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly distorted. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light as it clutched at its chest, revealing a pulsating, fragmented core of intense energy. A dark, ominous chasm opened before the shadowy figure, its depths obscured by a swirling vortex of distorted colors. The shadowy figure descended into the abyss, its form dissolving into the chaotic energy within. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, stood amidst a surge of blue flames. He held a sword, its edge glowing with the same ethereal energy. He looked resolute, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A voice echoed in his mind, a plea for him to finish what had been started. With a surge of power, Soo-hyun unleashed a torrent of blue energy from his sword. A monstrous eye, glowing crimson, opened in the darkness, watching Soo-hyun's attack. A swift, dark figure, its form obscured by shadow, launched itself towards Soo-hyun, its movements impossibly fast. A blinding flash of light erupted from the city's center, the source of an immense power. From the heart of the explosion, a monstrous, winged creature emerged, its crimson wings beating powerfully as it soared into the sky. The city below was a scene of chaos and destruction. Amidst the devastation, a young man stood, his dark hair contrasting sharply against the vibrant blue energy emanating from the sword in his hand. He braced himself, his body tense, ready to face whatever threat emerged from the heart of the storm. With a surge of power, he launched himself forward, a brilliant blue energy trail blazing behind him. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he sliced through the air, his movements precise and deadly. The creature reacted, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards the young man. A powerful shock wave followed, the force of the impact threatening to overwhelm him. He braced for the impact, his resolve unwavering. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, found himself astride a monstrous, winged beast, its scales shimmering with an unnatural purple light. Below, the ravaged landscape bore testament to the unending war against the dungeon-born monsters. A surge of energy, a blinding flash of purple light, erupted from a beast. From the heart of the explosion, a shadowy figure emerged, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably monstrous. Crimson energy, like a river of blood, flowed from the creature's form. Song-in reacted instantly, his own power flaring as he met the creature's attack. A clash of immense power, a blinding light engulfed them both. The aftermath was a maelstrom of destruction. Only silence remained, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. But from the wreckage, a monstrous roar echoed, signaling the battle was far from over. A powerful, purple energy erupted from a central point, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of force. The sheer intensity of the energy was breathtaking, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. From the heart of the explosion, a colossal, winged creature plummeted from the sky. Its massive, purple wings were spread wide, yet it was clearly falling, unable to maintain its flight. Below, a young man with short, reddish-brown hair watched the scene unfold. He stood amidst a group of sharply dressed men, each wielding a sword, their expressions grim as they observed the falling dragon. The young man muttered, "The dragon." The young man's eyes widened as he watched the massive creature fall. He whispered, "It's falling." The dragon continued its descent, its massive form silhouetted against the city skyline. A powerful energy surge emanated from the creature as it neared the ground. The impact was cataclysmic. A blinding white light erupted from the point of impact, obliterating everything in its immediate vicinity. The resulting shockwave sent tremors through the city, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. High above, a storm raged, dark clouds churning ominously. Small, dark shapes, numerous and swift, darted through the tempestuous sky. Below, a colossal, purple-hued monster lay wounded, its immense form sprawled across the landscape. From its side, a figure small against its scale was extracted, its body enveloped in a network of crimson tendrils. The crimson tendrils retracted, leaving behind a dark, shadowy figure, seemingly lifeless, on the monster's flank. The perspective shifted, revealing the figure in its entirety. It was a man, his form obscured by darkness, yet the red tendrils still clung to his chest, pulsing faintly. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair, clad in a hoodie, was seen running, a large, bright blue bird of prey soaring beside him. He seemed to be escaping something, a dark, ominous shape looming behind him. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a faint, ethereal blue flame. His clothes were stained with grime and blood, a stark contrast to his otherwise calm expression. A low groan escaped his lips, followed by a barely audible affirmation. Yes. The city skyline loomed in the background, a stark reminder of the world he had seemingly forgotten. A monstrous, shadowy figure, its form vaguely reptilian, lay in the foreground, its single red eye glowing ominously. The weight of his past failures and mistakes pressed heavily upon him. A voice, seemingly his own, echoed in his mind. He recalled his identity as Falcon, a knight of the Tesseract Empire, and his long, arduous struggle against the half-dragon Igalus. The memory of Igalus, a colossal, winged dragon, filled his mind. The image of the creature soaring over a devastated city was seared into his consciousness. He remembered using magic to trap Igalus in another dimension, a desperate measure to end their conflict. However, due to the intensity of their battle, he and Igalus had fused together. Even after escaping that dimension, Falcon continued his fight, battling the monstrous entity that had become fused with his own body. A crimson splatter explodes across the page, a stark reminder of a brutal battle. The words, "but each time, I," trail off, hinting at a recurring tragedy. The blood continues to drip, each drop a testament to the immense loss. Below, sharp lines radiate outwards, suggesting a powerful impact or a sudden, violent end. A shadowy figure, its face obscured, weeps silently. A single tear traces a path down its cheek. The figure is shown lying down, the word "killed" hangs heavy in the air, followed by innocent people, emphasizing the weight of the loss. The scene shifts. A young man with short, dark hair stands pensively, a single ellipsis indicating his unspoken thoughts. He reflects on the past. A voice, perhaps his own conscience, states, "Too much time has passed for you to regret these things." The voice continues, advising him to focus on what he managed to protect, rather than dwelling on his losses. A large, shadowy figure with flowing red tendrils is shown in the background. The young man stands alone, looking down at the ground. The voice concludes, "Had you not saved the nation, more people would have died." The young man questions the voice's attempt at comfort, stating, "Are you comforting me? You're not good at it. I'm not good at stuff like this." A voice, filled with conviction, declared, "You're right." The same voice continued, admitting, "It'd be a lie if I said I don't regret it, but even if I were to go back to the past." Soo-hyun, his face grim, stated resolutely, "I'd make the same choice." He reflected, "Even if I went back," as a horde of monstrous, winged creatures descended upon a ruined city. His eyes, glowing with an inner light, conveyed his unwavering resolve. Same choice. A colossal, demonic beast, wreathed in purple flames, emerged from the storm, its terrifying presence filling the sky. The scene shifted to Soo-hyun, sword in hand, facing the monstrous entity. Rain lashed down on the devastated cityscape. A voice, seemingly from the beast itself, spoke, "I was able to end a long battle thanks to you." Soo-hyun, his clothes stained with blood, declared, "I'll give you this." A young man with short, dark hair stood before a shimmering, ethereal suit of armor. The armor, seemingly self-supporting, radiated a faint golden light. He held a long, slender object that resembled a staff or a wand. The armor was described as the finest crafted in the Tesseract Empire, specially made for a past battle against a powerful foe named Igalus. He expressed his gratitude. A bright orb of light appeared in his hands, and he obtained the falcon's sacred pauldron. The scene shifted to a different location, a vast, open expanse under a bright sky. A figure lay on the ground, their long, fiery red hair spread around them. The young man expressed his gratitude once more. He acknowledged the length and difficulty of the past battle. The figure began to disintegrate, particles of light and energy floating away. The figure, in its final moments, uttered a single word, "I can." The figure vanished completely, leaving only scattered particles of light. The young man watched, his expression unreadable. The young man, now alone, stood in quiet contemplation. The final battle concluded. A single phrase echoed in the aftermath. Rest peacefully. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, stood amidst the ruins, his body battered but alive. He watched as his power dissipated into golden light, leaving him seemingly ordinary once more. A title appeared, proclaiming him Hero of Tesram. Then, a blinding light engulfed him. He awoke. Soo-hyun Kim, a high school student, found himself in a familiar city, but something felt different. He let out a breath. Phew! A voice called out, Soo-hyun Sasai. He turned to see two worried friends rushing towards him. He calmly responded, Ah. One of them asked anxiously, Are you hurt? Soo-hyun replied, No. As you can see, I'm all right. One of his friends, still shaken, muttered to himself, He was stronger than I anticipated, so I almost died. Ha! A young man, his face etched with concern, stared at another individual. He exclaimed, What? In response to the other's statement that the monster was terribly strong and that he could have died. The scene shifted to an outdoor setting. Snow lightly fell as two men in suits approached the young man, who was visibly injured. One of the men expressed relief, stating that thanks to him, no one was hurt. The other man, appearing more apprehensive, muttered that the director might not approve of the situation. One of the men, bowing slightly, apologized and thanked the young man. He explained that his apology was on behalf of the institution. The young man, displaying a calm demeanor, responded that an apology wasn't necessary. He expressed relief that no one was hurt. The young man's anxiety subsided, knowing everyone was safe. One of the men, slightly flustered, addressed the young man, calling him Soo-hyun Sasai, and admitting to being a bit flustered. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst the chaotic scene. Blood stained his clothes, yet a hint of a smirk played on his lips. He seemed exhausted, but far from defeated. Suddenly, he stumbled, his body giving way to exhaustion. He fell to the ground, his eyes fluttering closed as he succumbed to unconsciousness. A voice, filled with alarm, pierced the silence. Someone called out for Soo-hyun. A concerned man rushed to Soo-hyun's side, checking for injuries. He initially feared the worst, but quickly realized Soo-hyun was merely asleep. Relieved, the man concluded that Soo-hyun's state was simply due to exhaustion from his recent work. He noted the lack of serious injuries. However, the man's relief was short-lived. He foresaw a great upheaval, a storm of epic proportions, with Soo-hyun at its center. He mused on the irony of the situation. The protagonist of this impending storm was currently fast asleep. Despite the looming chaos, Soo-hyun slept soundly, seemingly oblivious to the impending turmoil. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with blood staining his shirt, slept soundly. The sound of his soft snores filled the air. A news bulletin flashed across the screen. An incident in Anyang had forced a civilian evacuation. News anchors reported on the unfolding situation, describing it as a potential disaster. The newscast continued, noting that while the dump guild's terrorism was anticipated, the outbreak was unexpected. The anchors discussed the various possible scenarios, their faces etched with concern. The broadcast then highlighted the role of awakened Kim Soo-hyun in preventing further catastrophes. A visual transition indicated a shift in time and location. The scene shifted to a bright, sunny day outside a large school building. The camera focused on the imposing structure, bathed in sunlight. Soo-hyun Kim lay in a hospital bed, his breathing shallow and even. The room was dimly lit, the only light filtering in through the blinds of a nearby window. His face was relaxed, almost serene, as if he were lost in a deep, dreamless sleep. He remained still, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's body jolted. A surge of energy erupted from him, causing the bedsheets to fly off. A nearby doctor reacted with alarm, startled by the unexpected display of power. He sat up disoriented. When did I pass out? I can't even remember. I guess I worked myself too hard. He checked his phone. The date read December 27th, 3 a.m. He sighed. I slept for 3 days. Soo-hyun looked around the room, his gaze settling on a small, folded piece of paper on the bedside table. A wave of confusion washed over him. A pair of hands carefully folded a few sheets of paper. The note read, I came to visit, but you were asleep, so I'm leaving this message. I think some settlement is necessary because the world is talking about this incident. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man in a hospital gown, read the note. He wondered if it was from Lee Joo-ho. The note continued. So I acted as your stand-in, taking care of annoying requests and calls. I did all this without asking, but I believe you'll understand. Soo-hyun pondered why his phone hadn't been receiving any notifications. He realized that Lee Joo-ho had been handling everything. The note continued. You saved a lot of people. So I acted as your stand-in, taking care of annoying requests and calls. I did all this without asking, but I believe you'll understand. You must be tired now, so don't think too much about anything and just rest. P.S. You'll probably be hungry when you wake up, so I got some fruit for you. Soo-hyun happily acknowledged the fruit. He felt grateful to Lee Ju-ho. Soo-hyun reflected on his recent successes. He had managed to quell the Gwangju dungeon. He had also stopped the monster outbreak in Anyang. All his hard work had paid off, he mused. It was a stark contrast to his past life. However, he knew there was still much more to do. He couldn't let his guard down. He needed to consider his next steps. A knock came at the door. Soo-hyun turned towards the sound, a basket of fruit sitting on a nearby table. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He approached the door, his footsteps soft. He hesitated before opening it. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stared intensely, his blue eyes reflecting an inner turmoil. He cautiously opened a door, his hand hovering over the handle. A katana was strapped to his back, hinting at a hidden strength. He was greeted by Choi Hakjin, whose voice carried a note of surprise. Hakjin's expression was one of concern, his gaze lingering on Soo-hyun's bandaged face. Soo-hyun, lying in a hospital bed, was visited by Hakjin. A fruit basket sat nearby. Hakjin noted Soo-hyun's weakened state, while Soo-hyun questioned the purpose of the visit. Hakjin inquired about Soo-hyun's injuries, before stating he needed to ask him something important. Soo-hyun reacted with a sudden burst of energy, a wave of power emanating from his hand. The scene shifted to Hakjin, who was clearly taken aback by Soo-hyun's display of power, and asked how he felt about it. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short black hair, lay in a hospital bed, his expression one of quiet contemplation. A taller figure, a young man with reddish-brown hair partially obscured by a bandage, stood over him, his posture suggesting a mixture of concern and expectation. The taller young man carried a katana strapped to his back. The taller young man addressed Soo-hyun, his voice a low murmur. "Considering joining our guild?" Soo-hyun's eyes, wide and alert, focused on the other young man. He seemed surprised by the question. The scene opens with a pair of feet clad in athletic shoes, standing near a doorway. A Korean word bubble suggests the sound of footsteps. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair and striking blue eyes appears, his expression one of surprise and alarm. In a hospital hallway, a young man with reddish-brown hair, partially obscured by a bandage, leans against a wall. He carries a sword strapped to his back. He looks concerned, muttering the name Choi Hakjin. The focus shifts to the young man's face, his expression unreadable. The scene shifts to a hospital room. A young man with dark hair lies in bed, covered by a blanket. The bandaged young man stands in the doorway, watching him. The young man in the bed observes the other, commenting on his condition and questioning his purpose for visiting. The bandaged young man explains that he has something to ask him, while also noticing the other's facial injuries. A powerful energy surge emanated from a figure, causing a ripple effect across the ground. The energy intensified, forming a bright, ethereal glow as the figure extended a hand towards the ground. In a sterile hospital room, a young man with short, dark hair lay in a bed, while a taller figure with a sword and a bandage over his eyes stood over him. The taller man asked about his feelings regarding joining their guild. The scene shifted to show a figure lying under a sheet on a hospital bed. The question about joining the guild hung in the air. The taller man, his expression unreadable, considered the question. The young man in the bed responded with a confused, "Huh." The scene shifted to a modern city, showcasing a tall skyscraper. A stern-faced man, impeccably dressed in a light gray suit, addressed a room full of people. He announced that he would share some important news. He sat in a large leather chair behind a large desk, the room's dim lighting highlighting his serious expression. The man continued his announcement. The man explained that their guild was on the verge of a significant advancement, moving from a medium-sized to a large guild. He emphasized the importance of this transition for their future. He acknowledged the numerous benefits associated with becoming a large guild. The man highlighted the substantial increase in support funds as the most crucial aspect of this advancement. He urged everyone to prepare for the upcoming advancement test, adding a chilling warning. Anyone making a mistake would be killed. The assembled members responded with a resounding affirmation of their guildmaster's words. The guildmaster dismissed the group. As they left, he singled out one individual, Hakjin. Hakjin, a young man with reddish-brown hair, walked away, seemingly lost in thought. A man, his face partially obscured, turned his head, a thoughtful expression on his features. He suggested a private conversation, stating, "Don't you think we need to have a bit of chat?" A young man with reddish-brown hair lay on the ground, bleeding from a wound near his mouth. He appeared to have been violently thrown. The injured young man, Hakjun, was on the floor. An older man in a suit, his face etched with displeasure, addressed him. He pointedly reminded Hakjun, "Hakjun, haven't I told you multiple times?" The older man continued, his expression unchanging. "I don't care if you're mean, sly, or even boisterous." The older man's face filled the frame. He stated, "I really don't care." He adjusted his collar, his expression hardening. He added, "But I can't forgive anyone who would betray me." The older man grabbed Hakjun's head, forcefully pushing him down. Hakjun winced, a pained casing escaping his lips. The older man demanded, "Why did you lie to me?" Hakjun weakly protested, "I didn't." Soo-hyun Kim, A young man with blood staining his clothes sat alone, his face etched with confusion and distress. He whispered, barely audible, "I didn't know." A stern-looking man, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed Soo-hyun. He stated, "You didn't know? You've seen him in the abyss, and even took the rank determination exam together." The man continued, his tone sharp, "But you didn't." Two imposing figures in suits stood behind the man, their expressions grim. He challenged Soo-hyun. "Are you really telling me you were incapable of identifying Kim Soo-hyun?" The man, clearly agitated, leaned closer to Soo-hyun, who lay injured on the floor. He declared, "I've given you plenty of chances. This is your last one. Bring Kim Soo-hyun to me." One of the men in suits spoke, explaining their urgency. "We have a better chance of making it through the advancement test if we have him." The stern man pondered, his gaze distant. "To bring him here?" Soo-hyun, still injured, responded with a pained expression. He confessed, "I've only seen him on a handful of occasions. I've never tried to contact him before, and I can't even force him to come." Soo-hyun walked away, his shoulders slumped, a sense of foreboding heavy in the air. He thought, "You should know." The figure of a young man, seen from behind, stood silhouetted against a dark, ethereal backdrop. A thought bubble above him revealed a silent contemplation, how strong he truly was. A man in a suit lit a cigarette, his face partially obscured by shadow. The man, now fully visible, exhaled a plume of smoke with a satisfied sigh. Two bodies lay lifeless on the floor behind him. Another man, observing the scene, wondered aloud why Hakjin was acting so strangely. The suited man, addressing someone unseen, stated that he didn't care how it was done, only that it was done. He then instructed the unseen individual to bring a specific person to him, regardless of the method. A muffled response, barely audible, indicated a struggle or inability to comply. The suited man's lips curled into a cruel smile. He then questioned whether Yoon-sun also needed a lesson. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, lay dying, his vision blurring as crimson stained his sight. A final, desperate surge of power pulsed through him. He muttered a final, resolute statement. This was his last chance. 20 years prior, a man with a goatee and a cruel smile held a cigarette, his eyes gleaming with malice. He spoke of an upcoming advancement test. His orders were clear: bring Kim Soo-hyun. A violent tremor shook Soo-hyun, a sudden, sharp pain piercing his shoulder. A concerned hand gently cleaned the wound, the blood a stark contrast to the pale skin. Soo-hyun winced, assuring the person tending to him that he was fine, despite the stinging pain. It was just a minor injury. He tried to downplay the discomfort, but the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his true feelings. The person tending to him looked on with worry, a small cotton ball stained with blood clutched in their hand. Soo-hyun, his face etched with worry, pondered aloud. Young Dong-young did all of this, didn't he? The scene shifted to a living room, where a concerned voice asked, "What kind of monster only targets your face like this?" Yoon-sun, visibly distressed, insisted, "Hakjin, I really am fine. You can stop." Soo-hyun, his expression grim, urgently demanded, "Medicine. Where's your medicine?" He pressed Yoon-sun to take her medication, urging, "Hurry up and take the medicine, Yoon-sun." Yoon-sun coughed, taking the medicine as Soo-hyun watched with concern. Soo-hyun's face was grim, his eyes filled with a mix of determination and worry. A voiceover explained, "Your loved one's disease, it's going to be painful. They say it's not even curable with modern medicine." A mysterious figure, a cigarette burning between their fingers, offered comfort. "Aren't you glad that you have me, though? I can give you a painkiller that works." A small, dark room. A single bottle of bright blue liquid sat on a shelf, bathed in an ethereal glow. A voice, calm yet firm, echoed in the space. "Let's make sure you hold up your end of the bargain, all right?" In a sterile, modern room, two figures lay on the floor, one seemingly unconscious. A man in a lab coat, blonde hair neatly combed, stood over them, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He observed the scene with a detached expression, stating, "I'd rather not see her in pain either." The face of the injured man was shown in close-up, blood covered his face, and he grimaced in pain. The scene shifted. A young woman with long, light brown hair sat on a couch, looking distressed. A hand gently rested on her shoulder. A concerned voice spoke, "You're not okay, Yoon-sun." The young man with reddish-brown hair spoke again, his voice laced with worry. "You're not okay at all." He pulled her closer, his expression softening as he confessed, "And when you're not okay, I'm not okay either." The young man and woman embraced on a couch in a warm, well-lit living room. A sense of quiet comfort filled the space. He held her close, whispering, "That's why, until you're all better." He vowed, "I will never give up." His resolve hardened further as he added, "If it's for you," he declared, "I'll do anything." A wide, almost manic grin spread across his face. He thought that's. He continued his thought process, urging himself, "Think hard about it. It's not a bad deal." Another individual spoke, "You're bound to get lots of calls from guilds and the association." He countered, "But if you join our guild, we'll ensure you won't be bothered by anything." The other person interjected, "Wait, Choi Hakjin." He continued, "This situation, I'm sure you're aware of how unnatural it feels, right? Before agreeing to join the guild, Soo-hyun insisted that he be told exactly what was going on. His companion, a young man with dark hair, simply stated that something was happening. He questioned his companion, seeking confirmation. The two young men walked away, their shoulders touching. The dark-haired young man handed his companion a small stack of cards, implying that he should contact him if needed. Soo-hyun smiled, assuring his companion that he could contact him anytime. His companion, however, looked distraught, tears streaming down his face. The dark-haired young man asked if that was all Soo-hyun needed to know, prompting Soo-hyun to ask what was currently happening. His companion responded with a single word. Then, a hand, clad in dark clothing, gripped the hilt of a large sword. The hilt was wrapped in layers of light blue cloth. From a low angle, a young man with short, light brown hair looked up. He wore dark clothing and a backpack. The scene was dimly lit, suggesting an indoor location. The young man from the previous panel stood over a patient lying in a hospital bed. He held the sword, pointing it at the patient. The patient, a young man with dark hair, looked up at the sword-wielding figure. He uttered a single, defiant challenge. "Fight me." The young man with brown hair responded, "If you win, I'll let you know everything that's going on." He continued, his expression hardening. "However, if you lose to me." A heavy chain, links gleaming darkly, stretched across the empty space. The name Choi Hakjin appeared below. Silhouetted against the light, Choi Hakjin stood atop a pillar, a great sword held aloft, the chain wrapping around him like a spectral serpent. The text identified him as the nation's youngest A-rank awakened and a member of the world-class Aries Guild. The narrative shifted to the night before Choi Hakjin's advancement test to become an S-rank awakened. He was renowned as a genius. Seated calmly amidst a scene of carnage, a figure watched over the bodies of the Aries Guild, sprawled across a table, stained with blood. A massive sword lay discarded nearby. The text revealed that Choi Hakjin had massacred the entirety of the Aries Guild. A close-up showed Choi Hakjin's face, a chilling smile playing on his lips, blood staining his clothes. The narrator noted that Kim Sun-jin had seen him a couple of times. Kim Sun-jin, bearing the marks of a recent struggle, was shown. His expression was grim. Soo-hyun scoffed. "You want me to save the world? Don't be stupid." He looked down at his bloodied hands, a bitter question forming in his mind. Why should he waste his life for others? He was a completely different person. The narrator observes that Choi Hakjin, unlike before, is now a nice person overall. When they previously met in front of the agency, it seemed like Choi Hakjin had something he wanted to say. However, he tried his best to ignore the other person when they were in front of Young Donyang. Even Anyang, the narrator recounts witnessing Choi Hakjin fighting to save others. That Choi Hakjin. Sung-in Kim awoke with a gasp, his mind reeling. Why? He wondered, the question echoing in his thoughts. He found himself in a body that was young, small, and unfamiliar. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to regain his bearings. A surge of energy coursed through his veins, a power he both recognized and yet felt alien in this new form. He gripped something, a weapon of some kind. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, the world blurring around him. He moved with an unnatural grace, a power beyond his current form. He crashed through a barrier, the impact sending tremors through the area. The force of his movement shattered the surrounding structure. Another figure appeared, observing him from distance. "Since you haven't responded," the figure stated, their voice calm yet firm. The young man in the new body simply continued his advance, ignoring the other's words. "I'll take that as agreement," the figure said, a hint of amusement in their tone. A third person watched the unfolding events, concern etched on their face. "He's not the type to do this," they muttered, their voice laced with worry. The second figure, however, seemed unconcerned. "Yeah," they said with a grin, "this might be better." Soo-hyun Kim, now a high school student, lay on his back, eyes closed. He muttered to himself, questioning Choi Hakjin's motives. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he vowed to uncover the truth behind his current situation. Soo-hyun, now in a hospital, looked puzzled as a nurse looked at him with a concerned expression. An earthquake shook the building. A nurse rushed to inform him of a serious situation. The nurse urgently reported that awakened individuals were fighting on the upper floors. Soo-hyun, now revealed to be an awakened himself, launched a powerful attack. He effortlessly deflected an opponent's blow, showcasing his exceptional abilities. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a desperate struggle. He moved with surprising speed and strength, his hand striking out with a powerful blow. The force of his attack sent his opponent reeling, a blur of motion and energy. He continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. His opponent, a young man wielding a large sword, struggled to defend himself against the onslaught. With a swift motion, Soo-hyun disarmed his opponent, sending the sword flying across the room. He then proceeded to subdue him with a decisive strike. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the young man sprawling across the floor. Soo-hyun paused, his thoughts turning to the potential damage to the hospital if the fight continued. He needed to end this quickly and quietly. He resolved to finish the fight swiftly and silently, unleashing another powerful attack. Meanwhile, the other man, still dazed, desperately searched for something, muttering about the gram. Soo-hyun's expression hardened, a flicker of something dangerous in his eyes. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat hunched over, his gaze fixed on something on the floor. He muttered to himself, "There it is." Suddenly, another young man, with vibrant red hair and a determined expression, appeared, launching himself towards Soo-hyun with surprising speed and agility. He wielded a long, gleaming blade. Soo-hyun's eyes widened in alarm as the attacker closed in, the force of the impending blow evident in the tense lines of his face. The attacker's attack was swift and powerful, a blur of motion that left Soo-hyun barely able to react. The red-haired youth continued his assault, his blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. He moved with the grace and power of a seasoned warrior. Soo-hyun, caught completely off guard, reacted instinctively, attempting to evade the relentless attack. He stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Soo-hyun fell to the ground, his vision blurring. He cried out, "I can't see." The red-haired attacker's blade landed harmlessly near him, as Soo-hyun's body was momentarily shielded by an unseen force. The attacker, seemingly realizing the situation, stopped his attack. He looked down at Soo-hyun, his expression softening as he said, "I'm really sorry." Soo-hyun, a high school student with a bandage over his eyes, found himself in a desperate struggle. He gripped a large sword, his opponent's hand visible above his own. Despite the intensity of the moment, he reflected that this fight would be cowardly. He explained his reluctance to fight, stating that he knew he was much weaker than his opponent, and that he would only fight once he had his weapon. Soo-hyun's face was grim, his expression conveying his apprehension and the weight of the situation. Suddenly, Soo-hyun moved with unexpected speed and power. He swung his sword in a blur of motion. The force of his attack was immense, a powerful arc of energy emanating from his sword. The impact of the blow was devastating, creating a shockwave that shattered the surrounding area. Following the attack, Soo-hyun ran swiftly through a corridor, his movements precise and determined. He was pursued by a figure, whose attack sent him reeling. Soo-hyun's face showed a mixture of surprise and concern. The attacker's blow landed, leaving Soo-hyun momentarily stunned. A powerful force erupted from an unseen source, sending a shockwave through the city. Debris flew through the air as buildings trembled under the impact. The force continued its relentless assault, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The city was under siege. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, found himself caught in the chaos. He was thrown high into the air, amidst a flurry of flying debris. Despite successfully evading the initial attack, he felt the immense pressure of the ongoing assault. He realized he was facing a formidable opponent. He recognized the strength of his attacker, Choi Hokjin, a name that filled him with a sense of foreboding. Soo-hyun braced himself, preparing for the next attack. He clenched his fists, readying himself for a counteroffensive. Choi Hokjin's attack continued, the knife slicing through the air with deadly precision. Noticing civilians below, Soo-hyun devised a plan. He decided to lure his opponent away from the populated areas. With a surge of power, Soo-hyun unleashed a torrent of flames, a desperate attempt to gain the upper hand. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself plummeting from a great height, the wind whipping past him as a colossal, azure avian creature carried him aloft. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. He found himself on the edge of a gaping chasm, a testament to the recent destruction. His sword lay at his side. Soo-hyun, his face partially obscured by a bandage, surveyed the scene with a grim determination. He was pursued by the same enormous, blue bird, its presence a looming threat. He considered his chances. Even injured, he believed he could prevail in a fight. However, he acknowledged his current physical state was far from optimal. His injuries from a previous battle in Anyang had yet to fully heal. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupted from him. With a burst of speed, Soo-hyun launched himself into the air, his sword gleaming. He met the oncoming attack head-on, his movements precise and deadly. Soo-hyun, a young man with pink hair and a bandage on his forehead, stood defiantly, kitchen knife in hand, facing a dark-haired opponent. His adversary questioned the efficacy of his weapon. The dark-haired man, his expression confident, simply replied that it would be enough. With surprising speed, the dark-haired man disarmed Soo-hyun, his movements a blur of motion. He explained that a kitchen knife was inadequate for an awakened being like himself, limiting his combat effectiveness. The dark-haired man continued, noting the lack of magical resonance in knife. Despite this, he still managed to imbue the knife with a surge of energy. The dark-haired man effortlessly deflected Soo-hyun's attack, sending him reeling. Soo-hyun stumbled back, the force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground. The dark-haired man, confident in his magical abilities, prepared for the next attack. A purple energy crackled along the blade as Soo-hyun gripped it tightly, his knuckles white. He swung the glowing blade, the motion a blur of speed and power. His opponent, a young man with a bandage across his forehead, barely had time to react. The blade connected, sending a shockwave of energy that ripped through the air. The impact sent the young man reeling, his body slamming against the ground. Blood splattered across his clothes. A crimson stain bloomed across his chest, a stark contrast to the purple energy that still pulsed faintly from the wound. The young man's face contorted in pain, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and disbelief. He coughed, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he struggled to breathe. Soo-hyun's own breath hitched in his throat. The ferocity of the attack had taken more out of him than he anticipated. He cursed under his breath, frustration evident in his clenched jaw. The image shows a sword, its blade gleaming with an ominous red light, ready to unleash a devastating attack. The title, Sword Slash, is prominently displayed. A hand, strong and determined, grips the hilt of the sword, poised to strike. The red glow intensifies, hinting at immense power. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with intense blue eyes, stares ahead with a grim determination. His expression is one of focused resolve. He unleashes a powerful attack, a dark wave of energy erupting from the sword, leaving a trail of crimson destruction in its wake. The technique's name, Full Moon Blast, appears in a fiery red font, emphasizing the scale of the attack. Soo-hyun falls back, clutching a knife, his face contorted in pain. The attack has taken its toll. A powerful energy surge cuts through the air, leaving a trail of light and motion. The force of the attack sends a section of the school's wall crumbling to the ground, showcasing its destructive power. The aftermath of the attack is shown, with lingering energy and debris filling the air. The scene opened with a jarring burst of energy, the word bang, echoing across the page in bold, crimson letters. A city skyline was visible in the background, blurred by the intensity of the event. The energy subsided slightly, revealing the flashing lights of emergency vehicles. The word bang appeared again, slightly less intense than before. An aerial view showed a city street in chaos. Multiple police cars and emergency vehicles surrounded a central point, their lights flashing. People were gathered, watching the scene unfold. The perspective shifted, showing a large fissure splitting the ground, extending from the center of the chaos. Debris and dust filled the air. The fissure grew, swallowing the street and the surrounding buildings. The scene was one of utter destruction. The ground continued to crack and crumble, revealing a dark, ominous chasm below. The camera pulled back further, showcasing the immense scale of the destruction. A vast, dark abyss opened up in the city. A young man with a bandage over his eye laughed maniacally. Blood stained his clothes. Sung-in Kim, the world's last hope, found himself fading. A powerful surge of energy enveloped him as his vision blurred. He awoke to the chilling grip of a blade, its purple energy pulsing ominously. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. I knew it. His assailant, a figure shrouded in shadow, spoke, his voice laced with defeat. I can't win against you, Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun stood amidst the ruins, a purple blade glowing faintly in his hand. He was back, 20 years in the past. The ground around him cracked and crumbled, a testament to the power he wielded. Soo-hyun's expression hardened. Now, he declared, his eyes burning with determination. He looked down at his hands, a plea forming on his lips. Please tell me what's going on. He recalled her face, etched with worry. She was the person he most wanted to see happy in this world. Yoon-sun and Soo-hyun had spent their childhoods together. She was his closest friend, and also his girlfriend. After graduating high school, Yoon-sun inherited her family's flower shop. She often helped him out when he was still unemployed. Whenever she could, Yoon-sun always made sure to encourage him. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, smiled, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflected on his past, explaining that his awakening as an awakened had been a pivotal moment in his life. He embraced a young woman, his happiness evident. The large sword strapped to his back was a stark contrast to the casual setting. However, a shift in tone suggested a change was imminent. Soo-hyun's expression turned serious, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by worry and apprehension. He stood alone, his sword resting on his shoulder, under a dark and stormy sky. Crushing leaves under his foot, he seemed lost in thought, the weight of his situation heavy upon him. He walked away from Flower Shop, his steps quick and determined. The large sword was a clear indication of his readiness for action. He urgently called out a name, Yoon-sun. His face contorted in shock and alarm. A sudden and unexpected event had occurred. The young woman, Yoon-sun, coughed violently, collapsing to the ground amidst scattered rose petals. Her condition was clearly dire. Scattered rose petals lay on the ground, a stark contrast to the dark shadow cast over the scene. A cough echoed in the air, followed by a desperate question. What's going on? A young man with reddish-brown hair, clad in dark clothing and wielding a large sword, knelt beside a young woman, his expression a mixture of concern and anger. He demanded, Who the hell did this to you? The young woman, her face bloodied, whispered weakly, Hakjin. The young man, Hakjin, visibly distressed, looked down at the injured woman. His brow furrowed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The woman explained, "I was trying to buy some flowers for my loved one." A well-dressed man entered the scene, observing the situation with a calm demeanor. He commented, "Seems like the store is having some issues." The well-dressed man's gaze was sharp and calculating as he looked at Hakjin. His expression suggested he knew more than he let on. The man spoke and awakened. Looking at her, it seems she's been affected by a serious poison. He continued, "I happen to specialize in that area. It seems you're in luck." A young man with short brown hair knelt on the ground, a katana lying beside him. A taller man, sharply dressed in a suit, stood over him, a smirk playing on his lips. "How about it, young one?" the suited man inquired. The young man remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. Scattered around him were several small, dark objects. The suited man's expression shifted, a hint of impatience entering his eyes. "Should," he began, his voice trailing off. A sudden shift in the setting. The young man now stood alone, under a clear blue sky. He appeared lost in thought. He was reminded of something. "You needed the medicine for your girlfriend," a voice echoed in his mind. A different scene. A young man with pink hair and a bandage over his eyes stood, looking down at the ground. He was clearly distressed. "And you've been used by Young Donyang all this time?" He thought back to a crucial detail. He was the only one that could make that medicine. The pink-haired young man knelt, picking up a large, dark sword from the ground. One of the young men asked the other to remember a previous conversation. He reminded him of their encounter in front of the certification facility, where the other had promised to help. The injured young man reflected on that promise. He admitted to wanting to believe in the help offered. He then pleaded for help escaping Young Donyang. The injured young man explained that he and Yoon's son needed help. The other young man explained that accepting help would prevent him from believing in himself again. He compared this to his past experiences of being fooled by Young Donyang. He stated that if he continued to depend on others, the same thing would keep happening in the future. Soo-hye and Kim stood amidst a desolate landscape, the remnants of a battle strewn around him. The sky was a bruised blue, mirroring the turmoil within him. He looked down at his hands, a grim determination settling on his face. He silently resolved, "I have no other choice." His gaze hardened. He added, "I'll be going to finish everything." Soo-hyun, his face partially obscured by a bandage, turned away. He was leaving. A man in a brown jacket sat at his desk, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he read a document. He muttered to himself, "My livelihood depends on the information I sell. Do you think I would lie to you?" He continued, "It's top secret. I'm only telling you at the moment. Be careful." Soo-hyun, receiving this information, responded, "Anyway, whatever you start, don't get me involved." "All right, I'll see you soon." A man, his face etched with concern, spoke into his phone. "Yes, Soo-hyun. Are you awake? How are you feeling?" Soo-hyun, his expression a mixture of surprise and slight confusion, responded to the call. He exclaimed, "The hospital was attacked." Soo-hyun, still on the phone, reported, "I saw the red-headed man go in." The other voice instructed him, "Use the rest of your mana to track him down." He calmly replied, "Nothing much happened. I'm fine too. I just happen to have something I need to ask about." The man on the other end of the line listened intently, his expression shifting to one of growing interest as Soo-hyun continued to speak. The man responded, "Is that so? So that is what has been going on with Choi Hakjin. This is perfect. I happen to have some information I need to share with you." Soo-hyun listened as the man continued. "It's about the Aries Guild." Soo-hyun's expression turned serious as he listened to the information being relayed. A chaotic, abstract image filled the space, suggesting a powerful, unseen force at play. A man with short, light brown hair sat comfortably in a large office chair, his feet propped up on his desk. He wore a sharp suit and casually read a newspaper, a faint trail of smoke curling from a cigarette in an ashtray nearby. He was a man of discerning taste, his office reflecting his refined preferences. A subtle air of anticipation hung in the air as he took another drag from his cigarette. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the otherwise silent office. The man's eyes narrowed as he looked up, a question forming on his lips. He recognized the newcomer, a young man named Hakjin, and a wave of surprise washed over him. Hakjin stood at the doorway, his expression unreadable. The man, clearly surprised by the unexpected visit, questioned his presence. A young man with blood-stained bandages covering his eyes appeared, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A fiery aura surrounded him. The man in the office watched, his expression shifting to one of confusion and suspicion. A bloody knife was shown, dripping with fresh blood. The man's gaze hardened, his expression turning serious as he considered the implications of what he had just witnessed. A young man, Soo-hye and Kim, lay on the ground, blood staining his clothes. A bandage covered his eyes, obscuring his gaze. The narration stated that if an awakened used their abilities on someone, he was surrounded by the aftermath of a brutal fight. A large sword lay embedded in the ground near two lifeless bodies. The text continued, explaining what would happen if that awakened died. Soo-hye's face, partially obscured by the bandage, held a grim expression. A faint smile played on his lips. He wondered, as the narration box stated, if the awakened's ability would disappear upon their death. The scene shifted to a man with a stern expression, his face partially visible. He seemed to be observing Su Haiyan from a distance. A close-up of the man's mouth showed a slight grimace. Another man, with spiky green hair and a menacing grin, appeared. He questioned what Su Haiyan intended to do with the information he now possessed. The green-haired man leaned back, a smug look on his face as he pondered Su Haiyan's next move. A young woman, her face partially obscured, spoke urgently into her phone. Her voice was filled with worry and distress as she continued her call. On a television screen, a news report detailed an attack at the Sungil Hospital in Gangnam. The report stated that an awakened individual was responsible, but there were no casualties. The news anchor continued, explaining that the Awakened Management Association was investigating the situation. The news report showed a picture of Choi Hak-jun of the Aries Guild, who was identified as the suspected awakened. The young woman's phone call went to voicemail. She whispered Hak-jun's name, a mixture of concern and suspicion in her tone. Then, she questioned what he was up to. A man's hand, clenched into a fist, appeared against a dimly lit doorway. He pleaded silently, his unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. "Please pick up my call." Inside the apartment, a young woman with long, light brown hair stared at her phone, a look of utter confusion on her face. She muttered to herself, clearly surprised by the call. The woman's worry deepened as she processed the information. The target of the recent attack in Anyang was an awakened. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair appeared in the doorway, his expression serious. He revealed that the awakened was heavily involved in the outbreak. The young man, Kim Soo-hyun, smiled faintly, his eyes betraying a hint of something unreadable. He introduced himself calmly, his voice even and controlled. Peeking through the doorway, the woman watched him with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Soo-hyun offered a polite apology for the unexpected visit, offering her a cup of coffee. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat across from a woman in a cafe. She reassured him, mentioning that he was quite famous and that she had heard many stories about him from a mutual acquaintance named Hak-jun. He expressed surprise at her words. The woman continued, explaining that Hak-jun had often spoken of Su Haiyan, describing him as someone Hak-jun aspired to be like. She paused, taking a sip of her drink before proceeding. The woman then mentioned the news reports about Hak-jun's attack on Su Haiyan, but she expressed doubt about Hak-jun's involvement. Su Haiyan, deep in thought, stated that Hak-jun was not the type of person to commit such an act. He admitted uncertainty about the specifics, but he did have some understanding of the situation. The woman revealed that Jang Dong-young was blackmailing Su Haiyan using a special medicine. She surmised that Hak-jun's visit was likely due to orders from a guild. She added that Hak-jun appeared desperate during his visit. Su Haiyan stood amidst the rubble, his silhouette cast long and somber against the desolate landscape. He gripped his sword, his internal monologue a stark reflection of his resolve. If he continued to rely on others, he would never truly stand on his own. Yin Xiang reflected on Hak-jun's actions. Although Hak-jun had offered to help, he hadn't explicitly asked for Yin Xiang's assistance. Yin Xiang continued his internal monologue, noting the difficulty he had in dissuading Hak-jun from his course of action. Yin Xiang explained her decision to seek out Su Haiyan, believing it was the best course of action given the circumstances. Yin Xiang's thoughts turned to her desire to understand the full story, including Su Haiyan's feelings. Yin Xiang expressed her feelings of security and comfort in Su Haiyan's presence. Su Haiyan and Yin Xiang sat together, their hands clasped, a silent understanding passing between them. Together, they sat in quiet contemplation, hoping to find answers. A single word escaped Yin Xiang's lips, a plea for help. Su Haiyan sat across from a young woman with long brown hair, her back to the viewer. The atmosphere was tense. She reflected on her inability to fight alongside him. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she pleaded. A young man with pink hair and a sword appeared, demanding that Hak-jun be left alone. Su Haiyan listened intently. He expressed his satisfaction at hearing her request. Su Haiyan remained silent, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a man with spiky blonde hair and a stern expression charged towards them. He moved with surprising speed. A man in a suit unleashed a powerful kick, the force of the blow sending his opponent reeling. The impact sent the younger man crashing to the ground. He fell, his legs splayed out. Meanwhile, the young man's eyes burned with a fierce green light, his face contorted in pain and anger. The suited man watched, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he let out a hearty laugh. He called out to the injured young man, his voice laced with a mixture of concern and mockery. The suited man expressed his disappointment in the young man's actions, highlighting the poor decision he had made. He scoffed, reminding the young man that despite his increased strength, he was still no match for him. Lying on the ground, the young man cursed his inability to move. Su Haiyan felt a searing pain, as if thorns were piercing his body. He willed his body to move, a silent plea escaping his mind. Jang Dong-young, a man with a stern expression and a goatee, sneered down at Su Haiyan. He pointedly highlighted the vast difference in their strength. Dong-young casually mentioned that he could kill Su Haiyan without even trying. Su Haiyan, his face contorted in pain, hissed at Dong to be quiet. Dong, seemingly unfazed, sat calmly and mentioned Yunxian's disease. Su Haiyan, filled with rage, accused Dong of poisoning Yunxian. He further condemned Dong for causing all the problems. Dong admitted that his actions were under the guise of recruiting Su Haiyan into the guild. Dong nonchalantly shrugged off his actions, claiming he didn't even remember them. Su Haiyan, the former hero Song-in Kim, found himself on the floor, his body weakened and stained with a strange green substance. He reflected on his past failure. But I was weak. A powerful force slammed into him, sending him sprawling across the room. The impact left a trail of the same green substance. He gritted his teeth, urging himself onward. A single word echoed in his mind: focus. Despite his injuries, Su Haiyan clenched his fists, his gaze hardening. He muttered, Choi Hak-jun. It's different now. A shadowy figure loomed behind him, a ghostly echo of his past self. He felt a surge of power. With newfound strength, Su Haiyan drew his sword, the blade shimmering with an ethereal glow. You have. He lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion. His opponent, Choi Hak-jun, barely had time to react. Su Haiyan's face, partially obscured by a bandage, was contorted in a grimace of determination, blood trickling from a fresh wound. Choi Hak-jun, weakened and on the verge of defeat, let out a desperate cry. Let's die together, Zhang Dong. A man with short, light brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard stared intently, his expression serious and unwavering. He wore a light blue suit, his posture suggesting authority and confidence. His eyes, sharp and piercing, were the only visible feature above a dark, wide-brimmed hat. He commanded, Stop making me repeat myself. The man's voice was laced with barely contained anger as he added, You're too arrogant. With a flick of his wrist, the man made a dismissive gesture. The man in the suit was suddenly thrown backward, a spray of blood erupting from his chest as he crashed to the ground. He landed hard, the impact jarring. More blood splattered across the floor. A young man, his face partially obscured by blood and bandages, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain. He gasped, his breathing ragged and shallow. A large sword, gleaming with a cold light, landed beside him. A pained groan escaped his lips. Cag! The scene opens with a pair of worn sneakers lying on the ground, their owners seemingly incapacitated nearby. Above them, a pair of polished leather shoes stands in stark contrast, belonging to someone who clearly holds a position of power. A dismissive thought echoes in the air. Such an idiot. A hand, emanating an eerie green and purple glow, appears. The hand's owner speaks, a cruel smirk implied. Did you really think there was only one kind of poison? The hand continues to glow menacingly. A voice explains, there are poisons that continuously damage the target like the one I gave your loved one. A young woman clutches her chest, clearly in pain, as the effects of the poison become apparent. A young man lies on the ground, seemingly succumbing to a sudden, violent explosion of energy. The voice continues, but there are also poisons that can build and be detonated to cause serious damage. The scene shifts. A man, seemingly the victim's father, stands over his son, his face a mask of grim determination. He speaks. I knew you'd try to fight back. The man continues, his voice laced with cold calculation. Which is why I poisoned you whenever I could. The man's hand reaches out, a gesture of chilling control. He mocks his son's attempts at concealment. You should have taken some acting classes if you were trying to hide it from me. The man, dressed in a sharp suit and doctor's coat, approaches, his movements suggesting a predatory intent. A young man with reddish-brown hair, wearing a dark hoodie, was sent flying backward by a powerful force. He crashed through a table, debris scattering around him. From the other side of the room, a man in a suit aimed a pistol, his expression grim. He landed hard, his head hitting the ground. A bloody bandage covered his forehead. The young man lay on the ground, his face pale, blood staining the bandage. His vision blurred, the world fading around him. He could barely make out the shapes around him. His vision continued to blur. He thought, I can't kill Zhang Dong. His thoughts drifted to another failure. In the end, I can't cure Yunxian's disease. A young woman with long, light pink hair stood in a dimly lit space. She reflected on her decision. I knew that Yunxiang would be alone if I came here and failed. Yet she continued, and yet, I still decided to come here idiotically. The young man fell, his body limp, the world fading to white. Song-in, his body battered and broken, lay on the ground. A single, pained whisper escaped his lips. Yunxian, I'm sorry. In his dying moments, a chilling realization washed over him. He understood that his death was not the end, but a means of escape from the crushing weight of reality. A surge of energy erupted from him as he transitioned. Elsewhere, a man in a sharp suit stood amidst a chaotic scene, a smirk playing on his lips. He chuckled a low, self-satisfied sound. The man pondered the unusual number of visitors that day. Meanwhile, a pair of worn sneakers appeared on the floor, suggesting a recent arrival. Su Haiyan, now in his new reality, felt a sense of isolation. He was alone and seemingly without help. Song-in Kim, or rather, Soo-hyun Kim, as he was now known, stood in a dimly lit office, his back to the viewer. He was dressed in a dark suit, his shoulders slumped slightly. The air crackled with tension. A man with short, brown hair and a goatee, dressed in a suit, observed Soo-hyun with a look of surprise and suspicion. On the floor lay a young man with red hair, partially obscured by a bandage on his forehead. Blood stained his clothes. The suited man addressed him, questioning if they had met before. Soo-hyun's face was partially visible, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He revealed himself, his eyes gleaming with a confident intensity. He simply stated, "I'm here." Soo-hyun approached, his hands in his pockets, his intention clear. He stated his purpose, to join the guild. A man in a suit, his expression one of surprise, stared intently at something out of frame. On the floor lay a young man with red hair, bleeding profusely. The suited man questioned if they had met before. A mysterious figure, only their mouth visible, smiled subtly. Another young man, this one with dark hair and intense eyes, declared, "I'm here." He stated his intention to join a guild. He presented an application. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat across from a sharply dressed man in a dimly lit room. He admitted to himself that he never expected to find himself in this situation. The man observed Soo-hyun, noting his distance from the awakened guilds. He found it surprising that Soo-hyun would come to him on his own terms. In a separate room, a wounded young man lay on the floor, his injuries suggesting a recent struggle. Soo-hyun's gaze was fixed on the injured man, his expression unreadable. The man, intrigued by Soo-hyun's unexpected visit, expressed his curiosity. He politely inquired about the change in Soo-hyun's circumstances. Soo-hyun, acknowledging the man's awareness of his less-than-stellar reputation, subtly hinted at a misunderstanding. The man leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to be considering Soo-hyun's words carefully. Soo-hyun countered, suggesting a possible misinterpretation of his character. Soo-hyun clarified that while he wasn't a paragon of virtue, he also disliked the notion of heroism and similar ideals. He emphasized the importance of mutual understanding and a shared objective. Soo-hyun, the seemingly ordinary high school student, made a surprising declaration, "I'm willing to work with anyone." His statement was met with a thoughtful response from the man across the table. "That's some good news to hear." The man, whose name is currently unknown, seemed pleased. Soo-hyun, shifting the conversation, stated, "Let's get back to the topic at hand." He continued, "Although I usually disclose the profit distribution ahead of time." The man, seemingly unfazed, suggested, "If you would sign the application first to match your desired conditions." Soo-hyun simply replied, "I understand." Later, Soo-hyun, nursing his wounds, muttered to himself, "I can't believe it. Things are going so smoothly." The man, observing Soo-hyun's reaction, declared, "Now, let's get down to business." The man then asked Soo-hyun, "Is there anything that you want?" Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat pensively. He was, in fact, a member of the Aries Guild. He had a request. Soo-hyun wanted the guild to reverse the effects of the poison Choi Hakjin had been given. A guild representative, surprised by the request, questioned Soo-hyun's reasoning. Soo-hyun explained that he didn't believe leaving Choi Hakjin in his current state would be beneficial for the guild's operations. He added that he had personal reasons for wanting to help Hakjin. The guild representative, shrewdly, suspected Soo-hyun of wanting to use Hakjin later. The representative agreed to help, but warned that even after the poison was removed, Hakjin would still suffer lingering effects. A spectral image of Hakjin, showing the lingering effects of the poison, appeared. He didn't care. Soo-hyun Kim scoffed, "Having Choi Hakjin is much better than having 100 rank C awakened." The older man responded, "If that's the case, I'll be sure to do that." He adjusted his glasses, a smug look on his face as he addressed the younger man. Suddenly, the younger man was grabbed by the throat. He coughed, struggling for air. The older man tightened his grip, the younger man wheezing kish. He fell to his knees, blood flowing from his mouth. A green energy pulsed from the older man's hand, seeping into the younger man's body. The green energy continued to spread, consuming him. A hand, seemingly imbued with an unnatural green energy, reached down toward the prone figure. A trail of the same energy dripped from its fingertips. A man in a suit, his face etched with determination, delivered a swift kick, sending his opponent sprawling. He then announced, "All right, done." He continued, "Now then, allow me to talk about profit distribution and the guild itself." A young man with short black hair knelt beside an unconscious figure, his expression grim. The suited man from before turned and walked away. The suited man reached down and retrieved something from the unconscious figure's pocket. The young man, his face partially obscured, thought to himself, "I met." He continued his internal monologue with Gwak Yun-sun. Gwak Yun-sun's face was shown, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity, his face bruised and bandaged. The young man, his finger to his lips, signaled for silence. A man in a suit made an offer. He proposed a 70% share of all dungeon raid drops, along with the title of sub-guild leader. Across the table sat a young man, seemingly unfazed by the offer. He calmly responded that he believed it to be a pretty good deal. The young man's feet tapped lightly on the floor as he considered the terms again. 70% and the sub-guild leader position. Young Dong-young, the man who made the offer, spoke again, reiterating the terms. The young man voiced his disapproval of the way business was being conducted, questioning if this was truly a business at all. Dong-young, unmoved, declared that he did not accept losing deals. Dong-young, considering the young man's counterpoint, asked what conditions he desired. The young man, with a subtle smirk, stated his terms. He demanded 100% profit margins and the position of head guild master. Soo-hyun Kim stood before a large, imposing desk, his back to the viewer. The room was dimly lit, hinting at a clandestine meeting. A voice, seemingly from off-panel, addressed him. He turned, his face partially obscured by shadow, revealing intense, piercing blue eyes. A subtle smirk played on his lips. Another figure, shrouded in darkness, spoke, their words barely audible. A man with a goatee and a sharp gaze chuckled, his expression one of amusement and malice. The man confronted Soo-hyun, accusing him of hiding something. The goateed man's anger flared, his words laced with contempt as he accused Soo-hyun of exploiting his guild. Soo-hyun, unfazed, calmly questioned the man's amusement. The goateed man revealed Soo-hyun's past actions, highlighting his ruthlessness in building his guild. The scene showed the aftermath of Soo-hyun's actions, emphasizing the cost of his ambition. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes stood in shadow, his expression grim. He declared, "I'll use the same methods as you." He continued, his voice laced with cold confidence. "Since I'm stronger than you, I'll take over the guild." An older man with a metallic sheen to his face scoffed, dismissing the younger man's words. He said, "I didn't extort them, but fairly used them." The older man posed a rhetorical question, his tone dripping with cynicism. Do predators feel remorse when they're eating their prey? The scene shifted to a brutal depiction of a cheetah killing a gazelle. The older man's voiceover continued. "They all have no point to live, just stupid and weak idiots." He concluded his grim assessment. "They're bound to be destroyed by the natural way of life." The older man, his expression shifting to one of smug self-satisfaction, declared, "However, I managed to use them." He elaborated, "Society made them into beings that should be used. The physically weak, the mentally unprepared, the lack of knowledge." His voice boomed, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "They're a crime in this world where the winner takes all." A young man, his face obscured by shadow, stood amidst a scene of chaos and destruction. The air crackled with raw power, a testament to the brutal reality of the awakened world. He muttered to himself, "This is what the world of the awakened is like." Another figure, a man with short, dark hair, observed the scene with a detached expression. He responded, "Winner takes all, you say? You might be right." His eyes, however, held a glint of something more. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a hidden depth. He added, "However, there's one thing that you missed." The scene shifted. A young man with fiery red hair, partially obscured by a blood-stained bandage, was seen wielding a sword. He was clearly engaged in a fierce battle. The narration stated, "Sometimes they fight back in order to protect themselves." The red-haired youth moved with surprising speed and agility, his movements blurring as he launched himself forward. He was clearly targeting someone. His target was a man in a dark suit, only partially visible, but his imposing presence was undeniable. The scene implied a confrontation of significant power. A rapid succession of blows was exchanged. The red-haired youth's sword clashed against the man's unseen weapon, sparks flying. The intensity of the fight was palpable. The red-haired youth, his face streaked with blood, pressed his attack. His voice, strained but resolute, cut through the din of battle. He demanded, "I want you to tell me." Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, possessed a steely gaze that belied his youthful appearance. His eyes, a striking blue, held a depth of experience far beyond his years. He reflected on the bitter taste of defeat, a feeling all too familiar from his past life. The thought of being bested by the weak gnawed at him. With a sudden burst of motion, Soo-hyun unleashed a devastating attack. His opponent, a man in a business suit, was caught completely off guard. The force of the blow sent him sprawling, leaving a trail of blood and shattered debris in its wake. The impact of the attack resonated, leaving a lingering sense of power. A blur of motion erupted, a crimson streak across the scene. The impact was immediate and brutal. A man in a suit, his face contorted in agony, was sent flying backward, blood spraying from a deep wound. A guttural cry escaped the man's lips as he crashed to the ground. His body convulsed, blood pouring from his mouth as life rapidly ebbed away. Standing over him, a young man with red hair, his face partially obscured by a bloody bandage, glared down with intense eyes. Beside him, another young man, this one with dark hair and piercing blue eyes, watched with a stoic expression. A heavy thud echoed through the room. The red-haired youth sheathed his sword, the body of the man in the suit lying lifeless on the floor, a widening pool of blood forming around him. The dark-haired youth stood silently, observing the scene. A young man lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining his clothes. His body was still. He groaned softly, his head wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a dazed expression. He touched his head gingerly, wincing at the pain. Tears welled in his eyes. He looked at his blood-stained clothes, a question forming in his mind. Was it over? A concerned man, dressed in smart casual attire, approached him. "So SSI, what happened?" he asked. The injured young man replied, I was sure that I was dying from Young Dong-young's poison. Suddenly, the young man's body convulsed violently, blood spurting from numerous wounds, as if something was tearing him apart from the inside. A man in a suit held another man by the throat. Even after detoxification, the injured man's body was far from healed. The injured man, kneeling on the ground, noted that his wrecked body shouldn't have been healed. He couldn't feel any part of his body. His vision was also impaired. He couldn't properly see anything in front of him. The man in the suit reached out a hand. A golden light emanated from the man in the suit's hand as he touched the injured man. The golden light enveloped the injured man. The injured man's eyes snapped open, his expression one of surprise. He felt fine. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, a finger to his lips in contemplation. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, accused him. He questioned the reason behind the accusation, his brow furrowed in confusion. Another individual, his clothes stained with blood, appeared, questioning the extent of the help he was receiving. The first individual responded that while unfortunate, there was more to come. The first individual stated that now was not the time for conversation. He insisted that the matter was far from over, a surge of green energy erupting around him as he spoke. The bloodied individual laughed maniacally as a green energy wave washed over him. The first individual noted the sneak attack, seemingly pleased. An older man, his chest wounded, revealed that he had been training the bloodied individual, Hakjin, for this moment. Soo-hyun, now in his adult form, activated his ability Hemostasis. The display showed his magic rank as 2 and his proficiency at 0. A detailed description of Hemostasis appeared. Level 9, 55% proficiency, healing external wounds, with healing speed increasing based on proficiency. He was surprised. He knew Soo-hyun could handle poison and medicine, but he didn't know he had healing abilities too. Another man, Young Dong-young, confronted him. Dong-young warned Soo-hyun to stop, stating that he had no chance in a 2-on-1 fight against him and Kim Soo-hyun. Dong-young offered a chance for Soo-hyun to repent for his sins in jail if he surrendered. Soo-hyun was injured, coughing up blood. Dong-young laughed at Soo-hyun's weakened state. Dong-young angrily demanded Soo-hyun stop playing games. Suddenly, a monstrous creature appeared, roaring its defiance. A man, his face contorted in agony, screamed as a dark, ominous green substance spread across his body. The words "deadly poison, green zone" appeared above him. The scene shifted to an office. A man lay sprawled on the floor, engulfed in a pool of the same vibrant green poison. Another man, seemingly unaffected, stood nearby, a sword at his side, observing the scene. A third man, his face etched with worry, urgently shouted a warning to the observer. "Soo-hyun, get away." The observer, Soo-hyun, looked down at a small, glowing object in his hand, his expression one of confusion. He muttered to himself, "What's this?" His companion explained, "This is the strongest skill that Young Dong-young has." A detailed description of the skill appeared. Level 5, Deadly Poison, Green Zone. It creates an area covered in a deadly poison. The range and damage increase with the user's magic rank. Soo-hyun's companion continued. He's able to cover the entire area with a deadly poison. It's a lethal area skill. The scene shifted back to Soo-hyun and the poison man. Soo-hyun calmly responded to the man's accusation. "I guess you're right to a certain extent." Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed, and he added, "But you know what?" The scene opens with a close-up of a man in a dark suit, his expression obscured. A thought bubble appears, stating that even extortion is a possibility. The camera focuses on a man's intense gaze, his face partially obscured by shadow. A thought bubble reveals his belief that such actions are a privilege of strong. Suddenly, a man with reddish-brown hair lunges forward, a surge of green energy erupting from his hand. The green energy expands rapidly, engulfing the surrounding area. The green energy slams into another man, sending him sprawling across a desk. The impact causes a large green spill to spread across the desk. The green substance continues to spread across the desk, covering papers and a small globe. A young man with dark hair observes the scene, a questioning expression on his face. He notices that the man on the floor seems to be controlling the green poison. Meanwhile, the reddish-haired man watches intently, his expression one of intense focus. A man with blonde hair lets out a roar of rage. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a man in a suit, lunged forward, but Soo-hyun reacted swiftly, sending his attacker sprawling with a powerful kick. The green energy of Soo-hyun's attack continued to spread across the floor. He stood over his fallen foe, a grim determination etched on his face. His weapon, a sword dripping with a strange green substance, was held aloft. Observing the scene, Another young man with dark hair and striking blue eyes made an assessment. The poison seems to have an effect only on living beings, he stated. The green substance continued to spread, but the observer noted something else. He observed that both the desk and Choi Hokjin's sword remained unharmed. In that case, he muttered, a plan forming in his mind. The man in the suit writhed in agony as the green poison consumed him. Soo-hyun moved with lethal precision, his sword a blur of motion as he prepared to strike again. The man's body convulsed one last time before falling still, his life extinguished by the strange green poison. Soo-hyun, a young man with crimson hair, stared in disbelief at the older man before him. His expression was one of utter shock and confusion, a question mark practically hanging in the air above his head. The older man, his face partially obscured, smirked. He seemed amused by Soo-hyun's surprise, his words dripping with sarcasm. A dark purple energy pulsed from the older man's fingertip, forming a viscous, acidic substance. He called it the violet zone. Soo-hyun reacted instantly, deflecting the attack with a swift movement. The purple acid splattered against a nearby surface. The force of the impact sent a shock wave through the room. Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He was clearly surprised, but not defeated. He drew his sword, preparing for a counterattack. Soo-hyun, the seemingly ordinary high school student, experienced a sudden flash of understanding. He muttered to himself, I get it now. His insight was triggered by the sight of Kim Soo-hyun, a powerful awakened, demonstrating his abilities. Soo-hyun was simultaneously attacking and defending against living targets while using a poison skill within a designated green zone. The narration continued, explaining that Soo-hyun also employed an acid skill, creating a violet zone to protect himself from surprise attacks. Soo-hyun's mastery of these two skills was impressive, but another awakened, Kim Soo-hyun, interrupted with a sarcastic remark. Kim Soo-hyun, you might be considered one of the best, but aren't you a little boring to be considered a hero? An older awakened man, seemingly the leader of a guild, reacted angrily to Soo-hyun's actions, challenging him. Do you really think you can take my guild away from me like this? Soo-hyun, observing the confrontation, silently corrected himself. Wrong. He realized the answer to his previous question was right in front of him. The scene shifted to show a close-up of a man in a suit, suggesting a moment of anticipation. Suddenly, another young man appeared, seemingly injured and covered in blood, adding a new layer of tension to the situation. Soo-hyun, the seemingly ordinary high school student, felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Blood welled up, staining his clothes as he gasped for air. He stared at his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. A wave of confusion washed over him as he wondered if this was some sort of strange illness. Before him, a monstrous shadow loomed, its immense size dwarfing the young man. The creature's form was vaguely reptilian, with multiple limbs and a terrifying maw. Soo-hyun's eyes widened further as he recognized the power emanating from the beast. He realized, with a jolt of recognition, that it was the skill from Anyang. A word formed on his lips, a whisper barely audible. Transformation. Instantly, he recalled the name of the technique, trait, blood needle spears. With a surge of power, Soo-hyun launched himself into the air, dozens of crimson spears erupting from his body, each one aimed at the monstrous creature. The impact sent the creature reeling, its massive form momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack. Soo-hyun's eyes glowed with a fierce determination, his gaze fixed on his foe. He was ready for whatever came next. A pair of crimson eyes, filled with barely contained rage, glared from the shadows. The owner of the eyes was obscured, but their intensity spoke volumes. A voice, laced with derision, cut through the darkness. If you're so strong. Soo-hyun, a young man with striking blue eyes, smirked. A crimson energy pulsed in his outstretched hand. Dodge all of these. A wave of crimson energy erupted from within Soo-hyun, the high school student. Red lines of power pulsed outwards, radiating from his very being. The energy manifested as sharp, crimson lines extending from his outstretched hand. Soo-hyun stood, his expression resolute, as the energy surged around him. He seemed to be in control of this sudden power. With a sudden, forceful movement, he unleashed the energy, sending a shockwave that slammed into an unseen assailant. The impact sent the figure reeling, a blur of motion across the floor. The assailant, a man in a suit, crashed to the ground, a green liquid seeping from his body. Another figure, also in a suit, watched from a distance as the green liquid spread across the floor. Soo-hyun stood over his fallen opponent, his face grim, the crimson energy now fading. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a desperate struggle. He wielded a makeshift weapon, his movements a blur as he fought to evade an unseen attacker. A dark, viscous substance, possibly some kind of monster's blood, splattered across the ground. A man's voice called out, "Soo-hyun." The urgency in the tone suggested a dire situation. Soo-hyun, his face strained with exertion, was clearly overwhelmed. A hand reached for him from behind, the intent unclear. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupted from the attacker, sending him flying backward. The force of the blast was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Su-hyun watched in shock as the man was thrown back, the crimson energy engulfing him. He landed heavily, his body clearly injured. As the dust settled, a dark, ominous symbol materialized above the fallen man, a clear sign of something sinister. The attacker's face was now visible, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Blood trickled down his chin. Meanwhile, another figure emerged from the shadows, a man in a lab coat, his expression a mixture of anger and surprise. He watched the scene unfold with a grim determination. More blood dripped to the ground, the crimson liquid staining the concrete. Su-hyun, seizing the opportunity, launched a swift attack against the man in the lab coat. The speed of his movement was astonishing. A man in a suit was sent flying backwards, a trail of green slime marking his trajectory. Following closely behind, a foot came down hard, crushing more of the green substance. The attacker, a young man with reddish-brown hair, wielded a blade, challenging his opponent with a sneer. "Play with me." The man in the suit was sent flying again by a powerful blow, groaning in pain. He crashed to the ground, reaching out towards a glowing, circular object embedded in the earth. A violent energy erupted from the object, engulfing the man. He was thrown back once more, the green slime now coating his body. Observing from a distance, a young man with dark hair noted, the attack didn't go through. Meanwhile, a sinister figure watched, a cruel smile spreading across his face. A man in a dark suit, his face partially obscured, loomed over someone unseen. He scoffed, "Looks like you're all talk." The man grinned, revealing sharp teeth. "My poison can both attack and defend. It's perfect." The other person, a young man with dark hair, responded quietly, "You're right." The man observed, "Your skill is hard to deal with." However, a surge of blue energy erupted from the young man, startling the suited man. The young man declared, "I could just burn it all." He was engulfed in a brilliant blue flame. The scene opens with Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, engulfed in a swirling vortex of vibrant blue energy. His face is partially obscured by a dark mask. The intensity of the blue energy intensifies, radiating outward in powerful waves. The energy continues to surge, its powers seemingly limitless. From the heart of the energy, a figure emerges, a man in a dark suit, his back to the viewer. Su-hyun watches from a distance, his expression unreadable. A burst of manic laughter echoes from the man in the suit. The man turns, his face contorted in a ferocious grin, his body still radiating the intense blue energy. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. A sudden, violent surge of red energy erupts from Su-hyun, contrasting sharply with the blue energy surrounding the other man. The red energy engulfs the man in the suit, seemingly overpowering the blue energy. A wave of energy, dark and ominous, pulsed through the air. The force of the impact shattered the room, sending debris flying. From the center of the chaos, a figure emerged, radiating an intense blue light. The man, dressed in a suit, was visibly injured, his body surrounded by the same blue energy that had destroyed the room. He coughed, blood staining his expensive suit as he struggled to maintain his composure. The blue energy subsided, leaving behind a dark, viscous green substance. Elsewhere, a young man with reddish-brown hair stared in shock as a skill activated. The green substance flowed towards him, a sinister tide of poison returning to its source. He was critically injured and unable to sustain the skill. Song-in Kim, the world's last hope, lay impaled, his body embedded in a wall of jagged stone and dark, viscous liquid. His eyes were closed, his breath shallow. Above him, a voice declared, "This is our chance to end him." Hakjin, his face contorted in a triumphant grin, blood splattered across his features, roared, "Hakjin, in. Another figure, a young man with red hair, appeared, stating, "I'll make you an antidote." The young man continued, "Even if you kill me, the poison in Yun-sun's body won't disappear." Hakjin, his expression a mixture of malice and calculation, retorted, "Are you hoping that the poison in her body will disappear once I die? Are you willing to gamble on that?" The young man's eyes hardened. He challenged, "Wager Yun-sun's life? Or would you rather keep me alive and save Yun-sun in the process?" He responded simply, "You decide." Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted, "Stop." Su-hyun Kim, a high school student, stood there, his face streaked with blood and a grim determination etched onto his features. A man in a suit approached him, his voice firm as he urged Su-hyun to resist a malevolent influence. He addressed Su-hyun by name, his tone laced with concern. Su-hyun, ignoring the man's warning, began to walk away. As he stepped forward, a dark, viscous substance oozed from beneath his feet. His eyes widened in alarm as he saw the man's face contort in pain. Crimson veins snaked across the man's skin as the dark substance consumed him. Su-hyun's foot sank further into the spreading pool of darkness. The man, now visibly affected by the substance, groaned in agony. A man in a lab coat, his face contorted in a manic grin, addressed his opponent. He sneered, daring them to step into the poison. Despite the opponent's renowned strength, the man remained confident. He declared that even such power would be no match for his poison. A wave of golden energy washed over the man in the lab coat. His eyes widened in shock and fear. The man's face, now contorted in agony, was splattered with blood. Meanwhile, Su Hyan, his body now marked with glowing green veins, stood defiant. Su Hyan's expression remained stoic, his power radiating around him. In another location, a young man with red hair, his clothes stained with blood, stood holding a large sword. A wave of golden energy pulsed outwards, the text, the poison appearing amidst the light. The energy coalesced around Su Hyan Kim, a young man with short dark hair, as the text on him appeared above him. More golden energy swirled around Su Hyan. A nearby figure, partially visible, muttered, "It's being treated." Another young man, this one with reddish-brown hair, observed Su Hyan from a distance. He thought, "I can even sense his mana being replenished too." The reddish-brown-haired young man focused on Su Hyan's hand, glowing with the same golden energy. He realized, "It's the same as what I felt moments ago." He then stated, "This poison of yours." Su Hyan, still surrounded by the golden energy, declared, "Won't work on me." A man, his face contorted in a grimace, blood staining his clothes, stared in disbelief. His eyes were wide with shock and horror. Before him, surrounded by a brilliant, golden aura, stood a young man. He muttered, "What the hell?" The young man, still enveloped in the golden light, looked around in confusion. He wondered what was happening. He then muttered to himself, "Is that light? Poison of yours?" The intensity of the golden light increased. A single word escaped his lips, "Won't." A heavy, ornate chain, described as the treasure of the Charles clan, was shown. A detailed close-up reveals a necklace with a striking blue gem pendant. The chain is a mix of dark and light gray links, and the pendant itself is ornately designed, with a smaller, pearl-like stone near the bottom. Text describing the necklace's properties appears. It's an item that heals all injuries and dispels all debuffs, but it can only be used 5 times. It is awarded for completing the 10th stage of the second floor trial with 100% completion. A young man with short, dark hair holds the necklace, a smirk playing on his lips. He's dressed in a dark suit. The young man recounts his first use of a necklace on the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. He continues, describing his second use on the 15th floor, shown in a flashback where he is surrounded by a powerful monster, and the necklace's light envelopes him. He explains that he used the necklace a 3rd time to heal his friend, Hakjin. He reveals that he used it a 4th time to counteract poison. The young man contemplates the necklace, now with only 1 use remaining. His friend, Hakjin, looks on with concern. Su Hyan Kim, a high school student, examined a bloodied necklace in his hands. The dark stains on his hoodie hinted at a recent struggle. His face, partially obscured, showed signs of recent injury, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Another young man, seemingly uninjured, entered the room. He addressed Su Hyan, his tone a mix of concern and inquiry. Su-hyun, a young woman, Hakjin, reassured him from a distance, "Hakjin, I'll be fine." Su Hyan's focus returned to the necklace, a faint glow emanating from the pendant. He muttered to himself, "That's why you." The other young man, observing Su Hyan, offered a piece of advice. "I'm sure you know better than me where you should use that." Su Hyan, his expression grim, seemed to consider the other's words. Su Hyan clutched the necklace, his face a mask of contemplation. The bloodstains on his clothes were still visible. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded him, hinting at a hidden power. Su Hyan clenched his fist, a grim determination etched on his face. He muttered a quiet, heartfelt, "Seriously, thank you." With a swift, brutal movement, Su Hyan brought his foot down on Choi Hakjin, shattering the man's body. He looked down at the broken remains of his enemy, his voice laced with contempt as he spat out, "Choi Hakjin, you bastard." Su Hyan grabbed Choi Hakjin by the throat, tightening his grip. A choked cough escaped Choi Hakjin's lips as Su Hyan continued to exert pressure. His face contorted in agony. "Sones resolve hardant." He silently vowed, "I won't hold back anymore." His eyes blazed with a newfound intensity, reflecting the fierce power within him. Choi Hakjin, blood gushing from his wounds, gasped, "Are you planning on killing me?" Su Hyan responded calmly, "I'm the guild master of a major guild." Su Hyan pondered the implications of his actions. He mused that while a fight between awakened individuals might not concern the public, killing him would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. His opponent scoffed, highlighting his extensive network of influential contacts. He warned that even a renowned awakened rookie would face repercussions for killing him. Su Hyan, however, remained pensive, internally questioning the situation. He noted that the murder of a major guild master would be difficult to cover up. He considered the difficulty of escaping the consequences of such a crime. Then, a chilling thought occurred to him. His opponent's face contorted in shock as Su Hyan voiced a suspicion. What if the guild master had ties to the infamous Dump Guild, a notorious criminal organization? The man's shock was palpable. He was speechless. Suhayan calmly revealed that he had already investigated the connections between the two organizations. The man was visibly shaken by this revelation. Suhayan commented on the opportune timing, mentioning that he had some information to share. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke on the phone. He mentioned that the situation involved the Aries Guild. He continued, expressing certainty about a connection between the Aries Guild and another organization, the Dump Guild. The Dump Guild's limited influence in the country was explained. Its operations were primarily based in other nations. To expand their reach into Korea, the Dump Guild was using the Aries Guild as a means of infiltration. A large group of figures in suits stood behind a man with blonde hair and a stern expression. The Aries Guild was identified as the chosen route for the Dump Guild's expansion into Korea. Furthermore, the Dump Guild was exploiting the Aries Guild's intelligence network and capabilities to further their goals. A man in a suit was seen speaking to a young man, his hand resting on the younger man's head. The Dump Guild had been systematically eliminating anyone suspected of having ties to them. The situation was escalating. The young man on the phone was informed that the Dump Guild was now focusing its attention on him. A stark black and white image depicting a sense of impending danger. A man, his face contorted in pain and stained with blood, coughed weakly. He had been blackmailed, forced into committing terrible crimes, and working with a corrupt guild, resulting in the deaths of innocent people. Another man, his features equally brutal, glared down at the injured man. He declared that he had ample reason to kill him right then and there, and that he was well aware of the danger he posed. A young man with a sinister smile observed the scene. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to eliminate anyone who dared to interfere. The young man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. He considered the injured man and the other as bait. He cruelly laughed, finding amusement in their predicament. The injured man, in a desperate plea, begged him to stop. With a swift movement, the young man tightened his grip, the injured man's face contorting in agony. The young man effortlessly crushed the man's throat, ending his life. The other man, enraged, threatened to kill the young man. But the young man, seemingly unaffected, stood defiant, dark vines erupting from his body. Suhayan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, felt a sharp pain as strange, vine-like growths erupted from his face. With a surge of power, he pushed back against the agonizing tendrils, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The force of his exertion caused a shockwave that shattered the surrounding walls, revealing his immense, hidden strength. A man in a white coat, seemingly a teacher, stood stunned, witnessing the destruction wrought by Suhayan's outburst. Suhayan, now calm, looked at his hands, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The teacher, his face etched with disbelief, stammered, "The poison disappeared? Does it not work on him?" Suhayan revealed that his earlier display of vulnerability was a mere act. He calmly stated, "Your poison has no effect against my magic resistance." Suhayan's thoughts turned to something else that had piqued his curiosity. Suhayan, his face obscured by shadow, mused about his infamous poison. He wondered what would happen if he used it on his current target. The question hung in the air, unanswered, before Suhayan's gaze fell upon his target. His target, a man in a suit, looked on in confusion and alarm as Suhayan prepared to act. The word, transformation, appeared, foreshadowing the events to come. Suhayan unleashed his poison. The man's body began to contort and change, marked by the characteristic green hue of the poison. The transformation was swift and brutal, the man's features twisting into something monstrous. The man coughed, his body racked with pain as the poison took hold. His agony was evident. He cried out in pain, his body contorting further. The man coughed again, desperately gasping for air, and croaked out a plea for the antidote. Suhayan, his face grim, eyes blazing with determination, muttered to himself, "I need the antidote." A gloved hand, wielding a sleek, futuristic device, approached a glowing blue screen. The device resembled a high-tech rod. A man in a suit, his face contorted in agony, was impaled by the device. Blood streamed down his hands. A high-pitched scream filled the air. Suhayan, his expression cold and calculating, addressed the dying man. "Tisk, no can do. I'm sure you have had your fun baiting people with that antidote. Don't you think you should go through the same pain they did?" The man, writhing in pain, clutched his chest. Fragments of the blue device lay scattered around him, mixed with his blood. A guttural cry escaped his lips. "GHHH. KGHHH. HHH." The pain was overwhelming. His eyes glowed red with agony as he screamed, "It hurts." His voice was barely a whisper, "Just kill me." A young man, Suhayan Kim, stood silently, his expression unreadable, as a figure stumbled past him, bleeding profusely from a deep wound in their arm. A guttural sound escaped the injured person's lips. The sounds of pained breathing filled the air. Suhayan's eyes narrowed slightly as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. He turned his back to the injured person, a single thought occupying his mind. Suhayan entered a room, the scene within shockingly violent. 3 bodies lay sprawled across the floor, blood staining the expensive carpet. A large window had been shattered, the remnants of glass scattered around the room. A sense of grim finality permeated the atmosphere. Suhayan stood before the shattered window, his silhouette stark against the twilight sky. He seemed to be contemplating something. He looked down at the scene, his expression one of disgust. He muttered to himself, "It's too disgusting." A voiceover narrated the scene, yet he just dishes it out to other people without a care. Now it's all over. The implication was that the pain Suhayan inflicted was immense, but he showed no remorse. A surge of blue energy erupted from Suhayan's hand, taking the form of a vibrant, ethereal flame. From the flames, a majestic, azure phoenix materialized. It spread its wings, its presence filling the room. Suhayan stood in awe as the phoenix soared into the night sky above the city. Suhayan stood amidst the ruins of a building, the remnants of his past actions. He reflected on the past, the things he had done, and the methods he had used to achieve his goals. Everything he had accomplished was tainted by his shady past. The energy intensified, a destructive force building. A wave of blue energy washed over the city, emanating from Suhayan. He resolved to erase the mistakes of his past, to cleanse his name and atone for his actions. A powerful beam of blue energy shot from the sky, striking a building. A colossal surge of blue energy erupted from the top of a skyscraper, its intense light momentarily eclipsing the city skyline. The building stood tall and imposing against the twilight sky, a silent sentinel before the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, a wave of crimson energy countered the blue, the clash threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. The impact was cataclysmic. The skyscraper crumbled under the immense pressure, debris raining down upon the city below. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the scene, leaving only the lingering aftereffects of the devastating energy collision. A wave of golden energy washed over the scene. At its center stood a young woman with long blonde hair, a serene expression on her face as the light enveloped her. A young man with reddish-brown hair, his clothes stained with what appeared to be blood, stood before her, his expression one of concern. The woman's eyes fluttered open, a look of surprise crossing her features. Her expression shifted, a slight frown replacing the surprise. A small smile played on her lips as she seemed to come to a decision. The young man's face contorted in a grimace, his eyes wide with alarm. He looked around wildly, his gaze settling on the kitchen. Suhayan Kim, a young man with reddish-brown hair, embraced Yoon's son, a girl with long, light orange hair. They stood in what appeared to be a school hallway. Still embracing, Suhayan confessed his inability to have managed without her help. Yoon's son responded that she wasn't the only one who had helped him. Others had as well. Suhayan explained that this was why he intended to stop regretting the past, mirroring how others had helped him, and he would help people too. The two stood close, their foreheads touching, a moment of quiet understanding passing between them. Yoon's son reminded Suhayan, whose name is Hakjin, of her previous advice, not to try to do everything alone. Yoon's son admitted she couldn't fight alongside him, but she promised to encourage him along the way. Suhayan, now going by his alias Suhyun, simply replied, "Okay." Later, Suyeon stood alone, contemplating. He noted that Hakjin had arrived safely, and Yoon's son appeared to be doing well. A young man, speaking on his phone, asked if there was anything to report. He received a simple fine in response. Elsewhere, a young man with pink hair and a pained expression was comforted by a young woman with long orange hair. The young man from the phone call reflected on the good times, noting that those he wanted to share the news with looked so happy. The date was January 1st, 2023. News reports announced that the Aries Guild had fallen apart. The Aries Guild headquarters building in Gangnam, Seoul, had collapsed, with smoke and debris billowing from the scene as emergency responders arrived. A news anchor announced that they were moving on to the next piece of news. The news report detailed that the previous night, around 9 p.m., reports came in about the collapse of the Aries Guild headquarters building. A city skyline is shown, with a large building damaged by an apparent explosion. Fire trucks and emergency vehicles surround the scene. Authorities confirmed there were no casualties. The body of Jong Dong-young, the awakened guild master, was discovered at the base of the damaged building. Police officers secured the area around the body, which lay marked on the ground. The investigation was underway. Investigators concluded that Jong Dong-young died from the impact of the fall, but noted signs of struggle. Inside a dimly lit room, a man watched the news report on a television screen. The man, seated in a comfortable chair, calmly switched off the television. Another man, seated at a desk, addressed someone. The man at the desk asked for an explanation from Mr. Suhyun. Mr. Suhyun, a young man in a sharp suit, sat calmly, seemingly unfazed by the inquiry. Suhayan, a young man with dark hair, sat calmly. He had already informed Kim Do-I of the events. He maintained that his actions were necessary. His actions, however, were far more serious than he let on. He had trespassed into the guild headquarters, murdered the guild master, and destroyed the building. An older man, his face etched with anger, confronted Suhayan. He declared that Suhayan's actions constituted a terrorist attack. It was revealed that Zhang Donyang, using his abilities, had been involved in blackmail and extortion. The accusers knew of the Ares Guild's criminal activities in the underworld, yet they had remained inactive. Su Haiyan, however, believed his actions had benefited the association. Su Haiyan's expression turned thoughtful. He questioned whether the situation was too difficult for them to handle. Another man, wearing glasses, listened intently. The older man accused Su Haiyan of being adept at making excuses, referencing the Anyang incident. A man in a suit sat in a chair, a look of disapproval on his face. He clicked his tongue, muttering that the other party had gone too far. Another man, older and stern-faced, demanded to know the main point and requested evidence to support the accusations. A younger man with dark hair and sunglasses responded that even if the Ares Guild had committed illegal acts, it didn't justify the current actions. The younger man challenged the older man's authority to judge the Ares Guild. The older man questioned the younger man's delusion of being a hero, implying that his popularity stemmed from support during the Anyang incident. The younger man, visibly shocked, asked the older man what he meant. He muttered the word hero to himself, a hint of bitterness in his tone. The younger man sighed, stating that he never asked for any of this, but some things never change. He sat back in his chair, lost in thought. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat quietly, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured a single word, barely audible, "Nice." His gaze shifted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He mused to himself, finding the situation interesting but repetitive. Another man, older and wearing glasses, looked on with a concerned expression. He spoke Su Haiyan's name, a hint of worry in his tone. Su-hyun. Su Haiyan, still reflecting, began to explain something crucial about himself. He stated that there was one thing people didn't know about him. He continued, revealing a surprising truth. "I'm the farthest away from what people would consider a hero, risking your life to save the world and help others. Did I do all of that out of pure philanthropy?" Surrounded by countless outstretched hands, a symbol of the lives he'd saved, Su Haiyan contemplated his past actions. He reflected on his motivations. His internal monologue continued. "The more I thought about it, the more I realized that wasn't the case. I did it because I want to and no one else could." Back in the present, Su Haiyan addressed the older man, summarizing his past actions. "All I've done so far," he concluded, revealing his core philosophy, "is follow my instincts." A man, his face obscured, warned two unseen individuals to be cautious. A declaration of intent filled the air. "I will do anything I desire." The same man, his back to the viewer, stated his willingness to go as far as killing, if necessary. His profile revealed a face etched with grim determination, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. A burst of laughter escaped him, a sound devoid of mirth. Seated at a desk, the man chuckled, chiding the others for taking his words too seriously. Two other men stood nearby, their expressions unreadable. One of the men, standing, spoke, pointing out the awkwardness of the hero title and the potential for insult. The seated man offered a solution. He could use his influence to help, under one condition. He explained that he could ensure the incident was covered up, but only if a certain condition was met. Su Haiyan Kim, a young man with dark hair and intense blue eyes, stood in a dimly lit room, his expression a mixture of contemplation and weariness. He appeared troubled, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He was in a tense meeting with an older man in a suit. The older man questioned him about the circumstances of his becoming an awakened, implying a deliberate plan. Su Haiyan, understanding the man's intentions, rejected his offer to be used for their purposes. He refused to be a pawn in their game. The older man, surprised by Su Haiyan's defiance, tried to stop him from leaving. He insisted that Su Haiyan's actions constituted a serious crime, regardless of his abilities. He pressed Su Haiyan to understand the gravity of the situation. The older man warned Su Haiyan that even his considerable strength would be insufficient without the support of the Awakened Association. Su Haiyan, seemingly unfazed, calmly checked his phone. He then stated his concern for civilian safety as his reason for his actions. The older man looked at Su Haiyan with a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding. A close-up revealed a man's face, etched with worry. His eyes were wide, reflecting a deep sense of urgency. The words, 500,000 people are in danger, hung in the air, a stark warning. Su Haiyan Kim, a young man with dark hair, stared at his phone, a look of dawning realization on his face. He thought, is this the conversation I had with Lee Juho? He continued to read the message. The text read, "Don't tell me what's possible or not. Do you still remember your attitude during the Anyang incident?" Su Haiyan looked at his phone again, the time displayed as 10 hours, 32 minutes, 66 seconds. He thought, even if the people die, it's not my responsibility. The man from the first panel, his face now contorted in anger, glared intensely. The man demanded, "What do you want?" Su Haiyan pondered, the awakened that killed the guild master of a major crime syndicate versus the director of the association who cares about the safety of the public. I wonder who the public would hate more. Su Haiyan thought, I don't think there's much that I really need. The man reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "What?" An enraged man, his face contorted in fury, slammed his fist on the desk. He warned whoever was blackmailing him that retaliation would follow. He muttered to himself, dismissing the threat as a mere joke. A figure, partially obscured, urged against overreacting. The man's anger flared again, his clenched fist trembling with barely contained rage. A high-pitched scream echoed, piercing the air. The camera shifted to a tall, imposing building, standing against a clear blue sky. A young man with short, dark hair walked purposefully down hallway. The man's internal monologue revealed his concern about having gone too far, but he was quickly reassured by the older man's insistence on keeping the matter secret. He justified his actions as a lesson for the blackmailer. He reflected on the blackmail attempt, concluding that his actions had resolved the situation. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, walked purposefully through the city. He muttered to himself, deciding to avoid any trouble for the time being, opting to simply observe the situation until things escalated. Soo-hyun reflected on the weight of the title hero, a title that had once haunted him, leading him to flee. A woman's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to become a hero, specifically mentioning the name Sun Jin. Soo-hyun's internal conflict was evident. Despite his reservations, a shift occurred within him. A young child approached him, beaming, and declared him their savior. Another man, with short brown hair and a serious expression, thanked Soo-hyun for his help. A man in armor, his face partially obscured by the light, expressed his gratitude, calling Soo-hyun his hero. The armored man's words resonated deeply, solidifying Soo-hyun's role as a hero in their eyes. Soo-hyun, his face grim, clenched his fist. A surge of determination coursed through him. He muttered, "Really?" He looked down at his hands, a faint tremor in his fingers. The recent ordeal left its mark. A visible bruise darkened his cheekbone. His mother smiled warmly at him from across the kitchen. He whispered, "Thank you." She responded gently, "Thanks for saving me, son." Soo-hyun resolved within himself, "If what I want to do is walk down the path of a hero." A figure stood with his back to the viewer, silhouetted against a bright, ethereal light. He wore a sharp, dark suit. The figure turned slightly, revealing a serious expression and dark hair. The light seemed to emanate from him. Soo-hyun's inner voice declared, "Then a hero is what I'll be." The title card for the series appeared, "The Hero Returns." The scene shifted to a cavernous underground space, dimly lit by a series of elaborate chandeliers hanging from the high ceiling. A single word echoed in the silence. "Really?" The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the camera panned to reveal more of the vast, subterranean expanse. A voice, filled with disbelief, cut through the silence. "You're telling me that Jong Dong-young died?" The scene changed abruptly. Several figures, their backs to the viewer, sat around a richly appointed table, engaged in a meal. The atmosphere was one of quiet intensity. The camera focused on a pair of feet, clad in dark shoes and trousers, resting on the floor beneath the table. The legs belonged to one of the seated figures. A woman with long, dark hair, her face partially obscured by shadow, spoke softly, a hint of satisfaction in her tone. "Oh my, that's perfect." She continued, her words laced with a chilling finality. "I couldn't tolerate the things that he was doing." A gruff voice, filled with disbelief, interrupted. "Are you joking?" A subordinate reported that one of their entry routes into Korea had been compromised. Seated on a throne, a figure dismissed the news with a dismissive, "It doesn't matter." The figure continued, stating that even without a certain individual, their plans would remain unchanged. However, they showed concern regarding Kim Soo-hyun, whose photograph was held in hand. One of the figures commented that Kim Soo-hyun was becoming a nuisance. Another inquired if it was true that he had gone to the tower, receiving confirmation that it was his last known destination. Orders were given to assign a surveillance team. Instructions were given to report back when Kim Soo-hyun left the tower. After that, a photograph of Kim Soo-hyun was discarded. A powerful energy surge was depicted. A blur of motion, a sudden impact. A dark, powerful force struck, sending a shock wave rippling outwards. Following the blow, a figure, seemingly enveloped in a dark envelope, was impaled by a long, slender object. From the shadows, a voice declared, "We'll take care of him." A large, ominous hand reached down from the darkness, its presence filling the frame. Following the Ares Guild's fall, a figure stood silhouetted against the turbulent, green backdrop. A large red X marked his presence. Public opinion on Soo-hyun became sharply divided. A young man, his back to the viewer, stood in a contemplative pose. The question hung in the air. Was he a hero? Or was he simply an evil entity, flaunting his power? The narrative shifted to a formal setting. A voice declared him the hero who saved Anyang. Without Kim Soo-hyun's intervention, 600,000 lives would have been lost. A man in a suit and glasses spoke, emphasizing Soo-hyun's decisive actions and strength. The conclusion was clear: a hero. A man's face contorted in a furious grimace, his eyes wide with barely contained rage. He voiced his opinion of Kim Soo-hyun, a power-hungry individual who constantly sought to show off his abilities. The speaker continued, emphasizing the Ares Guild's importance in dungeon exploration. But this man, he argued, had brought down an entire guild, yet faced no consequences for his actions. Instead, he received preferential treatment in dungeon exploration. He pointed out that Kim Soo-hyun had received special dispensation to explore dungeons, despite only being a rank C awakened. The number of dungeons he had cleared, including Anyang, was already in the dozens. If he truly desired power, the speaker reasoned, he would have attempted the Tower of Trials. Why bother with dungeons? The heated discussion continued as Kim Soo-hyun went into hiding. However, a hand, clad in dark clothing, gripped a sword that pulsed with a bright blue light. The ethereal glow illuminated the scene. The camera angle shifted, revealing a figure whose head was completely wrapped in bandages, lying on the floor. The bandages were stained with blood. The bandaged figure's eyes glowed menacingly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He was clearly still alive and dangerous. Despite public rumors and criticism, he didn't care. With a swift movement, he lunged forward, his sword leaving a trail of blue energy as he engaged the bandaged assailant. His blue eyes narrowed in focus as he prepared for the attack. The intensity of his gaze was palpable. He moved with incredible speed, his sword a blur as he effortlessly deflected blows from multiple opponents. The fight was fierce and unrelenting. Soo-hyun, his dark hair tousled, moved with impossible speed, deflecting blows from several shadowy figures. He wielded a glowing blue energy blade, his movements precise and deadly. His only thought was to finish this. A powerful energy surge erupted from him, pushing back the attackers. He landed, his foot crushing the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the area. Soo-hyun stood, his expression unreadable, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had done it. Again. Seated amidst the fallen foes, Soo-hyun leaned against a large sword. A digital display announced his victory. You have defeated the boss. 100% completion. He reflected on the task ahead, his thoughts turning to what he needed to do next. A message appeared on a screen. Awakened, Kim Soo-hyun is returning to reality. The Bumchin Cafe stood on a quiet street, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. Inside, a man with short, dark hair sat hunched over a laptop, his brow furrowed in concentration. A half-empty cup of coffee sat beside him. He looked up as someone called out to him. A young man with reddish-brown hair approached, a curious expression on his face. He asked what the other man was doing there. The first man replied that he was still working, even after traveling so far. He pointed out that it had been a while since they last saw each other. The second man, surprised, wondered if it had been a month. The first man explained that he had to keep going to the Awakened Management Association, visit the tower, and clear dungeons. He couldn't spare more time. The second man observed that the first man was still helping Soo-hyun. The second man, holding a drink, stated that since he was already working for the first man, he might as well ask for payment. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, a faint smile playing on his lips. His expression hinted at a hidden depth, a secret only he understood. Across from him sat another young man, taking a sip from his mug. He began to speak, his tone polite but slightly hesitant. He expressed his gratitude to Soo-hyun for his help during the Aries Guild incident, emphasizing how Soo-hyun's assistance had cleared his name and allowed him to spend time with his girlfriend, Yoon-sun. The young man took another sip of his drink, a thoughtful expression on his face. He dismissed Soo-hyun's help as a debt to be repaid, and Soo-hyun readily agreed, promising to buy the next meal. The conversation shifted to Yoon-sun. The young man inquired about her well-being. Soo-hyun replied that she was doing well, but added that, now that he was attempting to return to the tower, she was actively trying to stop him. The young man responded that this was good news. Suddenly, another young man called out to Soo-hyun, questioning his lateness. Soo-hyun explained that he had visited his mother, prompting a sarcastic remark from the other young man about using that as an excuse. Soo-hyun Kim sat at a cafe table with two friends. One friend asked if he had settled back in his life, and Soo-hyun confirmed that he had some things to take care of. His friend asked what kind of things. Soo-hyun's friend scolded him for stealing food, but Soo-hyun simply stated that he was fine. Soo-hyun asked his friends to examine something on his laptop. They looked at the screen with a mixture of curiosity and concern. One of Soo-hyun's friends gasped in surprise at what was shown on the laptop screen. Soo-hyun showed a glowing orb to his friends. Soo-hyun's friends reacted with shock and disbelief upon seeing the orb, exclaiming that it was the egg of a divine beast. They asked where he got it. Soo-hyun explained that he obtained the egg after clearing the 10th floor of a dungeon. His friends were astonished, noting that it was a super rare item with special powers. One of Soo-hyun's friends asked if this was what he had to take care of. Soo-hyun explained that the egg hadn't reacted to anything since he got it, but it started reacting while he was clearing the 20th floor. A notification appeared, stating that the egg of a divine beast was warming up. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone in a cafe, reflecting on recent events. He summarized the situation to himself. Nothing much had happened since then. He and a companion, a young man with reddish-brown hair, were discussing a mysterious egg. The reddish-brown-haired young man suggested seeking expert advice, given its nature as a living entity. Their proposed expert was revealed to be Song Hyun-ki, an S-ranked awakened, whose imposing presence was shown alongside a powerful-looking dragon. Song Hyun-ki, a man with striking white hair, sat upon a throne, a powerful dragon subtly visible behind him. He was the ideal candidate to consult. The reddish-brown-haired young man explained that Song Hyun-ki was the most knowledgeable person regarding divine beasts. However, the other young man, with short, dark hair, pointed out a significant challenge. Song Hyun-ki's reputation for refusing requests, stemming from his wealthy background. His lack of affiliation with any guild or association made contacting him even more difficult. The reddish-brown-haired young man, undeterred, asked his companion if he had a plan. His dark-haired companion simply replied, "Don't worry." Someone commented that he was a big divine beast enthusiast. The screen displayed the words Abyss Online. A message appeared on the screen, addressed to Song Hyun-ki, stating that someone had a divine beast egg and wanted to contact him. The message read, "I have a divine beast egg. Please contact me." Someone observed that to get Song Hyun-ki's help, they would need to be patient. They believed he would come to them on his own terms. A hand held a tablet, its screen brightly lit. The tablet was placed on a surface. A young man with short, white hair and sunglasses sat looking at the tablet. A large, light gray dragon with piercing red eyes rested its head on the floor, its expression one of quiet contemplation. The dragon slowly raised its head, its gaze sharp and alert. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with silver hair, sat calmly on a couch, a tablet resting on his lap. Beside him, the dragon's head rested on the back of the couch, seemingly docile. A man, presumably a butler, approached Soo-hyun, announcing that he had a report. The dragon let out a low growl, its red eyes flashing. Soo-hyun calmly placed a hand on the dragon's back, soothing it. Soo-hyun gestured for the butler to enter. The butler entered, apologizing for the interruption. The butler presented a tablet, seemingly containing important information. Two figures sat in a modern, dimly lit office. One was a man in a suit, the other a young man with white hair accompanied by a large, light blue dragon. The suited man reported on the young man, stating that he was a mage-based awakened, skilled in both swordsmanship and magic, and that he was officially ranked C. The white-haired young man reacted with surprise to a message he received. He was incredulous that someone would use the community chat to summon him. He pondered the fact that despite his accomplishments, his official rank remained a lowly C. The suited man clarified that the C rank was merely his official record. In reality, the young man held the number 1 rank on every floor of the Tower of Trials, up to the 29th floor. Furthermore, he was renowned for single-handedly clearing a dungeon break in Anyang. The image showed the young man midair, wielding a sword, during a powerful display of his abilities. It was clear his true rank was far higher than what was publicly known. The young man, considering this information, concluded that his true rank was likely near S. A tablet lay on a table, suggesting a recent use. The white-haired young man, still seated with his dragon companion, made a comment about how the truth is always hidden. The name Song Hyun-ki, an S-rank awakened, was mentioned. Someone commented that he was the same. A young man with short, white hair and red eyes looked intently at something unseen. He remarked that it was all the same. A man in a suit, wearing glasses, considered something. He admitted that it was what he initially thought, but the man in a suit explained that there were rumors of Song Hyun-ki visiting the association to proceed with the S-rank advancement procedure. The white-haired young man listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. The name Kim Soo-hyun was spoken. Kim Soo-hyun, along with 2 other individuals, walked away from the scene. He wondered if he would complete the S-rank advancement procedure. Kim Soo-hyun continued walking, his expression unreadable. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself surrounded by the commotion. He wondered why so many people were there. One of his friends explained that rumors of Soo-hyun's re-evaluation to an S-rank awakened had spread, despite his attempts to keep it secret. Another friend approached, his gaze fixed on a glowing egg that Soo-hyun held. He asked about the egg. Soo-hyun simply replied that it was this, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Soo-hyun planned to use the egg as bait to lure Song Hyun-ki, while someone else shouted, "It's Kim Soo-hyun." A young man, holding a camera, stood surrounded by a group of reporters. Their expressions were a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Kim Soo-hyun, a newly selected awakened, was the center of attention. The reporters bombarded him with questions about his S-rank evaluation and his plans for joining a guild. The reporters acknowledged his accomplishments in Anyang, but pressed him on how he predicted the events that transpired. Amidst the commotion, a young man with reddish-brown hair urged the crowd to step back. Another man, seemingly a superior, questioned Soo-hyun about the egg he was holding. A reporter, recognizing the egg, exclaimed that it was the subject of many rumors. Soo-hyun confirmed the reporter's suspicions. Soo-hyun revealed the egg's true nature. He declared it to be the egg of a divine beast. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, held a mysterious, glowing orb in his hand. He was determined to learn more about it. He resolved to seek out anyone with professional knowledge related to the orb. Suddenly, 2 men approached Soo-hyun, their voices filled with awe and suspicion. They questioned him about the origin of the orb, specifically wondering if he obtained it from someone named Song Hyunki. Unfazed, Soo-hyun calmly told them to leave. Alone again, Soo-hyun reflected that showing off the orb was part of a larger plan. He believed that this would draw out a specific individual. His quiet contemplation was interrupted by a sudden, aggressive confrontation. One of the men, demanding answers, addressed Soo-hyun as Kim Seung-sasai. The man drew a gun, escalating the situation dramatically. The man mentioned the Aries Guild terror incident, further emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Soo-hyun turned his back, seemingly unperturbed. Rumors spread quickly. Sources claimed Soo-hyun Kim was a terrorist responsible for bringing down a guild. A reporter, eager for a scoop, approached him, asking for his opinion on the matter. Soo-hyun, his back to the camera, remained silent, his expression unreadable as he walked away from the commotion. He continued walking, his steps measured and deliberate. Observing the scene from a distance, Soo-hyun mused that people seemed to be growing bolder. Internally, Soo-hyun questioned the validity of the accusations. He wondered if he truly was a terrorist. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he considered the implications. A voice, seemingly from within his own mind, pressed him for a decision. What would he do? The reporters, sensing something was amiss, reacted with alarm. Soo-hyun stood amidst the crowd, a faint glow emanating from him as he prepared to act. A high school hallway bustled with students. Among them, 3 young men stood out, Soo-hyun Kim, holding a small, glowing orb, a taller, red-haired companion, and a third, more stoic figure. It was tough, exclaimed the red-haired youth, giving a thumbs up. Sugyeon nadid, seemingly fast. The third young man advised, relax a little. Your public image is at an all-time low. Soo-hyun retorted, forget it. If I start worrying about things like that, I won't be able to do anything. The red-haired youth asked, impressive. So, did you accomplish what you wanted? A nearby screen displayed complex data streams. Sugyeon displayed, yeah, now that the bait is thrown, I'll just have to wait. He held the orb aloft. He added, let's see if I can catch a big one with this. 3 figures in suits approached from a distance. Soo-hyun arrived at a modern building. A man in a lab coat greeted him. Welcome, Kim Seung-sasai. The man continued, explaining that before entering the evaluation room, Soo-hyun could allow an audience to observe his S-rank evaluation. The man in the lab coat instructed Soo-hyun's companions. Only these 2 are allowed to come in. Please tell everyone else to head back. The other students reacted with surprise, exclaiming what? One of them quietly muttered, understood. 2 men in suits discussed Kim Seung-yun's actions. One wondered if he intended to join a guild, while the other considered the news a significant scoop. A phone call confirmed that Seung-yun had turned away all visitors except for his close friends. On the other end of the line, a voice responded with understanding. The Reaper Guild submaster, a man with a scar across his face, stated his intention to continue watching Seung-yun. The name Kim Seung-jun appeared on the page. Kim Seung-jun, along with several other men in suits, explained the terms and conditions for those who passed the S-rank evaluation. A man in a lab coat walked away. The details of the S-rank awakened stipend were explained. In return, all S-rank awakened would regularly enter specific dungeons as an assigned duty, rotating with others of the same rank. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a sterile, white room. The air hummed with an unseen energy. A man in a lab coat, his expression serious, addressed him. He offered to explain the nature of the test Soo-hyun was about to undergo. Soo-hyun descended a flight of stairs, his footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway. He paused at the bottom of the stairs, observing 2 figures, a man in a lab coat and another in a dark jacket. The man in the dark jacket stated that he would explain everything from there. The focus shifted to Soo-hyun, his expression unreadable. He seemed calm despite the unusual circumstances. A man in a suit approached Soo-hyun, questioning his presence. Soo-hyun identified himself as an affiliated awakened. He asserted his right to observe all tests being conducted. So is Gaze Hardant. He couldn't miss the opportunity to properly observe what was happening. The man in the suit, Kim Do-I, expressed concern, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a sterile, white room. Across from him stood a man in a dark suit, his expression unreadable. Soo-hyun internally acknowledged that this was to be expected, though he wasn't entirely sure why. The man explained that the S-rank evaluation process differed significantly from standard awakened assessments. Soo-hyun was informed that he would be undergoing a series of trials within a test tower. The evaluation would assess both his physical and magical capabilities. An image of a powerfully built man, engulfed in blue flames, appeared. This served as a visual representation of the comprehensive nature of the upcoming trials. The narrator emphasized that all factors influencing combat prowess would be rigorously tested. Soo-hyun stood before a large, transparent containment unit, his back to the viewer. He reflected on the nature of the test and the abilities of an awakened. The purpose of this evaluation was to create a standardized field where highly ranked awakened individuals could showcase their full potential, regardless of time or location. The explanation continued, revealing that the test design was the work of America's top-ranked awakened, renowned for his hallucination-based abilities. The image shows Johnny Brad, his face obscured by a dark hood, a glitch effect distorting his features. A bright blue light engulfs a space, suggesting a powerful energy surge. A young man stands within a transparent containment unit, atop a glowing circular platform. The scene suggests a technological testing chamber. A man in a suit, observing from a distance, shows a look of anticipation. The young man's face is shown in close-up. His eyes are intense, conveying a sense of determination. The close-up on the young man's face continues, emphasizing his focused expression. Two men observe a large screen displaying the young man's image in a high-tech control room. One of them says they will begin the test. The announcement to begin the test is made. The young man collapses to the ground, unconscious. The sky was a tumultuous canvas of dark clouds, heavy with an unspoken threat. Soo-hyun Kim lay on the ground, his expression one of weary contemplation. Even after all this time, the intense feeling of his recurring hallucination remained unsettling. A tremor ran through him, a subtle shift in the air preceding a sudden, violent event. His eyes snapped open, a flicker of determination in their depths. He knew it was coming, and soon. With a sudden burst of motion, he launched a powerful punch. The force of the blow sent out a shockwave, a visible ripple in the air. The impact sent Soo-hyun flying backward, but he landed gracefully, his body absorbing the force. A massive, shadowy figure materialized from the dust and debris, its form vaguely humanoid but monstrous in scale. Soo-hyun stood before the creature, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He had faced worse, and he would face this too. A powerful fist connects with something, shattering it into fragments that disperse like dust in the wind. Soo-hyun, slightly breathless, glared at his surroundings. He muttered to himself, incredulous that he wasn't even given a moment to assess the situation. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. More of the same horrifying creatures appeared, their numbers growing rapidly. Reacting instantly, Soo-hyun summoned his weapon, a glowing blue energy blade materializing in his hand. He calmly declared his readiness for battle. He assumed a fighting stance, his body tense with anticipation. Soo-hyun mused about warming up before the fight. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing a daunting challenge. To achieve an S-rank evaluation, he had to prove his ability to clear a dungeon. He was immediately thrown into a chaotic battle against a horde of monsters, their numbers overwhelming. The evaluation wasn't just about combat prowess. It also assessed survival skills in dire circumstances. Soo-hyun, despite the perilous situation, moved with surprising agility and precision, his movements suggesting a hidden strength. His physical capabilities, including his strength and endurance during attacks, were being rigorously tested. With a burst of energy, he unleashed a powerful attack, his blade cutting through multiple enemies with ease. Even his mental fortitude was being evaluated throughout this grueling ordeal. A particularly grotesque monster emerged from the shadows, its appearance hinting at the true danger he faced. The scene opens with a figure lying on the ground, blood staining the earth around them. A voice, seemingly disembodied, lists the qualities of a true hero: stamina, decision-making, composure. The voice continues, adding vision and predictability to the list of necessary traits, as a monstrous figure looms over the fallen hero. The focus shifts to a young man, his face partially obscured, blood splattered near him. He appears to be assessing the situation. The young man turns, his back now to the viewer. The voice concludes its assessment, adding boldness to the list of heroic qualities. A warning follows. The young man must beware of becoming drunk on his power or falling prey to illusions designed to test him. A bright light emanates from a dark void, symbolizing the test's intensity. The scene shifts to the young man, standing over fallen foes. A narration box reveals the staggering number of heroes who have fallen due to pride and weakness. The young man contemplates the fallen heroes, the weight of their failures heavy upon him. The number of fallen heroes is stated to be in the hundreds. The young man prepares for the next challenge, a sense of determination etched on his face. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst the chaos of a collapsing structure. A monstrous creature, partially visible, was the clear source of the destruction. A colossal, reptilian monster loomed over him, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. A voice, seemingly his own, echoed in his mind. Once you realize what you are capable of in the present. Soo-hyun stood defiant, a glowing sword materializing in his hand. The internal voice continued. Break through the unforeseeable future and survive. He gripped the sword's hilt, his knuckles white. The internal monologue concluded, and in the process, prove yourself. A powerful energy surged around him as he prepared to strike. The final words resonated. Prove that you are a hero. In a starkly different setting, a group of scientists observe a large screen displaying footage of Soo-hyun's recent battle. The images showed him effortlessly dispatching the monster. A message appeared on the screen. First test completed. Clear time 15 minutes and 48 seconds. One young man remarked on another's impressive abilities, expressing his awe with a simple wow. The scene showed two young men, one with a thoughtful expression, the other with a smirk, suggesting a contrast in their reactions to the previously mentioned impressive feat. A man ran a hand through his hair, a gesture suggesting stress or contemplation. He reflected that the current times weren't significantly better than those of the other awakened. The initial test was explained to evaluate one's ability to survive encounters with large hordes of monsters. Despite the test's nature, few managed to pass the first stage. However, a certain man had passed the test with apparent ease. He had not only passed, but seemed to have enjoyed the experience. The scene shifted to a young man gazing upward, lost in thought. A night sky, heavy with dark clouds, served as a backdrop to the unfolding events. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, lay with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. He was still, his face serene, yet a hint of unease lingered beneath the surface. A message appeared before him. The second test will now begin. Soo-hyun sat up, a long sword resting beside him. He muttered to himself, "Looks like I can't even rest." A surge of dark, crimson energy erupted from the ground around him. Soo-hyun's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and alert. He stood, sword in hand, facing shadowy figures that materialized from the crimson energy. A message appeared. The second test is to test your experience and talent for magic control. A horde of shadowy figures, cloaked in darkness and emanating a malevolent red aura, stood poised for attack. Their forms were vaguely humanoid, but their features were obscured by menacing helmets. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue energy erupted from one of the figures, causing it to disintegrate into particles of light. A young man with short, dark hair stood confidently, a small blue flame flickering in his outstretched hand. He faced the remaining shadowy figures, his expression resolute. Another shadowy figure began to crumble, its form dissolving into nothingness. Close up on the face of a shadowy figure, its glowing red eyes piercing through the darkness. The young man pondered, even if I defeat them, they restore immediately because of their cores. It looks like I'll need to find their hidden cores and destroy them in one strike for this test. He muttered to himself, magic, stamina, output rate, precision, and focus. The young man unleashed a wave of blue energy towards the remaining shadowy figures. He resolved, all of these have to be perfect. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue, erupted from Soo-hyun's hand. The force of the blast sent a shockwave across the ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake. A cloaked figure, wielding a large weapon, charged towards him. Soo-hyun was sent flying backward by the impact, blue flames trailing behind him. He spun around, narrowly avoiding another attack. His eyes narrowed in concentration. A torrent of blue energy erupted from him, engulfing his attacker. With a powerful swing, he sent the attacker flying. He landed gracefully, the blue flames now under his control. In his hand, he held a dark orb, pulsing with an ominous energy. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood poised, a surge of energy crackling around his clenched fists. His expression was one of grim determination. He muttered to himself, needing to finish quickly. Turning his back to a horde of monsters, Soo-hyun prepared himself. A dark energy swirled at his feet. In a sterile observation room, a digital display announced the completion of the second test, clocking in at 17 minutes and 3 seconds. Two observers watched the monitor, one letting out a quiet chuckle. One of the observers questioned the other about his intentions in fighting such a powerful opponent. The other observer explained that he had no choice and was surprised by Soo-hyun's strength. One of the observers concluded that Soo-hyun was even stronger than before. He mused that the others involved must also be surprised. Inside a brightly lit, modern facility, three figures observed a monitor. One, dressed in a lab coat, mused that the subject's presence was unlikely to be solely for assessment purposes. Soo-hyun Kim, the subject in question, stood with his back to the observers, seemingly unaware of their scrutiny. Meanwhile, another observer speculated that the director had sent Soo-hyun to uncover his weaknesses. One of the observers commented that while the first test required time to evaluate overall abilities, 15 minutes was more than enough to complete it. However, they were astonished that Soo-hyun had completed the second test almost immediately after the monsters appeared. The observers reacted with disbelief as they learned that Soo-hyun had broken Park Ji-yeon's previous record of 40 minutes. One of them exclaimed in amazement at the incredible feat. Soo-hyun, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, maintained a calm and composed expression. He thought to himself that the results were unbelievable and that he might be stronger than he initially thought. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a surge of blue flames. He wasn't sure how it happened, but he felt an immense power coursing through him. He silently rejected the idea of merely being Korea's greatest hero. His ambition soared beyond national boundaries. He aspired to become the world's greatest hero. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room, a scientist wearing glasses stared intently at a screen, his expression one of utter confusion and alarm. Another scientist, equally perplexed, exclaimed about the strange occurrences. The connection to Su Hyan was abruptly severed. A sense of unease washed over the observers. One of the scientists, noticing something unusual, urgently alerted his colleague. Su Hyan's hand pulsed with purple energy, a stark contrast to the blue flames from before. His power was clearly evolving. The scientist watched, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself inside a sleek, metallic chamber. The air hummed with barely contained energy. A wave of disorientation washed over him as purple energy crackled around his body within the transparent cylinder. He muttered, bewildered. The energy intensified, outlining his form in ethereal light. His confusion deepened. Suddenly, the chamber doors burst open, and Su Hyan stumbled out, his body still tingling with residual energy. He gasped. He found himself in a dark, overgrown forest. A massive, shadowy hand erupted from the earth, its fingers tipped with thorny vines. Su Hyan's eyes widened, his own eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light. He braced himself. He stared at the monstrous hand, a question forming in his mind. A colossal, demonic figure emerged from the storm. Its body was wreathed in purple flames, horns jutting from its head, and its eyes glowed with malevolent energy. The rain lashed down, but the creature seemed impervious to the elements. Su Hyan Kim stood, his back to the viewer, sword in hand. He faced the monstrous apparition, his silhouette stark against the chaotic backdrop of the storm-ravaged city. The demonic entity loomed, its form partially obscured by the storm's fury. Only its menacing silhouette and glowing eyes were clearly visible. Su Hyan, still facing away, heard the words. He thought the situation was far beyond a joke. A colossal, shadowy hand erupted from the heavens, its touch causing the very landscape to tremble. The hand crushed a cluster of trees, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Su Hyan, his face etched with a mixture of fear and confusion, watched the scene unfold before him. He questioned the motives of the unseen entity. A monstrous figure materialized from the storm clouds, its form crackling with dark energy. The creature was a terrifying sight, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Su Hyan, his expression grim, stood his ground, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He braced himself for the coming confrontation. From the depths of the storm, a monstrous head emerged, its eyes glowing with an ominous light. A towering, shadowy figure loomed over Su Hyan, its presence filling him with dread. He found his voice, his words laced with a mixture of defiance and disbelief. He believed the actions of the entity to be excessive. A monstrous figure, vaguely reptilian in form, emerged from a swirling vortex of dark energy. Its roar echoed through the desolate landscape. The creature's power was immense, a palpable wave of destruction radiating from its very being. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing the beast, a katana drawn in his hand. He moved with surprising speed and precision, deflecting the monster's initial attack. Despite his agility, a sense of unease washed over him. Something felt profoundly wrong. He urgently instructed someone to gather everyone and contact the tech department immediately. The scene shifted to a bustling office, where several individuals responded to his call, their faces etched with worry. In a brightly lit room, two men engaged in an urgent conversation. One, a doctor in a white coat, spoke into a phone, his face etched with worry. He asked if someone could get Johnny Brad on the line. The other man, dressed in a sharp suit, responded that they were connecting to the U.S. Awaken Institution. He added that it would take some time. The suited man continued, mentioning that something was off. Despite this, Johnny Brad's skill persisted, no matter what skill was activated. The scene shifted to a laboratory. A man in a dark suit observed another man contained within a transparent chamber. The contained man was emitting a faint purple glow. It was noted that even if it was difficult to take in a skill, Kim Soo-hyun's consciousness should have returned. The suited man from the previous scene looked concerned. He thought it was as if something was blocking Kim Soo-hyun. He confirmed his suspicion. Something was indeed blocking Kim Soo-hyun. Suddenly, a powerful surge of blue energy erupted from within the chamber, centered on Kim Soo-hyun. The energy was intense and chaotic. The energy intensified, swirling around Kim Soo-hyun in a violent display of power. The energy exploded outward in a powerful blast. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Soo-hyun, the force of it sending shockwaves across the desolate landscape. The sheer power was almost blinding. He collapsed onto the cracked earth, his breath ragged. He had just surpassed the limits of what he thought possible. I thought S-rank tests ended at the second level. He muttered, surprised by his own strength. Soo-hyun's mind raced. Is there an error? I'd never seen this happen in my past life. The sheer unexpectedness of the situation left him reeling. Before he could fully process his thoughts, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its presence radiating malice. I don't know where this dude came from. The monster lunged, its clawed hand aimed at Su-hyun. The speed was terrifying. Su-hyun reacted instinctively, narrowly dodging the attack. He rolled away, the monster's massive arm narrowly missing him. He stood, his eyes blazing with determination. But you chose the wrong guy. He prepared for a counterattack. A wave of blue energy erupted from Su-hyun, engulfing the monster in a torrent of power. He launched himself towards the monster, his sword ablaze with blue energy, ready to strike. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in the midst of a desperate battle. He moved with impossible speed, a blue energy swirling around his blade as he lunged towards a monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian and menacing. His attack connected, the force of the blow sending tremors through the air. A section of the monster's body disintegrated, revealing a glimpse of something metallic beneath its dark hide. He followed through with another strike, his movements precise and deadly. The energy crackling around his sword intensified. Su-hyun's face was grim, his expression a mask of determination. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself beyond his limits. With a final, powerful swing, he cleaved the monster in two. The creature dissolved into dust, leaving only a faint metallic scent in the air. The remains of the monster scattered, its essence fading into nothingness. A sense of unease settled over Su-hyun. All that remained was a single metallic arm, lying on the ground, a stark reminder of the battle just fought. Su-hyun gasped, his breath catching in his throat. Confusion clouded his mind. He wasn't sure what had just happened. He stared at his hands, a mixture of awe and fear washing over him. The weight of his actions settled upon him, heavy and profound. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself dangling precariously from the monstrously large hand of a shadowy, purple-hued creature. The creature's immense size dwarfed the young man, emphasizing his vulnerability. He was face to face with a colossal, demonic entity, its form wreathed in purple flames. The sheer scale of the beast filled the sky, its presence radiating an aura of immense power and malice. Still gripped in the creature's massive hand, Su-hyun felt a surge of adrenaline. He was impossibly high above the ground, the wind whipping past him. His eyes, usually calm, now blazed with a fierce determination. A grim resolve settled upon his features. He sensed the imminent threat, a powerful force rapidly approaching. It's coming, he thought, bracing himself for the inevitable. The monster's immense power was almost palpable, a terrifying wave of energy emanating from its very being. Su-hyun recalled a forgotten item, a relic capable of temporarily amplifying his mana beyond its natural limits. The mana crystal, a source of immense power, pulsed with energy, promising a surge of strength. With a surge of power, Su-hyun unleashed a devastating blow, his fist crackling with raw energy. A surge of energy erupted from Su-hyun, a wave of brilliant blue mana radiating outwards. The word release appeared, etched in the very energy itself. He stood, his body enveloped in the intense blue flames, his eyes blazing with determination. The power was immense, threatening to consume him. Su-hyun focused his will, channeling all his mana at once. The words, all mana at once, appeared, reflecting his bold decision. With a mighty roar, the energy coalesced, forming a magnificent blue blade in his hand. The sword pulsed with raw power, a weapon forged from pure mana, ready to unleash its destructive potential. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, the blue flames trailing behind him like a comet's tail. Facing him was a monstrous creature, its purple hide shimmering, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The clash was inevitable. The impact of their collision sent shockwaves through the air, a blinding flash of light and energy engulfing both combatants. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, a maelstrom of vibrant colors and destructive force. A blinding flash of light erupted, a chaotic maelstrom of vibrant blues and pinks, signifying an immense power unleashed. The energy continued to surge, its raw power leaving a trail of shimmering, ethereal particles in its wake. From the heart of the explosion, a monstrous figure emerged, its silhouette imposing against the fading light. The creature possessed a terrifying visage, sharp horns, and a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Another wave of energy, this time a torrent of icy blue, blasted forth from the creature, a clear sign of its aggressive intent. The monster lunged forward with terrifying speed, its movements blurring into a streak of motion. Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood ready, a dark energy swirling around him as he braced himself against the imminent attack. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding the monster's brutal assault. Landing gracefully, he planted his sword into the ground, a magical circle forming beneath him as he prepared his counterattack. He looked up at the sky, a question hanging in the air. Was this the end? Su-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, lost in thought. His expression was unreadable, a mask of quiet contemplation. A sudden jolt of energy coursed through him. His eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and intense, betraying a flicker of something far beyond his years. Two young men rushed to his side, their faces etched with worry. One shouted, "Hyung." The other, equally concerned, exclaimed, "Soo-hyun, are you okay? Hey, open this flask up." Soo-hyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He pleaded, "Please, let me come back to reality. I'm dizzy." From a distance, a man in a suit approached cautiously, asking, "Kim Sasai, are you all right?" The suited man apologized, explaining, "It seems like there was a technical error on our end." Soo-hyun, still disoriented, simply replied, "Ah, it's okay." He then asked, "What about the test results?" Two men observed Soo-hyun Kim. One of them commented on how unfazed he seemed by the situation. "Suyeon mantan dakal expression." One of the men chuckled, stating that Soo-hyun had passed and that they had already made him a new ID. Soo-hyun, surprised, questioned if his new ID was already ready. One of the men presented Soo-hyun with his new identification card, revealing that he was now officially an S-rank awakened. They explained that as an S-rank awakened, he would have top priority in dungeon raids and access to large bank loans. The man handed Soo-hyun his new card, reiterating the benefits of his new S-rank status, including large bank loans. Soo-hyun was given his new identification card, showing his new S-rank status and the many privileges that came with it. However, he only cared about one thing. Soo-hyun's primary concern was the ability to participate in dungeon raids worldwide. A looming tower pierced the skyline, ominous purple and blue energy swirling around it. The narration stated that the coming dangers would not be limited to Korea alone. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, sat calmly, a thoughtful expression on his face. He held a gold card in his hand, and internally mused that his preparations were complete. The text below him read, "Preparation to become a hero." Soo-hyun continued to examine the card, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His blue eyes held a determined glint. High above a sprawling city, a colossal blue dragon descended, a figure clinging precariously to its back. Soo-hyun's eye widened, a look of surprise and dawning realization washing over him. Suddenly, he was thrown backward by a powerful force, landing hard on the ground. Another figure, a man with reddish-brown hair, appeared behind him, looking menacing. Several men in suits looked on in shock and confusion as Soo-hyun was attacked. A large question mark filled a speech bubble above them, reflecting their bewilderment. One of the men, his face contorted in fear, exclaimed about the intimidating aura emanating from Soo-hyun. An unseen presence reacted to a surge of energy. It was a tremendous amount of mana. Soo-hyun Kim, a young man in a lab coat, stumbled, overwhelmed by the sudden influx. He wondered, what exactly was this mana? Soo-hyun's face contorted in a grimace as he struggled to contain the power coursing through him. He bolted from a room, his movements quick and urgent. Soo-hyun's expression was one of grim determination. Meanwhile, another individual watched with a smirk, wondering if this was the moment. A voice boomed, asking if Soo-hyun had taken a bait. A powerful figure, seemingly commanding a massive ice dragon, emerged, issuing a challenge. A colossal, icy blue dragon's head loomed over Kim Soo-hyun, its eyes glowing menacingly. The creature's presence filled the young man with a sense of impending doom. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked with a determined stride. His pace quickened. He was a man on a mission, though the details remained hidden behind a calm exterior. His gaze was fixed ahead, unwavering. He stood before a colossal, ethereal blue dragon, its presence filling the sky. The dragon spoke, its voice echoing with ancient power. The dragon's words were a challenge. "Why don't you come out?" Soo-hyun continued his approach, seemingly unfazed by the immense creature looming behind him. The dragon's presence was undeniable, yet he showed no fear. The dragon's massive form partially obscured the view, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood across from a man in a tan coat. The setting appeared to be a quiet, almost deserted walkway. The man in the tan coat, Song Hyun-ki, observed Soo-hyun, commenting on his rather dramatic arrival. Song Hyun-ki, arms crossed, maintained a composed expression. A large, serpentine creature was partially visible in the background. He then suggested that Soo-hyun see for himself what was happening. Soo-hyun produced a glowing, orb-like object, seemingly from thin air. Song Hyun-ki explained that Soo-hyun was likely there because of the egg of an unidentified divine beast. Soo-hyun held the orb aloft, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Song Hyun-ki reacted with a slight expression of surprise. He expressed surprise at Soo-hyun's swift action. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, smiled serenely. His expression held a hint of something more, a depth that belied his youthful appearance. Across from him stood another young man, his silver hair a stark contrast to Soo-hyun's dark locks. A subtle smirk played on his lips. The silver-haired youth spoke, his tone calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of power. He claimed to have merely responded to Su Haiyan's unspoken call. He continued, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Beside the silver-haired youth, a colossal, ice-blue dragon materialized. He calmly instructed the dragon to stand down. With a flick of his wrist, the silver-haired youth dismissed the dragon. A dark, ethereal energy emanated from his hand. The dragon dissipated into swirling particles of ice and shadow. Su Haiyan found himself face to face with the immense, gaping maw of the dragon, its red eyes burning into his soul. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, kicking up snow and debris as a figure moved swiftly through the blizzard. A young man with white hair smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He mused that he should simply let things unfold. Meanwhile, another young man with dark hair looked up in surprise, his expression one of confusion and slight fear. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupted from the young man with dark hair. He launched himself into the air, narrowly avoiding a monstrous, dragon-like creature that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Another surge of energy propelled him forward. He created a swirling vortex of energy, seemingly manipulating the very air around him. The young man with dark hair was taken aback by the sudden attack, his face showing shock and disbelief. A nearby observer watched, wondering if the young man intended to fight the creature. A figure, cloaked in an aura of crimson energy, stood defiantly. His blonde hair and intense gaze hinted at a power barely contained. Meanwhile, Su Haiyan Kim, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a precarious situation. He thought, this is bad. Su Haiyan realized his predicament. I used up all my mana from the test earlier. He knew this was a battle of defense, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. He was engaged in a fierce struggle, dodging a monstrous, dragon-like creature. He muttered, as soon as they take it, it's my loss. His focus shifted to a different priority. Let's protect the egg first. Su Haiyan carefully cradled a glowing orb, a protective barrier shimmering around it. Another figure appeared, extending a hand towards Su Haiyan. He simply said, hey, the newcomer's intentions were clear. Why don't you hand over the egg? Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, knelt before a mysterious, glowing egg, cradled gently in his hands. Beside him stood a man with striking silver hair and piercing red eyes, his expression unreadable. A faint, ethereal light enveloped them both. Su Haiyan's eyes widened in alarm. A single word escaped his lips, a raw expression of disbelief and fear. Shit. The egg in Su Haiyan's hands began to crack, radiating an intense, pulsating light. A powerful energy surged outward, causing the air to shimmer and distort. The egg shattered, revealing a glimpse of something within before more cracks appeared. More cracks spread across the surface of the egg, the fragments flying outward. Su Haiyan stared, speechless, as the silver-haired man's eyes glowed intensely. A question mark filled the air, reflecting Su Haiyan's confusion and uncertainty. The remains of the egg fell to the floor, revealing a monstrous claw emerging from the broken shell. Su Haiyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stared blankly ahead, a hint of confusion clouding his usually clear eyes. Suddenly, a small, red dragon emerged from a cracked egg, letting out a soft coo. Su Haiyan held the egg, his expression shifting from surprise to awe as the creature emerged. Despite its size, he recognized it as a dragon, a creature of immense power. He gently cradled the hatchling, a mixture of wonder and disbelief washing over him. Dragons were considered among the most powerful divine beasts. He felt an overwhelming sense of luck. This was an unexpected turn of events. The little dragon yawned widely, revealing a set of surprisingly sharp teeth. It playfully nuzzled against Su Haiyan's face, causing him to chuckle. Meanwhile, a man with striking white hair and crimson eyes watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. A colossal, shadowy dragon loomed over Su Haiyan, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. He clutched a small, bright red dragon in his arms, its tiny wings beating frantically. The larger dragon hissed, a low growl rumbling in its chest, but Su Haiyan seemed to ignore it, muttering, wait. Su Haiyan held a shattered eggshell in his hand, the remnants of the small dragon's egg. He muttered to himself, now is not the time for this. A sudden, powerful surge of energy erupted from him, a blinding flash of blue light. The scene shifted. Su Haiyan, still holding the small dragon, now faced a different, icy blue dragon. He looked confused, a question mark floating above his head. A man with silver hair appeared, his eyes wide with surprise. He exclaimed, why Yong? The silver-haired man approached Su Haiyan, concern etched on his face. He asked, Yong, what's wrong? What's the matter? The silver-haired man watched, bewildered, as the small red dragon nuzzled against Su Haiyan's face. He muttered, did that bastard just greet him? The silver-haired man gently stroked the blue dragon's head, his voice filled with disbelief. He asked, are you for real? That's how it is. The silver-haired man's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. The scene shifted. A sprawling cityscape stretched out under a bright, clear sky. A question hung in the air. So you received this child as a reward for clearing the trial on the 10th floor? Inside, a man with short, dark hair sat across from another. This one with silver hair, a small red dragon nestled between them. The silver-haired man confirmed, "Yes, I received it after clearing it with a 100% achievement rate." The little dragon grumbled, its attention caught by a treat being offered. The silver-haired man mused, the 10th floor? The dark-haired man was informed. Young says that child is of a higher rank than him. He reacted with surprise. There are ranks amongst dragons? I never knew that. The little dragon playfully snapped at a treat. The dark-haired man asked, "Are you still planning on taking him?" The silver-haired man responded, "No, I changed my mind. Don't worry." The dark-haired man questioned, "Then why?" The silver-haired man smiled. "Do you know how long dragons live?" Su Hyan, a seemingly ordinary high school student, expressed uncertainty. He mused that even if they drank dewdrops, they would still become fully grown adults in 3 years, living for 1,000 more after that. Unlike humans, divine beasts were pure, offering unconditional loyalty, trust, dedication, and love. They chose their masters before even hatching. Their properties changed depending on their master's nature and behavior. An evil master would result in a demonic beast. Su Hyan looked up, his gaze fixed on a radiant light emanating from a dragon's egg. He continued his explanation, noting that if their master was evil, the divine beasts could become demonic beasts. Even if they didn't become demonic beasts, some used them as tools. This was why Su Hyan had been collecting the eggs of ununified divine beasts. He explained his actions, emphasizing the importance of preventing the divine beasts from choosing the wrong path. His goal was to ensure these divine beasts did not choose the wrong path. Su Hyan's expression was serious, his red eyes betraying a determined resolve. Su Hyan Kim sat pensively, his thoughts drifting towards a greater purpose. He mused about ensuring the happiness and safety of those around him. A subtle smile played on his lips as he contemplated a particular individual. He referred to him dismissively as that blue bastard. He corrected himself, revealing the individual's actual name, Yong. His curiosity then turned to Yong's age. A scene shifted to show a man with silver hair interacting affectionately with a large blue dragon. He estimated Yong to be around 5 years old. Despite his appearance, the man acknowledged that Yong was still a child. He reflected on their vastly different lifespans, his own limited to a century, while Yong's stretched far beyond. The man's thoughts continued, expressing a wish for Yong to forget about him after his death. The scene showed both men together. The silver-haired man's back was to the viewer, while Su Hyan sat opposite him, listening. Su Hyan reflected on his initial perception of Yong, believing him to be a spoiled rich boy with an unusual hobby. However, his opinion shifted. He now recognized a thoughtful side to Yong. Su Hyan Kim sat in a dimly lit room, a small, red dragon perched on the table beside him. The dragon, seemingly content, chewed thoughtfully on a cigar. He looked down at the creature, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The dragon seemed to sense his gaze and let out a small puff of smoke. Su Hyan's expression turned serious as he processed a new piece of information. He was told that the child had chosen him. A voice, seemingly disembodied, explained that divine beasts only hatch for those they favor, based on the individual's mana. Elsewhere, a young man with silver hair sat pensively, observing the scene from a distance. He decided to continue watching for now, his eyes narrowed in thought. A stern warning was issued. If Su Hyan raised the dragon improperly, it would be taken away immediately. The silver-haired man, his eyes glowing red, emphasized the importance of proper care, addressing Su Hyan with a sharp tone. Su Hyan yawned, seemingly unfazed by the warning, and was asked if he had chosen a name for the dragon. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, a faint smile playing on his lips. His eyes, a striking blue, held a depth that belied his unassuming exterior. Resting on his shoulder was a small, red dragon, fast asleep. Its name, he learned, was Mir. Someone asked Su Hyan if he had chosen a name for his child. He yawned, holding a small, red dragon. Su Hyan, a young man with striking blue eyes and dark hair, smirked slightly as he considered the question. He announced that the dragon's name was Mir. Mir, nestled in Su Hyan's arms, was asleep, a small cigarillo resting in its mouth. The scene shifted to a nighttime cityscape. An unseen narrator reflected that Su Hyan seemed nicer than initially thought. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked down the street, lost in thought. He clutched his phone, his expression unreadable. He pondered the unexpected events of the past few hours. Even he found them hard to believe. Mir, a small, dragon-like creature perched on Su Hyan's shoulder, spoke, his tone laced with a hint of annoyance. He demanded better treatment. Soil South, acknowledging Mir's complaints. He found the creature's bluntness amusing. Mir, however, continued his complaints, noting Su Hyan's surprisingly sound sleep. Su Hyan reached up and gently stroked Mir, a small smile playing on his lips. He seemed content, a stark contrast to the turmoil he'd experienced only hours before. From a rooftop vantage point, a man in a suit observed Su Hyan from afar, his expression one of suspicion and curiosity. He questioned Su Hyan's true nature. The man remained hidden, continuing to watch Su Hyan as he walked away. Kim Soo-hyun, currently, is returning along with the divine beast. A man in a suit, monitoring the situation, considered whether to continue his pursuit. A shadowy figure observed from a distance. Instructions were given to report every move of the target. A woman, seated at a desk overlooking a cityscape, remarked that the script's completion was still far off. A shadowy figure was seen reflected in a dark surface. The man in the suit acknowledged the instructions, a clicking sound indicating a device being used. He then prepared to depart. A close-up revealed a glowing pendant around the neck of a person wearing a dark jacket and mask. A single red high-heeled shoe lay abandoned on the ground, its heel broken. Su Hyan Kim, a young man in a business suit, stood frozen, a shadowy figure looming behind him, its hand outstretched. A sudden burst of energy erupted around Su Hyan, throwing him back. The aftermath of the energy blast left a trail of white streaks across the ground. Su Hyan, now alone, walked away from the scene, his footsteps echoing softly on the pavement. He paused, looking around, his mind racing. He wondered what the shadowy figures would do next. But then, he realized that their presence had completely vanished. He questioned whether they had simply backed off. He hoped, however, that they would not return. The sound of forced entry echoed through the otherwise silent apartment. A voice filled with barely contained rage shouted from outside, "Break into my house." A young man with short, dark hair appeared in the doorway, his expression a mixture of apprehension and annoyance. He stood in the doorway, his hands fidgeting slightly as he surveyed the scene. He stepped inside, his movements cautious. He reached for the light switch, his fingers brushing against the cool plastic. His face was partially obscured, but a slight frown was visible. He hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He continued to move through the apartment, his steps slow and deliberate. He paused, his weight shifting slightly as he considered his next move. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, expertly executed a powerful kick, sending his assailant sprawling across the floor. He stood over his fallen opponent, a strange, crimson energy swirling around his hand. He seemed calm, almost bored, despite the intensity of the situation. Another attacker lunged at Su Hyan. With a blur of motion, Su Hyan effortlessly deflected the blow, sending the attacker crashing into a wall. Su Hyan grimaced, his internal monologue revealing his displeasure. He really didn't want to fight inside his own house. He prepared for another attack. Suyeon unleashed the swift, precise strike. The force of the blow sent his opponent flying backward. Su Hyan watched his opponent's retreat. A masked figure launched themselves through the air, aiming a swift kick at Su Hyan Kim. He reacted instantly, performing an acrobatic maneuver to evade the attack and land on his feet. The masked assailant's face was partially obscured, but their intense gaze was visible. Su Hyan's expression was serious, his eyes fixed on his opponent. He countered with a powerful strike, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as he connected with the masked figure. The masked figure, momentarily staggered, noted Su Hyan's unexpected strength. He was keeping up with their pace. The masked figure, impressed, admitted to themselves that Su Hyan was surprisingly strong. A powerful kick connected, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow was immense, leaving a trail of shattered ice in its wake. The impact sent the opponent reeling, a pained groan escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. Following through with the momentum of the attack, another powerful blow was delivered, creating another explosion of ice shards. Su Hyan, a young man with a mask obscuring his face, stood over his fallen opponent. He spoke calmly, despite the intensity of the situation. He explained that while he understood the intrusion into his home, he would not tolerate any violence against the person he was protecting. Su Hyan winced slightly as he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He braced himself, anticipating another attack. With surprising speed, Su Hyan countered, delivering a swift kick to his attacker's chest. The attacker coughed, clearly winded by the force of the blow. Su Hyan, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself dodging a swift attack. His movements were fluid, precise, and far beyond what one would expect from an average teenager. He internally reflected that combat shouldn't be an issue, given his restored mana levels. His focus remained on his opponent. He wouldn't leave him until he understood his objective. A gloved hand reached out, suggesting an imminent action. Su Hyan stood defiantly, his posture radiating confidence and readiness for a confrontation. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflected a mixture of determination and surprise. Su Hyan realized why their fight had been limited to hand-to-hand combat. He was sent reeling by a powerful blow, but quickly recovered, countering with a flurry of strikes. Su Hyan pondered why his opponent hadn't tried to take him away earlier, concluding that his goal was something else entirely. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, revealed a predatory smirk. His eyes, blazing with an unnatural intensity, held a chilling determination. He silently vowed to test the strength of his opponent. Inside a dimly lit room, A small, red, rabbit-like creature lay nestled in a dark cloth. A hand reached out cautiously towards it. The figure observing the creature spoke, expressing surprise at Soo-hyun's unexpected visit. Soo-hyun, his expression unchanged, questioned the other's audacity in intruding upon his home, highlighting the desperation of his opponent's actions. Soo-hyun extended his hand, a faint glow emanating from his palm. He commented on the unusual nature of the situation. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Soo-hyun's hand, striking with immense force. The raw power of Soo-hyun's attack sent his opponents reeling. He moved with impossible speed, effortlessly dispatching his attackers. Continuing his assault, Soo-hyun's movements were a blur of motion as he swiftly neutralized the remaining threats. One attacker, dazed and disoriented, stumbled back, his vision obscured by the force of the attack. The final attacker, his eyes wide with fear, was left exposed, his mask slightly askew, revealing a glimpse of his face. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst a flurry of crimson energy. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair appeared, his eyes blazing with intensity. He unleashed a powerful blow, sending a shockwave of blue energy towards his opponent. The impact was immense. The young man coughed, a grimace twisting his features, but his eyes remained defiant. He braced himself, readying for another attack. With a guttural cough, he retaliated with another fierce strike. His opponent, a figure in a black cap and mask, was caught off guard. The young man's attack connected, sending the masked figure reeling. Soo-hyun found himself on the ground, the impact jarring his senses. He had been thrown with surprising force. He pushed himself up, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A dark energy pulsed beneath his feet. With a surge of power, he propelled himself backward, escaping the immediate danger. He landed several feet away, his breath ragged. He could feel the lingering effects of the attack. A surge of anger coursed through him. This was not how it was supposed to go. He focused his energy, preparing for a counterattack. With a roar, he unleashed a wave of dark energy, striking his opponent. The impact sent his opponent reeling, a shockwave rippling outwards. Soo-hyun stood victorious, but his face was grim. He knew this was only the beginning. A wave of energy, a surge of power, washed over Soo-hyun. He gasped, the force leaving him breathless. He struggled to catch his breath, sweat beading on his forehead. The exertion was immense. His vision swam, his body trembling from the residual energy. He felt utterly drained. Despite the exhaustion, a strange smile crept onto his lips. He felt different. A voice, soft yet commanding, cut through the silence. The words hung in the air, a simple greeting. Soo-hyun, startled, instinctively reached up to adjust his cap. He looked up, his eyes meeting those of a young woman with long, dark hair. She stood just a few feet away. A moment of silence passed between them, heavy with unspoken tension. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his brow furrowed in confusion. He was grappling with something beyond his comprehension. An invitation, stark against the white background, appeared before him. Join the Reaper Guild. A woman, Park Ji-yeon, the guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, stood tall and imposing. Her expression was one of quiet confidence, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. A voice called out from an unseen location, "Hey you." A young man with dark hair turned, startled, as a woman with long, dark hair approached him from behind. The woman extended an invitation. Join the Reaper Guild. Park Ji-yeon, the guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, stood before him, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She pressed for an immediate decision, asking, "What's your answer?" The young man, clearly taken aback, could only stammer, He questioned their methods, asking, "Does the Reaper Guild always convince people to join their guild by attacking them?" Soo-hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself the subject of Park Ji-yeon's scrutiny. She mused that his current state of being alive shouldn't matter, but questioned his nonchalant attitude, reminding him that he was the one who started this whole ordeal. Soo-hyun pointed out that their age difference wasn't significant, prompting Ji-yeon to concede that his observation was true. Ji-yeon explained that her visit wasn't casual. She was there to assess Soo-hyun's strength. Soo-hyun listened intently, his expression unreadable. The name Park Ji-yeon was revealed, underscoring her importance. A flashback showed Park Ji-yeon, a prominent figure among S-ranked awakened, known for her skills and beauty. Soo-hyun reflected on her past life, remembering her as a leader of humanity. Soo-hyun's thoughts continued, highlighting Ji-yeon's past prominence and influence. However, a narration box revealed a tragic event. Ji-yeon had perished during a battle against the Dump Guild before reaching her full potential. The image showed a dagger plunged into a red rose, symbolizing Ji-yeon's untimely death. Blood dripped onto the floor, staining the white tiles a dark crimson. Considering this, it became clear that Park Ji-yeon and the Reaper Guild were responsible. A figure, shrouded in shadow, stood silhouetted against the bright light. Only their dark jacket and pants were visible. The narrator's voice cuts in, reminding the reader to consider the Dump Guild's enemies. Even for a short time, she had used the Dump Guild's name. Su Hyan, his expression unreadable, questioned the woman's presence. She must have had a reason for coming. Su Hyan wondered why he had come to this place. The woman, arms crossed, questioned if he was asking her. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood silently beside a girl with dark hair, her expression unreadable. A small, black bird flew past them, a surreal detail against the backdrop of a light blue, polka-dotted background. The scene shifted, the polka dots replaced by a breathtaking view of a galaxy swirling with stars. Su Hyan's face was slightly damp with sweat, a stark contrast to the girl's stoic composure. Su Hyan thought to himself, recalling rumors he'd heard about the girl. He hadn't expected them to be true. The girl, addressing Su Hyan, firmly stated that if he had no reason to be there, he should leave. He responded that he had no intention of joining a guild. She expressed disappointment at his decision, while Su Hyan reflected on the awkwardness of the situation, feeling a pang of regret. Su Hyan considered his options. A thought bubbled above his head, suggesting a possible course of action. His eyes widened, and he wondered if he could test her. The girl, cutting through his internal debate, commanded him not to lie. She accused him of being there out of curiosity about the guild. Su Hyan, a seemingly ordinary high school student, questioned his recent actions. A mysterious woman, her face partially obscured, observed him with a glint of interest. His eyes, however, held a depth that belied his outward appearance. A fierce determination hardened his features. Overcome with emotion, Su Hyan recoiled, horrified by the bloodlust he sensed. The woman's gaze intensified, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she seemed to understand his internal turmoil. She confirmed their shared understanding with a single, chilling statement. Su Hyan, alone in his home, was visibly troubled by the events that had transpired. He found the woman from earlier sitting calmly on his couch, seemingly waiting for him. Su Hyan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat across from a woman with long, dark hair. He had his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face, while she reclined casually on a sofa. The woman questioned Su Hyan's actions, implying he had been acting as if affiliated with the Aries Guild. She wondered if his actions were a deliberate attempt to lure them to him. Su Hyan confirmed her suspicions with a simple, affirmative yeah. A ghostly image of a man wearing a traditional Korean mask appeared behind him, suggesting a connection to a hidden past. The woman explained the difficulty of tracking the Aries Guild members, due to their secretive nature and their organization into individual teams. A silhouette of a gecko was shown, possibly symbolizing the elusive nature of the guild. She further emphasized that severing ties with even one member would make tracking the rest nearly impossible. The woman pointed out Su Hyan's intimate knowledge of the guild. She then directly asked him why he had chosen to decimate the Aries Guild. Su Hyan remained silent, his expression unreadable, leaving the question unanswered. Su Hyan Kim embraced a young woman tightly. The scene was filled with unspoken emotion, a silent farewell. Su Hyan, now revealed to be Sung-in Kim in his younger form, reflected on his past. He thought about someone he had desperately wanted to save. A woman with long black hair, seated and sipping from a mug, spoke. She noted that, regardless, his actions in dismantling the Aries Guild were inevitable. The woman continued, explaining that every Korean guild with ties to the Dump Guild was under attack. She revealed that these attacks were orchestrated by Su Hyan himself. The woman chuckled, stating that the outcomes surpassed her expectations. Su Hyan agreed with her assessment. Su Hyan's feet were shown walking away, as he reflected on his past actions. He silently acknowledged his role in the Dump Guild's destruction. Su Hyan, now a high school student, found himself grappling with a chilling revelation. His goal, he realized, was to kill everyone and everything connected to them. It was the same bloodlust he had felt before. His thoughts shifted to another individual. When it came to the Dump Guild, her emotions spiraled out of control. A young woman with long purple hair and intense eyes sat calmly, sipping from a mug. This was Zoa. Su Hyan wondered if she could channel her volatile emotions into magic. He observed her, impressed by her demeanor and magical abilities. However, he sensed something more to her talent. Su Hyan confirmed his suspicions. Just as he had said, he had been targeting each member of the organization in Korea. Despite his efforts, he had only managed to find low-ranking members. Every single one he encountered was merely a pawn. A vision of a large group of people, led by a man with blonde hair and a sinister smile, flashed before his eyes. They were the true power behind the organization. He knew that a direct confrontation would be reckless. He lacked information on their numbers and identities. A crimson serpent's head materialized from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly. He had no choice but to wait for the head to begin moving. And that's when a man with a mask appeared behind Su Hyan, his presence imposing. Su Hyan confirmed that the dungeon would soon start moving due to recent events. Meanwhile, a woman with long black hair sat on a couch, a mug in her hand. She resolved not to waste this opportunity. Su Hyan's expression was one of quiet determination. The woman, addressing Su Hyan, said that he shouldn't take her actions personally. She then added that an enemy of an enemy is a friend. The woman stated her intention to fully support Su Hyun regarding the dump guild. In return, Su Hyun asked her something. Su Hyun's eyes, usually calm, reflected a deep contemplation. He wondered about the nature of this obsession with the dump guild. A gloved hand reached for a mug, the action seemingly unrelated to his thoughts. Ji-yeon's eyes, wide and filled with a stark terror, with a focus. A palpable sense of dread emanated from her. Another close-up on a face, this time Ji-yeon's, but now streaked with tears and blood. The name, Ji-yeon, appeared below, confirming her identity. A man, his back torn and bleeding, held Ji-yeon close. She clung to him, her face buried in his shoulder, tears still flowing. The scene shifted slightly, showing Ji-yeon's face more clearly, her grief overwhelming. The focus shifted to the blood-soaked back of the man, the extent of his injuries now more apparent. A desperate whisper, barely audible, urged her to flee, run away. A woman, seemingly calm and composed, sat on a couch. She coldly stated, "Resent them." A hooded figure, their face obscured by shadow, spoke, their voice laced with a chilling finality. They explained that this was why. The figure continued, their words dripping with malice as they addressed another individual, their hand resting possessively on the other's shoulder. Their life, they declared, was theirs to claim. Elsewhere, Su Hyun Kim, a young man with short, dark hair, stood with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be contemplating something. A woman with long, dark hair leaned against a wall, a smirk playing on her lips. She seemed confident and self-assured. The woman's smirk deepened as she spoke, her words a low, ominous whisper. A dark, smoky substance emanated from her eyes as she spoke of seeing him again soon. The scene shifted back to Su Hyun. A disembodied voice, calm and almost gentle, wished him good luck. Su Hyun sat alone, arms crossed, in a sparsely furnished room. Dark, shadowy tendrils swirled around him, hinting at unseen forces at play. Su Hyun sat in thought, his back to the viewer. A wisp of dark smoke drifted past him. A final narration box revealed the reason behind the Reaper Guild's pursuit of the Dump Guild in his past life. A stylized image depicting a skull, seemingly engulfed in a violent, red and blue energy surge. The scene is chaotic and suggests a powerful, destructive force. The chaotic energy from the previous image dissipates, leaving behind only scattered traces of red and blue. The scene shifts to Su Hyun Kim, a young man with short black hair, sitting in a modern, minimalist room. A notification dings on his phone. He thinks to himself that the reason is quite straightforward. Su Hyun checks his phone, his expression neutral. He lets out a small, exasperated sigh, running a hand through his hair as he reads the message. Su Hyun's expression shifts to disbelief as he reads a message. He mutters to himself, "I can't believe her." The phone screen displays a text message with the words "here" and "my number" highlighted. A young man with short, dark hair stood before a tall building, the city sprawling behind him. He was called by someone. Inside a spacious, modern home, another young man, this one with reddish-brown hair, beamed. He expressed his amazement at the house's beauty. A young woman with long, light orange hair greeted them warmly. The reddish-brown-haired young man explained that he was finally seeing their house and that he had been busy with tower climbing and rank reevaluation. The dark-haired young man inquired about the reason for their visit. The reddish-brown-haired young man explained that his friend, Yoon-sun, wanted to thank the dark-haired young man for his help, showing a basket of flowers. Yoon-sun explained that, although they had been helped recently, they hadn't had the chance to properly thank him. She revealed that he was the hero who saved her and Hakjin. Two young women approached Su Hyun, offering a gift. They insisted it was nothing much, politely asking him to accept their present. One of the women commented on Su Hyun's quiet nature, noting that while he never spoke about it, he was always thankful for their kindness. The other girl playfully chided her friend, telling her to stop embarrassing Su Hyun. She then confessed that she had been talking about him a lot. Su Hyun stood before the two girls, a basket of flowers between them. He appeared calm and collected. He offered a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. One of the girls, lost in thought, whispered the word hero. Su Hyun reached into the basket of flowers, selecting a single red rose. He brought the rose to his nose, inhaling its fragrance with a gentle smile. Su Hyun expressed his gratitude, commenting on the lovely smell of the rose. A girl, her face alight with curiosity, asked Su Hyun if he had a pet. Su Hyun smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The girl expressed her excitement at the prospect of seeing a dragon, a small one, but a dragon nonetheless. Su Hyun apologized, explaining that his dragon, Mir, was currently asleep. He was still a baby. He mentioned that Mir had recently hatched. To everyone's surprise, Mir awoke. The girl gushed over Mir's cuteness. Su Hyun asked Mir if he remembered being carried in his egg. Mir yawned, seemingly uninterested in the question. A small, red dragon zipped across the room, startling a young woman with long, light brown hair. A young man with short, reddish-brown hair watched the scene unfold with a mixture of surprise and amusement. The dragon landed gently on the woman's shoulder, nuzzling against her neck. She looked down at it with a soft expression, a blush rising on her cheeks. The young man commented on the dragon's cuteness. The young woman noted that the dragon seemed unusually comfortable around her, unlike its behavior with others. The young man agreed, observing the unusual interaction. Mirroring the dragon's behavior, the young man playfully suggested the dragon might be more comfortable on his shoulder. The dragon responded with a low growl. The dragon's expression turned aggressive, startling the young woman. A phone rang, interrupting the tense moment. The young man, looking concerned, watched the woman and the dragon. The caller ID displayed Park Ji-yeon. The young man recognized the name Park Ji-yeon and realized she was a famous S-rank awakened. Inside a comfortable living room, two young adults sat on a couch, engaged in conversation. A third individual, seemingly older, stood nearby. He asked to take an incoming call. The conversation continued. One of the young adults explained that the people fighting monsters were like superheroes in movies. The older man, having finished his call, descended the stairs. He expressed concern for the safety of the two younger individuals, urging them to avoid harm. The scene shifted to the older man, now on a phone call. He sounded surprised and concerned. The caller informed him that a green dungeon was about to open in Busan. He reacted to the news with surprise, noting the unusual frequency of green dungeon openings. The caller explained that the unpredictability of the dungeon's difficulty was causing problems for the association. The man reflected on his past life, recalling that even then, green dungeons rarely opened in such quick succession. He concluded that while exceptions existed, this frequency was highly unusual. Soo Hyun, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, surprised by the events unfolding despite his expectations, even considering the high stakes of the S-rank evaluations. He pondered the reason behind the unexpected changes, wondering if the future itself was shifting. Continuing his phone call, Soo Hyun inquired about the captain of the exploration team. He learned that Song Hyun-ki had been selected but declined the position. He decided to personally investigate the situation. Soo Hyun agreed to take on the responsibility. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a hidden power awakening within him. The conversation shifted to the impending arrival of the Dungeon Guild, and Soo Hyun expressed confidence in his ability to handle the situation. Addressing potential issues arising from the Dungeon Guild's presence in Korea, Soo Hyun confidently assured his contact that he would handle everything. His expression hardened, reflecting his determination and resolve. Soo Hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat on his bed, a phone pressed to his ear. He was in disbelief. A news report flashed across the screen, detailing the Dump Guild's coordinated attacks on the US, China, South Korea, Great Britain, and France. The report continued, explaining that the attacks revealed the true nature of the Dump Guild. A violent scene played out in Soo Hyun's mind. A shadowy figure, wielding a knife, stood over a fallen victim amidst a chaotic energy surge. The narration explained that during a dungeon raid, the Dump Guild assassinated several high-ranking awakened individuals, triggering a catastrophic monster outbreak. The consequences were devastating. Countless lives were lost in the ensuing chaos. Soo Hyun, having made a plan, decided to delegate the Korean branch of the Dump Guild to Park Ji-yeon. He ended the call, preparing to begin his own investigation into the events. A young woman, her face partially obscured, spoke into her phone. She cautioned her unseen companion to be careful, warning that reckless actions could prove fatal. She then reassured them not to worry about a certain detail. She ended the call, promising to send further details via text message. A small cut was visible on her cheek. The woman's face was shown clearly, revealing a serious expression despite the injury. Her gaze was intense. She received another message and curtly told the sender to stop nagging. The scene shifted to a warehouse. Numerous bodies lay scattered on the floor, victims of a brutal massacre. The woman stood amidst the carnage, her expression cold and calculating. She had accomplished her task with unnerving ease. A close-up on one of the victims highlighted the extent of the violence. Back in her previous location, the woman checked her phone. She was reviewing a list of guilds participating in an upcoming dungeon raid. She wondered if those guilds would even listen to her. A young man with dark hair was seen checking his phone, seemingly unconcerned. The news spread like wildfire. Captain Kim Soo-hyun, the newly appointed leader, was a complete unknown. A high-ranking official voiced his concerns about the association's decision, questioning the wisdom of entrusting such a crucial role to someone so inexperienced, especially considering the lives at stake. Lee Kong-hee, the A-rank guild master of the Papillon Guild, countered that an S-rank awakened, regardless of experience, was still an S-rank. Despite acknowledging the validity of the argument, another official remained unconvinced, expressing his reservations about the association's choice. He insisted on finding a more experienced S-rank awakened, suggesting names like Song Hyun-ki or Park Ji-yeon, individuals with proven track records. The official declared that if the association didn't reconsider, the Papillon Guild would withdraw its participation. His outburst was met with disbelief and anger. The official's outburst was met with laughter from the other official, who found the situation amusing. A man in a suit, his face contorted in anger, shouted about the gravity of the situation. Lives were at stake, he stressed, yet his words were met with laughter. The laughter continued. He questioned why everyone reacted this way, given the circumstances. The man calmly explained that past accomplishments didn't guarantee future success. Another man spoke, pointing out that Kim Soo-hyun, despite his past achievements, still had a long way to go. He questioned Soo-hyun's ability to lead, given his current rank. Soo-hyun reacted angrily to the suggestion that he was inadequate. The other man simply stated that he was only suggesting caution. The first man smirked, seemingly unfazed by Soo-hyun's outburst. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun stood, a surge of blue flames erupting from his hand. He seemed confident, almost amused by the situation. The blue flames continued to surge, and Soo-hyun's confidence was palpable. The man's words implied that the doubters' opinions might change upon witnessing Soo-hyun's true power. The scene opened on Busan's Gwangali beach. A bright green energy erupted from the ocean, its glow illuminating the beach. Two figures stood on the sand, observing the phenomenon from a distance. One, a young man with short black hair, remained calm. The other, a taller man with short brown hair, was visibly agitated. The young man questioned the other's presence, wondering why he had followed him. The taller man explained that, as it was the younger man's first time leading a raid, he had come to offer assistance. The younger man politely declined, stating he could handle giving orders himself. The taller man pressed further, questioning if there was anything the younger man couldn't do. The taller man revealed that his assistance wasn't his only reason for being there. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, held a small, red dragon. He reflected that, as a senior, he couldn't afford to fall behind his peers. He resolved to do whatever it took to become stronger. Soo-hyun smiled confidently, the small dragon on his shoulder chirping excitedly. Soo-hyun and another young man, Hakjin, were seen walking towards a large group of people. Someone wished them good luck. Soo-hyun questioned if they were making fun of him, emphasizing his seriousness. Observing the sizable group, Soo-hyun estimated their numbers to be around 50 to 60 people. Hakjin commented that the group size was impressive for a first raid. A close-up showed Hakjin and another person exchanging a meaningful glance. The camera panned to reveal a larger group of people, their expressions serious and determined. The group stood poised, ready for action. Two young men stood on a beach, one with a small, red dragon perched on his shoulder. He observed his companions' discontent, noting their dissatisfaction with the current situation. He felt helpless, admitting his inexperience with dungeon raids. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that Kim Soo-hyun, their raid leader, had arrived. The two young men turned to see Kim Soo-hyun, who appeared calm despite the excited reaction of those around him. A man approached Soo-hyun, introducing himself as Lee Kong-hee, the guild master of Papillon. He extended his hand in greeting. Soo-hyun accepted the handshake, expressing his pleasure at the meeting. Kong-hee reassured him, acknowledging his lack of experience and offering support. Soo-hyun looked thoughtful, a slight question mark hanging in the air. Kong-hee explained that he was confident in Soo-hyun's abilities, particularly given the presence of his guardian. As Kong-hee spoke, a group of guards stood silently behind him, their presence adding weight to his words. He completed the handshake, a sense of unspoken understanding passing between the two. A man, his face contorted in anger, confronted Soo-hyun. He demanded to know what Soo-hyun thought he was doing, a small, red dragon perched on Soo-hyun's shoulder. Soo-hyun quickly waved his hands, nervously insisting that he was only joking. The man, slightly mollified, offered Soo-hyun help if he ever needed it. He then added that he was a veteran of dungeon raids, emphasizing his experience. Soo-hyun smiled faintly, the red dragon still resting on his shoulder. Soo-hyun thanked the man for his offer, but added a condition. The man, surrounded by his team, smiled confidently, stating his expectation that they would all follow his orders. The man's expression shifted to one of annoyance as he muttered about Soo-hyun being a brat. A close-up revealed the man's face, his expression a mixture of amusement and something darker, almost predatory. Deep lines etched themselves around his eyes, hinting at a life lived on the edge. The scene shifted to a sunny outdoor setting. A man in uniform observed two others, commenting on their apparent conversation. The camera angle changed, focusing on the two individuals being observed. One appeared relaxed, the other more reserved. A young man with a small, red creature around his neck shook hands with a soldier. The soldier wished him luck on an upcoming raid. The uniformed man from earlier observed the interaction, noting the young man's apparent familiarity with the Papillon guildmaster. The soldier explained that his comrades prided themselves on their work, hoping for understanding. The young man was then introduced to another individual, Moyong. Moyong introduced himself as the master of the Gambler Guild. The young man and Moyong shook hands, a simple nice exchange between them. Soo-hyun Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood with a small, red dragon perched on his shoulder. A subtle smile played on his lips, but a thought crossed his mind. This wouldn't be easy. Despite his outward calm, Soo-hyun's manner was volatile, a stark contrast to the composure he projected. The narration emphasized the hidden tension beneath his placid exterior. A shadowy figure, seemingly a past version of Soo-hyun, loomed behind him, his eyes glowing menacingly. The image suggested a struggle between his past and present selves. Another individual, a woman, was also present. Her skill in concealing her mana was highlighted. The scene implied a team dynamic, with contrasting approaches to managing their powers. Suhayan attempted to ignore the turmoil within, but the strain was evident on his face. A crimson stain marred his cheek, hinting at a recent struggle. Despite his efforts to mask his mana flow, the narration emphasized that it was impossible to completely hide the signs of his power. The narration pointed out that while mana could be hidden, the scent of blood was impossible to conceal. The image showed a person with bloodstains on their clothing. The panel showed a large splatter of blood, visually reinforcing the previous narration about the inescapable scent of blood. Suhayan, seemingly unconcerned, asked if there was something on his face, attempting to deflect attention from the bloodstains. Suhayan, seemingly unconcerned, dismissed the matter as insignificant. He knew, however, that he needed to keep a close watch on the situation. A question hung in the air, a simple inquiry about readiness. One of the figures, presumably a companion, confirmed their readiness, contingent on Suhayan and Juho's preparation. He then suggested they depart. Suhayan, internally, scoffed at the notion of extensive preparation. He felt no need for it. A small, red dragon-like creature rested on Suhayan's shoulder as he stood before a man who seemed to observe him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A sudden, violent impact is shown, suggesting a powerful attack. A fiery explosion erupted, indicating a powerful offensive maneuver. Suhayan, amidst a chaotic scene of combat, reacted swiftly to an incoming attack, his movements suggesting practice, skill, and power. Two figures stood within a dark, cavernous space. One, a man with a scarred face and a grim expression, declared the dungeon's threat to be insignificant despite its infamous reputation. His companion, a younger man in gleaming armor, listened intently. Suddenly, the younger man was attacked. A shadowy figure emerged, its movements swift and deadly. The armored man muttered the word gambler as he braced for the assault. The shadowy figure's attack was brutal and swift, its movements a blur of darkness and violence. The younger man barely managed to defend himself. Despite the chaos, the younger man remained remarkably calm and silent as he fought. He observed that even in the midst of battle, he maintained his composure. The younger man's expression hardened as he continued to fight, his focus unwavering. Meanwhile, another figure, clad in a yellow jacket, was engaged in a fierce battle, their movements equally swift and deadly. The scene was filled with the sounds of clashing steel and desperate cries. The younger man, still fighting, paused, his gaze fixed on the other combatant. He called out to the other figure, urging them to stop. The younger man's hand tightened around his sword, the blade stained with blood. Suhayan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst the chaos, a faint smile playing on his lips despite the blood staining his cheek. He held a blood-soaked sword, his expression unreadable. A single word escaped his lips. Oh. The sound of a sword being sheathed echoed as another figure appeared, clad in dark armor. He simply stated, understood. The armored man's face was grim, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Meanwhile, Suhayan, now on the ground, looked up in confusion. He muttered, what? A small, red dragon-like creature rested on his shoulder. Suhayan sat up, his sword lying beside him, the ground around him stained with blood. The small dragon growled, its eyes glowing menacingly. He looked around, then spoke. Yeah, there's something here. Suhayan Kim, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood lost in thought. His expression was serious, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance. A small, demonic-looking creature perched on his shoulder. Suhayan questioned aloud if the situation was a trap, his suspicion evident. His companion, a young man, agreed, sensing something beyond their immediate surroundings. He warned Suhayan to remain vigilant. Suddenly, a struggle erupted nearby. One of the figures fell to the ground. A man with a confident smirk emerged, wielding a long, red staff. He questioned the situation with a hint of amusement. The young man reacted defensively, mentioning the man's recent promotion to a high rank. The staff-wielding man seemed unconcerned, pointing out the advantage of having such a high-ranking individual on their team. A new figure appeared, causing the young man to react with surprise and utter the name Li Konghe. Suhayan, observing the unfolding events, remained silent, his expression unreadable. A man, his face contorted in a grimace, dismissed the situation as a joke, but his words were cut short by a sudden, powerful surge of energy. The energy erupted from within him, causing a visible shockwave. A young man with short black hair and a small, red dragon perched on his shoulder unleashed a powerful blue energy blast. The blast struck its target with devastating force, creating a massive explosion. Amidst the chaos, the young man calmly instructed everyone to flee. His expression was one of grim determination, a stark contrast to the panic around him. Another powerful energy wave erupted, this time purple. Two men in tactical gear were caught in the blast, struggling to maintain their footing. The force of the blast was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A surge of blue energy erupted from the ground, cracking the earth around it. 3 figures stood over a fallen man, their weapons drawn. 2 wielded swords, the other an axe. From a fissure in the earth, a brilliant column of blue light ascended. 2 of the figures watched, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. A wave of blue energy washed over the battlefield, engulfing both soldiers and monsters. The energy continued to spread, its power overwhelming. The blue energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex. The vortex pulsed with immense power, promising a dramatic transformation. Bubbles rose from the depths, a silent prelude to the events unfolding below. A man's face emerged from the water, his mouth open in a gasp of surprise and exertion. He struggled to breathe. The camera focused on his armored chest, water streaming down his dark tactical vest. 2 figures watched from above, their expressions a mixture of concern and awe. One wore military-style armor, the other a lab coat. A young man with short black hair and a small, red dragon perched on his shoulder observed the scene with a stoic expression. An underwater city, surprisingly intact, stretched before them. The question hung in the air. Underwater city? A group of soldiers and scientists cautiously approached the submerged ruins, the water swirling around their feet. Water cascaded, obscuring the view.